The essence of this world remains the core power system of fighting spirit, through which individuals cultivate their prowess. The continent of fighting spirit is vast and boundless, adorned with numerous cities, mountains, forests, and mysterious realms. Each region possesses its unique customs and formidable forces, with various factions perpetually clashing for resources, territory, and power. Chapter 1. A surreal awakening in Wutan, the emergence of the system. As if plunging into a frigid abyss, Yendi abruptly opened his eyes. The blinding sunlight streamed through the intricately carved wooden window, casting a strangely warm glow upon his face. Instinctively, he raised his hand to shield his eyes, but upon touching his attire, his pupils constricted sharply. He was not clad in the blood-stained golden-black robe of the nine heavens, but rather in a coarse, homespun garment, crudely stitched and reeking of unremovable plant ash. "Where am I?" A low, questioning murmur echoed within the modest wooden dwelling. Yendi pushed himself up from the rickety bed, his gaze sweeping across the sparse furnishings. In one corner lay half a bag of rough rice. A chipped ceramic bowl rested on the table, and a rusted machete hung on the wall, all exuding a stark contrast to the opulence befitting a heavenly emperor. More alarming was the realization that the once mighty imperial laws capable of turning tides and tearing apart the cosmos had vanished, leaving behind only a faint, nearly non-existent breath of energy circulating sluggishly within his veins, akin to a flickering candle in the wind. Taking a deep breath, he forced himself to quell the tumult within. As the former sovereign of the nine heavens, who had gazed down upon epics, even a fall to the mortal realm would not evoke panic. He closed his eyes, allowing the remnants of his divine consciousness to spread like a delicate web, silently permeating the wooden house and enveloping the entire town. Moments later, Yendi opened his eyes, a glimmer of understanding illuminating his gaze. Countless unfamiliar fragments of memory surged into his mind. He was situated in Wutan City, within the territory of the Gamma Empire, a world where fighting spirit reigned supreme. The location he occupied was the most ordinary civilian district of Wutan City, sharing this town with a youth named Xiao Yan from his memories. "Fights that shatter the heavens," Yendi whispered softly, the name of this world ringing familiar, having glimpsed fragments of it in the remnants of a certain reincarnator's memories. He had not anticipated that after his fall from the path of imperial rivalry, he would traverse into such a lowly martial realm. At that moment, a chilling mechanical voice unexpectedly resonated within his mind. "Ding. Host soul stability detected. Soul strength exceeds the limit of this world. Cultivation system binding in progress. Binding successful. Host. Yendi. Current realm. None. Remnant weak fighting spirit seed within. Not yet reached the first stage of fighting spirit. Ding. Newbie task issued. Breakthrough to the fighter level within 1 month. Task reward. Advanced cultivation technique, stellar formula, basic body refinement pills, *10. Task failure. System unbinding. Host meridian sealed, reduced to a cripple. A system? Yendi raised an eyebrow, a flicker of surprise crossing his features before his expression settled back into calmness. Having fought through countless eras, he had encountered innumerable extraordinary artifacts. Though he had never encountered a system firsthand, he had heard of such things. Yet, the penalty for failing the task seemed excessively severe. He opened his palm, feeling the faint trace of fighting spirit within, a subtle smile gracing his lips. For him, the fighter level was merely the starting point of cultivation. Even without the imperial laws, armed with his understanding of power and the vast accumulation of battle experience over the ages, breaking through to the fighter level within a month would pose no challenge. First, I must unravel the cultivation system of this world. Yendi rose and pushed open the wooden door, a mingling scent of earth and smoke rushing to greet him. Outside lay a narrow stone pathway, flanked by low wooden houses. Occasionally, passers-by clad in coarse garments ambled by, their shoulders burdened with firewood or carrying freshly purchased vegetables from the market, conversing in the common tongue of the Gamma Empire, which he could now comprehend. He strolled along the street, his divine consciousness discreetly probing, capturing the dialogues of pedestrians and the shouts of vendors. Soon, information regarding fighting spirit clarified before him. The inhabitants of this world primarily cultivated fighting spirit, categorized from low to high as fighting energy, fighter, master fighter, great master fighter, spirit fighter, king fighter, emperor fighter, sect fighter, venerable fighter, saint fighter, and emperor fighter. 12 grand realms in total, each further divided into 9 stars. To enter the realm of fighting energy, one must absorb the fighting spirit from the heavens and earth into their body, condensing it into a seed, which is then gradually refined, enabling the breakthrough to fighter and embarking upon the true path of cultivation. Ah, I see. Yendi mused inwardly. While fighting spirit and the spiritual energy of cultivators are fundamentally different, they share certain commonalities. He noted, however, the purity of this fighting spirit is inferior by a third, even to the lowest tier of spiritual energy. Approaching a herbalist's stall, his gaze fell upon several withered, gathering spirit grass plants. According to the memories of passers-by, gathering spirit grass was the most basic auxiliary herb for cultivation, capable of marginally accelerating the cultivation speed of fighting spirit. Each plant priced at merely 5 copper soul coins in Wutan City. Good sir, how much for the gathering spirit grass? Yendi inquired. The stall owner, an elderly man sporting a goatee, glanced up at Yendi and replied casually, 5 copper soul coins per plant. How many would you like? Yendi patted his pockets, only to find them empty. It dawned on him that he had just crossed over with no wealth to his name. Apologies, not at this time, he said with a serene smile, turning to depart. He was unfazed by the predicament, his gaze drifting towards the undulating mountains beyond the city, home to the Beast Mountain Range, inhabited by countless low-tier magical beasts. Within these beasts lay magic cores, imbued with pure fighting spirit energy and coveted by the shops of Wutan City as hard currency. To rapidly ascend to the fighter level, hunting magical beasts for their cores is the quickest path, Yendi mused, already formulating a plan. He returned to the wooden house, retrieved the rusty machete, and wrapped some rough rice in a piece of tattered cloth before making his way towards the city's outskirts. The guards at the city gate did not impede his passage. Instead, they regarded the youth bearing a machete and dressed in coarse garments with a mixture of skepticism and concern. In their eyes, a lone figure, such as he venturing into the Beast Mountain Range, was tantamount to courting death. Yendi paid them no mind, continuing onward until he swiftly entered the periphery of the Beast Mountain Range. Towering ancient trees surrounded him, sunlight filtering through the leaves to form dappled patterns upon the ground. The air was thick with the rich scent of vegetation, laced with a subtle, unmistakable odor, evidence of magical beasts. He retracted his aura, moving through the forest like a panther, swift and soundless. Having hunted countless ancient beasts, Yendi possessed an innate sensitivity to the habits of magical creatures. Following the footprints and droppings on the ground, he quickly pinpointed his first target, a first-tier magical beast known as the blue-striped wolf. The blue-striped wolf, roughly the size of a calf, was cloaked in grayish-blue fur, adorned with 3 black stripes along its back. It lounged upon a rock, gnawing on a wild hair. Sensing something, it abruptly lifted its head, its green eyes locking onto Yendi's hidden position, emitting a low growl while Yendi's gaze sharpened, his grip tightening on the machete. Though the blue-striped wolf was merely a first-tier magical beast, its speed and bite strength far surpassed that of ordinary wildlife. A typical cultivator at the first stage of fighting spirit would likely be forced to flee. Yet for Yendi, this was merely an appetizer. In a flash, he darted forward like a lingering shadow. The blue-striped wolf, perceiving the movement, lunged at him, its gaping maw revealing sharp fangs aimed at his throat. Yendi did not flinch or evade. As the wolf pounced, he swiftly sidestepped while his machete, glinting with cold light, accurately struck the creature's neck. A crisp sound echoed as blood erupted forth. The blue-striped wolf momentarily hung in the air before crashing heavily to the ground, twitching a few times before succumbing to death. The Emperor Yi stepped forward, crouching down to delicately slice open the cranium of the azure-striped wolf with his machete, extracting a magical core the size of a pigeon's egg, radiating a deep azure hue. The core felt icy to the touch, harboring a pure essence of combat energy within. A first-tier magical core, though it contains a modest amount of energy, accumulates over time, he mused, tucking the core into his garments as his gaze shifted towards the depths of the forest. Let us continue the hunt. In the ensuing days, the Emperor Yi resembled an indefatigable hunter, fervently pursuing magical beasts on the periphery of the Beast Mountain Range. Azure-striped wolves, wind-fawn boars, ironback bears. Any first or second-tier magical beast fell prey to his relentless pursuit. His combat style was straightforward yet effective, utilizing a combat awareness and physical coordination that far surpassed that of the cultivators in this realm. He often dispatched his foes within mere exchanges, and at times he would shatter the skulls of these beasts with nothing but his bare fists, eschewing the use of his machete. Upon vanquishing each magical beast, he would promptly sit cross-legged, extracting the combat energy from the magical core and assimilating it into his being. Though the quality of the energy was not particularly high, under his masterful guidance, it flowed into him like streams merging into a river, gradually enriching the combat energy seed within. 7 days later, the aura of Emperor Yi had ascended to the 3rd stage of combat energy. Seated beneath a colossal ancient tree, he grasped the 2nd-tier magical core, the ironback bear core, savoring the burgeoning depth of his internal combat energy, a satisfied smile gracing his lips. At this pace, reaching the 10th stage of combat energy within half a month and breaking through to a combatant in a month is well within my grasp. Just as he prepared to rise and continue his hunt, a sudden flurry of hurried footsteps echoed from afar, intermingled with the cries of a woman and the roars of a magical beast. The Emperor Yi raised an eyebrow, turning towards the source of the commotion. Before his eyes, two slender figures rushed towards him, trailed by a massive second-tier magical beast, the Amethyst Lion King. The two figures, one clad in azure and the other in purple, were none other than Nalan Yinran and Xiao Suner. Chapter 2. The Monster Mountain Range. A heroic rescue. Hurry. Faster. Nalan Yinran urged, glancing anxiously over her shoulder as she ran. Her long sword was now riddled with chips, and her garments were torn in several places, revealing her fair skin beneath. Yet she paid no heed to modesty. Beside her, Xiao Suner was faring little better, not particularly adept in combat. Her complexion was pale, breaths coming in rapid gasps, and her slender arms trembled slightly. Nevertheless, she steadfastly followed closely behind Nalan Yinran, a faint glimmer of fighting spirit coalescing in her hand, ready to be unleashed at a moment's notice. The two had ventured deep into the Monster Mountain Range in search of a rare herb known as the Companion Purple Crystal Source, only to unexpectedly encounter a second-tier magical beast, the Purple Crystal Lion King. This beast was not only massive in size and immense in strength, but could also unleash powerful purple energy orbs from its mouth. The two had battled it for half an hour, utterly exhausted. Had it not been for Nalan Yinran's grasp of several fundamental sword techniques from the Yinlan sect, they might have already perished in the jaws of the lion. Sister Yinran. I can't run anymore, Xiao Suner panted, her steps beginning to falter. Nalan Yinran felt a tightening in her chest as she turned to see the Purple Crystal Lion King drawing ever closer. Gritting her teeth, she urged, Suner, we cannot stop. Just hold on a little longer. It seems there are others ahead. At that moment, a figure suddenly emerged from the nearby woods, positioning itself in front of them. Young Master Yi? Both Nalan Yinran and Xiao Suner exclaimed in unison, recognizing the individual before them as Yendi, whom they had encountered a few days prior in the market of Wutan City. They had not anticipated meeting him in such a perilous situation. Yetendi's gaze swept over the two girls before settling on the Purple Crystal Lion King behind them. This beast was considerably larger than the average second-tier magical beast. Its fur a deep shade of purple, gleaming with a metallic sheen, and a diamond-shaped purple crystal embedded in its forehead, the source of its power. At that moment, it was baring its teeth, its green eyes fixated on Yendi, emitting a deep growl that indicated it considered him a target as well. Are you both all right? Yendi inquired, his voice calm and devoid of any hint of anxiety. Young Master Yi, quickly move aside. This is a second-tier magical beast, the Purple Crystal Lion King. It's formidable. Nalan Yinran urged urgently, unwilling to involve Yendi in their plight. Xiao Suner nodded in agreement, her eyes filled with concern. Young Master Yi, you must leave. We can manage. Upon hearing this, a faint smile crept across Yetendi's lips. Manage? With your current condition? Barely had he finished speaking when the Purple Crystal Lion King launched an attack. It propelled itself forward with its powerful hind legs, barreling towards Yendi like a cannonball, releasing a thick purple energy orb that hurtled straight at his face. Nalan Yinran and Xiao Suner squeezed their eyes shut, convinced that Yendi was doomed. However, the anticipated explosion never came. They opened their eyes to see Yendi slightly sidestepping, effortlessly evading the purple energy orb. The orb struck an ancient tree behind him with a tremendous crash, splintering it into pieces. Immediately following this, Yendi surged forward rather than retreating, his form darting toward the Purple Crystal Lion King like an arrow. The lion, upon seeing this, opened its gaping maw, aiming to bite down on Yetendi's head. With a focused gaze, Yendi raised his right hand, wielding a hatchet that gleamed with cold light, striking precisely against the lion's teeth. Clang! The sound of metal colliding rang out clearly, the hatchet vibrating with the force of the impact, and Yendi felt a slight numbness in his arm. Internally, he mused, the teeth of the Purple Crystal Lion King are indeed formidable. The lion staggered back from the blow, astonished that this seemingly ordinary human possessed such strength. It roared in fury and launched another assault, its massive claws slicing through the air towards Yendi. Yendi moved with grace, evading the strikes like a leaf caught in the wind. His speed was remarkable, weaving effortlessly between the lion's attacks, occasionally swinging his hatchet towards vulnerable spots. Although the hatchet lacked the sharpness to inflict fatal wounds, it still caused the beast considerable pain, prompting it to roar in agony. Nalan Yinran and Xiao Suner stood aside, spellbound. They had never witnessed such exquisite combat techniques. Every evasion and strike from Yendi was impeccably timed, as though he had foreseen the lion's movements. Furthermore, they could distinctly sense that Yetendi's aura was merely at the third level of fighting spirit. yet he was able to contend with a second-tier magical beast. A feat they had never heard of before. Sister Yenran, young Master Yi is incredibly impressive. Xiao Xun visperet in Ava. Nalan Yenran nodded, her curiosity and admiration for Yi Tiandi deepening. She had initially thought him to be an ordinary commoner, but it seemed he concealed extraordinary power. The battle raged for a brief time, and soon the purple crystal Lion King began to tire, its speed and strength waning. Seizing the opportunity, Yi Tiandi darted behind the lion, raising his hatchet high, channeling all of his fighting spirit into a single, powerful strike aimed at the lion's neck. With a swift motion, the hatchet cleaved through the beast's fur and skin, revealing bone beneath. The purple crystal Lion King let out a heart-wrenching wail, its massive body collapsing to the ground, convulsing a few times before falling still. Yi Tiandi sheathed his hatchet, exhaling deeply. Though the confrontation with the purple crystal Lion King had not been overly taxing, it had nonetheless drained a significant portion of his fighting spirit. He approached the fallen beast, using his hatchet to split open its skull, extracting a fist-sized, holy purple magic core. This core was considerably larger than the second-tier ones he had previously hunted, containing even more refined fighting spirit energy. Young Master Yi, are you unscathed? Nalan Yenran and Xiao Suner rushed over, their faces etched with concern. Yi Tiandi shook his head, stowing the magic core away. I am fine, merely a bit drained of fighting spirit. How did you come to encounter the purple crystal Lion King here? Feeling somewhat embarrassed, Nalan Yenran replied. We ventured into the Monster Mountain range in search of the companion purple crystal source, never expecting to face it. Had it not been for young Master Ye's timely intervention, we would likely have perished today. We will forever be grateful for your kindness. Xiao Suner added, Thank you for saving our lives, young Master Yi. It was but a small effort. Yi Tiandi waved his hand dismissively. This place is unsafe. We should depart. Nalan Yenran and Xiao Suner nodded, following Yi Tiandi as they made their way toward the outskirts of the Monster Mountain range. Along the way, Nalan Yenran could not contain her curiosity, asking, Young Master Yi, your strength is remarkable, yet your aura only reflects the third level of fighting spirit. Moreover, your combat skills seem entirely distinct from ours. Yi Tiandi smiled slightly, replying, The cultivation techniques I practice differ from yours, thus my aura may resemble that of the third level of fighting spirit, but my actual combat capability is somewhat higher. As for my combat skills, they are merely rudimentary techniques of brawling. He refrained from divulging the truth, knowing that the cultivation system of immortals was vastly different from that of fighting spirit practitioners. Revealing that he practiced immortal techniques could lead to unnecessary complications. Nalan Yenran nodded, partly understanding but increasingly curious about Yi Tiandi. She pressed on, Young Master Yi, are you also for Wutan City? May I ask who your mentor is? I am merely an ordinary commoner, self-taught, Yi Tiandi replied nonchalantly. Xiao Suner chimed in, Young Master Yi, it seemed you were observing the gathering spirit grass in the market. Are you in need of cultivation resources? Here, I still possess some spirit gathering grass and copper coins. Should you require them, I would be more than willing to bestow them upon you. A flicker of realization crossed Yi Tiandi's mind, for he indeed needed the spirit gathering grass to aid in his cultivation, yet he had not anticipated that Xiao Suner would extend such generosity. He turned to Xiao Suner and observed her clear gaze, her face radiating sincerity, devoid of any pretense. Thank you, Miss Suner, for your kind offer. But I find myself in no immediate need, Yi Tiandi replied. I hunt magical beasts to procure magic cores, which not only augment my strength, but also yield copper coins sufficient for my training. Upon hearing this, Xiao Suner nodded in understanding and refrained from further comment. The trio continued their conversation and soon exited the magical Beast Mountain range, returning to Wutan City. Young Master Yi, we shall surely repay today as kindness. Should you require any assistance, feel free to seek us out at the Xiao family or the Yunlan sect branch, Nalan Yenran stated. Xiao Suner echoed, Indeed, young Master Yi, our Xiao family possesses some influence in Wutan City, and we will certainly be of help. Yi Tiandi smiled gently and replied, There is no need for formality. Until we meet again. With that, he turned and departed. Watching Yi Tiandi's retreating figure, Nalan Yenran remarked thoughtfully, This Yi Tiandi is quite extraordinary. Xiao Suner nodded in agreement, her eyes sparkling with an unusual light. Yes, young Master Yi is not only powerful, but also remarkably humble. He is indeed a good person. Upon returning to his wooden cabin, Yi Tiandi settled into a meditative position, retrieving the magic cores acquired from his hunts that day to commence their refinement. The energy contained within the magic core of the amethyst crystal lion was indeed pure, having refined only half. His aura elevated from the third to the fourth tier of Doqi. At this rate, it would not be long before he could break through to the rank of Doja. Yi Tiandi mused, a glimmer of anticipation flashing in his eyes. Chapter 3. The hardship of cultivation and the emergence of stars as night enveloped the surroundings like ink, Wutan City succumbed to slumber. save for the occasional roars of magical beasts echoing from the mountains beyond the city. Yet within Tiendi's wooden cabin, a feeble candle flickered. He sat cross-legged on his wooden bed, 7 magic cores of varying sizes arrayed before him, with the amethyst crystal lion's core standing out, shimmering with a faint energy wave. Tiendi gently closed his eyes and formed a peculiar hand seal, a simplified technique he had devised based on the breathing methods of cultivators. Though it lacked the profound intricacies of imperial-level techniques, it maximized the absorption of Do-Chi energy from the magic cores. As the hand seal activated, a faint halo enveloped Tiendi, and the magic cores before him began to glow successively, resembling 7 miniature suns. The pure Do-Chi energy transformed into strands that flowed continuously into his body. Unlike other cultivators, Tiendi did not store the Do-Chi directly in his dantian. Instead, he guided it through his meridians according to the embryonic path of the stellar technique, continually refining his once desiccated imperial body. The Do-Chi was chaotic and required purification through the power of the soul. Tiendi contemplated inwardly, his residual soul power acting as a fine filter, meticulously eliminating impurities from the Do-Chi and leaving only the most refined energy to merge with the Do-Chi seed. This process was immensely taxing on the mind, yet the effects were immediately apparent. The previously turbid Do-Chi seed gradually shimmered with a faint silver radiance, akin to stars in the night sky. After a night of arduous cultivation, when the first rays of sunlight streamed through the wooden window, Tiendi abruptly opened his eyes, 2 slender silver beams flashing past. He exhaled deeply, the halo around him dissipating, revealing the magic cores now dimmed and lifeless, as if they had lost all vitality. Reaching the 6th tier of Do-Chi, Tiendi reveled in the surging Do-Chi within him, which had multiplied several times over, a smile gracing his lips. In the span of a single night, he had advanced 2 tiers. Such a pace of cultivation would surely draw attention, even in the realm of prodigies. He rose to stretch his limbs, his bones cracking with resounding pops, his entire being brimming with vigor. Through the tempering of Do-Chi, his physical strength had significantly increased. Though it paled in comparison to his former imperial body, it far surpassed that of his peers in Do-Chi cultivation. It was time to exchange for resources. Tiendi tucked the remaining magic cores into his robe, noting that the amethyst crystallines core had only been partially refined. With enough energy left to support his cultivation to the 8th tier of Do-Chi, he picked up his hatchet, tidied himself briefly, and made his way to the Wanyao Pharmacy. Wanyao Pharmacy was the largest establishment in Wutan City for the procurement of medicinal herbs and magic cores, backed by a prominent family of the Gamma Empire, boasting an excellent reputation. As Tiendi approached the entrance, a young attendant dressed in a blue long robe greeted him. "Young sir, are you here to sell magic cores or purchase medicinal herbs?" The attendant wore a professional smile, his gaze inadvertently flicking over Tiendi's hatchet and simple garb, revealing a hint of disdain. Tiendi paid no mind and replied casually, "I am here to sell magic cores." The attendant led him inside, gesturing towards an elderly man behind the counter. "That is our shopkeeper. Simply show him your magic cores." The elderly man looked up, his gaze clouded yet imbued with shrewdness. He scrutinized Tiendi for a moment and said, "Let us see the magic cores." Tiendi placed 6 first-tier magic cores and half of the amethyst crystallines core on the counter. As soon as the amethyst crystallines core appeared, the elderly man's eyes lit up, and he reached out to examine it closely. A peak 2nd-tier magic core from the amethyst crystalline, and its energy is quite abundant. The elderly man exclaimed, casting a surprised glance at Tiendi. "Young sir, did you hunt this magic core yourself?" "Indeed," Tiendi nodded. The disdain in the elderly man's eyes vanished, replaced by a flicker of respect. A peak 2nd-tier magical beast could prove challenging to hunt, even for a 3-star doja. This seemingly ordinary youth possessed such formidable strength. 4 first-tier magic cores, I shall offer you 10 copper coins each, totaling 60 for 6. As for the amethyst crystallines core, I can give you 2 silver coins. How does that sound?" The elderly man proposed. In the Gamma Empire, currency was categorized into copper coins, silver coins, and gold coins, with 100 copper coins equating to 1 silver coin, and 100 silver coins equating to 1 gold coin. 2 silver coins would suffice for an ordinary family's sustenance for half a year. Tiendi did not haggle and simply nodded. "That is acceptable." The elderly man promptly handed over the coins and added, "Young sir, should you acquire more magic cores in the future, do not hesitate to return to Wanyao Pharmacy. I will offer you the best prices. By the way, would you like to purchase some cultivation resources? We have spirit gathering powder and body tempering ointment, both excellent for enhancing strength." Tiendi's gaze fell upon a porcelain bottle behind the counter, prompting him to inquire, "What is that?" The elderly man followed his gaze and smiled. "That is a condensing chi pill, a third-tier elixir that can rapidly enhance the cultivation speed of Doqi and increase the success rate of breaking through to Doja. However, it is somewhat pricey at 5 silver coins per pill. Yetendi's interest was piqued. Although the condensing Qi pill was a third-tier elixir, it would indeed assist him in his breakthrough to Doja. He retrieved 2 silver coins and stated, "First, I would like a bottle of spirit gathering powder, and additionally, 2 stalks of 100-year-old spirit gathering grass." The elderly man quickly fetched the items and handed them to Yendi. A bottle of spirit gathering powder is 1 silver coin, and 100-year-old spirit gathering grass is 50 copper coins each, totaling 1 silver coin and 100 copper coins. Here is your change of 90 copper coins. Yendi accepted the items and turned to leave Wanyao Pharmacy. Instead of heading directly home, he ventured towards a secluded alley in Wutan City. According to his spiritual probe, there lay an abandoned, dilapidated temple, remarkably quiet and suitable for cultivation. Upon arriving at the temple, Yendi cleared away the dust from the ground and sat cross-legged. He opened the bottle of spirit gathering powder, and a rich medicinal fragrance wafted towards him. He poured the powder into his mouth and simultaneously took a stalk of the 100-year-old spirit gathering grass, crushing it and applying it to his palm, guiding the medicinal energy into his body. The medicinal power of the spirit gathering powder was distinctly different from the Doqi energy within the magic cores. It was milder and more easily absorbed. The Emperor Yi, adeptly wielding the refined breathing technique, seamlessly integrated the potent energies of medicinal essence and fighting spirit, allowing them to circulate swiftly through his meridians. As days unfurled, he hunted ferocious beasts within the monster beast mountain range by day, while dedicating his nights to rigorous cultivation in the dilapidated temple. His strength ascended at an astonishing pace, progressing through the ranks of fighting spirit, 7, 8, 9 segments, until, merely half a month later, he reached the pinnacle of the 10th segment, just a step away from becoming a fighter. One fateful day, deep within the monster beast mountain range, he successfully hunted a second-tier beast, the iron-armored rhinoceros, acquiring a magical core imbued with ferocious energy. Rather than refining it immediately, he returned to the broken temple with the core in hand. It was time to break through to the realm of fighters. Taking a deep breath, he placed the iron-armored rhinoceros core alongside the half of the purple crystal lion king's core before retrieving a condensation pill, which he swallowed whole. Upon entering his abdomen, the pill dissolved, unleashing a torrent of medicinal power that surged through his meridians like a mighty flood. He hastily activated his breathing technique, guiding the medicinal force and the energy from the core towards the seed of fighting spirit nestled in his dantian. A thunderous explosion reverberated within, as the seed erupted like a volcano, unleashing a maelstrom of fighting energy. Yetendi's complexion paled instantly, beads of cold sweat dotting his forehead. The process of breaking through to become a fighter was perilous. A moment's carelessness could shatter his meridians, rendering him utterly incapacitated. Yet, Yendi remained remarkably composed, skillfully directing the flow of fighting spirit with his soul power, meticulously compressing and refining the chaotic energy according to the paths outlined in the celestial star technique. The seed of fighting spirit within his dantian swelled relentlessly, ultimately transforming into a silvery vortex, the hallmark of a fighter. A chime echoed in his mind. "Congratulations, host. You have broken through to a 1-star fighter, completing the beginner's task. Rewards include the Advanced Cultivation Technique Celestial Star Technique, now dispatched, and 10 basic body refining pills stored in the system space." A surge of joy welled within Yetendi's heart. He immediately delved into his mind, where a golden cultivation technique floated before him, the very celestial star technique. This technique comprised 9 tiers. The first tier, drawing stars into the body, enabled the harnessing of celestial energies to refine the body and enhance one's cultivation. The second tier, stellar revolutions, allowed the convergence of celestial power into formidable fighting techniques. And the third tier, celestial seas, transformed the fighting energy in the dantian into an ocean of stars, endlessly flowing. Yendi could hardly contain his excitement as he began to circulate the fighting energy according to the first tier of the celestial star technique. In an instant, the dark clouds above the dilapidated temple dissipated, revealing a multitude of stars that twinkled brilliantly. Streams of silvery starlight cascaded like waterfalls, flowing into his body. The silvery vortex in his dantian was enveloped by the starlight, morphing into a miniature star radiating a soft silver glow. The fighting energy within his meridians became increasingly pure, exuding an aura of celestial majesty. Is this the power of a cultivation technique? Yendi marveled at the transformative changes within him, a spark of excitement igniting in his eyes. Merely drawing upon a fragment of celestial power had elevated his prowess from a 1-star fighter to a 2-star fighter, while also significantly enhancing his physical strength. Even the attacks of a second-tier magical beast would scarcely leave a mark upon him. He retrieved a basic body refining pill from the system rewards and consumed it. The medicinal potency of the pill fused with the celestial power, continuously refining his bones and muscles. Yendi could distinctly sense that his physique was gradually regaining the stature of an emperor. At that moment, the system's voice resonated once more. Ding. New task issued. Assist Xiao Yin in fulfilling his 3-year appointment and aid him in defeating Nalan Yanran. Task rewards. 1 exceptional breakthrough pill and 10 spirit stones exclusive to cultivators. Task failure. All cultivation levels will be forfeited and system space will be locked for 1 year. Yendi raised an eyebrow. A 3-year appointment? He recalled the infamous youth from Wutan City. According to his memories, Xiao Yin had endured ridicule and scorn after being jilted by Nalan Yanran, with his 3-year appointment being his sole opportunity to prove himself. Assisting Xiao Yin? A smile curled at the corners of Yendi lips. Perfect. I, too, am eager to discover what makes this world's destined child so remarkable. He rose and exited the temple, gazing towards Wutan City. At that moment, within the Xiao family's courtyard, Xiao Yin clutched a black ring, his brow furrowed in concentration. Yendi's soul power swept through silently, detecting a lingering remnant of a soul concealed within the ring. Is that you, medicinal elder? Yendi mused. With me here, Xiao Yin's path to greatness may very well be smoother. The following morning, Yendi arrived at the entrance of the Xiao family estate. The guard stationed at the gate, upon seeing his coarse attire, immediately obstructed his path, exclaiming, "Beggar, get lost. This is the Xiao family's territory. You cannot approach." Yendi's gaze turned icy, a subtle yet potent pressure emanating from him. The 2 guards turned pale, as if an invisible hand had seized their throats, leaving them gasping for breath. "I wish to see Xiao Yin," Yendi stated coolly. Just then, a melodious voice rang out. "Young Master Yi, what brings you here?" Yendi looked up to see Xiao Suner hurrying towards him, clad in a light green dress, exuding freshness and elegance like spring bamboo after the rain. Upon spotting Yendi, a flicker of surprise lit her eyes. "Suner," he replied, retracting his pressure and nodding towards her. The 2 guards, witnessing this exchange, promptly knelt before Yendi, begging for mercy. "Please spare us, sir. Please spare us." Xiao Suner frowned, addressing the guards. "Why aren't you scramming?" The guards, as if granted a reprieve, scrambled away in a flurry. Turning her gaze back to Yendi, Xiao Suner curiously inquired, "Young Master Yi, do you have business with my brother Xiao Yin?" Yendi nodded, saying, "Indeed, I have some cultivation matters I wish to discuss with him." Xiao Xun s smeeded. "Brother Xiao, you should be training at the training grounds now. Allow me to guide you to him." With that, she led Yendi towards the Xiao family's training grounds. Along the way, numerous Xiao family disciples regarded Yendi with curious glances. Having never witnessed Xiao Suner display such warmth towards an outsider, especially one who appeared so ordinary. Upon reaching the training grounds, Yendi observed a young man clad in black diligently honing his skills. He wielded an iron sword, his sword aura slicing through the air, each movement brimming with power, though his energy seemed somewhat stagnant, clearly indicating he had encountered a bottleneck in his training. "Brother Xiao Yin," Xiao Suner called out. Xiao Yin halted his training, and upon seeing Xiao Suner and Yendi, a flicker of surprise crossed his features. "Suner, who is this?" "This is young Master Yi, the one who saved me and Sister Yanran during our ordeal in the Monster Beast mountain range," Xiao Suner explained. Upon hearing this, Xiao Yin quickly approached Yendi, clasping his hands in gratitude. "Thank you, young Master Yi, for saving Suner last time. I'm immensely grateful." Yendi waved his hand dismissively. "It was merely a small effort. I heard you were facing a bottleneck in your training, so I came to take a look." Xiao Yin paused, then with a wry smile replied, "Young Master Yi, you have keen insight. I have indeed been stuck at the 3rd segment of fighting spirit for quite some time. Despite my efforts, I cannot seem to break through." Yendi's gaze fell upon the ring on Xiao Yan's hand, and seemingly casually remarked, "Your ring is quite impressive." Xiao Yan's heart raced, instinctively tightening his grip on the ring. He was uncertain whether Yendi had sensed the presence of the medicinal elder. Yendi smiled, choosing not to press the matter. Instead, he produced a condensation pill, offering it to Xiao Yan. "Take this condensation pill. It may assist you in overcoming your bottleneck." Xiao Yan stared at the pill, its rich medicinal aroma filling the air, shock evident in his eyes. The condensation pill was a 3rd-tier elixir of considerable value. Yet Yendi so casually gifted it to him? "Young Master Yi, this is far too precious. I cannot accept it." Xiao Yan hastily declined. "Take it," Yendi insisted, pressing the condensation pill into Xiao Yan's hand. "Consider this an early investment from me. I have faith that you will not disappoint." With that, he turned and departed. As he gazed at the departing figure of Yendi, Xiao Yan tightened his grip on the qi-gathering pill, a flicker of determination flashing in his eyes. He called out to Yi Tiandi's back, "Young Master Yi, this debt of gratitude shall not be forgotten by Xiao Yan." Xiao Suner approached his side, smiling as she remarked, "Brother Xiao Yan, young Master Yi is indeed a good person, and his strength is formidable." Xiao Yan nodded, filled with curiosity about Yi Tiandi. He sensed that this unexpectedly appeared youth would alter the course of his life. Upon returning to the dilapidated temple, Yi Tiandi sat cross-legged, continuing his cultivation of the star formula. He understood that while the 3-year agreement seemed distant, for him, it was but a fleeting moment. He aimed to enhance his strength rapidly during these 3 years, not only to fulfill the system's tasks, but also to reclaim his place at the pinnacle of this world. Under the starry night sky, the brilliance of the stars poured into the temple, enveloping Yi Tiandi's figure within. A legend belonging to Yi Tiandi was gradually unfurling in the world of Dopa. Chapter 4. Secret Assistance to Xiao Yan and the First Encounter with Yao Lao. Beneath the moonlight in the dilapidated temple, Yi Tiandi's fingertips were surrounded by a silvery white power of the stars, which he was gently infusing into a first-tier magic core. The patterns on the surface of the magic core gradually illuminated under the nurturing starlight, and the previously chaotic Do Qi was entirely purified, transforming into glistening droplets of energy liquid. This was the refining technique recorded in the star formula, capable of tripling the energy utilization of low-tier magic cores, a method he had discovered to quickly accumulate resources. At this pace, breaking through to Dome Master within 3 months would be a trivial matter. Yi Tiandi stored away the purified energy droplets and turned his gaze toward the Xiao family's direction. He could distinctly sense that after Xiao Yan consumed the Qi gathering pill, his Do Qi surged within him at an astonishing speed. However, a faint wisp of soul power from the black ring was secretly intercepting the medicinal effects. Yao Lao, Yi Tiandi's lips curled into a slight smile. This former powerhouse of the Pill Tower, although reduced to a mere remnant of a soul, remained key to Xiao Yan's rise. Rather than revealing this, he retrieved 3-century-old Qi gathering herbs and, using the power of the stars, refined several drops of emerald green juice, which he stored in a porcelain bottle. The next morning, Yi Tiandi returned to the Xiao family's training ground. At that moment, Xiao Yan was seated cross-legged on the ground, his brows furrowed and his forehead glistening with cold sweat. The Do Qi within him was like a tangled mass, violently crashing through his meridians. The potency of the Qi gathering pill was overwhelmingly dominant, and with Yao Lao's secret guidance, his body was temporarily unable to bear it. As he operated his Do Qi, he attempted to sink his breath 3 inches into his dantian, where there was a hidden meridian that could channel the medicinal power. Suddenly, Yi Tiandi's voice resonated. Xiao Yan's eyes flew open as he adjusted his breath according to Yi Tiandi's guidance. Indeed, the previously turbulent Do Qi found an outlet, flowing smoothly through the hidden meridian and ultimately merging with the Do Qi seed. He was astonished to feel the changes within, sensing that he was on the verge of breaking through to the 4th stage of Do Qi. "Young Master Yi, how did you know?" Xiao Yan rose to his feet, cupping his hands in respect, his eyes filled with admiration. This hidden meridian was exceedingly secretive, not even mentioned by his father, Xiao Zhan. Yi Tiandi handed over the porcelain bottle. "This is the essence extracted from the Qi gathering grass. Consume a drop daily to stabilize your realm. Your current issue lies not in the speed of cultivation, but in an unstable foundation." Upon receiving the porcelain bottle, Xiao Yan was greeted by a refreshing herbal fragrance, far more concentrated than ordinary Qi gathering grass. Just as he was about to express his gratitude, he noticed Yi Tiandi's gaze fall upon his ring, who casually remarked, "The old thing within your ring, if it truly wishes to assist you, should cease its incessant attempts to intercept the medicinal power. Though his burning art is domineering, it requires a gradual approach." As his words faded, a faint purple light flickered across the ring. Yao Lao's voice echoed in Xiao Yan's mind. "Little fellow, this youth is extraordinary. He can perceive my existence." Xiao Yan was taken aback, about to speak when he was interrupted by Yi Tiandi's wave of his hand. "No need for further words. Just remember, the duel 3 years hence is not only your battlefield, but also something I must accomplish." With that, Yi Tiandi turned and departed, leaving Xiao Yan in shock and Yao Lao in silence within the ring. In the months that followed, Yi Tiandi became a frequent visitor to the Xiao family. He never interfered with Xiao Yan's cultivation, but always provided guidance at crucial moments. When Xiao Yan encountered a bottleneck while training the Do technique flame splitting wave, he pointed out the need to utilize rotational force to propel the Do Qi. When Xiao Yan faced obstacles in refining, he imparted the stellar body refinement method to help him resist the flame's scorching heat. Yao Lao had attempted multiple times to communicate with Yi Tiandi, but each time was met with a barrier from his soul power. Until one day, when Xiao Yan encountered a 3rd-tier magical beast, the Azure Water Python, in the Beast Mountain range. In a moment of peril, Yi Tiandi unleashed a starlight finger from afar, instantly piercing through the azure water python's skull. Who exactly are you? Why do you assist Xiao Yan? Yao Lao's voice directly resonated in Yi Tiandi's mind, tinged with wariness. Yi Tiandi stood atop a tree, observing Xiao Yan as he collected the magic core in the distance. He replied calmly, "Who I am is inconsequential. What matters is that if Xiao Yan dies, you shall never see the light of day again." With a flick of his fingertip, a jade slip containing the basics of alchemy flew into Xiao Yan's embrace, conveying to Yao Lao that to restore his soul, he would need dragon pattern grass and soul infant fruit. This was his condition for exchange. Yao Lao remained silent for a long while, ultimately sighing in Xiao Yan's mind. This boy is unfathomable. His vision and methods far surpass the scope of the Jia Ma Empire. Xiao Yan, you must cultivate a good relationship with him. Time flew, and 2 years passed in the blink of an eye. With Yi Tiandi's covert assistance and Yao Lao's guidance, Xiao Yan's strength surged, breaking through to the 9th star of Dome Master. Meanwhile, Yi Tiandi, utilizing the star formula and system rewards, had achieved the 5-star Dome Master rank, and the power of the stars within him had coalesced into a rudimentary Do technique, Starburst, with a might comparable to a full force strike from a great Do Master. On this day, Wutan City suddenly buzzed with activity as envoys from the Yunlan sect arrived at the Xiao family, delivering the challenge letter for the 3-year agreement. Nalan Yinran would engage Xiao Yan in combat outside the gates of the Yunlan sect in 1 month's time. In the Xiao family hall, Xiao Zhan examined the challenge letter, his expression grave. Although Xiao Yan had reached the 9th star of Dome Master, Nalan Yinran, as the direct disciple of the Yunlan sect's leader, was rumored to have already surpassed the great Dome Master rank, leaving a considerable gap in strength between the two. "Father, do not worry. I have confidence," Xiao Yan declared, his fists clenched, determination shining in his eyes. Over the past 3 years, he had not only advanced his cultivation, but also, under Yi Tiandi's guidance, mastered the first layer of the burning art and refined a strand of the blue lotus earth fire. At this moment, Yi Tiandi entered the hall, casually toying with a silver-white pill. "This is an improved version of the Qi gathering pill. Consuming it will temporarily boost your strength by 1 star. Additionally, I have prepared something for you." He produced a black scale adorned with starry patterns. This is the star pattern scale armor, capable of withstanding a full force strike from a great Dome Master. As Xiao Yan received the scale armor, he felt its coldness, and the patterns seemed to resonate with the remnants of the star formula he was cultivating. Just as he was about to express his gratitude, he noticed Yi Tiandi turning to Xiao Zhan, declaring, "Clan leader Xiao, for the 3-year agreement, I shall accompany Xiao Yan to the Yunlan sect." Xiao Zhan was overjoyed. He had long heard of Yi Tiandi's strength. With this formidable ally, Xiao Yan's chances of victory would undoubtedly increase. After leaving the Xiao family, Yi Tiandi ventured to a secluded valley. The voice of the system suddenly rang out, ding, detecting that the host is about to participate in the critical plot of the 3-year agreement. Releasing a side quest, uncover the conspiracy of the Yunlan sect behind Nalan Yinran. Quest rewards, cultivation technique, fire control technique, and a random fragment. A glimmer of excitement flashed in Yi Tiandi's eyes. He had already discerned through his soul probe that the Yunlan sect's leader, Yin Shan, had colluded with the Soul Palace. This 3-year agreement was, in fact, a ploy to eliminate Xiao Yan and seize the within him. Soul Palace, Yi Tiandi murmured softly, his fingertip radiating with starlight. "Just right. I, too, wish to see what capabilities the dark forces of this world possess." A month later, the area outside the Yunlan sect was teeming with people. Powerful figures from various factions within the Jiang Ma Empire gathered to witness this nationally sensational duel. Dressed in black, Xiao Yan stood at the center of the square, wielding the Xian heavy ruler. Nalan Yinran, clad in a flowing white robe and wielding a long sword, stood before the ranks of the Yunlan sect disciples, her icy gaze fixed upon Xiao Yan. "Xiao Yan, the 3 years have elapsed. Should you concede now, I shall spare your life." Her voice, imbued with fighting spirit, resonated throughout the arena. Xiao Yan responded with a cold smirk. 3 years ago, you humiliated my family. Today, I shall reclaim justice." At that moment, an aged voice interjected. "Yinran, do not waste words with him. Swiftly conclude this matter." The speaker was none other than Yin Shan, the sect leader of Yunlan. Perched upon a high platform, his hawk-like eyes scrutinized Xiao Yan, a glimmer of greed flashing within them. Yi Tiandi stood at the rear of the crowd, his spiritual essence quietly expanding to envelop the entire Yunlan sect. He could distinctly sense a sinister aura emanating from Yinshan, reminiscent of the Soul Palace, while 3 emissaries of the Soul Palace lay concealed in the mountains behind Yunlan sect, clutching soul-binding chains. Indeed, a conspiracy was afoot. A cold smile crept upon Yi Tiandi's lips as he felt the celestial power within him begin to stir. This 3-year pact was destined to be anything but tranquil. With the referee's command, Nalan Yinran made the first move. Drawing her sword, she unleashed a torrent of sword energy, brimming with the might of a great dome master. Directed at Xiao Yan. Unflinching, Xiao Yan swung the Xin Zhong Qi with ferocity, meeting the sword energy in a thunderous clash. The impact sent both combatants stumbling back 3 steps, dust swirling around them. The battle was ignited, and Yendi remained an observer, patiently awaiting the opportune moment. He understood that the true spectacle was yet to unfold. Chapter 5. The 3-Year Pact, the emergence of imperial might. On the plaza outside the Yunlan Sect's gates, the sound of colliding fighting spirits resonated through the heavens. Nailin Yinran wove her sword into 3 arcs of light, the green fighting spirit surging forth like a tidal wave, coalescing into a soaring eagle, propelled by fierce winds toward Xiao Yan. This was the advanced Do technique, wind soaring slash, requiring the prowess of a great dome master to fully manifest. Xiao Yan's expression grew grave as he slammed the Xin Zhong Qi against the ground, his fighting spirit surging wildly, a faint azure flame rising from his palm. Flame-splitting wave, he shouted, flames igniting along the length of his weapon, transforming it into a massive wave of fire that collided with the green eagle. With a resounding crash, a tempest erupted, causing the onlookers to retreat in trepidation. Nailin Yinran was forced back repeatedly, a trickle of blood escaping her lips, her eyes wide with shock. She had not anticipated that Xiao Yan had not only broken through to the 9-star Dome Master, but could also wield such a formidable technique. Impossible. How could you possess such strength? Nailin Yinran exclaimed in disbelief. Xiao Yan wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, a chilling laugh escaping him. 3 years ago, you abandoned me. Today, I shall show you how foolish your choice was. Gripping the Xin Zhong Qi, he charged at Nailin Yinran once more, the shadow of the weapon dancing, each strike imbued with the searing heat of flames. On the platform, Yinshan furrowed his brow, impatience flickering in his eyes. He had expected Nailin Yinran to easily dispatch Xiao Yan, yet the situation had become unexpectedly tense. Silently channeling his fighting spirit, a malevolent aura seeped from his fingertips, surging toward Xiao Yan's back. Just then, a chilling voice rang out. Yinshan, is it not exceedingly shameless to ambush a junior with your Great Dome Master Cultivation? The crowd turned to find Yendi stepping forth from the throng, enveloped in a soft silver glow, reminiscent of stars dotting the night sky. As he merely stood there, an invisible pressure radiated from him, causing all present to feel a sense of foreboding. Yinshan's expression darkened. Retracting the surreptitious attack, he coldly inquired, "Who are you to meddle in the affairs of my Yunlan sect?" Yendi, he replied, his gaze piercing into Yinshan's. "I advise you to remain compliant, otherwise, today shall herald the downfall of the Yunlan sect." This proclamation sent shockwaves through the assembly. A youth, seemingly only possessing the cultivation of a Dome Master, dared to utter such audacious words? Yinshan's fury turned to mockery. "You insolent whelp, do you not comprehend the vastness of the heavens and the earth? Today, I shall make you aware of what it means to be a true powerhouse." He rose abruptly, unleashing the full force of his peak Great Dome Master might toward Yendi. Unfazed, Yendi summoned the celestial power within him, enveloped in a silver shield. Yinshan's oppressive energy struck the barrier with no more impact than a stone sinking into the ocean, failing to stir even the slightest ripple. How is this possible? Yinshan gasped. Disbelief etched across his face. He could distinctly feel that Yendi's aura, though only that of 5-star Dome Master, effortlessly withstood his overwhelming pressure, defying all laws of fighting spirit cultivation. The battle in the plaza came to a temporary halt. Both Xiao Yan and Nailin Yinran turned their astonished gazes toward Yendi. Xiao Yan, aware of Yendi's formidable strength, was astounded by its magnitude. Yendi disregarded Yinshan's astonishment, shifting his attention to Nailin Yinran, stating, "Nailin Yinran, as for your duel with Xiao Yan, I shall not intervene. However, should you allow Yinshan to assist you in secret again, do not blame me for my lack of courtesy." Nailin Yinran's complexion paled. She had not anticipated her master would resort to a covert ambush against Xiao Yan, nor that Yendi would exhibit such overwhelming authority. Clenching her teeth, she bowed respectfully to Yendi, declaring, "Rest assured, young Master Yi, my battle with Xiao Yan shall proceed fairly." With that, she turned to face Xiao Yan, a glint of resolve in her eyes. "Xiao Yan, let us continue." Xiao Yan nodded, gripping the Xin Zhong Qi once more, launching himself at Nailin Yinran. This time, both unleashed their full might. The sound of colliding fighting spirits echoing as the ground of the plaza was left pockmarked. Yendi stood nearby, warily observing Yinshan and the mountains behind Yunlan sect. He could clearly sense that the 3 emissaries of the Soul Palace were poised to strike, ready to act at a moment's notice. The battle raged for half an hour, with both Xiao Yan and Nailin Yinran utterly spent. Xiao Yan's garments were tattered, his body marred with wounds, yet he clutched the Xianzhong Qi with unwavering determination. Nalan Yinran was in a similarly dire state. Her sword's energy had dwindled, her breaths becoming increasingly labored. Xiao Yan, concede. You cannot hope to match me. Nalan Yinran gasped. Panting heavily, Xiao Yan shook his head, a flicker of madness igniting in his eyes. I will never concede. Today, I shall triumph over you. He suddenly summoned the within him, unleashing the full might of the burning art, causing the flames on the Xianzhong Qi to swell dramatically, transforming into a colossal fire dragon, barreling toward Nalan Yinran. Nalan Yinran's expression shifted dramatically. She realized she could not withstand this onslaught. At that moment, Yinshan struck once more, unleashing a torrent of powerful fighting spirit from his hand to intercept Xiao Yan's fire dragon. Yi Tiandi, will you not intervene? The voice of Yao Lao echoed within Yi Tiandi's mind. Yi Tiandi's eyes narrowed, his form flickering as he instantaneously positioned himself before Xiao Yan. He raised his right hand, gathering a silver star in his palm, and hurled it toward Yunshan's fighting spirit. Starburst. With a thunderous roar, the silver star collided with Yunshan's fighting spirit, unleashing a powerful wave of energy. Yunshan was sent reeling, blood seeping from his lips, his eyes filled with shock and fury. Yi Tiandi, do you dare to harm me? He bellowed. Yi Tiandi paid him no heed, turning to Xiao Yan, instructing, Xiao Yan, conclude this swiftly. Xiao Yan nodded, once more channeling the fire dragon's might surpassing all previous levels, instantly engulfing Nalan Yinran's sword energy and sending her hurtling backward. She crashed heavily to the ground, spitting blood, desperately attempting to rise, only to find herself devoid of combat capability. I concede, Nalan Yinran uttered in despair. Xiao Yan sheathed the Xianzhong Qi and approached Nalan Yinran, declaring, Nalan Yinran, for the 3-year pact, I have emerged victorious. From this day forth, we are even. At that moment, a sinister laughter echoed from the mountains behind Yunlan's sect. Ha, Xiao Yan, do you believe you have triumphed? Today marks your demise. 3 dark figures surged forth from the rear mountain, the emissaries of the Soul Palace. Grasping soul chains imbued with a sinister aura, they lunged toward Xiao Yan. The minions of the Soul Palace could no longer restrain themselves. A glint of icy murderous intent flickered in Yi Tiandi's eyes. In a swift motion, he positioned himself before Xiao Yan, the power of the stars within him surging wildly, causing the silver radiance surrounding him to shine even more brilliantly. Boy, wise up and step aside, otherwise I shall eliminate you alongside him. The leading emissary of the Soul Palace uttered coldly. Yi Tiandi remained silent, slowly raising his right hand, where a colossal star began to coalesce in his palm. This star exuded a terrifying pressure that rendered all present cultivators breathless. Star fragment, Yi Tiandi declared in a low voice, hurling the star in the direction of the 3 emissaries. The star erupted in midair, transforming into countless silver shards that rained down upon the Soul Palace's emissaries like a meteor shower. The faces of the 3 emissaries paled, and they hastily wielded their soul chains to defend themselves. However, the power of the star shards exceeded their expectations. The soul chains were shattered instantaneously, and the shards pierced through their bodies in an instant. No! The 3 emissaries screamed in agony, their forms dissipating into wisps of black smoke, vanishing into the air. With the emissaries dealt with, Yi Tiandi turned his gaze toward Yinshan, his eyes brimming with murderous intent. Yinshan, you collude with the Soul Palace and wreak havoc upon the innocent. Today, I shall act on behalf of justice and obliterate your Yunlan sect. Yinshan's complexion turned ashen. He had not anticipated Yi Tiandi's strength to be so formidable, able to effortlessly slay even the emissaries of the Soul Palace. Knowing he was no match for Yi Tiandi, he hastily proclaimed, Young Master Yi, it is a misunderstanding. This is all the Soul Palace's conspiracy and has nothing to do with my Yunlan sect. Misunderstanding? Yi Tiandi scoffed. Do you think I would believe your deceitful words? In a flash, he appeared before Yunshan, striking down with his hand, infused with the power of the stars. Aimed directly at Yunshan's chest. Yunshan quickly channeled his fighting spirit to defend, but was sent flying by Yi Tiandi's palm, crashing heavily to the ground and spitting out a mouthful of blood. Struggling to rise, he found that his meridians had been shattered by the star power, rendering him utterly powerless. Hearing Yi Tiandi's voice echo throughout the square, the disciples of the Yunlan sect exchanged glances. From this day forth, the Yunlan sect is hereby disbanded. Should anyone dare to collude with the Soul Palace again, they shall be executed without mercy. The disciples of the Yunlan sect looked at one another, and ultimately, they relinquished their weapons and scattered. The once glorious Yunlan sect was utterly annihilated by Yi Tiandi's strike. Xiao Yan approached Yi Tiandi and clasped his hands in gratitude. Brother Yi, I sincerely thank you for your assistance. Yi Tiandi shook his head, replying, it was but a trifling matter. You have now fulfilled the 3-year pact. What are your plans moving forward? Xiaoyan pondered for a moment before responding. I wish to leave Wutan City and venture into the outside world to hone my skills. Seeking vengeance for the Xiao clan against the Soul Palace. Yi Tianyi nodded. Very well, I shall accompany you. The influence of the Soul Palace extends across the continent. Our combined strength is insufficient to confront them. We must seek out more allies and amass sufficient power. At that moment, a voice resounded in Yi Tianyi's mind. Ding. Congratulations, host, for completing the task of aiding Xiaoyan in his victory within the 3-year pact. Reward. 1 superior breakthrough pill has been issued. Additionally, you have uncovered the conspiracy between the Yunlan sect and the Soul Palace, completing a side quest. Reward. The cultivation technique, fire control technique, and 1 random flame fragment have been issued. Yi Tianyi's heart soared with joy as he quickly examined the system space. The breakthrough pill glimmered in golden hues, exuding a rich medicinal aroma, capable of allowing one to bypass bottlenecks and transcend realms. The fire control technique was a method specifically designed for cultivators to manipulate flames, and when combined with exotic fires, its power was boundless. The flame fragment appeared as a red crystal, containing a trace of the primal power of an exotic fire. Xiaoyan, let us depart from here and find a place to recuperate, Yi Tianyi instructed. Xiaoyan nodded, and together they left the Yunlan sect. The onlookers gazed at their departing figures with reverence, aware that a new legend was beginning to rise in the Jiama Empire. After departing from the Yunlan sect, Yi Tianyi and Xiaoyan found themselves in a secluded valley. Yi Tianyi retrieved the breakthrough pill, consumed it, and sat cross-legged to break through his realm. The medicinal power of the pill was indeed formidable. The star power within him surged, crashing against the bottleneck of the Dome Master 6 star. With a resounding boom, Yi Tianyi successfully broke through to the Dome Master 6 star. Feeling the more vigorous star power within him, a satisfied smile graced his lips. Subsequently, he began practicing the fire control technique, integrating the flame fragment into his body. Under the influence of the fire control technique, the power of the flame fragment was fully unleashed, merging with his star power to forge a new flame, the starfire. Xiaoyan watched in envy as Yi Tianyi transformed beside him. He understood that Yi Tianyi had elevated his strength once more, and he could not afford to lag behind. He took out the energy pill essence that Yi Tianyi had previously gifted him and commenced his training. In the valley, the two trained diligently, the air thick with the essence of fighting spirit and star power. They both recognized that the road ahead was long, and the threat of the Soul Palace had only just begun. Yet they held confidence that together they would carve out a realm of their own in this world. Days later, Yi Tianyi and Xiaoyan departed the valley, embarking on their journey of cultivation across other regions of the Jiama Empire. Their first destination was the imperial capital, Jiama City, not only the political and economic center of the empire, but also a convergence point for various powers. They hoped to discover more cultivation resources and forge alliances with formidable beings to prepare for their future confrontation with the Soul Palace. Along the way, Yi Tianyi and Xiaoyan encountered numerous magical beasts and cultivators. With his immense strength and the exquisite techniques of the star technique, Yi Tianyi effortlessly resolved the dangers they faced. Under Yi Tianyi's guidance, Xiaoyan continually improved his strength, swiftly breaking through to the Great Dome Master First Star. One day, they arrived at a dense forest shrouded in mist, the air tinged with a faint hint of blood. Yi Tianyi's brow furrowed as he remarked, "Something feels amiss here. Everyone, be cautious." Xiaoyan nodded, gripping his shin-heavy ruler tightly. Just then, hurried footsteps echoed, and a woman clad in a red dress burst forth from the forest, pursued by a group of black-clad assassins wielding sharp weapons. "Help me!" the woman cried as she ran. Yi Tianyi and Xiaoyan exchanged glances, both sensing a thread of uncertainty. They did not know who this woman was or why she was being pursued, but instinctively, they resolved to assist her. "Xiaoyan, you go rescue that woman. I will handle these assassins," Yi Tianyi commanded. Xiaoyan nodded, his form flashing as he instantly reached the woman and shielded her behind him. Meanwhile, Yi Tianyi confronted the black-clad assassins, channeling his star power as the silver radiance around him intensified. A new battle was about to commence, and neither Yi Tianyi nor Xiaoyan realized that this woman in the red dress would indelibly mark their lives. Chapter 6. The Enigmatic Woman in Red, the Serpent Queen. The woman in the red dress collapsed to the ground, her chest heaving violently, a poisoned dart lodged in her bare shoulder, the dark green venom creeping down her skin. She lifted her head, revealing a stunning visage imbued with a hint of wildness. Her brows resembled distant mountains cloaked in mist, and her eyes mirrored a cold lake reflecting the moonlight. Particularly striking were her vertical pupils, subtly exuding the distinct chill of serpents. She was none other than Medusa, the Serpent Queen who had just escaped from the Tagore Desert. "Who are you?" Medusa inquired, her voice hoarse, as she warily scrutinized Yi Tianyi and Xiaoyan. Having narrowly evaded the joint pursuit of the Soul Palace and the royal family of the Jimar Empire, she was already a frightened bird, reluctant to let her guard down despite the apparent assistance from the two before her. Just as Xiao Yan was about to speak, Yendi interjected first. "We are merely passing cultivators. Why are they pursuing you?" His gaze swept over the black-clad assassins, noting the golden eagle-shaped tokens hanging from their waists, the insignia of the royal guards of the Jimar Empire. The leader among them exuded an aura that had already reached the level of a 3-star Great Dome Master, evidently a meticulously trained assassin of the royal family. Upon seeing Yendi and Xiao Yan's intervention, the leader's eyes flashed with a fierce glint. "Unrelated parties, leave at once. This is a royal secret. Any further interference will be met with lethal force." He gestured for the assassins behind him to attack, and a dozen shadowy figures dispersed like phantoms, their curved blades gleaming with a chilling light as they surrounded the three. "A royal secret?" Yendi's lips curled into a cold smile. "I am curious to see what secret warrants the deployment of so many assassins." In a flash, he moved, unleashing the power of the stars within him. The aura of a 6-star Great Dome Master surged forth like a tidal wave. Even more astonishing was the silvery radiance surrounding him, which transformed into countless minute star blades, shooting towards the assassins with his gestures. "Be careful." The leader's expression changed drastically as he hastily swung his curved blade to defend. However, the speed of the star blades was too swift, imbued with a peculiar tearing force. The blade was instantly severed into several segments, and the star blades pierced through the assassin's chest without obstruction. In the blink of an eye, 3 assassins lay lifeless on the ground. Medusa's pupils constricted. She could distinctly sense that although Yendi's aura was merely that of a 6-star Great Dome Master, his actual combat prowess far surpassed that of an ordinary Great Dome Master, especially that silvery energy, which bore a pressure that resonated with her very soul, as if it emanated from a higher dimension of power. Xiao Yan was equally astonished by Yendi's strength. He knew Yendi was formidable, yet he had not anticipated such an overwhelming display. Without hesitation, he brought down his Xin Zhong onto the ground, unleashing his Do Qi and simultaneously, flame-splitting wave. A colossal wave of flames surged forth, forcing the remaining assassins to retreat. "We must retreat," the leader, sensing the dire situation, decisively commanded. They had been ordered by the royal family to secretly pursue Medusa and seize the bloodline of the 7-colored devouring python within her, never expecting to encounter someone as formidable as Yendi. Thinking of escaping? Yendi's gaze turned icy as he raised his right hand, condensing a silver star in his palm. Starlock. The star erupted, transforming into innumerable silver chains that ensnared the retreating assassins firmly. Immediately thereafter, he flickered and appeared before the leader, gripping his throat and coldly demanding, "Speak. Who sent you? What is the purpose of your pursuit?" A flicker of resolve flashed in the assassin's eyes as he suddenly bit down on a hidden poison pouch within his teeth. Yet before the toxin could take effect, Yendi activated the power of the stars, sealing his meridians. "Want to die? It won't be that easy." A spark of starlight flickered at his fingertips as a thread of star power entered the assassin's mind, beginning a soul search. Moments later, Yendi released his grip, and the assassin collapsed to the ground, utterly drained, his gaze vacant. Turning to Medusa and Xiao Yan, he announced, "It is an order from the royal family of the Jimar Empire, supported by individuals from the Soul Palace. Their goal is the bloodline of the 7-color devouring python within her." Medusa's complexion instantly paled. The reason she had fled the Tagore Desert was due to a traitor within the Serpent Clan colluding with the royal family and the Soul Palace, seeking to seize her bloodline. She had thought that reaching this place would grant her temporary safety, yet she had not anticipated being pursued still. "Thank you both for your timely rescue," Medusa said as she rose, cupping her hands in gratitude towards Yendi and Xiao Yan. Although proud, she understood the importance of acknowledging favors. The lives of the two before her had saved her, and this kindness she must remember. Yendi waved his hand dismissively, saying, "It was a mere trifle. You are gravely injured and need to attend to that swiftly." He produced a pill and handed it to Medusa. "This is an antidote pill, capable of neutralizing the poison within you. Furthermore, I have some healing medicine here. Take this for your use." Medusa accepted the pill, a glimmer of gratitude flashing in her eyes. After ingesting the antidote, she sat cross-legged to begin her healing process. Xiao Yan remained vigilant by her side, while Yendi moved to a large tree, taking out the fire control technique he had received as a reward from the system to study. The fire control technique was indeed extraordinary, detailing various methods of controlling flames, not only enhancing the power of, but also allowing for the transformation of flames into various forms, even enabling the crafting of pills and weapons with fire. The more he read, the more excited he became, sensing that this technique was a perfect match for the star fire within him. After half an hour, Medusa finally completed her healing. She stood and stretched her limbs, saying, "Thank you, young Master Yi, for the antidote. My injuries have healed significantly. May I ask where you both intend to go next?" Yetiandi replied. "We are headed to Jaimar City to seek some cultivation resources and to gain insight into the situation within the Jaimar Empire." A flicker of hesitation crossed Medusa's eyes before she stated, "I too am bound for Jaimar City. Since the Soul Palace and the royal family have set their sights on me, I cannot return to the Tagore Desert for the time being. It would be prudent for us to travel together, as it would provide mutual protection." Aware of Yi Tiandi's formidable strength, she felt safer accompanying him. Yi Tiandi and Xiao Yan exchanged glances and nodded in agreement. They, too, wished to gather more information from Medusa regarding the Soul Palace and the royal family. Having an additional ally was undoubtedly beneficial. Thus, the three set off together towards Jaimar City. Along the way, Medusa recounted the circumstances of the Serpent Clan and the collusion between the Soul Palace and the royal family. Yi Tiandi also shared details about certain aspects of the cultivation system, albeit concealing the existence of the system, merely stating that his cultivation method was unique. One day, the trio arrived at a town named Blackrock City. Upon entering the city gates, they noticed a crowd gathered before an inn, engaged in animated discussion. "Have you heard? The leader of the Yunlan sect, Yun Yun, has also arrived in Blackrock City, right at this inn. Yun Yun? Is she not the most beautiful woman in the Jaimar Empire? Indeed, it is said that she has come to Blackrock City to seek a herb known as the companion purple crystal source to treat a disciple of the Yunlan sect." Yi Tiandi and Xiao Yan exchanged glances, both astonished by the revelation. Yun Yun was the former leader of the Yunlan sect, possessing formidable strength and a connection with Xiao Yan. They had not expected to encounter her here. Medusa remarked, "Yun Yun is exceptionally powerful. It is said she has already reached the Do Huang realm. Moreover, she is known for her integrity, unlike someone like Yin Shan. Perhaps we should seek her out. We might learn more about the Soul Palace from her." Yi Tiandi nodded in agreement, saying, "Very well, let us go see her." The three entered the inn, and as they ascended the stairs, they spotted a woman clad in a white dress seated by the window. Her beauty was breathtaking, and her demeanor was cool and aloof. It was indeed Yun Yun. At that moment, she wore a frown, seemingly deep in thought. Noticing Yi Tiandi and his companions, a flicker of wariness crossed her eyes upon seeing Medusa, as she had long-standing friction with the Serpent Clan and naturally harbored no fondness for Medusa. "Leader Yun, I trust you are well?" Yi Tiandi initiated, breaking the awkward silence. Yun Yun turned her attention to him, her gaze betraying a hint of confusion. She did not recognize Yi Tiandi, yet sensed an unusual aura emanating from him, prompting her to regard him with caution. "And you are?" she inquired. "I am Yi Tiandi." He introduced himself. "This is Xiao Yan, and this is Queen Medusa. Our visit to Blackrock City was motivated by the pursuit of cultivation resources. It has come to our attention that Master Yun Yun is also present here, prompting us to pay a special visit." Upon hearing this, a flicker of surprise crossed Yun Yun's eyes. She had heard of Xiao Yan's name, knowing him to be the young man who triumphed over Nalen Yenran during the 3-year agreement. The name of Queen Medusa was even more resounding. She had not anticipated that the three of them would converge together. "Ah, it is young Master Yi, my young friend Xiao Yan, and Queen Medusa," Yun Yun remarked. "Might I inquire what brings you all to me?" The Emperor Yi responded, "We have learned that Master Yun Yun is in search of the accompanying purple crystal source, and we happen to possess some information regarding it. Additionally, we wish to discuss a significant matter concerning the Soul Palace with you." A glimmer of curiosity sparkled in Yun Yun's eyes as she inquired, "Oh, what news do you possess? Please do enlighten me." The Emperor Yi continued, "We have recently discovered that the Soul Palace is colluding with the royal family of the Gamma Empire, intending to seize the bloodline of the 7-colored, sky-devouring serpent from Queen Medusa. Furthermore, they are secretly orchestrating a grander conspiracy that seems to involve the entire Gamma Empire. We hope to ally with you, Master Yun Yun, to jointly confront the Soul Palace and the royal family." Yun Yun's expression shifted, for although she was no longer the leader of the Yunlan sect, her concern for the safety of the Yunlan sect and the Gamma Empire remained profound. She had long been aware of the Soul Palace's influence, and if they were indeed colluding with the royal family, the ramifications could be dire. "Is this truly the case?" Yun Yun inquired. Medusa nodded, affirming, "Indeed, it is the absolute truth. I have witnessed members of the royal family in contact with emissaries from the Soul Palace. Their objective is my bloodline. Moreover, they have laid a trap near the Tagore Desert, aiming to completely annihilate the Serpent People tribe." After a moment of contemplation, Yun Yun stated, "Very well, I shall agree to join forces with you. However, the accompanying purple crystal source is of utmost importance to me, and I must locate it first." The Emperor Yi replied, "We can assist you in searching for the accompanying purple crystal source. As far as I know, it typically grows in the depths of the Beast Mountain range, where it is guarded by the second-tier magical beast, the purple crystal Lion King. With the combined strength of the four of us, we should be able to claim the accompanying purple crystal source. Yin nodded in agreement, saying, "Thank you, young Master Yi. We shall set forth at dawn tomorrow towards the Beast Mountain Range." That evening, the four settled into an inn. The Emperor Yi and Xiao Yin practiced in their room, while Medusa focused on recuperating from her injuries. Yin, meanwhile, meticulously studied the map of the Beast Mountain Range, seeking the precise location of the accompanying purple crystal source. At dawn the following day, the four prepared their belongings and set off towards the Beast Mountain Range. Along the way, the Emperor Yi sought Yun's counsel on various matters of Doqi cultivation, and Yun reciprocated by inquiring about the techniques of immortality. Their conversation flowed with ease, each harboring deep admiration for the other's strength and insights. After a day of travel, they finally reached the heart of the Beast Mountain Range. Towering ancient trees loomed overhead, shrouded in mist, with the air thick with the scent of magical beasts. According to the map, the accompanying purple crystal source should lie within the valley ahead. Yun pointed toward the valley, declaring, "It should be just beyond there." As the four cautiously entered the valley, they had scarcely taken a few steps when a deafening roar echoed through the air. A colossal purple crystal lion king charged forth from the depths of the valley, its massive form cloaked in purple fur, a gigantic purple crystal embedded in its forehead. Indeed, the second-tier magical beast, the purple crystal lion king. Be cautious. This is a peak second-tier magical beast, the purple crystal lion king, with strength comparable to that of a 5-star Great Dome Master. Yin warned. The Emperor Yi reassured them, "Fear not, allow me to handle this." In a flash, he summoned the power of the stars within him, and a radiant silver light transformed into countless star blades that shot toward the purple crystal lion king. The beast roared in fury, opening its massive jaws to unleash a violet energy ball that collided with the star blades. A trembleuse explosion ensued, sending purple smoke billowing throughout the valley. Seizing the opportunity, Xiao Yin and Yun struck simultaneously. Xiao Yin unleashed the flame-splitting wave, a torrent of fire surging toward the purple crystal lion king, while Yun drew forth her sword, executing the advanced Do technique, wind-soaring slash. With azure sword energy slicing through the air like a soaring eagle aimed at the beast's head. Medusa, not to be outdone, summoned her Do-Chi, forming a unique seal with her hands. A serpentine wave of purple Do-Chi erupted from her grasp, targeting the lion's abdomen. The purple crystal lion king was forced to retreat under the trio's relentless assault, its body riddled with wounds. A glint of madness flickered in its eyes as it lunged at the Emperor Yi, intent on taking him down with it. The Emperor Yi's gaze hardened. He raised his right hand, concentrating a massive silver star in his palm. Star shatter. The star shot toward the purple crystal lion king, which let out a shrill cry before its immense body collapsed, lifeless. The four approached the fallen beast, and the Emperor Yi retrieved the lion's magic core, handing it to Xiao Yan. "This magic core will aid your cultivation. Keep it." Xiao Yan accepted the core with gratitude. "Thank you, Brother Yi." Yin, meanwhile, discovered the accompanying purple crystal source in the lion's lair. It was a fist-sized purple crystal radiating a potent energy wave. "Wonderful! At last, I have found the accompanying purple crystal source," Yin exclaimed with excitement. Just then, a sound of footsteps echoed from outside the valley. A group of individuals clad in black robes entered, led by an emissary of the Soul Palace. "Ha ha ha! Master Yun, Queen Medusa, and Xiao Yin and Emperor Yi. What a delightful surprise to encounter you all here." The Soul Palace emissary sneered. "Today, none of you shall escape." The Emperor Yi's eyes narrowed. The Soul Palace's minions truly are relentless. Since you have come to us, do not blame us for being merciless. His star power surged violently, intensifying the silver glow surrounding him, signaling the commencement of a new battle. Chapter 7. The deadly struggle in the valley, fire control revealed. The Soul Palace emissary slowly removed his hood, revealing a face as pale as parchment, with deep-set eyes and a twisted smile. Behind him followed a dozen black-clad acolytes, each wielding a bone staff inscribed with sinister patterns, their tips wreathed in faint black mist, the hallmark of the Soul Palace's soul-devouring staff. "Emperor Yi, Xiaoyan, Medusa, and Yun, what a splendid gathering we have here." The emissary licked his lips, his gaze greedily sweeping over Medusa. "Your 7-colored sky-devouring serpent bloodline is a treasure desired by the lords of the Soul Palace. Come willingly, and perhaps you may retain your life." Medusa's eyes turned icy, as her Do-Chi surged forth, a serpentine purple energy coiling around her. "Should you wish to claim my bloodline, you must first contend with my sword." In her hand appeared a purple sword, its blade adorned with scale-like patterns, the treasured serpent scale sword of the serpent people tribe. Yin gripped her sword tightly, her cold voice laced with murderous intent. "The Soul Palace has committed countless atrocities. Today, let us bury you within the Beast Mountain Range." Her azure Do Qi surged forth, exuding the unrestrained aura of a peak Great Do Master, ready to flank alongside Medusa. Xiao Yin slammed the Xian heavy ruler heavily into the ground, his rising in his palm. Brother Yi, let us join forces this time and show these Soul Palace scum our might. The Emperor Yi nodded slightly, the power of the stars coursing through him, the technique of fire control flashing rapidly in his mind. He raised his right hand, and the star fire in his palm exploded, transforming into a silver fire dragon that resonated harmoniously with Xiao Yan's blue lotus earth heart fire. The two flames intertwined in the air, generating a remarkable resonance as the temperature soared, distorting the very air around them. How intriguing, two wielders of, along with the Do Huang and the Serpent Queen, the Soul Palace emissaries' eyes displayed a flicker of surprise, followed by a cold sneer. Alas, before the might of the Soul Palace, you are but mere ants. He brandished his bone staff, and simultaneously, over a dozen acolytes began to chant an eerie incantation. The dark mist coalescing at the tip of the staff transformed into a colossal ghostly claw, lunging towards the four individuals. Starfall, the heavenly emperor of stars, acted first. As the ethereal flames of the stars in his palm morphed into a silvery beam of light, colliding with the ghostly claw in a thunderous clash. With a resounding explosion, the claw was pierced by the radiant beam, scattering the dark mist, which, rather than dissipating, morphed into countless tiny ghostly figures that surged towards the four. Be cautious. These phantoms can devour fighting spirit. Yin Yun's complexion changed dramatically as she swung her sword, unleashing a wave of azure sword energy that shattered the approaching specters. However, the sheer quantity of these phantoms was overwhelming. As one batch was vanquished, another emerged from the swirling mist. Medusa summoned her fighting spirit, her serpent-scaled sword emanating a violet glow as it traced a crescent arc, forcing the phantoms back. Yet, she soon realized that these specters not only consumed fighting spirit, but were also laced with venom, the black mist clinging to her sword slowly corroding its blade. Xiao Yan, unleash your, the heavenly emperor commanded, fully aware that was the nemesis of the sinister arts of the Soul Hall. Xiao Yan understood the urgency. Flames erupted from the Xian Zhongqi as he unleashed the flame-devouring tsunami. A tremendous wave of fire surged forth, incinerating the phantoms in its wake. Yet, the envoy of the Soul Hall was prepared. With a sweep of his bone staff, the ground suddenly fissured, and countless black tendrils emerged from the crevice, ensnaring Xiao Yan. Starchain, the heavenly emperor swiftly appeared beside Xiao Yan, conjuring numerous silver chains from his palm to ensnare the black tendrils. Following this, he activated the fire control technique, causing the starry flames to engulf the chains, reducing the tendrils to ashes. Thank you, Brother Yi. Xiao Yan expressed his gratitude. Seeing his assault thwarted, the envoy's gaze darkened with malice. Since you refuse my hospitality, do not blame me for resorting to my trump card. He retrieved a black box from his robe, unveiling a dark pearl inscribed with bizarre runes. This is the soul-devouring pearl, containing the souls of thousands of vengeful spirits. Today, I shall use your souls to nourish these spirits. He hurled the pearl into the air, which instantly expanded into a massive black hole, exuding a terrifying gravitational pull that drew in surrounding trees and rocks, turning them to dust. The four felt an overwhelming force pulling them towards the black hole. Yin Yin quickly unleashed her fighting technique, Wind Barrier, forming a shield of azure fighting spirit to resist the pull. Medusa also channeled her entire fighting spirit, thrusting her serpent-scaled sword into the ground to anchor herself. Xiao Yan planted the Xian Zhongqi into the earth, igniting his to counter the gravitational force. The heavenly emperor's expression turned grave as he sensed the power of the soul-devouring pearl far surpassed that of ordinary fighting techniques, reaching the level of a Do Wang. Taking a deep breath, he let the star power within him surge and took out a special spirit stone awarded by the system, shattering it to infuse its essence into his being. Fire control technique, Starfire C, he proclaimed as the starry flames erupted from his palm, transforming into an endless ocean of fire that surged toward the black hole. The collision between the sea of flames and the black hole crackled with energy, momentarily weakening the gravitational pull. Not enough. The heavenly emperor furrowed his brow, knowing that his strength alone was insufficient to obliterate the soul-devouring pearl. He turned to Xiao Yan and said, Xiao Yan, lend me your... Without hesitation, Xiao Yan infused the blue lotus earth core fire into the heavenly emperor's body. The heavenly emperor activated the fire control technique, merging the two into a new flame, the blue lotus starfire. This flame combined the dominance of the blue lotus earth core fire with the sharpness of the starfire, amplifying its power exponentially. Blue lotus starfire, incinerate the heavens. The heavenly emperor condensed the fused flames into a colossal fire sword and swung it at the black hole. The fire sword, exuding a cataclysmic force, shattered the black hole, and cleave the soul, devouring pearl in two. With the pearl destroyed, the trapped vengeful souls surged forth, frantically rushing towards the envoy of the soul hall. The envoy's expression changed drastically as he attempted to flee, only to be ensnared by the vengeful spirits, rendered immobile. Now's our chance. A glint of determination flashed in Yun Yun's eyes as she executed a Do Huang-level technique, Windstorm. The azure fighting spirit coalesced into a tornado, enveloping the envoy and the remaining acolytes. Seizing the moment, Medusa struck, her serpent-scaled sword glowing with violet light as she unleashed a lethal wave of sword energy that pierced through the envoy's chest. No, I refuse to accept this. The envoy let out a harrowing scream as his body was torn to shreds by the tornado, vanishing into thin air. With the envoy of the Soul Hall defeated, the four let out a collective sigh of relief. The Heavenly Emperor retracted feeling the star power within him deplete significantly, leaving him somewhat pale. Are you all right, young Master Yi? Yun Yun inquired with concern, sensing the toll the battle had taken on him. The Heavenly Emperor shook his head. I'm fine, just a bit fatigued. We should leave this place and find somewhere to recuperate. The four exited the valley and arrived at a secluded cave. The Heavenly Emperor produced several pills, distributing them amongst the group. These are recovery pills that can swiftly restore fighting spirit and stamina. After consuming the pills, they seated themselves cross-legged to regain their strength. The cave fell silent, save for the aroma of the pills and the sound of their breathing. Half an hour later, the Heavenly Emperor was the first to recover. He took out a shard of awarded by the system and began his research. The shard was crimson, containing a trace of the essence of. The Heavenly Emperor activated the fire control technique, attempting to merge the shard with his starry. As the shard integrated, the color of his starry became more vibrant, and its potency increased significantly. The Heavenly Emperor felt his control over the flames strengthen further. Splendid. This shard is indeed useful. He rejoiced internally. At that moment, the system's voice echoed in his mind. Ding! Host has successfully merged shard. Fire control technique level has been upgraded to entry level. Roa, Cultivation technique, body refinement technique. 20 basic body refinement pills. A glimmer of delight flashed in the Heavenly Emperor's eyes. The body refinement technique was a cultivation method specifically for refining the physical body, and when used in conjunction with the body refinement pills, it could rapidly enhance physical strength. He quickly committed the contents of the body refinement technique to memory, preparing for future cultivation. Xiao Yin and Yun Yun soon regained their strength as well. Xiao Yin approached the Heavenly Emperor and expressed, Brother Yi, I truly thank you for your assistance this time. Without you, we would have found it exceedingly difficult to defeat the envoy of the Soul Hall. The Heavenly Emperor waved his hand dismissively. It was merely a small effort. He continued, the influence of the Soul Hall is far more formidable than we anticipated. We must exercise greater caution in the future. Yin Yin nodded in agreement. You speak wisely, young Master Yi. The Soul Hall's power has infiltrated every corner of the Gamma Empire. We must swiftly unite with more factions to stand against them. Medusa interjected. Though the Serpent Clan has suffered considerable losses, many of my kin still survive. I can return to rally them and form an alliance with you. The Heavenly Emperor replied, Excellent. We shall split our forces. Queen Medusa, you will return to gather the members of the Serpent Clan. Xiao Yin, Yun Yun, and I will head to Gamma City to contact the other factions of the Gamma Empire. We will reconvene in Gamma City to discuss our strategy against the Soul Hall. The group nodded in agreement, having devised their plan. The next morning, Medusa bid farewell to the three and set off towards the Taggart Desert, while the Heavenly Emperor, Xiao Yin, and Yun Yun embarked on their journey to Gamma City. Along the way, they encountered numerous acolytes of the Soul Hall and royal pursuers. Yet, with the Heavenly Emperor's formidable strength, Xiao Yan's, and Yun Yun's Do Huang-level techniques, they effortlessly navigated through the dangers. At last, they arrived at Gamma City. As the capital of the Gamma Empire, Gamma City was vast, with towering walls adorned with defensive fortifications. In the bustling city, vehicles flowed like water and voices surged, creating a scene of vibrant prosperity. Yet, the three individuals were acutely aware that beneath this facade of affluence lay an immense crisis. The forces of the Soul Palace and the royal family had infiltrated every corner of Jaimar City, and a colossal storm was on the verge of erupting. The trio settled into an inn, where Yendi remarked, Let's first take a moment to recuperate and gather intelligence on the situation in Jaimar City. Sect Master Yun Yun, with your extensive connections here, could you reach out to some reliable factions? Yun Yun nodded in affirmation. No problem. I am acquainted with several presidents of merchant guilds and patriarchs of cultivation families in Jaimar City. They are quite discontented with the actions of the Soul Palace and the royal family, and may be willing to ally with us. Xiaoyan added, I can also contact the Apothecaries Guild of the Jaimar Empire. The guild has had long-standing friction with the royal family, and since Master Yao was once the honorary president of the guild, they should be inclined to support me. Yendi concluded, Very well, we shall act separately. Sect Master Yun Yun, you will reach out to the merchant guilds and cultivation families. Xiao Yin, you will contact the Apothecaries Guild. I will investigate the movements of the Soul Palace and the royal family. Let us reconvene here at the inn by evening. With a consensus, they departed the inn. Yendi stepped outside, his figure flickering as he transformed into a wisp of shadow, vanishing around the street corner. He harnessed his soul power to probe the circumstances in Jaimar City. Soon, he discerned that the city's defenses had tightened considerably, with the royal family's elite troops and Soul Palace adherents visible on every street. Furthermore, he discovered that a clandestine meeting was underway within the royal palace. Stealthily, he approached the palace's vicinity, channeling his soul power to eavesdrop on the discussions. A high-ranking official of the Soul Palace declared, "As long as we assist them in seizing the bloodline of Queen Medusa, they will aid us in unifying the entire Jaimar Empire." The Emperor of the Jaimar Empire responded, "Your Majesty, but Yendi and Xiao Yin have already arrived in Jaimar City. Their formidable strength may obstruct our plans," a minister cautioned. Merely a troop of clowns." The Emperor scoffed coldly. "I have dispatched the royal family's most elite troops and Soul Palace experts. Should they dare approach the palace, they shall find no way back." Upon hearing this, a glint of icy murderous intent flashed in Yetendi's eyes. He understood that the royal family and the Soul Palace were well prepared. A monumental battle was inevitable. As evening descended, the three reconvened at the inn. Yin Yin reported, "I have contacted 3 merchant guilds and 2 cultivation families. They are willing to ally with us. However, their strength is limited, and they can only provide a few Dome Masters and Great Dome Masters." Xiaoyan added, "I spoke with the president of the Apothecaries Guild, and he is willing to support us. The guild possesses numerous apothecaries and guards. Their strength should not be underestimated." Yendi stated, "I have learned that the royal family and the Soul Palace are fully prepared, having set an intricate trap within the palace, awaiting our approach. Moreover, they have dispatched a significant number of elite troops and Soul Palace experts to hunt us down in Jaimar City." The expressions of the group turned grave. Union asserted, "It appears we can no longer afford to wait. We must launch our attacks swiftly to disrupt their plans." Xiaoyan agreed, "Indeed. We can unite the forces of the merchant guilds, cultivation families, and the Apothecaries Guild to stage a surprise assault on the palace, thereby dismantling the conspiracies of the royal family and the Soul Palace." Yendi concluded, "Very well, it is settled. We will initiate our attack at dawn tomorrow. Sect Master Yun Yun, you will be responsible for coordinating the various forces and assembling our troops. Xiao Yin, you will concoct some medicinal pills to enhance our strength. I will prepare some hidden cards to ensure our success." Nodding in agreement, they began their preparations for the battle ahead. That night, Yendi sat cross-legged in his chamber, retrieving the body refinement technique and the body refinement pills awarded by the system, commencing his training. The medicinal essence of the pills blended into his body, synergizing with the body refinement technique to continuously temper his physical form. He could distinctly sense his bodily strength augmenting, and the power of the stars within him becoming more refined. Meanwhile, within the royal palace of Jaimar City, the Emperor and the Soul Palace experts were still engrossed in their delusions of unifying the Jaimar Empire, utterly oblivious to the impending calamity. At dawn the following day, the streets of Jaimar City erupted with thunderous shouts. Yendi, Xiao Yin, and Yun Yun led the experts from the merchant guilds, cultivation families, and the Apothecaries Guild in a surprise assault on the palace. A battle that would determine the fate of the Jaimar Empire had officially commenced. Chapter 8. The Battle of Jaimar City. The Emperor's might shakes the world. As the morning light of Jaimar City was rent by the cries of battle, over 1,000 cultivators had already gathered in the square outside the palace. Guards from the merchant guilds wielded iron long swords, their do-chi swirling around the blades, while the elders of the cultivation families leaned on their staffs, exuding the oppressive aura of Great Dome Masters. Apothecaries from the Apothecaries Guild held alchemical cauldrons, poised to hurl toxic pills at a moment's notice. Yendi, Xiao Yin, and Yun Yun stood at the forefront, their auras intertwining like an insurmountable mountain. The crimson gates of the palace swung open with a thunderous crash as the royal family's elite troops surged forth in a disciplined formation. The leading general, clad in golden armor and wielding a spear, emanated the peak aura of a Great Dome Master, declaring, "Rebels, do not overstep your bounds. His Majesty has decreed the execution of Yendi and Xiao Yin. A reward of 10,000 gold is offered for their heads." 10,000 households? You think you are worthy of such a title? Yendi scoffed coldly as the power of the stars within him erupted. The aura of a 6-star Dome Master eclipsed that of a peak Great Dome Master, and silver starlight coalesced around him like armor, with faint starry apparitions manifesting behind him. In a flash, he soared into the ranks of the elite troops like a shooting star, his fist imbued with stellar force crashing down upon the general. Bang! The golden armor crumpled instantly, the general spewing blood as his body was sent flying like a broken kite, colliding against the palace wall and losing consciousness. The formation of the elite troops fell into disarray as Yendi moved through them with ease, leaving fallen soldiers in his wake. Their screams stifled before they could escape their lips. Kill! Xiao Yan brandished the Xianzhong, flames of exotic fire blazing along its length. He unleashed the flame splitter technique, sending forth a massive wave of fire that incinerated a line of elite troops to ash. Seizing the opportunity, the Apothecaries Guild's alchemists hurled pills into the air, which detonated, releasing a green toxic mist that enveloped the elite soldiers, causing them to collapse upon contact. Yun led the elders of the Cultivation families into fierce combat with the royal family's great Dome masters. Her sword danced like a green serpent striking, each thrust imbued with the fierce might of wind-based techniques, and within mere moments, 3 royal great Dome masters fell to her blade. Deep within the palace, the Emperor of the Jayamar Empire glared at the unfolding battle through a crystal orb, his face ashen with rage. He slammed his palm against the dragon throne, bellowing at the Soul Palace envoy behind him. Is this what you deem foolproof? Yendi is merely a Dome master. How can he possess such strength? The Soul Palace envoy's lips twitched. He too had not anticipated Yendi's combat prowess to be so terrifying. Struggling to maintain composure, he replied, Your Majesty, do not panic. I have summoned the Do Wong experts from the Soul Palace. They will arrive shortly. As long as we can stall for a moment. Yendi and the others are bound to meet defeat. No sooner had he spoken than a sinister laughter echoed from above the palace. Ha! Yendi, you have destroyed our Soul Palace envoy and seized my soul-devouring pearl. Today marks your demise. 3 dark figures descended from the clouds. The Do Wong experts sent by the Soul Palace. They were shrouded in thick black mist, wielding soul-devouring staves that radiated an unsettling aura. Do Wong? Yendi halted, his gaze lifting to the 3 figures. He could keenly sense that their strength far surpassed that of the previous Soul Palace envoys, especially the elder at the forefront, whose aura had already reached the 3-star Do Wong level. Yun's expression changed as she flew to Yendi's side. Young Master Yi, the Do Wong experts can emit their Do Qi externally. We are not their match. We must retreat. Emperor Yi shook his head, a glint of battle intent flashing in his eyes. Retreat? The word retreat has never graced the pages of my dictionary. He produced the specialized spirit stones awarded by the system for cultivators, shattering them and merging their essence into his body. Simultaneously, he activated the body refinement technique, channeling the star power within his dantian into a frenzied whirl, causing the stellar radiance surrounding him to shine even more brilliantly. The second layer of the star technique, the rotation of the constellations. With a low shout, the starry apparition behind him suddenly solidified, unleashing countless silver star blades that shot forth towards the 3 Do Kings. The leading elder Do King let out a cold laugh, wielding his soul-devouring staff as black mist coalesced into a massive shield. The star blades struck the shield, producing a cacophony of clinks and clatters, yet failed to penetrate its defenses. You foolish boy! The chasm between a Do King and a Do Master is as vast as the heavens and the earth. The elder sneered, swinging the soul-devouring staff to unleash a column of black light directed at Emperor Yi. Ye's gaze sharpened, and with a flicker of movement, he narrowly evaded the black beam. The beam struck the ground, creating a massive crater that belched forth black smoke, exuding a noxious, corrosive aura. Xiaoyan, employer, Yi commanded, aware that defeating the 3 Do Kings with merely his own strength would prove arduous. Xiaoyan understood immediately, channeling the green lotus earth heart fire into the heavy Xin staff and unleashing the celestial flame technique. The enormous fiery staff, imbued with the might to obliterate worlds, descended upon the 3 Do Kings. Yun also unleashed a Do Emperor-level technique, the wind sweeping the clouds, intertwining a turquoise tornado with a fiery staff shadow to form a colossal conflagration that surged towards the 3 Do Kings. Their expressions paled as they hastily joined forces to withstand the onslaught. The collision of black mist and firestorm erupted with a powerful energy shockwave. The entire city of Gamma trembled, buildings collapsing and dust swirling through the air. Seizing the opportunity, Yi harnessed the fire control technique, merging the starry with the green lotus earth heart fire to forge a massive fire sword. Clutching the fire sword, he flickered forward, appearing before the leading elder Do King, and delivered a swift downward strike. The elder, caught off guard, was struck on the shoulder by the flaming blade. He let out a bone-chilling scream as the flesh was seared away, revealing white bone beneath. Seeking death, the other 2 Do Kings roared in fury, simultaneously launching an assault on Yi. The black beams and the soul-devouring staff's strikes rained down like a tempest. Yi moved with agility, weaving through the attacks while searching for an opening to counter. Just then, the system's voice resonated in his mind. Ding! Host detected to be facing a life-or-death crisis. Issuing emergency mission. Defeat the 3 Do Kings of the Soul Palace. Mission Roi, Cultivation technique divine soul technique, 10 premium spirit stones, 2 random fragments. Failure. System unbinding. Host demise. A fierce glint flashed in Ye's eyes. He understood that this battle could only end in victory. Drawing a deep breath, he infused all the star power within him into the fire sword. The sword's radiance intensified, eclipsing even the sun's light. Green lotus star fire cleaved the heavens. Ye below it, swinging the fire sword towards the 3 Do Kings. The fire sword transformed into a colossal, flaming rainbow, imbued with the ferocity to annihilate worlds. Swiftly enveloping the 3 Do Kings. Their faces turned ashen as they sensed the overwhelming might of the strike, now reaching the level of a Do Emperor. They hastily combined their powers to unleash their strongest defensive technique, the black mist coalescing into an enormous black shield. Boom! The flaming rainbow collided with the black shield, unleashing an unprecedented energy shockwave. The entire Gamma City was engulfed in flames and black mist, the air thick with smoke, rendering visibility impossible. When the dust settled, only Yi remained in the square. The 3 Do Kings had vanished, leaving behind only 3 patches of black ash on the ground. He knelt on one knee, the fire sword in his hand gradually dissipating, his complexion as pale as paper, the star power within him entirely depleted. Brother Yi, Xiao Yan and Yun Yun rushed to his side, their expressions filled with concern. He waved his hand, saying, "I am fine, merely a bit fatigued." Quickly, now is the time to storm the palace and seize the emperor. The morale of the crowd surged as they charged towards the palace. The royal guards, having witnessed the defeat of the Do Kings, had long since lost their will to fight, surrendering en masse. Yi, Xiao Yan, and Yun Yun led the way unimpeded to the grand hall of the palace. The emperor of the Gamma Empire sat on the dragon throne, his face pale and trembling. The Soul Palace envoy by his side had long since vanished, evidently having abandoned him. "Your days of revelry are at an end, Your Majesty," Xiao Yan declared, brandishing the heavy Xian staff and pointing it accusingly at the emperor. The emperor trembled as he implored, "No, do not kill me. I am willing to abdicate and hand the Gamma Empire over to you." He approached the emperor, his voice cold as ice. "Abdicate? You conspired with the Soul Palace, slaughtering innocents. Your crimes are deserving of death. Today, I shall act as heaven's instrument and behead you, the tyrant." He raised his right hand, a starry radiance coalescing in his palm and shooting towards the emperor. "Do not!" The emperor screamed in a heart-wrenching wail as the star radiance pierced through him, collapsing lifelessly onto the dragon throne. With the emperor dispatched, Yi, Xiao Yan, and Yun Yun exited the grand hall. Upon seeing the 3 emerge, the cultivators in the square erupted in cheers. They understood that the dark era of the Gamma Empire had come to an end, and a new dawn was about to break. At that moment, the system's voice echoed in Ye's mind. "Ding. Congratulations, host, for completing the emergency mission and defeating the 3 Soul Palace Do Kings. Rewards: Cultivation technique, Divine Soul technique, 10 premium spirit stones, and 2 random fragments have been distributed. Additionally, host has successfully overthrown the Gamma Imperial family, saving the Gamma Empire, completing a hidden mission. Rewards: a storage ring for cultivators and the Imperial level Do technique star extinction." Ye's heart swelled with joy as he promptly examined the system space. The storage ring was a silvery band with an expansive interior, capable of housing a small mountain. The Divine Soul technique was a cultivation method dedicated to enhancing the soul, significantly boosting its strength. The star extinction was an Imperial level Do technique, immensely powerful, capable of annihilating Do Emperor level adversaries. Splendid. With these rewards, my strength shall ascend to new heights. Ye acclaimed ignardly. Xiao Yan and Yun Yun approached him, smiling. "Brother Yi, congratulations. The Gamma Empire has finally regained its tranquility." Yi nodded, stating, "This is merely the beginning. The influence of the Soul Palace still pervades the continent. Our journey ahead remains long. What we must do next is consolidate the Gamma Empire's strength, cultivate more powerful warriors, and prepare for the inevitable confrontation with the Soul Palace." At that moment, the distant sound of hooves echoed. The crowd looked up to see a regiment clad in purple armor advancing towards the palace. At the forefront stood Queen Medusa, flanked by powerful experts from the Serpent Tribe. "Young Master Yi, Xiao Yan, Sec Master Yun Yun, I have returned," Queen Medusa declared with a smile. Yi, Xiao Yan, and Yun Yun exchanged smiles, knowing that with the addition of the Serpent Tribe, their strength had significantly increased. In the square of Gamma City, the sun shone brightly and a gentle breeze blew. Yi, Xiao Yan, Yun Yun, and Medusa stood together, their gazes fixed on the horizon. They understood that the road ahead would be fraught with challenges, yet they were confident that as long as they stood united, they could overcome any obstacle and carve out a domain of their own in this world. A month later, a new regime was established in the Gamma Empire, with Yi being appointed as its guardian, Xiao Yin serving as the president of the Alchemist Guild, Yun overseeing the military, and Medusa leading the Serpent Tribe in peaceful coexistence with humanity. The Gamma Empire ushered in an unprecedented era of prosperity. During the past month, Yendi, leveraging the rewards from the system and abundant cultivation resources, has successfully advanced to the rank of a one-star great fighter. His spiritual strength has multiplied several times through the practice of the soul technique, allowing him to briefly foresee imminent dangers. On this day, Yendi stood atop the palace roof, gazing towards the distant horizon. He understood that the threat of the Soul Palace had not yet been eradicated, and the crises of this world were merely beginning. However, he was resolutely prepared, intent on reclaiming his path to the pinnacle and becoming a true sovereign, safeguarding all that he cherished. At that moment, the system's voice resonated once more. Ding. Detection confirms host strength has reached Great Fighter. New main quest released. Proceed to Zhongzhou. Seek the ruins of cultivators, enhance your strength, and confront the headquarters of the Soul Palace. Quest rewards. Cultivation technique chaos formula. Imperial grande weapon stardust sword. Quest failure. System disconnection. Host cultivation reverts to Do Chi. A glimmer of anticipation sparkled in Yi Tiandi's eyes. Zhongzhou, ruins of cultivators, chaos formula, stardust sword, all these filled him with eager expectation. He recognized that a new adventure was about to unfold. Turning to look within the palace, he saw Xiao Yin, Yun, and Medusa busily engaged in their tasks. A smile graced Yi Tiandi's lips. He believed that with these companions by his side, no matter the magnitude of the challenges faced, he could triumph. Zhongzhou, I am coming, he silently proclaimed, his figure flickering like a shooting star, racing towards Zhongzhou. A legend belonging to Yi Tiandi continued to inscribe new chapters within the realm of Do Pa Songqiu. Chapter 9. Winds rise in Zhongzhou. Initial exploration of the ruins. Golden sunlight pierced through the clouds, cascading upon the undulating mountains. Yi Tiandi stood atop a towering rock, his garments billowing in the mountain breeze. Below him flowed the tumultuous Duanlong River, its waters a deep crimson, stained by the blood of battles waged by Do Huang powerhouses, a hue that had endured for millennia. Beyond the Duanlong River lay the territory of Zhongzhou. As Yi Tiandi gazed across the river to the mist-shrouded land, a flicker of anticipation ignited in his eyes. According to the clues provided by the system, the ruins of cultivators were likely hidden within the Meteor Valley in northern Zhongzhou, a place where ancient stars had once fallen. Resonating with the stardust formula he practiced, harnessing the power of the stars, he propelled himself towards the river's surface like an arrow released from a bow. His toes barely grazed the crests of the waves, each step igniting delicate silver glimmers, as if he had laid down a path of starlight upon the water. In no more than the time it takes for a stick of incense to burn, he reached the opposite shore. As he set foot on Zhongzhou's soil, Yi Tiandi felt the concentration of Do Chi in the air far surpass that of the Gamma Empire, interspersed with a faint trace of spiritual energy, the fundamental essence cultivated by practitioners. He inhaled deeply, the starlight within him surging forth, eagerly absorbing the ambient spiritual energy. No wonder the system directed me to Zhongzhou. The environment here is practically tailored for cultivators. Yi Tiandi thought with delight, hastening his steps towards the direction of Meteor Valley. The scenery along the way starkly contrasted with that of the Gamma Empire. Towering ancient trees obscured the sun, their trunks entwined with luminescent vines, while bizarre magical beasts darted through the woods, each no less than Tier 3. Occasionally, he glimpsed floating cities, shrouded in clouds of Do Chi, which could only be condensed by Do Wang level experts. On this day, Yi Tiandi passed through a town called Blackwind City. As he entered the city gates, a cacophony of noise greeted him. In the center of the street, a crowd had gathered, where a young boy clad in coarse cloth was being assaulted by several burly men. Kid, daring to steal business on our Blackwind gang's turf? Are you tired of living? The leading thug had his foot pressed against the boy's back, a steel knife poised at his neck. The boy gritted his teeth. That condensing chi grass was clearly discovered by me first. You stole it from me. Yours? In Blackwind City, anything we set our eyes on is ours. The thug sneered, ready to bring the blade down. Stop. Yi Tiandi's voice resonated, though he had no intention of meddling. The defiance in the boy's eyes reminded him of his own early days in the 9 heavens and 10 earths. The thug turned to see Yi Tiandi, a flicker of disdain in his gaze. Who is this pretty boy, daring to interfere with our Blackwind gang? Scram, or we'll deal with you too. Yi Tiandi, disinterested in idle chatter, flashed forward, appearing before the thug in an instant. Without allowing him to react, he delivered a powerful kick that sent him flying. The other thugs, witnessing this, brandished their knives and charged at Yi Tiandi. With a casual wave, he transformed the starlight into silver rays, swiftly severing their blades and knocking them to the ground. Scram! Yendi commanded coldly. Terrified, the remaining thugs scrambled away, casting threats as they fled. Kid, wait. Our Black Wind gang won't let you off easily. Ignoring their words, Yendi approached the boy and helped him to his feet. Are you all right? The boy wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and bowed. Thank you, sir, for your timely assistance. My name is Lin Hao, a cultivator from a nearby village. I came to Black Wind City to sell herbs in exchange for cultivation resources. Yendi nodded in greeting. Do you know where Meteor Valley is? Lin Hao's eyes widened in surprise. You wish to go to Meteor Valley? It's a forbidden zone, rumored to harbor ancient ferocious beasts and strange star storms. Even though Wang-level experts dare not enter lightly. I have my own reasons, Yendi replied. Simply tell me the location. After a moment of hesitation, Lin Hao said, Meteor Valley lies 100 miles to the northwest of Black Wind City. But you must be cautious. Many factions have recently been heading there, seemingly in search of some treasure. A spark of intrigue ignited within Yendi. Clearly, he was not the only one aware of the secrets that Meteor Valley held. He retrieved several pills and handed them to Lin Hao. Take these. They will suffice for you to cultivate to the fighter level. Lead me to Meteor Valley, and this shall be your reward. Lin Hao accepted the pills. Gratitude shining in his eyes. Thank you, sir. I shall lead you to Meteor Valley at once. The two departed from Black Wind City, making their way towards Meteor Valley. Along the journey, Lin Hao shared insights about Zhongzhou's circumstances. The region was vast, with numerous factions, primarily divided into one palace, 2 valleys, 3 sects, and 4 gates. With one palace being the Soul Palace, whose influence in Zhongzhou far surpassed that in the Gamma Empire. Sir, up ahead is Meteor Valley. Lin Hao pointed to a valley in the distance. Yendi raised his gaze, beholding the valley enveloped in a thick shroud of black mist, where silver arcs of lightning occasionally flickered, precisely the star storms Lin Hao had mentioned. At the valley's entrance, numerous cultivators had gathered, including several formidable Do Wang level experts. Indeed, treasures are about to emerge. Yendi mused inwardly. He turned to Lin Hao. You should return. It is dangerous here. Do not approach. Lin Hao nodded. Take care. Sir. With that, he turned to leave. Yendi adjusted his attire and strode toward the valley entrance. Just as he reached it, he was intercepted by 2 individuals clad in black robes. Stop. This valley has been requisitioned by our Soul Palace. No outsiders are permitted entry. One of them said coldly. Yetendi's gaze hardened. The Soul Palace had indeed arrived. I am merely passing through, wishing to take a look. Passing through? The other scoffed. Kid, if you have any sense, you'll get lost quickly, or we 1T hold back. Yendi, disinterested in further discourse, activated his star power, sending the 2 Soul Palace followers crashing into the distance. The onlookers were taken aback, surprised that this seemingly ordinary youth dared to strike at the Soul Palace members. Impertinent! You dare to strike at Soul Palace members. You seek death. A Dowang powerhouse from the Soul Palace roared, his figure flashing as he lunged toward Yendi. The Emperor, unflinching and undeterred, lifted his right hand, conjuring a silvery star within his palm, and hurled it towards the Soul Palace's Dowang. With a resounding crash, the Soul Palace's Dowang was struck by the star, his body hurtling backward as he coughed up blood. In astonishment, he gazed at the Emperor and uttered, Who are you? How can you possess such formidable power? The Emperor offered no reply, instead striding directly into the Meteor Valley. Witnessing this, the other adherents of the Soul Palace attempted to impede his progress, but were paralyzed with fear by the oppressive aura he exuded. Upon entering the Meteor Valley, the mist thickened, shrouding visibility to less than a yard. The spiritual energy and stellar force in the air intensified, and the Emperor felt the starry power within him surging with fervor. Following the guidance of this celestial energy, he ventured deeper into the valley. Along the way, he encountered numerous cultivators and members of the Soul Palace, each faction vying for something elusive. The Emperor endeavored to avoid confrontation, focusing intently on locating the relics of the immortal cultivators. After approximately half an hour of traversing, he arrived at a massive meteorite. The meteorite, entirely black, was adorned with silver patterns that radiated a potent stellar energy. This meteorite was no ordinary stone, he mused as he reached out to touch it. At the moment his hand made contact, the silver patterns on the meteorite suddenly illuminated, and a column of silvery light shot skyward, enveloping the Emperor. In an instant, he found himself in an unfamiliar realm, a void punctuated only by countless twinkling stars. Welcome, fated one, an ancient voice resonated through the expanse. The Emperor scanned his surroundings, but discerned no figure. Who are you? What is this place? He inquired. I am the guardian of this immortal relic, known as Star Elder. You stand within the starry space, a miniature world established by an ancient cultivator, the voice replied. A thrill of excitement surged through the Emperor. He had at last discovered the remnants of immortal cultivation. Star Elder, I seek the relics of the immortal cultivators. I hope to acquire cultivation techniques and resources to enhance my strength and combat the Soul Palace. After a brief silence, Star Elder responded, the Soul Palace. I never anticipated that, after so many years, they would still threaten the world. Your arrival here signifies your affinity with the stellar force. I can impart to you the cultivation techniques, but you must agree to one condition. What condition? The Emperor inquired. Assist me in dismantling the Soul Palace's branch in Zhongzhou and liberate the imprisoned souls of the cultivators, Star Elder stated. The Emperor nodded firmly. Very well. The Soul Palace has committed numerous atrocities. I have long intended to settle the score. Excellent. Star Elder's voice brimmed with excitement. I shall now bestow upon you the complete technique of the Star Technique, along with my lifelong insights into cultivation. Furthermore, you may freely absorb the stellar energy within this space to aid in your ascension. As soon as he finished speaking, a golden radiance burst forth from the void, merging into the Emperor's mind. The entirety of the Star Technique and Star Elder's cultivation insights instantly materialized in his consciousness. The Emperor settled into a meditative posture, beginning to absorb the stellar energy present in the space. This energy was far purer than that of the outside world, and his cultivation surged at a visible pace. From a Great Dome Master 1 star to 2 stars, and then to 3 stars, he swiftly broke through to Great Dome Master 5 stars in merely an hour. At that moment, the space quaked violently. Star Elder's voice grew anxious. This is not good. The Soul Palace has located this place. They are attempting to breach the meteorite and force their way into the starry space. You must leave immediately and remember your pledge. The Emperor opened his eyes, affirming, Rest assured, Star Elder, I will indeed obliterate the Soul Palace's branch and rescue the imprisoned cultivator's souls. With that, he vanished in a flash, racing towards the exit of the space. Upon emerging, he beheld several Soul Palace Do Wong experts frantically assaulting the meteorite. The silver patterns upon it had dimmed, teetering on the brink of collapse. Cease this at once. The Emperor bellowed, darting towards the Soul Palace Do Wong. The leading Soul Palace Do Wong, upon recognizing the Emperor, was momentarily taken aback. It's you. How could you have entered the meteorite? Speak, what treasures lie within? The Emperor offered no response. Instead, the starry energy within him surged as he unleashed the second tier of the Star Technique, the Star Cycle. Countless silver star blades erupted from his being, hurtling towards the Soul Palace Do Wong. The expression of the Soul Palace Do Wong shifted dramatically as he and his companions hastily coordinated to defend themselves. Yet, the might of the star blades far surpassed their expectations, shattering their defenses in an instant and sending them sprawling to the ground. Having vanquished the Soul Palace Do Wong, the Emperor approached the meteorite, channeling the stellar energy into it. The silver patterns rekindled, returning to their former brilliance. Star Elder, are you unharmed? He called to the meteorite. I am well. Thank you for your timely intervention. Star Elder's voice echoed. The Soul Palace will not relent. You must remain vigilant. I shall temporarily seal the starry space, and once you fulfill your promise, I will reopen it to impart further insights into cultivation. The Emperor nodded resolutely. Rest assured, Star Elder, I shall expedite the completion of my promise. With that, he turned and departed the Meteor Valley. As he stepped out of the valley, he was confronted by a throng of Soul Palace adherents and cultivators from other factions. Boy, hand over the treasures from the meteorite, or do not blame us for being ruthless. A Do Wong expert sneered. The Emperor's gaze hardened. You think you are worthy of such treasures with your meager strength? As the stellar energy surged within him, the silver radiance around him intensified, heralding the onset of a new battle. Chapter 10. Star Blades Shatter Enemies. Secrets of the Soul Palace. On the rocky shores of the entrance of the Meteor Valley, dozens of figures encircled the Emperor. Leading them were 3 Do Wong experts, hailing from the Black Wind Gang, Bloodkill Sect, and Soul Palace, with the latter being the elderly man previously wounded by the Emperor. His expression darkened by murderous intent. Boy, if you know what's good for you, surrender the treasures from the Meteor Valley, or today will be your last. The Black Wind Gang's Do Wong brandished a massive axe, his aura as a great Dome Master 5 stars radiating unabashedly, causing the ground beneath to quiver. A cold smile crept across the Emperor's lips as he slowly activated the starry energy within him, a faint celestial phantom manifesting behind him. You 3 dare to demand anything from me? No sooner had he spoken than he vanished in a flash, resembling a silver lightning bolt as he charged toward the Black Wind Gang's Do Wong. Arrogant! The Black Wind Gang's Do Wong roared, swinging his axe with a roaring wind aimed at the Emperor. He believed this strike would cleave the Emperor in two, only to be bewildered when the latter's figure abruptly vanished before his eyes. Behind you. The voice of the Bloodkill Sect's Do Wong rang out, just as the Black Wind Gang's Do Wong sensed a bone-chilling coldness at his back. He hastily turned, only to find a silver star blade poised before him. With a swift thrust, the star blade pierced through the Black Wind Gang's Do Wong's chest, spilling forth blood. His eyes widened in disbelief as his body crumpled to the ground, devoid of life. This scene left all present in stunned silence. A mere Great Do Master 5 stars cultivator had managed to eliminate a Great Do Wong 5 stars expert in an instant. This defied all notions of the cultivation world. The Soul Palace Do Wong's elder's countenance paled, finally grasping the terrifying prowess of the Empyrean Emperor. Quickly, form the formation. Use the soul-devouring Grand Array to ensnare him. The remaining 2 Do Wong and dozens of adherents hastily took their positions, their soul-devouring staves glowing ominously with a black light. Countless black chains erupted from the ground, ensnaring the Empyrean Emperor, while a repulsive stench pervaded the air. Fire control technique, Sea of Star Flames. The Empyrean Emperor shouted, as the starry flame in his palm erupted into an endless ocean of fire. The conflagration clashed with the black chains, emitting a crackling sound as the chains were instantly reduced to ashes. Witnessing this, the Bloodkill Sect's Battle King drew forth a blood-red longsword and unleashed the sect's unique combat technique, Blood Shadow 1000 Kills. Countless crimson sword shadows erupted from the blade, raining down upon the Emperor of Heaven, Yi. Unflinching, Yi activated the 3rd layer of the star technique, enveloping himself in a protective silver aura. The blood-red sword shadows struck the barrier, leaving only faint traces before dissipating into nothingness. Impossible. What kind of technique is this? It can withstand my Blood Shadow 1000 Kills. The Bloodkill Sect's Battle King exclaimed in disbelief. Ignoring him, Yi flashed forward, appearing before the Battle King. With a fist imbued with stellar energy, he struck the Battle King's chest. Bang! The Bloodkill Sect's Battle King was sent flying, crashing against a massive boulder, spitting out blood and struggling to rise, only to find his meridians shattered by the force of the stellar energy. Sensing the dire situation, the elder from the Soul Hall turned to flee. Ye's gaze turned icy as he raised his right hand, conjuring a massive silver star fragment. The star hurtled toward the elder from the Soul Hall. In a panic, activated the soul escape technique, transforming into a wisp of black smoke in an attempt to escape. However, the star's speed was too great, swiftly overtaking the smoke and obliterating it into fragments. With 3 Battle Kings dispatched, the remaining followers and practitioners were struck with terror, hastily retreating. Yi made no attempt to pursue. He understood these minions posed little threat, with the true danger lying in the Soul Hall's branch in Central Continent. Approaching the corpse of the Black Wind Gang's Battle King, he retrieved a storage ring containing a considerable sum of gold coins, medicinal pills, and a black map. The map marked the location of the Soul Hall's branch in the northern region of Central Continent, situated just west of the Soul Severing Cliff. The Soul Severing Cliff. Yi stowed the map away, a glint of cold, murderous intent flickering in his eyes. He knew it was time to fulfill his promise to Elder Shing. After departing from Meteor Valley, Yi did not return to Black Wind City, but instead made his way directly toward the Soul Severing Cliff. Along the journey, he activated the Soul Technique, spreading his spiritual energy to sense the surroundings. He discovered numerous Soul Hall followers converging upon the Soul Severing Cliff, seemingly preparing for something ominous. After half a day's travel, Yi finally arrived at the Soul Severing Cliff. The terrain was perilous, with steep cliffs leading down to an unfathomable abyss. Atop the cliff stood a black palace, shrouded in thick black mist, marking the branch of the Soul Hall. Yi concealed himself in the shadows, utilizing his spiritual energy to investigate the palace's interior. He discerned that 3 battle emperors were stationed within, accompanied by dozens of battle kings and hundreds of followers. In the palace's basement, hundreds of remnants of cultivators were imprisoned, their souls bound by black chains, slowly drained of their spiritual power. The Soul Hall dares to be so cruel. A flicker of murderous intent flashed in Ye's eyes. Taking a deep breath, he retrieved a top-tier spirit stone awarded by the system, shattering it and infusing its energy into his body. Simultaneously, he activated the Star Technique and Body Refinement Technique, pushing his stellar energy and physical strength to their zenith. Today, you shall pay in blood for your sins. Ye's figure flickered as he surged toward the palace like a streak of silver lightning. The 2 Battle King guards at the palace entrance, noticing the intrusion, swiftly brandished their blades to obstruct him. With a casual motion, Yi unleashed 2 silver star blades, instantly slaughtering the guards. We are under attack. The followers inside the palace cried out in alarm, hastily arming themselves and surrounding Yi. Yi summoned his stellar energy, executing the starry rotation technique. Countless silver star blades erupted from his body, raining down like a torrential storm upon the followers. Their screams filled the air as they fell, dozens perishing in an instant. The 3 battle emperors inside the palace, alerted by the commotion, rushed out. The lead battle emperor, donned in a black robe and a skull mask, was the Soul Hall branch's commander, Soul Sha. Who are you to dare intrude upon my Soul Hall branch? Soul Sha's voice was icy as he unleashed his battle emperor-level aura, bearing down on Yi. Yi remained unfazed, the stellar energy within him surging as the astral silhouette behind him solidified further. Who I am is of no consequence. What matters is that today I will dismantle your branch and rescue the imprisoned remnants of cultivators. Arrogant, Soul Sha bellowed in fury, wielding a black longsword inscribed with eerie runes. He unleashed the Soul Hall's advanced technique, soul-devouring swordplay, sending forth numerous black sword shadows suffused with malevolent energy toward Yi. Yi did not flinch. Instead, he activated the fire control technique, condensing stellar fire into a colossal flame sword. Brandishing the sword, he executed the first form of star annihilation, the Star Slash. A massive silver sword shadow, imbued with cataclysmic might, collided with the black sword shadows. Boom! The clash of forces sent tremors throughout the soul-severing cliff. Rocks cascading down from the cliffside. Soul Sha was forced back, blood seeping from the corner of his mouth, his eyes filled with shock. You have mastered an Imperial-level technique? Yi offered no reply, his figure flashing once more as he charged toward Soul Sha. The flame sword, ablaze with fury, descended toward Soul Sha's head. Soul Sha hastily raised his sword to defend, but the impact left his arm numb, a crack appearing on the black longsword. The other two battle emperors, witnessing this, rushed to assist. Each unleashed their respective techniques, Yin Wind Claw and Black Thunder, attacking Yi from either side. Yi se it. He conjured a silver star blade with his left hand, sending it toward the left battle emperor, while his right hand swung the flame sword to block the right battle emperor's Black Thunder. Simultaneously, he activated the body refinement technique, enhancing his physical strength to the maximum. Enduring the left battle emperor's Yin Wind Claw. Bang! He was struck by the Yin Wind Claw, his body swaying slightly, but sustaining no damage. The left battle emperor's eyes widened in disbelief. How can your physique be so strong? He chuckled coldly, his figure flickering as he appeared before the left battle emperor, swinging the flame sword to sever his head. The right battle emperor, struck with terror, turned to flee. You would not grant him such an opportunity. He gathered a silver star in his palm and shot it toward him. Bang! The star struck the right battle emperor's back, causing him to spew blood as he crashed to the ground, lifeless. Witnessing the demise of both battle emperors, Soul Sha's composure shattered, and he turned to escape. Yi blocked his path. Soul Sha, do you think you can flee? A glint of ruthlessness flashed in Soul Sha's eyes as he produced a black token from his robe, shattering it as he declared, even if I die, I will take you down with me. At the moment the token shattered, a terrifying aura emanated from a void. Ye's expression changed. He sensed that this presence was at the battle sovereign level. Ha ha ha! Yi, you are doomed. This is the avatar mark left by the battle sovereign of the Soul Hall. Today, you shall experience the might of a battle sovereign. Soul Sha cackled maniacally. In the void, a black figure gradually took shape, clad in a dark robe and enveloped in dense black mist, its features obscured but radiating a chilling aura. The battle sovereign avatar. Yi furrowed his brow, knowing he was no match for it. Yet retreat was not an option. If he faltered, the imprisoned remnants of cultivators would lose their freedom forever. Taking a deep breath, he retrieved a specialized storage ring awarded by the system, extracting a top-tier spirit stone and 2 fragments of exotic fire. Shattering the spirit stone, he infused its energy into his body while merging the fire fragments into his stellar fire. The colors of the celestial flame grew ever more vivid, its power multiplying several-fold. The Emperor Yi, channeling the techniques of fire control and celestial arts, concentrated all the stellar and alien fire energy within him into the fire sword. With a low shout, he unleashed the second form of celestial annihilation, celestial flame devouring the heavens. Gripping the fire sword, he struck towards the avatar of the Dozun. A colossal silver fire sword surged forth with a devastating aura, hurtling towards the Dozun's avatar. The Dozun's avatar snorted coldly, raising his right hand, where a black beam of light coalesced in his palm and shot towards the fire sword. Boom! The fire sword collided with the black beam, unleashing an unprecedented shockwave of energy. The entire soul-severing cliff became enveloped in flames and black mist, with dust swirling, rendering visibility nearly non-existent. As the haze dissipated, the Emperor Yi knelt on one knee, the fire sword in his hand having vanished, his complexion as pale as parchment, the stellar and alien fire energies within him entirely exhausted. The Dozun's avatar also appeared somewhat ethereal, evidently having expended considerable energy as well. Witnessing this, the Soul Devourer flashed a fierce glint in his eyes and lunged at the Emperor Yi, exclaiming, "Boy, prepare to meet your demise." The Emperor Yi's gaze turned icy, and with his last ounce of strength, he focused a silver star blade in his palm, shooting it towards the Soul Devourer. With a piercing sound, the star blade pierced through the soul devourer's chest, eliciting a chilling scream as he collapsed to the ground, utterly lifeless. The Dozun's avatar regarded the Emperor Yi with a flicker of surprise, then coldly snorted, "Today, you are fortunate, boy. Should we meet again, I shall ensure you are torn asunder." With that, he transformed into a wisp of black mist, vanishing into the void. The Emperor Yi exhaled a sigh of relief and gradually rose to his feet. He made his way to the palace's underground chamber, unshackling the black chains, binding the remnants of the cultivator's souls. Hundreds of souls regained their freedom, bowing in gratitude to the Emperor Yi. "Thank you, young friend, for your timely rescue. We have no means to repay you, but we shall impart the entirety of our cultivation knowledge to you," spoke an elderly remnant soul. The Emperor Ye's heart leapt with joy as he responded, "Thank you, esteemed seniors." Simultaneously, hundreds of remnant souls unleashed a golden radiance, merging into the Emperor Ye's consciousness. Countless cultivation techniques, methods, and combat skills instantaneously appeared in his mind, and under the nourishment of this knowledge, his cultivation began to hint at a breakthrough to the Doling realm. At that moment, the system's voice echoed within his mind. Ding! Congratulations to the host for fulfilling the promise to Star Elder, destroying the Soul Palace branch, and rescuing the remnants of the cultivators. Reward: Cultivation Method Chaos Technique, Emperor Grade Weapon. Celestial Sword has been issued. Additionally, the host has slain 3 Do Huang and numerous Do Wang, earning a substantial amount of points, redeemable in the system shop. The Emperor Ye's heart swelled with excitement as he promptly checked the system space. The Chaos Technique was a top-tier cultivation method capable of simultaneously absorbing both Do Qi and spiritual energy, with a cultivation speed far surpassing that of ordinary techniques. The Celestial Sword, a long silver blade adorned with celestial patterns, exuded a potent celestial energy, its might boundless. Splendid. With these rewards, my strength shall soar to new heights. The Emperor Yi exclaimed with exhilaration. He stowed the Celestial Sword and exited the palace. Upon the soul-severing cliff, the sun shone brightly, and a gentle breeze caressed the air. The Emperor Yi gazed towards the distant horizon, a flicker of anticipation in his eyes. He understood that the adventures in the central continent had only just begun, with more challenges and opportunities awaiting him. Soul Palace, your demise draws ever closer. The Emperor Yi silently vowed, his figure flickering as he transformed into a streak of silver lightning, soaring into the depths of the central continent. A legend of the Emperor Yi continued to inscribe new chapters within the world of battle through the heavens. Chapter 11. The Initiation of Chaos, Sword against Dozun. The winds of the soul-severing cliff swept through the dust as the Emperor Yi sat cross-legged before the ruins of the palace, cradling the Chaos Technique, which shimmered with a dark golden luster. The pages turned of their own accord, the profound runes leaping as if alive, integrating into his consciousness. Following the method outlined within the technique, he attempted to draw forth the Do, Qi, and spiritual energy from the world simultaneously. The two distinctly different energies clashed within his meridians, unleashing a searing pain that felt like being torn apart. No wonder it is a top-tier cultivation method. The initial practice is perilous indeed. Cold sweat beaded upon the Emperor Ye's forehead as he activated Soul Technique to forcibly stabilize his chaotic breath. He recalled the stellar energy left behind by Star Elder in the Meteorite Valley, which could neutralize energy conflicts. Without hesitation, he retrieved the spatial coordinates he had noted earlier and transformed into a streak of silver light, hastening towards the Meteorite Valley. 3 days later, the Emperor Yi returned to the Meteorite Valley. The silver patterns before the meteorite sensed his presence and automatically opened a portal. Upon entering the celestial space, a torrent of rich stellar energy surged forth, prompting him to promptly sit cross-legged. He guided the Do Qi, spiritual energy, and stellar energy into fusion within his dantian, as if 3 colossal dragons spiraled and collided within. With his soul as a guide, he integrated the operational pathway of celestial arts, constructing a celestial bridge amidst the 3 energies. When the first wisp of the fused chaotic energy came into being, his aura surged dramatically, breaking through to the Great Dome Master. 5 stars, 6 stars, 7 stars, and ultimately halting at the Do Ling 1 star. Ding! Congratulations to the host for mastering the Chaos Technique entry level. Unlocking the characteristics of chaotic energy. Devour, transform, indestructible. Reward: 1 Chaos Fire Seed, 50 enhancement to soul strength. The system prompt resounded, and a dark golden fire seed materialized in the Emperor Ye's palm, the space around it subtly distorting. The Chaos Fire Seed, when combined with fire control, would suffice to contend against Dozun-level adversaries. The Emperor Yi clenched his fists, rising to face the void. Star Elder, I have fulfilled my promise. In the void, the figure of Star Elder gradually materialized. Young friend, your talent is indeed extraordinary. The Soul Palace's influence in the Central Continent has become aware of the destruction of their branch, and the Dozun-level expert, Soul Void, is personally on his way. You must hasten to enhance your strength. This is the core star nucleus of the celestial space. It can assist you in your cultivation and, if you encounter danger, can also invoke the star nucleus to unleash a Do-Sheng-level defense. A fist-sized silver crystal floated into the Emperor Ye's hand, icy to the touch, yet brimming with terrifying energy. Just as he was about to express his gratitude, the space suddenly convulsed violently, and Star Elder's figure became ethereal. Soul Void is here. I shall temporarily seal the space. You must focus on your cultivation. Outside, above the meteorite valley, dark clouds gathered as a figure clad in black robes hovered in the air. None other than the Dozun Soul Void of the Soul Palace. He gazed at the tightly sealed meteorite portal below, a malicious glint flaring in his eyes. Yi Tiandi, you have destroyed my branch and slain my subordinates. Today, I shall extract your soul and refine your essence. He raised his right hand, condensing Do Chi into a colossal black claw aimed at the meteorite. Bang! The black claw collided with the silver patterns of the meteorite, igniting a shower of sparks. The patterns flickered violently, yet remained unbroken. Soul Void snorted coldly, producing a black staff from which a black beam shot forth, imbued with a trace of Do-Sheng-level pressure. Within the celestial space, the Emperor Yi felt the external assault, his expression shifting. He grasped the star nucleus, infusing it with chaotic energy and stellar power, while simultaneously drawing the celestial sword bestowed by the system. The sword hummed, channeling the stellar energy within the space, transforming into a towering silver sword shadow. Star Elder, lend me the power of the celestial space. The Emperor Yi bellowed, as the sword shadow cleaved through the spatial portal, striking towards Soul Void outside. As Soul Void unleashed his full assault on the meteorite, he was caught off guard by the imminent sword shadow. In a hurried response, he raised the black staff to defend, but with a resounding clang. The staff was cleaved in two, and the sword shadow continued unabated, grazing his shoulder and unleashing a cloud of blood mist. How can a Do-Ling realm be capable of injuring me? Soul Void was both astonished and enraged, the Do Chi within him erupting violently as a colossal skeletal head coalesced from the black mist, lunging at the Emperor Yi. The Emperor Yi infused the Chaos Fire Seed into the celestial sword, igniting the blade in dark golden flames. Chaos technique, chaos devouring the heavens. The sword shadow, enveloped in chaotic fire, collided thunderously with the skeletal head. The shockwaves unleashed by the two forces flattened the entire meteor valley to the ground. Soul Void, shaken and reeling, was filled with disbelief. What you cultivate is not fighting spirit, but the power of an immortal practitioner. Suddenly, he recalled the ancient legends recorded in the Soul Palace's ancient texts. You are the descendant of the immortal practitioners. And what of it? The celestial emperor, brandishing the star sword, stepped forward, a dark golden aura of chaotic energy enveloping him. Today, I shall use your blood to honor those immortal practitioners who suffered at the hands of the Soul Palace. A flicker of fear flashed in Soul Void's eyes as he turned to flee. But the celestial emperor would not grant him the opportunity. With a sweep of the star sword, a dark golden sword energy shot towards Soul Void's back. In a desperate attempt to escape, Soul Void quickly unleashed his life-saving technique, Soul Dispersal, transforming his body into countless wisps of black smoke, attempting to scatter and flee. Soul Technique, Soul Look. The celestial emperor shot forth a silver beam from his brow, firmly locking the dispersing black smoke in place. He channeled chaotic energy, compressing the smoke bit by bit until it eventually coalesced into the true form of Soul Void. Spare me. I am willing to submit to you and divulge all the secrets of the Soul Palace. Soul Void pleaded on his knees. The celestial emperor's gaze was frigid as he raised the star sword. The Soul Palace has committed atrocities for 1,000 years, stained with blood. Do you think I would spare you? The sword fell, and Soul Void, as head rolled to the ground, a wisp of residual soul attempting to escape, only to be incinerated by chaotic fire. Ding! Congratulations to the host for slaying the fighting sovereign Soul Void and completing the hidden task of intimidating the Soul Palace. Rewards: Immortal Practitioner Exclusive Flying Artifact, Star Shuttle, 1 Fighting Sovereign Level Fighting Spirit Crystal Core. The system mall has unlocked the Celestial Emperor stowed away the rewards and gazed at the now tranquil Meteor Valley. He understood that slaying Soul Void was merely the beginning. The Soul Palace's retaliation would soon follow. He turned and returned to the star space, beginning to absorb the energy from Soul Void's fighting sovereign crystal core and star core. The fighting spirit within the crystal core and the power of the star within the star core transformed into pure cultivation through the conversion of chaotic energy. The Celestial Emperor's aura surged dramatically, progressing through fighting spirit's 2nd star, 3rd star, until it finally halted at fighting spirit 5th star. He opened his eyes, a glimmer of brilliance flashing within. With my current strength, I can establish myself in the central continent. The voice of Star Elder resonated once more. Young friend, the headquarters of the Soul Palace in the central continent is located in Soul Abyss, where a fighting saint stands guard. You must not act rashly for the time being. Currently, major factions in the central continent are all seeking tickets to the Ancient Alchemy Conference. If you can secure the championship, you will gain the support of various factions, thus increasing your chances against the Soul Palace. Ancient Alchemy Conference? A spark ignited within the Celestial Emperor's mind as he recalled that Xiao Yan was also adept at alchemy. Perhaps he could reunite with him at the conference. The ticket to the conference must be obtained in the Alchemy Domain S 10,000 Alchemy City, a sacred place for alchemists. Star Elder handed him a jade talisman, saying, "This is a token from an old friend I made in the Alchemy Domain. He may be able to assist you." The Celestial Emperor accepted the talisman and stood, saying, "Thank you, Star Elder. I shall head to 10,000 Alchemy City to participate in the Ancient Alchemy Conference." Departing the star space, the Celestial Emperor took out the star shuttle. The shuttle, entirely silver and resembling a bird in flight, transformed into a streak of light infused with chaotic energy, soaring towards the Alchemy Domain. The speed of the star shuttle far surpassed that of a fighting emperor. In less than half a day, he arrived above 10,000 Alchemy City. 10,000 Alchemy City was even more magnificent than Jiama City. Its walls were constructed from rare alchemy stones, exuding a faint medicinal fragrance. Alchemists were visible everywhere within the city, with shops lining the streets brimming with various medicinal herbs and pills, and even fighting kings setting up stalls to purchase rare herbs. The Celestial Emperor stowed away the star shuttle and, following Star Elder's guidance, arrived at a shop named 10,000 Medicine Hall. The shopkeeper, an elderly man with white hair, upon seeing the jade talisman in the Celestial Emperor's hand, quickly greeted him with respect. "Ah, so you are Star Elder's heir? Please, come in." The elder led the Celestial Emperor into the inner hall and brewed a pot of spirit tea. "I am Medicine Dust, an old acquaintance of Star Elder. May I inquire if you have come to 10,000 Alchemy City for the Ancient Alchemy Conference?" The Celestial Emperor's heart stirred at the mention of Medicine Dust, a name strikingly similar to that of Medicine Elder. He nodded. "Indeed, I am the Celestial Emperor, and I wish to participate in the Ancient Alchemy Conference. Hoping for your guidance, Medicine Dust." A flicker of surprise crossed Medicine Dust's eyes. "You are the renowned Celestial Emperor from the Central Continent, who recently gained fame by slaying the fighting sovereign of the Soul Palace and destroying their branch. What remarkable prowess." He retrieved a golden token, saying, "This is the ticket to the Ancient Alchemy Conference. Take it. However, be cautious, for the conference will be filled with formidable competitors, including talented alchemists from various factions in the Central Continent, as well as participants from the Soul Palace." The Celestial Emperor accepted the token with a cupped fist. "Thank you, Medicine Dust. Might I inquire if Xiao Yan has also come to 10,000 Alchemy City?" A hint of amusement sparkled in Medicine Dust's eyes. "Are you referring to that lad who wields the green lotus heartfire? He arrived just yesterday and is currently lodging at an inn in the west of the city." The Celestial Emperor felt a surge of joy, and after bidding farewell to Medicine Dust, he hurried towards the inn in the west. Upon reaching the inn's entrance, he heard a familiar laughter. "Ha ha, Xiao Yan, your Buddha's Fury Lotus has gained even more power." Following the voice, he saw Xiao Yan engaged in a spar with a young man clad in yellow robes. In Xiao Yan's hands, the coalesced into a lotus flower, exuding tremendous might. The young man in yellow, exuding the aura of a fighting king, was none other than Tang Hor, the young master of the Burning Flame Valley. "Xiao Yan," the Celestial Emperor called out. Xiao Yan turned abruptly, his eyes lighting up with surprise upon seeing the Celestial Emperor. "Big Brother Yi, what brings you here?" Tang Hor ceased her attack, curiously observing the Celestial Emperor. "Xiao Yan, who is this?" Xiao Yan smiled as he introduced. "This is Big Brother Yi, the Celestial Emperor, my benefactor and the person I admire most." "Big Brother Yi, this is Tang Hor, the young master of the Burning Flame Valley." The Celestial Emperor nodded at Tang Hor and then turned to Xiao Yan, saying, "I have come to participate in the Ancient Alchemy Conference and to seek you out. The Soul Palace's influence in the Central Continent is formidable. We must join forces to confront them." A flicker of gravity crossed Xiao Yan's gaze. "I have also heard about the Soul Palace. My purpose in attending the conference is to enhance my strength and seek ways to combat them." Just then, a commotion erupted outside the inn. A group of individuals clad in black robes entered, led by the Soul Palace alchemist, Soul Cliff. Upon spotting the Celestial Emperor and Xiao Yan, a fierce glint flashed in his eyes. "Celestial Emperor, Xiao Yan, what a coincidence. Today, you shall meet your demise here." The Celestial Emperor and Xiao Yan exchanged glances and simultaneously drew their weapons. A new battle was about to unfold in 10,000 Alchemy City, and they both understood that this confrontation not only concerned their lives, but also the qualifications for participating in the Ancient Alchemy Conference. as well as the grand strategy against the Soul Palace. Chapter 12. The Storm of 10,000 Alchemy City, Prelude to the Alchemy Conference. Inside the Gathering of Heroes in the west of 10,000 Alchemy City, Soul Cliff led over a dozen Soul Palace disciples, surrounding the Celestial Emperor, Xiaoyan, and Tang Horror, clad in a black robe embroidered with skull patterns. Soul Cliff held a black alchemical cauldron, emanating a peak fighting king's aura intertwined with a dense medicinal fire. Celestial Emperor, you have destroyed our Soul Palace branch and slain our fighting sovereign. Xiaoyan, you have repeatedly thwarted our plans and even refined the green lotus heart fire coveted by our palace. Today, neither of you shall leave 10,000 Alchemy City alive. Soul Cliff sneered, tilting the cauldron slightly, a wisp of black medicinal fire shooting forth, transforming into a venomous snake that lunged toward Xiaoyan. Oomph. Do you think you are worthy of threatening Big Brother Yi and me? Xiaoyan's flickered as the green lotus heart fire formed a wall of flames. Blocking the black venomous fire, he brandished his profound heavy ruler, releasing his fighting spirit third star aura without reservation. Big Brother Yi, leave Soul Cliff to me. You and Horror can deal with these disciples. Tang Horror also drew a red long sword, her aura erupting at Fighting King first star. Xiaoyan, I shall assist you. The Burning Flame Valley has long-standing grievances with the Soul Palace. It is time to settle the score. With a swing of her longsword, Red Fighting Spirit transformed into a sea of flames, forcing back 3 Soul Palace disciples. The Emperor of Heaven Yi nodded slightly as the star sword in his hand trembled lightly. Chaotic energy surged into the blade, enveloping it in a radiant dark golden glow. With a swift motion, he dashed into the ranks of the followers like a fleeting shadow. The sword's shadows danced, each strike imbued with the searing power of chaotic flames. With a sharp sound, a follower, poised to wield the soul-devouring staff, was pierced through the chest by the star sword, his body instantly consumed by the chaotic flames, reduced to ashes. The remaining followers, witnessing this, unleashed black chains in an attempt to ensnare Yi. Star technique, celestial rotation. Yi bellowed, and an ethereal projection of stars emerged behind him. Countless silver star blades shot forth from this visage, shattering the black chains into fragments. Simultaneously, he activated the fire control technique, transforming the chaotic flames into a raging inferno that engulfed the remaining followers. Their screams echoed, and in mere moments, over a dozen followers had perished. Meanwhile, Xiaoyan and Tang Horror joined forces to confront the Soul Cliff. Xiaoyan unleashed the flame-splitting tsunami. A massive wave of fire surged towards the Soul Cliff, while Tang Horror executed the unique technique of Burning Flame Valley, the Burning Heaven Sword technique, with crimson sword energy streaking towards the Soul Cliff like a meteor. Soul Cliff's expression shifted as he hastily raised a black medicinal cauldron in defense. The skull patterns on the cauldron glowed, coalescing black medicinal flames into a shield to block the duo's assault. He sneered, 2 mere kids, daring to show their skills before me. With a change of hand seals, dozens of black medicinal pills shot out from the cauldron, exploding mid-air into countless poisonous needles aimed at Xiaoyan and Tang Horror. Be careful. That's the corrupted heart pill from the Soul Palace. Contact means death. Xiaoyan's face paled as he quickly summoned, forming a fire shield in front of him. Tang Horror also conjured a Do-Chi barrier to withstand the onslaught of the poison needles. Noticing this, Ye's figure flickered, appearing behind Soul Cliff. The Star Sword, imbued with chaotic flames, aimed for the back of Soul Cliff's heart. Sensing the murderous intent, Soul Cliff swiftly dodged, yet the gust from the sword still grazed him, leaving a deep wound visible to the bone on his shoulder. Yendi, Soul Cliff roared in fury, pivoting to charge at Yi. He hurled the medicinal cauldron, which enlarged mid-air, crashing down towards Yi. Simultaneously, he drew forth a black dagger, smeared with a dark green venom, and lunged for Ye's throat while he sought to evade the cauldron. Ye's gaze turned icy. He gathered chaotic energy in his left hand and sent the cauldron flying. With a swift motion of the star sword in his right hand, he blocked the black dagger. The chaotic flames crept along the blade, melting it instantly, while simultaneously scorching Soul Cliff's arm. Soul Cliff, gripped by fear, hastily severed his own arm and turned to flee. You would not grant him such an opportunity. He concentrated a dark golden chaotic fireball in his palm and hurled it towards Soul Cliff's back. With a resounding crash, the chaotic fireball struck Soul Cliff, and his body was immediately engulfed by flames. A piercing scream erupted from him as he struggled momentarily in the inferno before being reduced to a pile of ash. With Soul Cliff dealt with, the 3 exhaled in relief. Tang Horror gazed at Yi, her eyes filled with admiration. Brother Yi, you are truly formidable. Even Soul Cliff at the pinnacle of the Do Wong stood no chance against you. Yi waved his hand dismissively, replying, it was but a trivial effort. The Soul Palace's influence in Wandan City likely extends beyond just Soul Cliff. We must remain vigilant. Xiaoyan nodded in agreement. Brother Yi is right. Tomorrow marks the registration day for the Ancient Pill Conference. Let us register first and then devise our plans. The following morning, the trio arrived at the central square of Wandan City. The square was already teeming with people, alchemists from all over the central continent congregating, eager to participate in the Ancient Pill Conference. A long line formed before the registration desk, where many Do Wang and Do Huang level alchemists were present. As the three stood in line, a commotion erupted nearby. A group clad in white robes surrounded a young man who approached with an air of arrogance, his disdainful gaze sweeping over the queue. That is Dan Shun, the young master of the Dan Tower. It is said he is a once-in-a-century genius alchemist. Having achieved the rank of a fourth-tier alchemist at merely 20 years of age, someone whispered an introduction. Dan Shun reached the registration desk, disregarding the line, and directly handed a golden token to the staff. I am Dan Shun, here to register for the Ancient Pill Conference. The staff promptly accepted the token with great reverence, saying, young master, please proceed inside without the need to queue. The alchemists in line felt their dissatisfaction rise, but dared not voice their anger. The Dan Tower stood as the supreme organization for alchemists in the central continent, and no one would risk offending the young master of the Dan Tower. Tang Hu scoffed. What young master? He just relying on his family background. There is nothing to be so arrogant about. Upon hearing Tang Hu, Dan Shin turned to her, a glimmer of disdain in his eyes. And who might you be to speak to me like that? Just as Tang Hu was about to retort, Yi held her back. Shaking his head, he wished to avoid trouble before the conference began. Seeing that Yi and the others dared not retort only fueled Dan Shen's arrogance. He stepped before Xiao Yan, scrutinizing him, and remarked, so you are the one who refined the green lotus earth heart fire? Just a bumpkin. And you dare to attend the Ancient Pill Conference? I suggest you return home early to avoid embarrassment. A flicker of anger ignited in Xiao Yan's eyes, ready to explode. But Yi interjected, Xiao Yan, do not stoop to his level. At the conference, we shall let our strength speak for itself. Taking a deep breath, Xiao Yan suppressed his anger and nodded. Dan Shun, noticing Xiao Yan's reluctance to retort, sneered as he turned to enter the registration desk. After completing their registration and receiving their participation tokens, the trio returned to the inn. Yi remarked, though Dan Shun is arrogant, his strength is indeed formidable. The Ancient Pill Conference is not just a contest of alchemy, but also a test of power. We must hasten our efforts to improve our alchemical skills and cultivation. Xiao Yan replied, I have some rare medicinal materials from the Jiama Empire. We can refine some high-tier pills to enhance our strength. Tang Hu added, at Burning Flame Valley, we possess a tome, the Burning Heaven Pill Canon, which contains many methods for refining high-tier pills. I can lend it to you for reference. In the following days, the trio secluded themselves in the inn for rigorous training. Yi utilized chaotic energy and the power of the stars, elevating his alchemical skills to the fourth-tier realm. Xiao Yan successfully refined a recovery purple pill, breaking through to the 5-star Do Ling, while Tang Hu, leveraging resources from Burning Flame Valley, advanced to the 2-star Do Wang. The Ancient Pill Conference finally commenced. In the central square of Wandan City, a massive alchemical platform had been erected, surrounded by representatives from various factions across the central continent. The head of the Dan Tower, Xiankong Zi, personally presided as the judge of the conference, seated on a high platform, his imposing gaze sweeping over the participating alchemists below. The Ancient Pill Conference officially begins. The first challenge, refine the Gathering Chi Pill, to be completed within 1 hour, with the pill's quality reaching the superior grade to advance. Xiankong Zi's voice resonated throughout the square. The participating alchemists hastily retrieved their cauldrons, commencing the refinement of the Gathering Chi Pill. Yi produced the Chaos Cauldron. Exchanged from the system's space, its body dark golden and adorned with profound patterns. He placed the herbs within, activating chaotic energy as dark golden chaotic flames ignited beneath the cauldron. The temperature of the chaotic flames was exceedingly high, instantly melting the herbs. Following the alchemical methods outlined in the chaos technique, Yi concentrated the medicinal power into pill form. In merely half an hour, a Gathering Chi pill, pure white and exuding a rich medicinal aroma, was successfully refined. This pill's quality far surpassed the superior grade, reaching the exquisite realm. Upon witnessing Ye's refined Gathering Chi pill, Xiankong Zi's eyes flickered with surprise. An exquisite Gathering Chi pill. Who is this youth? His alchemical skills are astonishingly high. The other participating alchemists also turned their attention, particularly Dan Shun, whose expression soured considerably upon seeing Ye's achievement. Xiao Yan and Tang Hu successfully concocted the high-grade Qi Gathering Pill, achieving a commendable advancement. With the conclusion of the first round, 50 alchemists advanced to the second stage. In the second round, you are to refine the Soul Condensing Pill, which must be completed within 2 hours, and only those who produce a high-grade pill will progress, announced Xiankongzi. The soul condensing pill, a third-grade elixir, presented a significantly greater challenge than the Qi gathering pill. The participating alchemists commenced their work, and the square was soon enveloped in a rich aroma of medicinal herbs. The Emperor Yi continued utilizing the Chaos Cauldron and Chaos Fire, effortlessly producing a supreme-grade soul condensing pill. With the guidance of Yao Lao and his own extraordinary fire, Xiaoyan also succeeded in refining a high-grade soul condensing pill. Although Tang Hou'er encountered some difficulties, she ultimately managed to craft a high-grade soul condensing pill as well. As the second round concluded, only 20 alchemists advanced to the third and final round. The third round involves the refinement of the barrier-breaking pill. This fourth-grade elixir aids practitioners in transcending their cultivation bottlenecks. You are to complete it within 3 hours, and the highest quality pill will crown the champion of the alchemy conference. Xian Kongzi's voice echoed, igniting a fervor in the square. The refinement of the barrier-breaking pill proved to be immensely challenging, requiring not only exceptional alchemical skills, but also rare medicinal materials. The competing alchemists hastily retrieved their treasured ingredients to begin the process. The Emperor Yi produced the barrier-breaking grass and soul infant fruit obtained from Han Shuzi's storage ring, both of which were vital components for crafting the barrier-breaking pill. He placed the ingredients into the Chaos Cauldron and activated the Chaos energy, causing the temperature of the Chaos Fire to soar to its zenith. The ingredients gradually melted within the cauldron, and the Emperor Yi guided the medicinal power into a pill form using his soul. Just as the pill was on the verge of completion, Danshin suddenly unleashed his fighting aura, sending an invisible force toward the Emperor Ye's Chaos Cauldron, aiming to disrupt his alchemical process. The Emperor Ye's gaze turned icy as he conjured a surge of chaos energy with his left hand, repelling Dan Chen's fighting aura. Simultaneously, he accelerated his refinement, ultimately producing a fully golden, imperial-grade barrier-breaking pill within the allotted 3 hours. The square erupted into a frenzy as Xian Kongzi stood in excitement, declaring, "An imperial-grade barrier-breaking pill. In the 1,000 years since the establishment of our alchemy tower, I have never witnessed an imperial-grade elixir. Yi Emperor, you have triumphed. You are the champion of this ancient alchemy conference." The Emperor Yi accepted the champion's token from Xian Kongzi, elated, for he knew that winning the conference would not only garner the support of various powerful factions, but also unlock new rewards within the system. At that moment, a sinister laughter echoed from outside the square. Haha, an imperial-grade elixir? Just perfect for nurturing the esteemed ones of my soul palace. Ye Emperor, Xiaoyan. Today you shall find no escape. A group of individuals clad in black robes surged into the square, led by the formidable Soul Saint, Han Tian. Chapter 13. The Arrival of the Soul Saint, Guardian of the Star Core. The jubilant cheers of the crowd in the central square of Wandan City were abruptly interrupted by the malevolent laughter. Led by Han Tian, 100 followers of the Soul Palace poured in like a dark cloud, descending upon the city. The Soul Saint, draped in a dark purple-patterned black robe, was enveloped in a tangible black mist, and with each step he took, the bluestone pavement of the square cracked like spiderwebs. The oppressive aura of the Soul Saint rendering all present breathless. Han Tian, how dare you intrude upon the ancient alchemy conference? Are you not fearful of the combined wrath of my alchemy tower and the various factions? Xian Kongzi rose to his feet, unleashing the peak fighting aura of the alchemy tower's master to clash against Han Tian's pressure, causing ripples to ripple through the air above the square. Han Tian let out a cold laugh, casually waving his right hand, dissipating Xian Kongzi's aura with a surge of black mist. Xian Kongzi, do you truly believe you can contend with me? I have come today solely for the Yi Emperor's imperial-grade barrier-breaking pill and Xiao Yan's extraordinary fire. Anyone who dares obstruct me shall be considered an enemy of the Soul Palace. His gaze swept across the crowd, finally landing on the imperial-grade pill in the Emperor's hand. A glimmer of greed flashing in his eyes. Hand over the barrier-breaking pill, and I may spare your life, granting you the chance to join the Soul Palace and enjoy boundless riches. The Emperor Yi tightened his grip on the Star Sword, the chaos energy coalescing around him into a dark golden shield. The Soul Palace has committed numerous transgressions. Do you truly think I would submit? Dream on. He turned to Xiao Yan and Tang Hou'er, whispering, you two must escort Senior Xian Kongzi to safety. I will hold him off here. Brother Yi, I will not flee. If there is to be a battle, I shall fight alongside you. Xiao Yan summoned the Blue Lotus Earth Heart Fire, the heavy Xian heavy ruler thudding against the ground. Tang Hou'er also gripped her long sword tightly, her fighting king aura unleashed without restraint. Our burning flame valley is not to be trifled with. Soul Palace scum, come at us in droves. A flicker of gratitude shone in Xian Kongzi's eyes, but he soon spoke solemnly. Young friend Yi, Han Tian is a soul saint. You're not his match. My alchemy tower has arranged the Wandan Great Formation in Wandan City. I will activate it to buy time. You must retreat quickly. Trying to escape? Too late. Hun Tian's eyes glinted with malice as he raised his right hand, black mist coalescing into a massive ghostly claw aimed at the Emperor Yi. As the claw tore through the air, it ripped apart the very fabric of space, countless black fissures spreading in its wake. The Emperor Yi's gaze sharpened. He stored the Imperial-grade barrier-breaking pill into his storage ring, while simultaneously retrieving the star core. He infused the chaos energy and star power into the star core, the silver crystal erupting in a blinding radiance. The voice of Star Old echoed in his mind. Young friend, the Soul Saint's defense from the star core can only last the time it takes for a stick of incense to burn. You must seize your opportunity. Star core. Soul Saint Guardian. The Emperor Yi proclaimed, the star core morphing into a silver shield that enveloped the entire square. The ghostly claw collided with the shield, producing a deafening crash. The shield flickered violently, yet remained unbroken. Hun Tian's expression shifted. What is this? A Soul Saint-level defense? You possess such a treasure. He became even more certain that the Emperor Yi harbored profound secrets. Channeling his fighting aura into a massive black sword formed of black mist, he aimed it at the shield. Clang! The black sword clashed with the silver shield, sparks flying. The patterns on the shield began to dim, and Star Old's voice grew urgent. Young friend, the shield cannot hold much longer. Think of a way to counterattack. The Emperor Yi took a deep breath, retrieving the Do Zun crystal core and chaos fire seed from his system rewards. He crushed the crystal core, merging the vast fighting aura with the chaos fire seed, simultaneously activating the chaos formula and fire control technique, pushing the chaos fire to its utmost limit. Chaos formula, chaos flames of destruction. The Emperor Yi raised the star sword, its blade igniting in dark golden flames, infused with Do Zun level fighting aura and the star power of the star core. He leaped into the air, swinging his sword toward Hun Tian, a tremendous dark golden sword shadow bursting forth with an earth-shattering momentum, shattering the shield and hurtling toward Hun Tian. Hun Tian's expression changed drastically. He hadn't expected the Emperor Yi to unleash such a powerful attack at the Doling realm. He dared not underestimate it, unleashing his full fighting power as the black mist coalesced into a massive shield to protect him. Boom! The sword's shadow collided with the shield, unleashing an unprecedented wave of energy. The entirety of Wandan City trembled, buildings around the square collapsing, dust filling the air. Hun Tian was forced back repeatedly, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth, disbelief etched in his eyes. You actually managed to injure me? The Emperor Yi landed on the ground, the chaos energy and star power within him nearly depleted, his complexion as pale as paper. He realized that while he had wounded Hun Tian, it was insufficient to defeat him. The shield of the star core had dimmed considerably, and it could last at most 10 breaths of time. You have completely enraged me. Hun Tian's eyes blazed with madness as he unleashed his fighting power without reserve, the black mist forming into a colossal skull that unleashed a black beam of light toward the Emperor Yi. Just at that critical moment, an ancient voice suddenly resonated. Hun Tian, do not harm my young friend. The figure of Star Old materialized from the star core, though merely a remnant soul. He radiated the aura of a soul saint. With a wave of his right hand, a silvery star power shot toward the black beam, dispersing it. Star Old, you are still alive. A flicker of fear crossed Hun Tian's eyes. He had heard tales of the ancient cultivator, Star Elder, and understood that his prowess far surpassed that of an ordinary Do Saint. With a cold sneer, Star Elder remarked, had it not been for my carelessness in the past, allowing your soul hall to launch a surprise attack, I would not have met such a fate. Today, I shall exact vengeance for those cultivators who suffered at the hands of the soul hall. Channeling the power of his remnants, he fused it with the strength of the star core, transforming into a colossal silver star that hurtled towards Hun Tian. Stricken with terror, Hun Tian turned to flee, but Star Elder would not grant him such an opportunity. The star swiftly caught up, ensnaring him completely. Star Elder called out to Yendi, young friend, I have trapped Hun Tian using the remnants of my soul. Quickly, use the chaotic fire and the star sword to strike him down. I cannot hold on for long. A glint of determination flickered in Yi Tiandi's eyes as he retrieved his final supreme spirit stone, shattering it and allowing its essence to merge within him. Simultaneously, he infused all his chaotic chi and the power of the stars into the star sword, which erupted with blinding radiance. Third form of star destruction, star shatters the heavens. Yi Tiandi intoned, wielding the star sword as he struck at Hun Tian. A vast silver sword shadow, imbued with chaotic fire, instantly pierced through Hun Tian's body. A chilling scream escaped Hun Tian's lips as his form gradually disintegrated into ashes under the combined might of the sword's shadow and the chaotic fire. Just before his demise, he roared defiantly, the Soul Hall will not let you go. The Do Saint will avenge me. With Hun Tian vanquished, Star Elder's remnants grew increasingly ethereal. He spoke to Yendi, young friend, I can no longer endure. The power of the Star Core has been exhausted. My final wish is for you to utterly destroy the Soul Hall and avenge the cultivators. With that, Star Elder's remnants dissipated into the air. A wave of sorrow washed over Yendi, and he bowed deeply in the direction of Star Elder's vanishing essence, declaring, "Rest assured, Star Elder, I will fulfill your wish." At that moment, a voice from the system echoed in his mind. Ding! Congratulations, host, for slaying Do Saint Huntian and fulfilling Star Elder's legacy. Hoa, Cultivation technique au manju. 1 Do, Saint level, Do, Chi, Crystal Core, and the unlocking of the Cultivator relic map in the system shop. Additionally, the host has gained recognition for various factions and completed the hidden Quest Guardian of Zhongzhou, receiving rewards. Emperor-level Armor Star armor and a Mount Star Qilin exclusive for cultivators. Yendi stored the rewards and turned to Xian Kongzi, Xiao Yan, and Tang Huyen, who were all still in shock from the recent battle. They were just beginning to regain their composure. Wan Kongzi approached Yendi respectfully, stating, Yan Firindye. You are not only the champion of the Alchemist Association, but also the guardian of Zhongzhou. My Alchemist Tower is willing to serve you and heed your commands. The other representatives of the factions in the square echoed their sentiments, expressing their willingness to submit to Yendi and unite against the Soul Hall. Yendi waved his hand dismissively, saying, Gentlemen, please, there is no need for such formality. The influence of the Soul Hall has yet to be eradicated. We must stand united. I propose the establishment of the Anti-Soul Alliance, composed of all major factions to collectively combat the Soul Hall. Everyone expressed their agreement. And Xian Kongzi added, Young friend Yi, your strength surpasses all, and you have rendered great service to Zhongzhou. Thus, the position of the Alliance leader rightfully belongs to you. Without hesitation, Yendi replied, Very well, I shall temporarily assume the role of leader. Xiao Yan, you will oversee the Alchemist Association, providing the Alliance with elixirs. Tang Huyen, you will manage the Burning Flame Valley, supplying combat strength. Senior Xian Kongzi, you will be in charge of the Alchemist Tower and Wandan City, providing resources for the Alliance. Let us collaborate to swiftly bolster the Alliance's strength. The three nodded in agreement and began to organize the Anti-Soul Alliance. Over the following month, Yendi led the Alliance, systematically dismantling over a dozen branches of the Soul Hall in Zhongzhou and slaying numerous Do Emperor and Do Zun powerhouses. The Alliance's influence expanded exponentially, attracting an increasing number of factions. During this time, Yendi absorbed Hunxin's Do Saint Crystal Core, advancing his cultivation to Do King 1 star. Meanwhile, he practiced Hongmengju, amplifying the potency of his chaotic Qi several-fold, and tamed the Star Qilin, acquiring a mount of Do Saint caliber. One day, while Yendi was diligently training at the Alliance headquarters, Xiao Yan rushed in, breathless, Big Brother Yi, bad news. The Do Saint Huntian Emperor is personally leading an army towards Wandan City. Yendi opened his eyes, a glint of icy resolve flashing within. Huntian Emperor? At last. He has arrived. Relay my orders. All members of the Alliance, assemble at Wandan City and prepare to confront the Soul Hall. A battle that would determine the fate of Zhongzhou was about to unfold. Yendi understood that this would be a grueling fight, yet he held firm confidence that, with the strength of the Anti-Soul Alliance and his own power, he would undoubtedly vanquish the Soul Hall, avenging Star Elder and all those who had suffered at their hands. Mounted upon the Star Qilin, wielding the Star Sword, and clad in the Star Armor, he led the grand army of the Anti-Soul Alliance towards the encroaching forces of the Soul Hall outside Wandan City. The sun bathed him in its golden light, as if cloaking him in a resplendent armor of gold. A legend belonging to Yendi was on the verge of unfolding its most glorious chapter in the world of Do Patsang Xiong. Chapter 14. The Alliance Resists. The Emperor's might shakes the soul. On the plains outside Wandan City, black and red banners stood defiantly against each other. The 100,000-strong army of the Anti-Soul Alliance formed a precise square formation, with Do Qi and spiritual energy intertwining into colorful streams. The very air thick with a sense of impending slaughter. On the opposing side, 300,000 black-robed acolytes of the Soul Hall surrounded a black dragon carriage, within which sat the supreme of the Soul Hall, the pinnacle Do Saint Huntian Emperor. A tangible black mist swirled around him, impenetrable even by sunlight, and the oppressive aura emanating from him caused the front ranks of the Alliance soldiers to surge with blood and energy. Yendi, you have destroyed my branches, slain my subordinates, and dare to establish the Anti-Soul Alliance? Truly, you are unaware of your own mortality. Huntian Emperor's voice boomed like thunder, and a colossal, ghostly claw emerged from the black mist, reaching for the Alliance's military formation. Where the claw passed, the space twisted, and the ground deep chasms. Yendi, astride the Star Qilin and wielding the Star Sword while clad in Star Armor, positioned himself before the Alliance's formation. Channeling Hongmengju, He fused the chaotic chi with the residual strength of the star core, conjuring a dark golden light shield before him. Huntian Emperor. The Soul Hall has committed atrocities for a millennium. Today marks your annihilation. With a sweep of his star sword, a colossal silver sword shadow, imbued with chaotic fire, cleaved towards the ghostly claw. Boom! The clash of the sword shadow and the ghostly claw unleashed an energy shockwave that sent soldiers from both sides staggering back. Huntian Emperor's eyes flickered with surprise. A Do King 1 star can withstand my strike? It seems you harbor many secrets. Rising from his dragon carriage, he brandished a black long spear adorned with ominous runes, the Soul Hall's treasured weapon, the soul-devouring spear. Xiao Zhan, Dang Huyan, you lead the Alliance forces to restrain the Soul Hall's acolytes. I will handle Huntian Emperor. Yi Tianyi shouted back. Xiao Yan, wielding the Xian heavy ruler, with the blue lotus earth fire blazing around him, declared, Big Brother Yi, do not worry. We will hold our ground. Tang Huyan also rallied the disciples of the Burning Flame Valley, forming a fiery formation that surged towards the Soul Hall's acolytes. Xian Kongzi activated the Alchemist Tower's Wandan Great Formation, summoning countless illusory elixirs that rained down like meteor showers upon the Soul Hall's followers. Yi Tianyi surged forward on the Star Qilin, a silver bolt of lightning aimed at Huntian Emperor. The Star Sword, enkindled with chaotic fire, unleashed the final form of star destruction. Star obliterates the world. A massive silver fire sword tore through the heavens, radiating a destructive aura as it struck towards Huntian Emperor. With a cold laugh, Huntian Emperor swung the soul-devouring spear, coalescing the black mist into a gigantic spear shadow that collided with the fire sword. Boom! At the moment of their clash, the entire plain quaked, the ground collapsing into a vast pit, dust and debris swirling. Yi Tianyi was jolted, blood surging within him. While Star Qilin let out a fierce neigh. He realized that Huntian Emperor's strength far exceeded that of Huntian. Relying solely on his own power would make victory elusive. Taking a deep breath, he retrieved the Do Saint Crystal Core from the system rewards, shattering it and infusing its essence into his being. Concurrently, he activated Divine Soul Technique, elevating his soul power to its zenith as he began to analyze the trajectory of Huntian Emperor's attacks. Child, do you truly believe this will suffice to defeat me? A flicker of cold ruthlessness flashed in the Soul Emperor's eyes. With a swift motion of the soul-devouring spear, countless shadows of black spears surged towards the celestial Emperor Yi. These spear shadows, infused with a potent essence of the soul, threatened to consume one's very spirit upon impact. Mounted upon the star unicorn, the celestial Emperor Yi deftly maneuvered through the onslaught. He activated the chaos technique, enveloping himself in a protective shield of chaotic energy that deftly deflected the incoming spear shadows. Simultaneously, he drew forth the Chaos Flame Seed and infused it into the starry sword, causing the chaotic flames along the blade to grow increasingly ferocious. Primordial technique, annihilating the heavens. With a low shout, the chaotic flames on the starry sword transformed into a colossal fire Qilin that lunged toward the Soul Emperor. Where the fire Qilin passed, the black mist was incinerated, leaving behind a scent of charred air. The Soul Emperor's expression shifted as he realized the flames of the Celestial Emperor could counteract his soul essence. He hastily summoned his Do Saint-S power, condensing the black mist into a massive shield that stood before him. As the fire Qilin collided with the shield, a sizzling sound erupted. And although the black mist was continuously consumed, the shield remained unbroken. Indeed, your flames possess great prowess, but to vanquish me is still far from enough. The Soul Emperor scoffed coldly, thrusting the soul-devouring spear forward with a surge of Do Saint Peak power, directing a beam of black light toward the Celestial Emperor's chest. With a sharp gaze, the Celestial Emperor sidestepped, the spear's gleam barely grazing his starry armor and leaving a deep mark. Seizing the moment, he unleashed his chaotic energy, striking the Soul Emperor's shoulder. The chaotic essence surged through the Soul Emperor's meridians, attempting to annihilate his foundation of Do Qi. Upon sensing the chaotic energy within him, the Soul Emperor's countenance transformed in alarm. He quickly exerted his soul energy to expel the chaotic essence. However, this brief delay afforded the Celestial Emperor an opportunity. With a swing of his starry sword, a silver sword shadow sliced toward the Soul Emperor's throat. In a hasty response, the Soul Emperor raised the soul-devouring spear to defend, producing a thunderous clang as the spear was cleaved, leaving a gaping breach. He staggered back, a trickle of blood escaping the corner of his mouth. Is this all you are, Soul Emperor? The Celestial Emperor smirked coldly, charging once more upon his star unicorn. The starry sword and the soul-devouring spear clashed repeatedly, intertwining silver sword shadows with black spear lights, engulfing the entire plain in the tumult of battle. Meanwhile, the conflict between the Alliance army and the Soul Palace disciples had reached a fever pitch. Xiao Yan unleashed the Buddha's Wrath Fire Lotus, a colossal flaming lotus erupting amidst the Soul Palace disciples, instantly consuming hundreds of them. Tang Hor led the disciples of the Burning Flame Valley to form the Burning Heaven Formation, a tide of crimson flames surging toward the Soul Palace disciples, reducing them to ash. Xian Kongzi activated the 10,000 elixir Great Formation, with countless elixirs raining down like a deluge, inflicting heavy casualties upon the Soul Palace disciples. Yet, the numbers of the Soul Palace disciples vastly outnumbered those of the Alliance army, and among them were formidable Do Emperors and Do Zuns. As the battle raged on, the casualties of the Alliance army began to mount. Although Xiao Yin was powerful, he gradually found himself at a disadvantage under the siege of several Do Zuns. The Burning Heaven Formation, led by Tang Hor, was shattered by Do Emperor of the Soul Palace, and over half of the Burning Flame Valley disciples fell. The 10,000 elixir Great Formation also weakened significantly due to excessive energy consumption. Seeing the dire predicament of the Alliance army, the Celestial Emperor felt a surge of anxiety. He understood that he could no longer afford to delay his confrontation with the Soul Emperor. Taking a deep breath, he drew upon the last vestige of energy from the Star Core, simultaneously channeling all his chaotic energy, star power, and spiritual force into the Starry Sword. Soul Emperor, today I shall use your blood to honor all those wronged by the Soul Palace. The Celestial Emperor roared, and the Starry Sword erupted with an unprecedented radiance, eclipsing even the sun's brilliance. He mounted the Star Unicorn, transforming into a silver meteor as he charged toward the Soul Emperor. Sensing the terrifying power of the Celestial Emperor's strike, a flicker of fear crossed the Soul Emperor's eyes. He hastily summoned all his Do Saint power, condensing the black mist into a gigantic skull, for which a beam of black light shot forth toward the Celestial Emperor. Celestial Annihilation, final form. The Celestial Emperor shouted, and the Starry Sword, imbued with all his might, collided with the black beam. Boom! An unprecedented shockwave of energy erupted, flattening the entire plane and creating a vast spatial rift in the sky. As the dust settled, the Celestial Emperor knelt on one knee, the Starry Sword planted beside him. His starry armor lay shattered, blood seeping from his lips, while his chaotic energy and star power were utterly depleted. The Soul Emperor, however, lay not far away, the soul-devouring spear broken in two, a gaping wound in his chest from which black blood flowed incessantly. I refuse to accept this. The Soul Palace shall not be extinguished so easily. The Soul Emperor gasped, a glint of ferocity igniting in his eyes. Suddenly, he summoned the remnants of his soul energy, intending to detonate his Do Saint crystal core and perish alongside the Celestial Emperor. With a cold gaze, the Celestial Emperor summoned his final reserves of strength, condensing a chaotic essence in his palm and shooting it toward the Soul Emperor's head. With a piercing sound, the chaotic energy penetrated the Soul Emperor's skull, causing his body to convulse before falling lifelessly to the ground. Having vanquished the Soul Emperor, the Celestial Emperor exhaled a sigh of relief and gradually rose to his feet. He turned his gaze toward the Alliance army, witnessing the death of the Soul Emperor. The Soul Palace disciples had long lost their will to fight and began to surrender en masse. Though the Alliance army had suffered severe losses, they ultimately emerged victorious. Xiao Yin, Tang Hor, and Xian Kongzi approached the Celestial Emperor, their faces etched with exhaustion, yet adorned with victorious smiles. Brother Yi, we have triumphed. The Soul Palace has finally been destroyed. Xiao Yin exclaimed, his eyes brimming with emotion. The Celestial Emperor nodded, responding, indeed, we have won. Yet, this is merely the beginning. The Soul Palace still possesses influence in other continents, and we must continue our efforts to eradicate their remnants completely. At that moment, a voice resonated within the Celestial Emperor's mind. Ding! Congratulations, host, for slaying the Soul Emperor and utterly destroying the Soul Palace's headquarters in Zhongzhou, completing the mainline mission against the Soul Palace. Rewards: Cultivation Technique, Dao Formula, Imperial Grade Weapon, Primordial Sword, and a realm exclusive to cultivators, Star Realm. Additionally, the host has saved Zhongzhou, fulfilling the ultimate task of World Guardian. Rewards: System Upgrade, and unlocking Ascension privileges for cultivators. A surge of joy filled the Celestial Emperor's heart. He realized he had finally completed his mission in this world. He gazed toward the distant horizon, a glimmer of anticipation in his eyes. The crisis in Zhongzhou had been averted. Next, he would seek the path to ascension. Xiao Yin and Tang Hor discerned the Celestial Emperor's thoughts, with Xiao Yin stating, Brother Yi, wherever you go, we shall support you. Should you require assistance, simply call, and we shall be there without delay. Tang Hor nodded in agreement, adding, Brother Yi, you will always be our leader, the protector of Zhongzhou. The Celestial Emperor smiled softly, replying, Thank you both. I will cherish this bond. If given a chance, I shall certainly return to see you. He mounted the Star Unicorn, wielding the Starry Sword and donning the Starry Armor, soaring toward the horizon. Sunlight cascaded upon him, as if draping him in a golden mantle of armor. A legend belonging to the Celestial Emperor had reached a resounding conclusion in the world of Do Po Tsang Xion, while in the distant realm of cultivation. A new legend awaited his pen. Chapter 15. The Path to Ascension, a new journey in the celestial domain. The celebration banquet in Wandan City lasted 3 days. When the Celestial Emperor announced his intention to journey toward the Ascension Passage, cultivators from all over Zhongzhou gathered outside the city to bid him farewell. Xian Kongzi presented him with a treasured alchemical jade slip from the Pill Tower, while Xiao Yin gifted him a jade vial containing the essence of the heart of earth fire. Tang Huo'er pressed the burning heaven secret tome into his hands. Brother Yi, as you depart for the celestial domain, we do not know when we shall meet again. Please take care. Xiao Yan's eyes glistened with unshed tears. He had never imagined that the person he met in the Jiama Empire would become the guardian who saved Zhongzhou. Emperor Yi accepted the gifts from the crowd with solemnity, clasping his hands in gratitude. Rest assured, my friends, once I establish a firm foothold in the celestial realm, I shall devise a way to open the passage between our two worlds and facilitate your ascension alongside me. He mounted the Star Qilin and set forth towards the ascension point indicated by the system, heading towards the Shattered Star Cliffs in the northernmost region of Zhongzhou. The Shattered Star Cliffs, a deep chasm formed by the fall of stars in ancient times, were perpetually shrouded in chaotic spatial currents at the bottom. Upon reaching the cliff's edge, Yi took out the ascension token rewarded by the system. The token transformed into a golden portal in midair, emanating a rich wave of spiritual energy from behind it, the unique celestial aura of the immortal realm. Ding! The system's notification rang out. Ascension passage detected. The host may choose to ascend with their mount and belongings. Shall we proceed now? Gently stroking the mane of the Star Qilin, Yi smiled and said, Let us go. I will show you the true world of cultivation. Together, they stepped through the portal and were instantaneously engulfed in a time-space tunnel. Time passed, though its duration was indeterminate, until he felt the solid ground beneath his feet. Opening his eyes, he beheld a landscape of mist-laden peaks, upon which stood an ancient palace, its plaque emblazoned with the golden characters Qingyun Sect. The concentration of celestial energy in the air was 100-fold that of Zhongzhou, causing the chaotic energy within him to autonomously circulate, voraciously absorbing the surrounding celestial essence. Who dares trespass upon the sacred grounds of Qingyun Sect? 2 azure figures descended from the skies, clad in Taoist robes, their auras already reaching the Foundation establishment stage, equivalent to the Dowang realm of the Doqi continent. Yi reigned in the Star Qilin and, with a respectful gesture, introduced himself. I am Yi Yendi, from the Doqi continent, having just arrived through the Ascension Passage. With no intention to offend your esteemed sect, the 2 cultivators exchanged astonished glances. The Doqi continent? That is one of the 3,000 minor worlds. It is indeed surprising that someone could ascend from there. One of them spoke. I am Lin Feng, an outer disciple of Qingyun Sect. Follow me. You must first register with the sect and undergo identity verification. Accompanying Lin Feng to the Grand Hall of Qingyun Sect, they found an elderly man with white hair seated within, the sect's leader, Xianjinzi. He utilized his celestial power to assess Ye's cultivation level, and upon sensing the extraordinary chaotic energy within him, a glint of intrigue flashed in his eyes. An interesting young man, although merely at the Dowang stage. He possesses the essence of chaos, making him several times stronger than an average Foundation establishment cultivator. Xianjinzi handed Yi a blue token. As you have no sect affiliation, you may temporarily join Qingyun Sect. This is an outer disciple token, granting you access to cultivation resources within the sect. In 3 days, there will be an assessment for outer disciples. Should you pass, you may advance to inner disciple status. Yi accepted the token, his heart brimming with joy. He needed a stable environment to acclimatize to the cultivation realm, and Qingyun Sect was undoubtedly the best choice. In the following 3 days, Yi familiarized himself with the outer sect environment. He discovered that the cultivation system of the immortal realm was vastly different from that of the Doqi continent, divided from low to high into 8 stages. Foundation establishment, golden core, nascent soul, spirit transformation, void refinement, integration, great ascension, and tribulation crossing, each stage further subdivided into early, mid, late, and peak phases. His Dowang 1-star was equivalent to the early phase of Foundation establishment in the immortal realm. Utilizing the Hongmeng Ju and the advantages of chaotic energy, Yi ascended to the mid-Foundation establishment stage within just 3 days. On the day of the assessment, outer disciples were required to navigate through 3 trials within the trial tower, defeating the cultivation puppets inside. The first puppet was at the early Foundation establishment level. Yi harnessed his chaotic energy and shattered it with a single punch. The second puppet was at the mid-Foundation establishment level. He executed the Xingqian Ju S star cycle, instantly penetrating the puppet's core with a star blade. The third puppet was at the late Foundation establishment level. Wielding a long sword, he unleashed his exquisite sword technique. Hongming Ju. Hongming Palm. A dark golden palm imprint coalesced in his palm, colliding with the puppet's sword. The chaotic energy contained within the palm imprint instantly shattered the long sword, sending the puppet flying. Excellent. The elder judge outside the trial tower chuckled, stroking his beard. Yendi, you have passed all 3 trials with overwhelming force. Advancing to inner disciple status, you may enter Qingyun Pavilion to select a mid-grade celestial technique. Upon entering Qingyun Pavilion, you discovered a celestial technique titled Qingyun Sword Ju among countless scriptures. This sword technique resonated perfectly with his star sword, and when combined with chaotic energy, its power was magnified manifold. Having become an inner disciple, Yi was granted an independent cave abode. He settled the star Qilin in the backyard of the cave and commenced closed-door cultivation. He retrieved the Do Saint Crystal Core from the Soul Emperor and discovered that its contained energy could be transformed into celestial crystals of the cultivation realm. One Do Saint Crystal Core astonishingly yielded 100 superior-grade celestial crystals, a wealth typically possessed only by nascent soul cultivators. With ample celestial crystals and the extraordinary effects of Hongmeng Ju, Yi's cultivation surged rapidly. In just a month, he broke through to the late Foundation establishment stage. He also cultivated the Qingyun Sword Ju to minor perfection. His sword chi infused with chaotic fire, far surpassing that of cultivators of the same level. One day, while Yi was immersed in his cultivation, he suddenly received a summons from the sect, instructing him to gather in the Grand Hall. Upon arrival, he found Xianjinzi with a grave expression. Recently, demonic cultivators from Black Wind Valley have been frequently attacking our sect as disciples, resulting in the demise of 3 inner disciples. Yi Tiandi, you will accompany the inner sect's senior brother, Ling Yun, to Black Wind Valley to investigate the movements of the demonic cultivators. Exercise utmost caution. Ling Yun was a distinguished inner disciple of Qingyun's sect. Having reached the peak of Foundation establishment, wielding the superior grade Celestial Sword, Qingfeng Sword, he scrutinized Yi Tiandi with a fleeting glance of disdain. What can a mere newcomer to the inner sect possibly contribute? Yi refrained from retorting, simply stating, "Strength is proven through action. You shall see once we reach Black Wind Valley." The two departed Qingyun's sect, flying towards Black Wind Valley, which was perpetually cloaked in black mist, thick with demonic energy, serving as a haven for demonic cultivators. Upon entering the valley's mouth, they heard anguished cries. 3 demonic cultivators were besieging an outer disciple of Qingyun's sect, who was gravely injured and on the verge of death. "Cease this at once," Ling Yun bellowed, drawing his Qingfeng sword, unleashing a wave of azure sword chi towards the demonic cultivators. The assailants turned to confront them. All 3 possessed late Foundation establishment strength, their demonic energy coalescing into razor-sharp claws aimed at Ling Yun. Yi Tiandi swiftly moved beside the outer disciple, supporting him. "Retreat to the side. We will handle this." Channeling his chaotic energy, he unsheathed his star sword, unleashing dark golden sword chi imbued with chaotic fire towards the demonic cultivators. With a swift thrust, one demonic cultivator could not evade in time, and was struck by the sword chi, his body instantly reduced to ashes by the chaotic fire. The remaining 2 demonic cultivators, now terrified, attempted to flee. Ling Yun would not grant them such an opportunity. With a sweep of his Qingfeng sword, 2 azure sword chi surged forth, dispatching the fleeing demons. Ling Yun gazed at Yi Tiandi with astonishment. "I did not expect you to possess such strength. Late Foundation establishment demonic cultivators are no match for you." Yi Tiandi smiled lightly, saying, "Let us continue our exploration within the valley." As they delved deeper into Black Wind Valley, the demonic energy intensified. Upon reaching the valley center, they beheld a black altar where a robed demonic cultivator was performing a ritual, surrounded by the corpses of numerous cultivators, the ground stained crimson with blood. "It is the Valley Master, Mo Xian, a Peak Foundation establishment demonic cultivator." Ling Yun's countenance shifted. He was currently cultivating the soul, devouring demon art. Should he succeed, his strength would break through to the golden core stage. Hearing the commotion, Mo Xian turned, a fierce glint flashing in his eyes. A mere pup from Qingyun's sect. Chapter 16. Core Disciples and the Secrets of the Scripture Pavilion. The Scripture Pavilion of Qingyun's sect stood majestically on the mountainside of the sect's main peak. Constructed entirely of jade-like stones, its roof adorned with golden glazed tiles that reflected resplendent light under the sun. Holding the core disciple token bestowed by Xianjinzi, Yi Tiandi entered the pavilion under the guidance of the elder guarding it. Inside, a faint aroma of ink mingled with celestial energy permeated the air. 3 tiers of bookshelves encircled a central jade platform, where yellowed ancient tomes and jade slips shimmering with spiritual light were neatly arranged. The elder, stroking his white beard, Remarked, core disciples may select a mid-grade celestial technique from the first 3 tiers. The hidden compartments behind the 3rd tier shelves contain ancient remnants that require contribution points for exchange. Feel free to choose at your leisure. The Celestial Emperor, ye first perused the first floor, where the majority of text consisted of foundational celestial arts and introductory tomes on alchemy and artifact forging. The 2nd floor predominantly featured mid-tier celestial techniques, encompassing categories such as swordplay, palm techniques, and movement arts. Upon reaching the 3rd level, he was enveloped by a faint spiritual glow emanating from the shelves, which housed an array of superior celestial methods. One particular tome, the sky-rending sword technique, seizes attention with its fierce and domineering sword strikes, demonstrating a remarkable compatibility with his own stellar sword. Just as he reached out to grasp the sky-rending sword technique, his peripheral vision caught a flicker of light emanating from behind the 3rd shelf. Recalling the words of the Elder Guardian, he circled behind the shelf to discover a stone wall inscribed with a myriad of runes, embedded with dozens of dark golden jade slips, which were indeed remnants of ancient secrets. As his fingertip made contact with one of the jade slips, a system prompt resonated. Ding! A spiritual imprint from the ancient cultivator Xing Lao has been detected. The content of the jade slip is the fragment of the stellar path, originating from the same lineage as the stellar technique practiced by the host. Would you like to expend 1,000 contribution points for redemption? Ye's heart stirred. Xing Lao had actually left a legacy within the realm of cultivation. He hurriedly inquired of the Elder Guardian, Elder, how may I acquire contribution points? The Elder replied, you can obtain them through sect missions, explorations of secret realms, or by submitting rare resources. As a new core disciple, you may first accept the task of hunting demon cores in the Beast Forest, which will grant you 500 contribution points upon completion. The Elder handed him a task jade slip. Yi stored the slip, momentarily setting aside the redemption of the fragment of the stellar path, and after retrieving the sky-rending sword technique, he returned to his cave dwelling. He fused the sky-rending sword technique with the azure cloud sword technique, incorporating the attributes of chaotic energy to forge a new sword technique, the chaotic sky-rending sword. 3 days later, Yi, accompanied by the stellar Qilin, ventured towards the Beast Forest. This forest lay 100 miles to the southeast of the Azure Cloud sect, and the beasts within corresponded to the realms of cultivation. 1st-tier beasts aligned with the Foundation Establishment stage, and 2nd-tier beasts with the Golden Core stage. His task was to hunt 10 1st-tier peak beasts, the Crimson Flame Wolves, and collect their demon cores. Upon entering the forest, the stellar Qilin halted, alertly growling ahead. Yi harnessed his spiritual energy, sensing a dozen searing auras. Indeed, a pack of Crimson Flame Wolves, with the Alpha Wolf radiating the aura of a 1st-tier peak beast. Surrounded by flames of crimson hue, Stellar Qilin, handle the ordinary wolf demons. Leave the Wolf King to me. Yi dismounted, unsheathing the stellar sword, infusing chaotic energy into its blade. The dark golden sword energy, imbued with flames, sliced towards the Wolf King. The Wolf King roared in fury, unleashing a jet of fire to counter. The clash of sword energy and fire erupted, shattering the fire pillar instantly. The residual force of the sword energy surging towards the Wolf King. Unable to evade, the Wolf King was struck, blood gushing from a gash on its back. First stance of the chaotic sky-rending sword, Earth Shatter. Yi leaped high, sword blade pointed downwards, delivering a powerful strike towards the Wolf King. The Wolf King hastily raised its claws to defend, but with a resounding clang, its claws were severed, and its body crashed heavily to the ground. Seizing the opportunity, he thrust his sword through the Wolf King's skull, retrieving the demon core. Simultaneously, the Stellar Qilin had dispatched all the ordinary wolf demons, carrying 9 demon cores in its mouth before placing them at Ye's feet. Well done, Yi praised, stroking the Stellar Qilin's head. Let us delve deeper into the forest and see if we can find the cores of 2nd-tier beasts to exchange for more contribution points. The duo ventured deeper into the forest for 100 miles, arriving at a secluded valley teeming with potent demonic energy. Yi sensed a formidable presence, an early-stage 2nd-tier beast, the Azure Water Python. This serpent was a vibrant green, stretching several dozen feet long, its scales as hard as iron, capable of spewing toxic jets of water. Stellar Qilin, restrain it with fire. Upon Ye's command, the Stellar Qilin unleashed a torrent of silver flames towards the Azure Water Python. The serpent retaliated with a water jet, extinguishing the flames. Seizing the moment, Yi activated the chaotic technique, condensing chaotic energy into a massive sword shadow, executing the 2nd stance of the chaotic sky-rending sword, Skybreaker. The sword shadow surged forth with cataclysmic force, cleaving towards the Azure Water Python. Terrified, the python attempted to flee, but the speed of the sword shadow was unparalleled, cleaving its body in two. Yi extracted the Azure Water Python's demon core, this 2nd-tier core being sufficient for 1,000 contribution points. Upon returning to the Azure Cloud sect, Yi submitted the 10 Crimson Flame Wolf Demon Cores and was awarded 500 contribution points. He then sold the Azure Water Python Core to the sect's Treasure Pavilion, earning another 1,000 contribution points. With the additional 200 contribution points allocated monthly to core disciples, he finally amassed enough points to redeem the fragment of the Stellar Path. Once more visiting the Scripture Pavilion, Yi redeemed the fragment of the Stellar Path. The moment the Jade Slip merged with his consciousness, a multitude of profound runes surged into his mind, revealing Xing Lao's deep comprehension of stellar forces. Following the fragment's guidance, he operated the stellar technique, refining the stellar energy surrounding him, enabling him to briefly draw upon the stellar forces from the heavens. Ding! Congratulations to the host for merging the fragment of the stellar path. The stellar technique has ascended to a superior celestial art, unlocking a new combat skill, Stellar Devourer. Reward: soul strength increased by 100. The stellar sword evolves into the primordial stellar sword. Grasping the stellar sword, Yi felt the blade transform into a more resplendent form, its celestial patterns morphing into flowing bands of light, exuding a rich primordial aura. He sensed that the newly evolved stellar sword possessed power on par with that of a premier celestial sword. In the second month of his status as a core disciple, the Azure Cloud sect held a grand competition for core disciples, where the top 3 would earn the opportunity to cultivate within the Azure Cloud secret realm. This sacred ground of the sect was imbued with dense celestial energy and ancient legacies, significantly beneficial for cultivation. The competition took place at the sect's martial arts arena, featuring 20 core disciples, among whom the strongest was the senior brother Ling Xiao, whose cultivation had reached the pinnacle of foundation establishment, just a step away from the golden core stage. Ye's first opponent was a core disciple in the late foundation establishment stage, skilled in palm techniques. Wielding the Azure Cloud palm imbued with fierce celestial energy, Yi activated the chaotic technique, condensing chaotic energy in his palm to collide with his opponent's palm strike. The opposing disciple was forced to retreat repeatedly, giving Yi the opportunity to defeat him with a single strike. In the subsequent rounds, Yi triumphed with overwhelming force, advancing smoothly to the finals, where his opponent awaited, Ling Xiao. In the arena, Ling Xiao brandished a premier celestial sword, the Purple Lightning Sword, surrounded by crackling purple lightning. Exuding the full force of his peak foundation establishment aura, Yi Tiandi, though you possess commendable talent, it may not be sufficient to best me. Yi tightened his grip on the primordial stellar sword, merging chaotic energy with stellar force, a dark golden barrier enveloping him. The outcome remains uncertain. Arrogant, Ling Xiao bellowed, unleashing the Purple Lightning Sword technique, sending forth countless streams of purple sword energy crackling with electricity towards Yi. Third stance of the chaotic sky-rending sword, Chaotic Stellar Slash. Yi shouted, the chaotic energy and stellar force coalescing into a colossal dark golden sword shadow intermingled with silver star blades and purple lightning, having absorbed Ling Xiao's lightning power as it sliced towards Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao's expression shifted dramatically. He had not anticipated Yi Tiandi could absorb his lightning energy. He hastily summoned all his celestial energy, intensifying the lightning on the Purple Lightning Sword, coalescing it into a massive lightning dragon that charged towards the sword shadow. The clash erupted with tremendous energy, fracturing the arena's ground into a spiderweb of cracks, causing surrounding disciples to stagger backward. When the dust settled, both Yi and Ling Xiao remained standing, their swords trembling slightly in their hands. Blood trickled from the corner of Ling Xiao's mouth, indicating he had sustained minor injuries, while Yi, though slightly disordered in breath, remained entirely unscathed. I concede, Ling Xiao said with a wry smile, sheathing the Purple Lightning Sword. You are formidable. The position of the top core disciple belongs to you. He inclined his head respectfully, replying, I appreciate your graciousness. Xianjinzi ascended to the arena, announcing the core disciple competition concludes with Yi Tiandi in first place, Ling Xiao in second, and Zhao Lei in third. 3 days hence, the 3 of you shall accompany me into the Qingyun secret realm for cultivation. 3 days later, Emperor Yi, Ling Xiao, and Zhao Lei followed Xianjinzi into the Qingyun secret realm. The entrance to the realm was concealed behind a magnificent waterfall, where ancient runes were inscribed upon the stone wall behind it. Xianjinzi placed his hand upon the stone, causing the runes to illuminate, and the wall gradually opened, revealing a passageway into the realm. Upon entering the secret realm, Emperor Yi was immediately enveloped by a dense aura of celestial energy, causing the chaotic energy within him to surge wildly. The realm was filled with countless exotic flowers and rare herbs, alongside the remnants left by ancient cultivators. Xianjinzi remarked, you may freely utilize the cultivation resources within the realm, but exercise caution. A second-tier pinnacle beast, the Golden Mane Lion King, guards the depths. given your current strengths, it is wise to keep your distance. After imparting this warning, he turned and departed. Emperor Yi, along with Ling Xiao and Zhao Lei, ventured forth separately to explore the realm. He soon arrived at a serene lake, with waters composed of condensed celestial liquid. He leapt into the lake, activating the Hongmeng technique, fervently absorbing the celestial energy within the liquid. The energy proved far purer than that found in the outside world, and Emperor Yi's cultivation ascended at a visible rate. From the peak of Foundation establishment to the early stages of Golden Core, within a mere hour, he had advanced to the mid-stage of Golden Core. At that moment, a tremendous disturbance arose from the depths of the lake. Alert, Emperor Yi stood up to witness a massive golden mane lion king erupting from the water, its second-tier pinnacle aura instantly enveloping the entire lake. Humans dare to intrude upon my territory, seeking death. The golden mane lion king roared, charging towards Emperor Yi. Gripping the Hongmeng star sword, a glint of battle intent flashed in his eyes. Perfect timing. I shall test my newfound strength upon you. He activated the chaos technique and the remnants of the star path, merging chaotic energy with star power to unleash the newly unlocked combat technique, Star Devourer. The celestial power of the stars was summoned, and countless silver star blades shot towards the golden mane lion king. Simultaneously, the chaotic energy around the Hongmeng star sword transformed into a colossal maw that lunged at the beast. The golden mane lion king's expression shifted dramatically as it hastily summoned its demonic power, forming a golden barrier around itself. The star blades struck the barrier, creating a cacophony of sounds, and fissures began to appear. The maw of chaotic energy clamped down upon the barrier, shattering it in an instant. The beast was struck by the star blades and chaotic energy, letting out a piercing scream as its massive body crashed to the ground. Seizing the opportunity, Emperor Yi thrust his sword through its skull, retrieving the demon core. Ding! Congratulations to the host for slaying the second-tier pinnacle beast, the Golden Mane Lion King. You have acquired 1 Golden Mane Lion King demon core and 1 drop of Lion King's blood. Reward: Cultivation Technique Devouring Technique unlocked in the system shop. A surge of joy filled Emperor Yi's heart. The devouring technique could absorb the blood and demon cores of beasts, rapidly enhancing his cultivation. He refined a Lion King's blood and demon core, achieving yet another breakthrough, now reaching the late stage of Golden Core. Continuing his exploration of the secret realm, he discovered several ancient ruins and amassed a wealth of cultivation resources and techniques. Half a month later, as he exited the secret realm, his cultivation had reached the pinnacle of Golden Core, merely a step away from the infant transformation stage. Ling Xiao and Zhao Lei also made significant gains, with Ling Xiao breaking through to the early stage of Golden Core and Zhao Lei reaching the peak of Foundation establishment. Xian Jinzi, observing their progress, nodded in satisfaction. Excellent. You have not disappointed the sect's expectations. Emperor Yi, your innate talent is extraordinary. I have decided to take you as my personal disciple and guide your cultivation personally. Filled with elation, Emperor Yi immediately knelt to pay his respects. Disciple Yi Yendi greets master. Xian Jinzi helped him to his feet, saying, "Rise. From this day forth, you are my personal disciple, and I shall impart all my cultivation insights to you." Becoming Xian Jinzi's personal disciple granted Emperor Yi access to even more resources and guidance. He understood that he had taken a significant step forward on the path of cultivation, with ambitions not only to become a peak powerhouse in the cultivation realm, but also to discover a means to bridge the 2 worlds, allowing Xiao Yin, Tang and others to ascend together and continue their legend in the celestial domain. Chapter 17. The Bond of a Personal Disciple and the Warning of the Demonic Tide. Xianjinzi's personal abode was situated atop the summit of the Qingyun sect, featuring a spirit-gathering array and a comprehension platform, with a concentration of celestial energy tenfold that of ordinary abodes. After becoming Xianjinzi's disciple, Emperor Yi practiced the essence of celestial techniques with his master each morning, contemplated the Hongmeng technique and the remnants of the star path on the comprehension platform in the afternoon, and refined the Lion King's blood to enhance his cultivation in the evening, rapidly approaching the infant transformation stage. One morning, Xianjinzi, holding an ancient whisk, stood before the comprehension platform and addressed Emperor Yi. The path of cultivation requires not only strength but also a tempered heart. Though you possess the primal chaos essence and star power, your excessive killings have left traces of malevolence in your soul. If left unresolved, it may manifest as inner demons when you attempt to break through to the infant transformation stage. He handed Emperor Yi a translucent jade known as the Clear Heart Jade. This jade, a relic of ancient cultivators, can purify the malevolence within your soul. In 3 days, the sect will organize the heart trial. Only those who pass this trial will qualify to attempt the infant transformation stage, so prepare diligently. Taking the clear heart jade, Emperor Yi felt a refreshing sensation coursing through his fingertips into his mind, calming the tumultuous malevolence within his soul. He bowed deeply, saying, "Thank you for your guidance, Master. I shall not disappoint your expectations." In the following 3 days, Emperor Yi pressed the clear heart jade to his forehead, utilizing the soul technique to purify the malevolence. As the last trace dissipated, the strength of his soul remarkably increased, allowing him to vaguely perceive the emotional fluctuations of the surrounding cultivators. A precursor to externalizing his soul, an achievement that typically took decades for ordinary golden core cultivators to attain. The heart trial was set in the illusion valley at the back of the Qingyun sect, filled with ancient illusion arrays that could evoke the deep-seated obsessions and fears within cultivators. Alongside 5 other core disciples preparing to advance to the infant transformation stage, Emperor Yi stepped into the valley. The moment he entered, the scenery around him shifted dramatically. He found himself back in the meteor valley of the Duqi continent. Witnessing the remnants of Xing Lao being besieged by the Soul Palace S. Do Sheng, rendered powerless by an invisible force that bound him. Forced to watch as Xing Lao dissipated. "No!" Emperor Yi roared, the chaotic energy within him surging as he struggled against the constraints. "This is your obsession. If you cannot let go, you shall remain trapped here forever." An ancient voice echoed in his ears. Suddenly awakened, Emperor Yi realized this was an illusion. Xing Lao's dying wish was to destroy the Soul Palace and protect the living, not to dwell in past regrets. Taking a deep breath, determination flashed in his eyes. "Xing Lao, I shall fulfill your wish." As soon as he uttered those words, the illusion shattered, and he found himself standing on the heart trial platform at the center of the valley, while the other 5 disciples remained trapped within the illusion, their faces contorted in agony. What a remarkable clarity of obsession. Xianjinzi's voice resonated from outside the valley. "Emperor Yi, you are the first disciple in a century to pass the heart trial in merely half an hour. You are now prepared to attempt the infant transformation stage." Just as Emperor Yi stepped out of the illusion valley, Ling Xiao rushed over, his expression grave. "Brother Yi, trouble is at hand. Urgent news has arrived from the falling cloud pass at the sect's border. A large number of demonic cultivators have launched a surprise attack, resulting in heavy casualties among our guarding disciples. Master has already led the elders to provide assistance, and I've come to summon you to join." A chill ran through Emperor Yi's heart. The audacity of the demonic cultivators to mount a large-scale attack on the Qingyun sect's border signified a far greater conspiracy at play. He swiftly retrieved the Hongmeng Star Sword and, alongside Ling Xiao, boarded the Star Qilin, racing towards the falling cloud pass. The falling cloud pass was a critical stronghold for the Qingyun sect against demonic cultivators, its walls adorned with defensive runes, yet now lay in tatters. Below, thousands of black-robed demonic cultivators were fervently assaulting the gates, led by one whose aura had reached the early stage of infant transformation, wielding a black demonic blade that cleaved through the air, leaving gaping rifts in its wake. "Master," the Emperor Yi Tian proclaimed aloud, as Xian Junzi engaged in fierce combat with the Yuan and demon cultivator. The azure whisk clashed with the obsidian demon blade, unleashing waves of energy shockwaves. Upon catching sight of Yi Tian, Xian Junzi's eyes glimmered with a flicker of relief. The Emperor's arrival is most timely. This demon cultivator is Mo Xia, a remnant of the Black Wind Valley, who has mastered the complete version of the soul-devouring demon technique. Assist me in restraining him while I prepare my lethal strike." Yi Tian nodded, mounting the Star Qilin and soaring into the fray, wielding the Hongmeng Star Sword imbued with chaotic fire, unleashing the 4th form of the chaotic sky-splitting sword. Annihilation, a colossal dark golden sword shadow, infused with stellar energy, cleaved towards Mo Xia. Mo Xia's expression shifted dramatically as he was compelled to abandon his assault on Xianjinzi, turning to parry with his blade. Clang! The demon blade collided with the sword shadow, sending Mo Xia staggering backward, blood oozing from his lips. Seizing the opportunity, Xianjinzi channeled his celestial power, transforming the whisk into thousands of azure threads, ensnaring Mo Xia. Qingyun's secret tome, all paths converge as one. Countless azure sword energies coalesced from void, hurtling towards Mo Xia. "No!" Mo Xia bellowed in fury, his demonic aura surging violently as he attempted to break free from the bindings. Yi Tian's gaze turned icy. He drew forth the blood of the Lion King, merging it with his sword, causing the sword shadow to swell mightily, piercing through Mo Xia's chest. Mo Xia let out a harrowing scream, his body turning to ash under the embrace of chaotic fire. Witnessing their leader's demise, the demon cultivators fell into disarray. Seizing the moment, Xian Junzi commanded, "The entire army shall advance and eradicate the demon cultivators." The disciples of Qingyun's sect surged forth, their morale invigorated. clashing with the demons in fierce combat. Yi Tian, astride the star Qilin, charged through the ranks of demon cultivators, and wherever the Hongmeng star sword passed, demons fell to the ground. Half an hour later, the demon forces were thoroughly vanquished, and the falling cloud pass was finally liberated. However, Xian Jinzi's expression grew more somber. He retrieved a black jade tablet from Mo Xie's storage ring, which recorded a shocking secret. The demon cultivators were preparing for a demonic tide, set to strike Qingyun's sect in 3 months with an army of 100,000 demons, led by a powerful Yuan Ying late-stage cultivator. This matter is of utmost gravity. We must prepare swiftly. Xian Jinzi stated, Emperor, you shall return with me to the sect to convene with the elders and devise a strategy. Ling Xiao, you remain to repair Falling Cloud Pass and strengthen its defenses. Upon returning to Qingyun's sect, Xian Jinzi promptly summoned an elders meeting. At the gathering, the elders expressed their concern upon learning of the impending demonic tide. An elder with white hair spoke gravely. 100,000 demon cultivators, with a late-stage Yuan Ying powerhouse at the helm, would be insurmountable for our sect alone. It would be prudent to seek assistance from the nearby Danxia sect and Fenglei Pavilion to jointly resist the demons. Xian Jinzi nodded in agreement. Your words hold merit. Emperor, you have met the daughter of Danxia sect's leader, Su Muxue, and with your exceptional strength, I entrust this task to you. Be sure to persuade Danxia sect and Fenglei Pavilion to send troops to our aid. Yi Tian clasped his hands in salute. Disciple obeys. The following morning, Yi Tian mounted the star Qilin, bearing Xian Jinzi's personal letter, and set forth for Danxia sect, located 1,000 miles southeast of Qingyun's sect in the Danxia mountain range. Danxia sect is renowned for its alchemical prowess and fire-attributed celestial techniques. Upon arriving at Danxia sect, Yi Tian coincidentally found the sect hosting an alchemical conference, with numerous cultivators gathered both inside and outside the gates. Just as he was about to announce his arrival, he heard a familiar laughter. Brother Yi, what brings you here? A young girl in red approached briskly. It was none other than Su Muxue, the daughter of the Danxia sect leader. She had met Yi Tian during the ancient Pill conference in Wandian City. Yi Tian smiled. Miss Muxue, it has been a while. I come at the behest of my master, with urgent matters to discuss with your sect's leader. Su Muxue led Yi Tian into the grand hall of Danxia sect, where they met the sect leader, Su Zhennan. After reading Xian Jinzi's letter, Su Zhennan's expression turned grave. The matter of the demonic tide is indeed serious. We at Danxia sect cannot remain indifferent. However, Fenglei Pavilion has had its share of friction with us and may not readily agree to send troops. I will accompany you to Fenglei Pavilion. Perhaps we can convince their leader, Lei Qianjue. The three set off together for Fenglei Pavilion, which is situated in the Thunderstorm Mountain Range, where the disciples are adept in lightning-attributed celestial techniques. Lei Qianjue, a burly middle-aged man at the initial stage of Yuan Ying, possessed a rebellious disposition. Upon learning of Yi Tian's purpose, he snorted disdainfully. What concern is Qingyun's sect's plight to Fenglei Pavilion? If you wish for me to send troops, you must withstand 3 of my strikes. Yi Tian's gaze sharpened as he replied, Please, esteemed leader, unleash your prowess. Lei Qianjue sprang into action, brandishing a lightning-attributed sword. Executing the first form of the wind and thunder sword technique, thunder roars through the heavens. Countless violet lightning bolts erupted from the sword, striking towards Yi Tian. Yi Tian summoned the chaotic energy, forming a dark golden barrier around the Hongmeng star sword, deflecting the oncoming lightning. The second strike, wind sweeps away the clouds. Lei Qianjue swung his sword, intertwining fierce winds and lightning to create a massive tornado that surged towards Yi Tian. Yi Tian invoked the stellar guard of the star technique, manifesting silver star radiance around him, bracing against the tornado's onslaught. The third strike, wind and thunder converge. Lei Qianjue's celestial power surged explosively, merging lightning and gale into a colossal thunder dragon that charged towards Yi Tian. Taking a deep breath, Yi Tian fused chaotic energy, stellar power, and soul force, casting the star devouring heaven. The stellar energies above coalesced into a gigantic silver star blade that clashed with the thunder dragon. Boom! The two forces collided, causing the entire Fenglei Pavilion to tremble. Lei Qianjue was forced back, astonished. At the peak of Golden Core, you managed to withstand 3 of my strikes. Very well. Fenglei Pavilion shall agree to send troops. Having secured the support of both Danxia sect and Fenglei Pavilion, Yi Tian felt a wave of relief wash over him. He and Su Zhennan, along with Lei Qianjue, agreed to rendezvous at Falling Cloud Pass in 3 months to jointly resist the demonic tide. Upon returning to Qingyun's sect, Yi Tian immediately immersed himself in rigorous preparations for battle. He entrusted Xian Jinzi with the research of the soul-devouring demon technique he obtained from Mo Xie, hoping to discover a means to counter the demon cultivators. Concurrently, he began utilizing the resources provided by the sect to strive for a breakthrough into the Yuan-Ing stage. On the Tao Comprehension platform, Yi Tian sat cross-legged, producing a Yuan-Ing pill, a high-quality elixir painstakingly crafted by Xianzhenzi, which would significantly enhance his success rate in breaking through to the Yuan-Ing stage. He swallowed the Yuan-Ing pill, channeling the Hongmeng technique, guiding the chaotic energy within him towards a breakthrough. The chaotic energy in his dantian surged fervently, gradually coalescing into a small figure, the embryonic form of his Yuan-Ing. Just as the Yuan-Ing was on the verge of taking shape, a sudden agony pierced his consciousness as his inner demons re-emerged. This time, the inner demon manifested as the Soul Emperor, grinning maliciously. Yi Tian, do you believe you can achieve Yuan-Ing? Prepare to perish. Yi Tian's eyes turned cold as he invoked the Soul Technique alongside the power of the Clear Heart Jade, shouting at the inner demon. Soul Emperor, you have long since turned to ash. Dare you disturb my mind? His soul force morphed into a sharp sword, piercing through the chest of the inner demon. The inner demon let out a wretched cry, dissipating entirely. In the instant the inner demon vanished, the Yuan-Ing in his dantian fully formed. Yi Tian opened his eyes, a golden glimmer flashing within, as he erupted with the aura of an initial stage Yuan-Ing. He had successfully advanced to the Yuan-Ing stage. Ding! Congratulations to the host for breaking through to the Yuan-Ing stage, unlocking the exclusive ability of teleportation for cultivators. Reward: Imperial level Celestial Technique Chaotic Hongmeng Technique, and 1,000 premium Celestial Crystals. Yi Tian clenched his fists, feeling the immense celestial power coursing within him, brimming with confidence. He understood that with this newfound strength, he held a greater chance against the impending demonic tide. His aim was not merely to withstand the oncoming storm, but to accumulate strength during this conflict, swiftly uncovering the means to open the passage between realms, to ascend alongside Xiao Yan, Tang Horror, and others, and to pen their own legendary saga in the celestial domain. Chapter 18. Emergence of Yuan-Ing, Arrival of the Demonic Tide. The celestial power of the Yuan-Ing surged through Yi Tian's meridians, filling him with an inexhaustible vigor. He attempted to activate his newly unlocked teleportation ability. The moment his thoughts stirred, his form instantly appeared at the entrance of his cave abode, leaving the star Qilin momentarily bewildered, as it let out two roars towards the empty Tao Comprehension platform. The art of teleportation is indeed profound. In his heart, Emperor Yi rejoiced. Possessing such an ability provided an additional layer of assurance, whether in battle or in flight. He retrieved the chaotic Primordial Sutra, a majestic imperial-level celestial technique that harmoniously fused the chaotic sutra and the primordial sutra. This remarkable technique could simultaneously draw upon celestial energy, demonic essence, and the power of the stars, and when cultivated to its zenith, it could even evolve into a miniature world. Over the ensuing 2 months, Emperor Yi diligently practiced the chaotic primordial sutra while assisting Xianzhenzi in preparing for the impending demonic tide. He exchanged the resources acquired from the Beast Forest and the Azure Cloud Secret Realm for a plethora of defensive runes and healing elixirs. Alongside Ling Xiao, he organized the disciples of the Azure Cloud sect into 10 battle teams for coordinated combat training. Sumu Shui frequently dispatched large quantities of elixirs from the Danxia sect, while Lei Qian-Ju sent forth Thunder Attribute cultivators from the Wind and Thunder Pavilion to deploy the Nine Heavens Thunder Array at Luoyun Pass, a formation capable of summoning heavenly lightning to counter the demonic cultivators effectively. United in purpose, the three factions fortified Luoyun Pass's defenses. With merely 3 days remaining before the demonic tide, Emperor Yi had solidified his cultivation at the early stage of the nascent soul. He once again ventured into the Illusionary Valley, where he simulated combat against late-stage demonic cultivators within the Illusion Array, honing the synergy between the chaotic sky-splitting sword and the star-devouring technique to perfection. On that fateful morning, the skies above Luoyun Pass were suddenly engulfed in a black mist, the air thick with nauseating demonic energy. Standing atop the city wall, Xianzhenzi, holding his dust whisk, spoke gravely. The demonic tide has arrived. All battle teams, take your positions and prepare for battle. Emperor Yi, Sumu Shui, and the elder Lei Bao from the Wind and Thunder Pavilion stood beside Xianzhenzi. Lei Bao, a cultivator at the early stage of the nascent soul, wielded a thunder hammer, his form crackling with violet lightning. Sumu Shui produced a red gem mirror, capable of generating a fire tribute protective barrier, one of the treasures of the Danxia sect. From within the black mist, countless dark figures slowly emerged, revealing the immense army of 100,000 demonic cultivators. Leading them was an elder clad in a blood-red robe, wielding a black staff. Emanating the oppressive aura of a late-stage nascent soul, he was none other than the leader of the demonic tide, the blood demon ancestor. Xianjinzi, it has been a while. The blood demon ancestor sneered. Today, my army of 100,000 demonic cultivators shall surely flatten Luoyun Pass and obliterate the Azure Cloud sect. With a wave of his staff, the demonic army surged forward like a tidal wave toward Luoyun Pass. Fire the arrows, Xianjinzi commanded. The archers atop the wall released a volley of arrows ignited with celestial flames, piercing through the black mist and striking towards the demonic horde. The demonic cultivators raised their weapons to defend themselves. Although many low-tier demonic cultivators fell, the onslaught of the army could not be halted. Activate the Nine Heavens Thunder Array. Lei Bao roared, slamming his thunder hammer into the ground. The earth surrounding Luoyun Pass erupted with intricate lightning patterns. Dark clouds gathered overhead, and countless bolts of violet lightning rained down upon the demonic army. Boom! 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 The heavenly thunder struck amidst the demonic ranks, instantly obliterating hundreds of demonic cultivators. The momentum of the demonic charge was momentarily stifled, yet a glint of ruthlessness flashed in the blood demon ancestor's eyes. A mere thunder array dares to show off before me. With a flick of his staff, a column of black light shot toward the array, causing its lightning patterns to dim significantly. Emperor Yi, Su Mu Shui, come with me to confront the blood demon ancestor. Lei Bao, you are to command the army in defending against the demonic cultivators. Xianjinzi instructed. The three leaped into the air, heading toward the blood demon ancestor. With a cold laugh, the blood demon ancestor waved his staff, unleashing a multitude of black demonic whips toward the trio. Xianjinzi deftly wielded his dust whisk, ensnaring the whips with azure threads, while Su Mu Shui activated her gem mirror, generating a red protective barrier to deflect the incoming strikes. Emperor Yi, employing his teleportation ability, swiftly appeared behind the blood demon ancestor, and with a chaotic fire enveloping the Hongmeng star sword, he aimed a lethal strike at the ancestor's back. Oof. The blood demon ancestor had anticipated this, sidestepping and countering with a swift strike of his staff toward Emperor Yi. The latter raised his sword in defense, feeling a tremendous force reverberate through him, forcing him to stagger back. The power of a late-stage nascent soul was indeed formidable, Emperor Yi acknowledged inwardly. He activated the chaotic primordial sutra, drawing in the surrounding celestial energy and stellar power, causing his own energy to surge dramatically. Unleashing the star-devouring technique, he summoned the celestial powers, sending forth a barrage of silver star blades toward the blood demon ancestor. The ancestor raised his staff, conjuring a massive shield from the black mist to absorb the oncoming star blades. Seizing the opportunity, Xianjinzi executed the Azure Cloud sect's secret technique, Azure Cloud Break, transforming his dust whisk into a colossal sword shadow aimed at the blood demon ancestor. Su Mu Shui also summoned her gem mirror, unleashing a massive red fire pillar toward him. The blood demon ancestor's expression shifted as he was compelled to simultaneously defend against both assaults. Seizing the moment, Emperor Yi activated his teleportation once more, appearing directly before the blood demon ancestor, infusing the Hongmeng star sword with chaotic fire and stellar energy to execute the final form of the chaotic sky-splitting sword, the chaotic Hongmeng Slash. A colossal dark golden sword shadow, imbued with a cataclysmic aura, descended upon the blood demon ancestor. Terrified, the ancestor hastily summoned all his demonic energy to form a black defensive barrier. Boom! The collision of the sword shadow and the barrier unleashed an unprecedented shockwave of energy. The entire Luoyun Pass trembled, with cultivators on the walls being sent reeling. The blood demon ancestor's shield shattered instantaneously, and he was struck by the sword shadow, spewing forth blood as he was sent flying. Impossible! How can a mere early-stage nascent soul cultivator possess such formidable power? The blood demon ancestor exclaimed in disbelief. With a cold chuckle, Emperor Yi declared, "This is the power of righteousness. Today, I shall act on heaven's behalf and slay you, the demon." He teleported once more, striking toward the ancestor's head with his sword. A glint of ferocity flashed in the blood demon ancestor's eyes as he suddenly produced a black orb from his robe, shattering it as he proclaimed, "If I cannot live, then you shall perish with me." In that instant, a terrifying surge of demonic energy erupted from the blood demon ancestor, for he intended to self-detonate his nascent soul. Not good. Get back. Xianjinzi's expression changed dramatically as he urgently pulled Su Mu Shui and Emperor Yi to safety through teleportation. Boom! The blood demon ancestor's nascent soul exploded violently, sending a massive shockwave radiating outward. The walls of Luoyun Pass crumbled instantly, and both the demonic army and the disciples of the Azure Cloud sect suffered grievous casualties. As the dust settled, Luoyun Pass lay in ruins. Xianjinzi, Emperor Yi, and Su Mu Shui bore varying degrees of injury, while Lei Bao staggered over, bloodied, and reported, "Sect Master, the demonic army has suffered heavy losses, but remnants are still wreaking havoc. What shall we do? Rising to his feet and wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, Emperor Yi replied, we cannot afford to give them a moment's respite. We must act separately to eliminate the remaining demonic forces and ensure none escape back to their territory. Xian Jinzi nodded resolutely, stating, very well, Emperor, you shall lead a team to the east to eradicate the demons. Mu Shui, you take a team to the west. Lei Bao, you lead a team to the north. I shall take a team to the south. We must eradicate the remnants of the demonic forces today. The four dispersed into action. Mounted upon the Star Qilin and wielding the Hongmeng Star Sword, Emperor Yi pursued the remaining demonic forces through the eastern forests. With a chaotic fire past, demons were reduced to ash. The Star Qilin displayed its might, unleashing torrents of silver flames that engulfed dozens of demonic cultivators in an instant. After a day of fierce combat, the remnants of the demonic forces were utterly annihilated, and the demonic tide was finally repelled. However, the Azure Cloud sect, Danxia sect, and Wind and Thunder Pavilion paid a heavy toll, with casualties among their disciples exceeding half, and Luoyun Pass reduced to a desolate wasteland. Gazing upon the ruins before him, Xian Jinzi's eyes welled with sorrow. Though Luoyun Pass lies in ruins, we have successfully withstood the demonic tide, safeguarding our sect and the surrounding populace. This is all thanks to you, Emperor. Emperor Yi shook his head, replying, this is the fruit of our collective efforts. Now that the tide of darkness has receded, we must promptly reconstruct Luoyun Pass and restore the strength of our sect. At the same time, we must fortify our defenses to prevent the resurgence of demonic cultivators. Su Mushiue declared, Danxia sect will wholeheartedly support Qinyun sect in the reconstruction of Luoyun Pass. I shall return immediately to mobilize resources. Lei Bao also added, Fenglei Pavilion will offer assistance as well. The three of our factions must unite ever more closely to collectively withstand the threat posed by demonic cultivators. Xian Jinzi nodded in agreement, stating, excellent. With your support, we shall surely restore our vitality swiftly. Yendi, you have accomplished a significant feat this time. On behalf of Qinyun sect, I bestow upon you this Yuan Ying pill to aid your early progression into the mid-stage of Yuan Ying. Yi Tiandi accepted the Yuan Ying pill with a heart full of joy, exclaiming, thank you, master. In the following month, the three factions worked in unison to rebuild Luoyun Pass. During this period, Yi Tiandi utilized his time in seclusion within his cave dwelling for cultivation. He consumed the Yuan Ying pill and refined the demonic energy left behind by the blood demon ancestor, steadily enhancing his cultivation, drawing ever closer to the mid-stage of Yuan Ying. One day, while Yi Tiandi was engrossed in his training, the system's voice suddenly resonated within his mind. Ding. Host has successfully withstood the tide of darkness, safeguarding Qinyun sect and surrounding factions, completing the hidden task of guardian of the immortal domain. Reward. A domain compass exclusively for cultivators, capable of locating the coordinates of 3,000 small worlds and unlocking the methods to construct interworld passages. The system Maul has added blueprints for small world teleportation arrays. Yi Tiandi was filled with exhilaration. The domain compass. The methods for constructing interworld passages. This signified that he finally had the opportunity to establish a connection between the Duki continent and the immortal domain, allowing him to ascend alongside Xiao Yan, Tang Huogua, and others. He opened his eyes, a glimmer of anticipation flashing within. Xiao Yan, Tang Huogua, await me. I shall return for you shortly. Yi Tiandi understood that building the interworld passage would require a significant amount of resources and exceptionally high cultivation. With his current early-stage Yuan in cultivation, he was still far from sufficient. His goal was to swiftly break through to the mid-stage of Yuan Ying, accumulate ample resources, and expedite the construction of the interworld passage, reuniting with his companions from the immortal domain and the Duki continent to jointly compose a new legend. Chapter 19. The Domain Compass and the Quest for Treasures. The domain compass floated in the palm of Yi Tiandi's hand, its size akin to that of a palm, engraved with 3,000 intricate patterns, each corresponding to a small world coordinate. As his fingertip grazed the pattern inscribed with the Duki continent, the compass suddenly radiated a soft blue glow, and a three-dimensional star map emerged in the air. Between the Duki continent and the immortal domain lay 9 spatial barriers. Even the shortest passage required traversing billions of miles of void, and one would also need to unravel the spatial seals left by the Soul Palace. To construct the interworld passage, at least 3 supreme treasures were necessary. Yi Tiandi murmured to himself while consulting the construction methods unlocked by the system. The void crystal capable of tearing through space, the chaotic earth to stabilize the passage, and the yin-yang essence to neutralize the energy conflicts between the two worlds. These 3 supreme treasures were exceedingly rare in the immortal domain, with only the ancient secret realm. The 10,000 treasures cave, documenting their existence. He immediately proceeded to Xian Jinzi's cave dwelling. laying out the domain compass and the plans for constructing the interworld passage in their entirety. Xianjinzi gazed at the swirling spiritual light on the compass. His eyes filled with awe. I never imagined you had such a profound connection with the 3,000 small worlds. The 10,000 Treasures Cave is a treasure trove of ancient cultivators, yet it is sealed by formidable restrictions. Only by gathering the 5 spiritual keys of gold, wood, water, fire, and earth can it be opened. Xianjinzi handed Yi Tiandi a wooden token. This is the wood spiritual key, which I fortuitously acquired in the Qingyun secret realm years ago. The remaining 4 spiritual keys are located in the burning heaven furnace of Danxia sect, the Thunder God Hall of Fenglei Pavilion, the depths of the cold pool in the Bishi sect, and the Vajra Pagoda of the Vajra sect. Yi Tiandi accepted the wood spiritual key and bowed, saying, "Thank you, Master, for your guidance. I shall set forth to seek the remaining spiritual keys." The next day, Yi Tiandi rode the Star Qilin to Danxia sect. Upon learning that he was in search of the fire spiritual key, Su Muxue immediately took him to the burning heaven furnace. The furnace was situated at the volcanic crater on the back mountain of Danxia sect, its body entwined with the eternal heart of the earth's fire. The fire spiritual key lay hidden within the heart of the fire lotus at the furnace's bottom, requiring the lotus to be refined in the raging flames before it could be retrieved. Brother Yi, the temperature inside the burning heaven furnace is akin to that of golden core fire. You must exercise caution. However, Yi Tiandi waved his hand, activating the chaotic fire. There is no need for the fire avoidance talisman. My flames can restrain the earth's fire. He leaped into the burning heaven furnace, a protective barrier of chaotic fire forming around him. The earth's fire within the furnace not only failed to harm him, but was instead consumed by the chaotic fire, becoming his energy. The fire lotus at the furnace's base radiated a searing red light. Yi Tiandi reached out to pluck the fire lotus, and, at its center, indeed embedded was a red fire spiritual key. Just as he extracted the key, the burning heaven furnace suddenly trembled violently, ancient runes appearing on the walls, revealing a hidden inheritance site. Ding! Detection of ancient alchemy inheritance. The host may choose to merge with the fire Dao alchemy scripture. The system's prompt echoed. Yi Tiandi integrated the fire Dao alchemy scripture into his sea of consciousness, instantly elevating his alchemy skills to the 6th grade, while also unlocking the chaotic alchemy technique, enabling him to refine cross-world elixirs using Duqi, Shinchi, and chaotic Qi simultaneously. After departing from Danxia sect, Yi Tiandi proceeded to Fenglei Pavilion in search of the Thunder Spiritual Key. Upon seeing him, Lei Qianjue chuckled. To obtain the Thunder Spiritual Key, you must help me unravel the Thunder Rune Seal in the Thunder God Hall. The Thunder God Hall was located at the heart of the thunderclouds in the Thunderstorm Mountain Range. Its entrance inscribed with a multitude of thunder runes, which could only be activated by summoning the 9 heavens thunder. Yi Tiandi activated the chaotic Hongmeng art, harnessing the power of lightning from the sky while infusing the Thunder Spiritual Key's aura into the runes. Crack! A bolt of purple heavenly thunder struck the entrance, causing the runes to illuminate instantly, and the doors began to slowly open. Inside the hall on a stone platform floated a Thunder Spiritual Key, pulsating with lightning. Just as Yi Tiandi reached for the key, a Thunder Spirit Beast, a peak 2nd-tier demon beast formed of lightning, suddenly charged out from within the hall. The Thunder Spirit Beast roared, unleashing a column of lightning. Yi Tiandi activated his movement technique, evading the lightning column while merging the chaotic fire with the lightning power to execute the chaotic thunder flame slash. In a flash, the sword shadow sliced through the Thunder Spirit Beast, cleaving it in two, transforming into pure lightning energy that merged into Yi Tiandi's body. His cultivation unexpectedly exhibited faint signs of breaking through to the mid-stage of Yuaning. In the following half-month, Yi Tiandi visited Bishi sect and Vajra sect in succession, retrieving the water spiritual key from the ice soul clam at the bottom of the cold pool and acquiring the earth spiritual key from the hand of the Vajra Buddha statue within the Vajra Pagoda. After gathering all 5 spiritual keys, he hastened to the 10,000 Treasures Cave. The 10,000 Treasures Cave was located in the desolate forbidden zone of the far west of the immortal domain, its entrance shrouded in a layer of transparent restrictions. Yi Tiandi inserted the 5 spiritual keys in the sequence of gold, wood, water, fire, and earth into the restriction, which shattered instantly, revealing a pitch-black passage. The air within the passage was thick with an ancient aura, and the ground was littered with the bones of cultivators, indicating that many had attempted to breach it, but had perished along the way. Delving 100 miles into the cave, Yi Tiandi arrived at a vast stone chamber. In the center of the chamber, on a stone platform, lay the 3 supreme treasures he sought. The void crystal emitted a faint spatial fluctuation. The chaotic earth was of a dark golden hue, and the yin-yang essence was a crystal half black and half white. Finally, he had found them. Yi Tiandi's heart surged with joy as he reached for them. But suddenly, a deafening roar emanated from the chamber's walls, and 3 enormous stone puppets burst forth. Crafted entirely from black iron stone, the puppets possessed an aura that reached the mid-stage of Yuan Ying, wielding giant stone axes that they swung toward Yendi. It appeared that acquiring the mid-stage Yuan Ying puppets would not be so straightforward. Yendi activated the chaotic Hongmeng art, channeling the chaotic fire and stellar power into the Hongmeng Star Sword, executing the chaotic stellar slash. The sword's shadow collided with the stone axe, causing the stone puppet to stagger back, a crack appearing on its surface. However, the stone puppets were impervious to blades and spears, even when struck with a fissure. They could rapidly mend themselves. Yendi furrowed his brow, channeling his soul power to discover that the puppet's core was concealed within their heads. He activated his movement technique, appearing behind one of the stone puppets, and thrust his sword through its head. The stone puppet's movements halted instantly, before crashing to the ground with a thunderous thud. As the 2 stone golems perceived the situation, they lunged toward the Emperor of Heaven simultaneously. The Emperor produced the residual energy of the star core, coalescing it into a shimmering silver shield that deftly repelled the golem's assault. Concurrently, he infused the ground with chaotic flames, igniting a torrent of fire that consumed the earth, with the chaotic essence gradually eroding the golem's forms. Chaotic thunderflame slash. The Emperor of Heaven uttered a low incantation, and the sword shadow, imbued with both lightning and flames, struck simultaneously at the heads of the 2 stone golems. With a resounding crack, their heads shattered, their cores utterly obliterated, and their bodies crumbled into mere debris. Having vanquished the stone constructs, the Emperor retrieved 3 invaluable treasures. Just as he prepared to depart, the ground of the stone chamber suddenly collapsed, plunging him into a deeper realm. Within this space, a colossal stone tablet stood majestically at the center, inscribed with ancient characters, the legacy left by the Star Elder. I am the Star Elder, who dedicated my life to traversing the paths of 3,000 small worlds. Yet, I fell victim to an ambush by the Soul Palace. Today, I bestow upon the Fated One the Star Realm Map. This map reveals the optimal construction points for interdimensional passages and can harness the power of the stars to reinforce these gateways. The text on the tablet gradually faded, and a golden Star Realm map floated into the Emperor's consciousness. Ding! Congratulations, host, for acquiring the Star Elder's legacy, the Star Realm map. The success rate for constructing interdimensional passages has been elevated to 80. Reward: a spatial array disk specifically for cultivators, capable of temporarily stabilizing small spatial passages. With a 200-point enhancement to soul strength, the Emperor of Heaven was overwhelmed with excitement, armed with the Star Realm map and the 3 treasures. His confidence in establishing the interdimensional passage soared. He retraced his steps through the collapsed tunnel back to the stone chamber, and as he emerged from the treasure vault, he saw Xianjinzi and Sumu Shui waiting anxiously. Your Majesty, are you unharmed? Xianjinzi hurriedly approached. We sensed violent energy fluctuations within the treasure vault, and feared for your safety. The Emperor smiled and replied, I have successfully fulfilled my mission. Not only did I uncover 3 treasures, but I also obtained the legacy of the Star Elder. He displayed the Star Realm map, eliciting expressions of astonishment from both Xianjinzi and Sumu Shui. With the Star Realm map and 3 treasures, constructing the interdimensional passage will be more efficient. Xianjinzi remarked. However, establishing the passage requires a significant expenditure of celestial energy and resources, and one must possess cultivation at the late Yuaning stage or above to oversee the process. Your current cultivation is insufficient. You must expedite your enhancement. The Emperor nodded and said, I understand, Master. I intend to enter seclusion to advance to the mid-Yuaning stage before embarking on the preparations for the passage. Upon returning to the Qingyun sect, the Emperor entered his personal cave dwelling. He placed the void crystal, chaotic earth, and yin-yang essence beside him and began to cultivate using the chaotic primordial art, simultaneously absorbing the energies emanating from the 3 treasures. The spatial power of the void crystal enhanced his mastery over teleportation. The weighty force of the chaotic earth fortified his dantian, while the balancing power of the yin-yang essence allowed for a more perfect fusion of his celestial energy, demonic aura, and star power within. A month later, the Emperor successfully advanced to the mid-Yuaning stage. He opened his eyes, a glimmer of golden light flashing within, and an immense celestial power erupted around him. He attempted to activate the Star Realm map, clearly perceiving the spatial barrier between the Duki continent and the celestial domain. Even sensing the auras of Xiao Yin and Tanghur, both now at the Dozun level, continuing their efforts to eradicate the remnants of the Soul Palace in the central continent. Xiao Yin, Tanghur, I shall return for you soon. The Emperor clenched his fists, filled with anticipation. He exited the cave and found Xianjinzi, stating, Master, I have broken through to the mid-Yuaning stage and intend to begin preparations for constructing the interdimensional passage. I request that you summon the members of the Danxia sect and the Wind Thunder Pavilion to discuss this matter collaboratively. Xian Jinzi nodded, saying, very well. I shall dispatch someone to notify Su Zhannan and Lei Qianju. In 3 days, we shall convene in the Qingyun sect's Grand Hall to deliberate on the specifics of constructing the interdimensional passage. The emperor's heart swelled with joy. He understood that the day of opening the interdimensional passage was drawing near. His goal was not merely to reunite with his allies from the Duqi continent, but also to lead them in continuing their growth within the celestial domain, collectively confronting the demonic forces therein, and crafting their own legendary saga. Chapter 20. The initial construction of the passage, cross-dimensional communication. Within the Grand Hall of the Qingyun sect, Xian Jinzi, Su Zhannan, and Lei Qianju occupied the principal seats, while the Emperor of Heaven stood at the center, holding the Star Realm map. The hall was filled with the core elders and array masters from the 3 sections. The Star Realm map hovered in the air, with the coordinates of the Duqi continent and the celestial domain marked by golden points of light. 9 spatial barriers stretched across like black ribbons, with the shortest passage node aligning with the Meteorite Valley in the central continent, a place that had once been the burial site of the Star Elder and where the Emperor first encountered the remnants of the Star Elder's soul. The construction of the interdimensional passage requires 3 steps, the Emperor indicated on the Star Realm map. First, we must establish the teleportation array bases at both the Meteorite Valley and the Falling Star Cliff in the celestial domain. Second, we shall utilize the Void Crystal to tear through the spatial barrier, with the chaotic earth reinforcing the framework of the passage. Third, we will employ the yin-yang essence to harmonize the energy conflicts between the 2 realms, ultimately invoking the power of the stars to activate the passage. Lei Qianju stroked his chin thoughtfully. The Falling Star Cliff is located within the turbulent spatial currents of the Western Celestial Domain. We must first clear the surrounding spatial devourers, where the array bases will be destroyed as soon as they are constructed. Su Zhannan added, the Danxia sect can provide solidifying array pills, which will temporarily strengthen the array bases, granting us time to construct. Xian Jinzi nodded. This matter concerns the connection between the 2 realms. The 3 sects must cooperate fully. Tiandi, you will oversee the construction of the Falling Star Cliff array base. Lei Qianju, lead the disciples of the Wind Thunder Pavilion to clear the spatial devourers. Zhannan, you will be responsible for refining, solidifying array pills and healing elixirs, while I shall remain at the Qingyun sect to coordinate resources. 3 days later, the Emperor, accompanied by 20 array masters from the Qingyun sect, rode the Star Qilin to the Falling Star Cliff. The cliff's walls were riddled with spatial fissures, with black spatial currents writhing like venomous serpents, and the sounds of growling echoed from the cliff's base. These were the spatial devourers. These beasts fed on spatial energy, resembling wolves with scales capable of rending space, the weakest among them being at the late Jinan stage. Star Qilin, clear the area. The Emperor dismounted, and the Star Qilin understood, unleashing a torrent of silver flames infused with star power down toward the cliff's base. The spatial devourers shrieked in agony as they were scorched, surging upward from the depths. Chaotic, sky-rending sword, shatter the realms. The Emperor wielded the Hongmeng Star Sword, merging the chaotic energy with spatial power, and with a single swing, a dark golden blade of energy appeared, tearing through the air and cleaving several spatial devourers in 2. The array masters seized the opportunity to set up a temporary defensive array at the cliff's summit, keeping the remaining spatial devourers at bay. The disciples of the Wind Thunder Pavilion, led by Lei Qianju, arrived just in time, unleashing thunderous spells like a torrential downpour, striking the spatial devourers with purple lightning until they were burnt and battered. After half an hour, the spatial devourers surrounding the Falling Star Cliff were entirely eradicated, and the Emperor immediately directed the array masters to begin constructing the array base. The array base required a mixture of star-patterned steel and void stones, with each material needing to be inscribed with spatial runes. The Emperor retrieved the Star Realm map, and, according to the coordinates, embedded 5 spirit keys into the corners of the array base. The spirit keys glowed vividly, resonating with the Star Realm map, causing the spatial coordinates corresponding to the Meteorite Valley to materialize on the array base. Simultaneously, within the central continent's Meteorite Valley, Xiao Yan and Tang He were diligently constructing the array base according to the blueprints transmitted by the Emperor through the system. Xiao Yan had advanced to the late Dozuan stage, wielding the Green Lotus Earth Heartfire, which transformed into a fiery whip that drove the massive star-patterned steel pillars into the ground, while Tang He utilized the secret methods of the Burning Flame Valley to inscribe spatial runes upon the pillars. Brother Yi has sent word. At noon, 3 days hence, the celestial domain will activate the spatial energy, and we must simultaneously activate the array base, Xiao Yan informed, holding the communication jade slip left by the Emperor, its light flickering intermittently. This is the final piece of chaotic earth, embedded in the center of the array base to stabilize the passage. 3 days later, the array bases at the Falling Star Cliff and the Meteorite Valley were completed simultaneously. The Emperor embedded the void crystal into the core of the array base, which erupted with a blinding light, slowly revealing a black spatial rift above the array base. Lei Qinjue swiftly commanded his disciples to activate the Nine Heavens Thunder Array, channeling the celestial lightning into the fissure, which expanded to a width of approximately 10 feet. Chaos Earth fill, Yendi proclaimed as he scattered the chaotic soil into the crevice. The dark golden earth transformed into countless threads within the fissure, weaving a robust framework for the passageway. At that moment, Su Mushue timely delivered the formation pill, and upon its infusion into the framework, the vibrations of the passage diminished almost instantaneously. In the final step, Yendi retrieved the yin-yang essence, splitting it in two, one half embedded into the foundation of the immortal domain formation, while the other half was sent through the temporary spatial passage to Meteor Valley. As Xiao Yin embedded the yin-yang essence into the foundation at Meteor Valley, the bases of both realms ignited simultaneously, and the energy conflict within the passage was quelled in an instant. Invoke the power of the stars. Yetiandi Intonit. Activating the fragments of the stellar path. The star chart unfurled in the sky, and the stellar energy cascaded into the passage like a tide. The chaotic black currents within the passage gradually gave way to a golden star power, a shimmering golden light extending from Falling Star Cliff into the void, echoing with the foundation at Meteor Valley. We succeeded, Lei Qinjue exclaimed with fervor. Yet, Yendi furrowed his brow, although the passage had taken shape. The energy fluctuations remained exceedingly unstable, threatening imminent collapse. The final step required someone to enter the passage and construct an energy bridge between the two realm bases. Ishal go, Yendi declared, leaping into the passage. The spatial turbulence within sliced at his body like daggers, and his star armor was riddled with cracks. He activated the Chaos Primordial Technique, forming a protective barrier of chaotic energy around him, while simultaneously embedding the primordial star sword into the passage wall. The star patterns along the sword glimmered, guiding him towards Meteor Valley. On the other end of the passage, Xiao Yin sensed Yendi's aura and immediately summoned the Blue Lotus Earth Fire, a pillar of flames soaring skyward to illuminate Yendi's path. Dang Huiyan, utilizing the secret technique of Flame Valley, laid a fiery formation around the foundation at Meteor Valley, with the flame's energy traversing the passage to resonate with Yendi's chaotic fire. When Yendi finally reached the foundation at Meteor Valley, his aura had waned to its utmost limit. He produced his last exquisite immortal crystal, shattering it to infuse into the foundation, while simultaneously inserting the primordial star sword into the core of the formation. Xiao Yin, Tang Huiyan, channel your fighting spirit. Xiao Yin and Tang Huiyan promptly infused their fighting spirit into the foundation, the Blue Lotus Earth Fire and the flames of Flame Valley merging into the passage. The three flames intertwined within the passage, harmonizing with the star power to form a stable energy bridge. Observing this, Yendi immediately activated the star chart, drawing upon the celestial energy above to fully awaken the passage. With a resounding boom, golden light erupted within the passage, and the bases of both realms illuminated simultaneously. A golden portal materializing between Falling Star Cliff and Meteor Valley. Yendi emerged from the passage, his eyes brimming with elation upon seeing Xiao Yin and Tang Huiyan. I have returned. Big brother Yi. Xiao Yin and Tang Huiyan rushed forward, enveloping him in a tight embrace. Years of longing and anticipation crystallized into the joy of reunion at that moment. Just then, a voice from the system echoed in Yendi's mind. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully establishing the inter-realm passage, fulfilling the ultimate goal of connecting the two realms. Reward: Fusion Technique, Fighting Immortal Technique for Cultivators, and the Imperial-Grade Spatial Artifact. The Inter-Realm Pot, capable of opening a small inter-realm passage at will. And the System Shop, unlocking cross-realm resource exchange functionality. Yendi produced the Inter-Realm Pot, its surface engraved with a map of the two realms, by infusing energy. A temporary passage could be opened for convenient back-and-forth travel. He handed the Fighting Immortal Technique to Xiao Yin and Tang Huiyan. This technique will allow you to simultaneously absorb fighting spirit and immortal energy, enabling you to swiftly break through to the Fighting Emperor realm and venture into the immortal domain. Xiao Yin and Tang Huiyan accepted the technique, their hearts filled with gratitude. Tang Huiyan remarked, Big brother Yi, the remnants of the Soul Hall in Central State have been largely eradicated, but we uncovered a secret at the Soul Hall's headquarters. The true headquarters of the Soul Hall is not in Central State, but in the soul abyss of the immortal domain, where the peak fighting saint, the supreme Soul Wushan, resides. Yendi's expression shifted. The Soul Hall had a headquarters in the immortal domain. He recalled the dying wish of Star Elder to utterly destroy the Soul Hall, and it appeared that the Soul Abyss in the Immortal Domain would be the final battlefield. I understand, Yendi said. You shall remain in Central State, utilizing the Inter-Realm Passage to transport resources and strengthen Central State's power. I will return to the Immortal Domain, unite the three sects, and prepare an assault on the Soul Abyss. Once you break through to the Fighting Emperor realm, come to the Immortal Domain to join me in the complete destruction of the Soul Hall. Xiao Yan and Tang Huiyan nodded, aware that this would be the final battle. Their shared mission. Upon returning to the Immortal Domain, Yendi immediately summoned Xian Jinzi, Su Jinan, and Lei Qinjue, revealing the secrets of the Soul Hall's presence in the Immortal Domain. Xian Jinzi's expression grew grave. The Soul Abyss is the most perilous location in the Immortal Domain. Shrouded in dense demonic energy, home to countless formidable demonic cultivators, and the strength of Soul Wushan is unfathomable. We must prepare thoroughly. Lei Qianjue am willing to deploy all Thunder Attribute disciples to form a Nine Heavens Thunder Array to counteract the demonic energy, Lei Qinjue added. Su Jinan also stated, the Danxia sect will concoct a vast quantity of demon-extinguishing pills to enhance our disciples' resistance to demonic energy. Yendi nodded, Agelent. We will rest for 3 months to accumulate sufficient resources and strength. After 3 months, we will split into 3 forces and launch an offensive on the Soul Abyss. In the ensuing 3 months, Yendi diligently practiced the Fighting Immortal technique, merging fighting spirit with immortal energy, achieving a breakthrough to the late Yuaning stage. While assisting the 3 sects in preparing for the assault on the Soul Abyss, he distributed the resources acquired from the treasure vault among the 3 sects to bolster their disciple strength, and utilized the cross-realm resource exchange functionality to procure a substantial quantity of fighting spirit crystal cores from Central State, converting them into cultivation resources for the Immortal Domain. 3 months later, an army of 100,000 from Qingyun's sect, Danxia sect, and Wind Thunder Pavilion gathered at Falling Star Cliff. Yendi, mounted on the Star Qilin and wielding the primordial Star Sword, stood at the forefront of the army. Behind him, Xiao Yan and Tang Huiyan, riding the avatars of the Star Qilin, summoned by Yendi using the Inter-Realm Pot, had broken through to the initial stage of Fighting Emperor, their auras formidable. Brave warriors. The Soul Hall has committed heinous acts for millennia, slaughtering the beings of both realms. Today, we shall raise the Soul Abyss and utterly destroy the Soul Hall, restoring peace to both realms. Yendi's voice resonated through the ranks, igniting their morale as they shouted in unison. Flatten the Soul Abyss. Annihilate the Soul Hall. With a wave of the primordial Star Sword, the Golden Passage reopened, and a vast army surged towards the Soul Abyss. He understood that this was the final battle, the last step in fulfilling Star Elder's wish and safeguarding the 2 realms. Regardless of the challenges that lay ahead, he would forge ahead with unwavering resolve. For behind him lay the hopes of 2 realms, the trust of his companions, and a legendary mission that belonged to him. The Golden Passage stretched forth into the distance, bearing the convictions of the soldiers from both realms as they advanced towards the Soul Abyss, a legend belonging to Yendi. At the confluence of the Fighting Spirit Continent and the Immortal Domain, was poised to unveil its most glorious chapter. Chapter 21, The Battle of the Soul Abyss. United as one. The Soul Abyss lay at the northernmost core of the Demon Domain within the Immortal Realm, enshrouded in eternal night and black mist. The ground flowed with dark green corrupted soul water, and the air was thick with demonic energy, so dense that it could coalesce into substance. As the 100,000-strong coalition led by Yendi crossed into the Soul Abyss's boundary, they were met with a bone-chilling cold, and within the black mist floated countless remnants of cultivators' souls, testaments to the Soul Hall's atrocities over the millennia. Kill. Suddenly, thousands of demonic cultivators surged forth from the black mist, led by 3 late Yuan stage protectors of the Soul Hall, wielding soul-snatching staves, surrounded by swirling black soul flames. Lei Qinjue was the first to strike, slamming his thunder hammer into the ground, instantly activating the 9 Heavens Thunder Array, unleashing torrents of purple lightning that rained down upon the demonic cultivators, incinerating them to ashes. Xiao Zan, Tang Huiyan, lead the Central State disciples to maneuver from the left flank and restrain the lower-tier demonic cultivators. Sumusue, you guide the Danxia sect disciples to purify the remnants of souls with flames, preventing any backlash from the soul flames. Lei Bao, follow me for a direct assault, targeting the Soul Hall's main hall. Yendi commanded in a deep voice, the primordial star sword in his hand glowing with a dark golden aura, intertwining chaotic fire with stellar power to cleave towards one of the Soul Hall's protectors. The Guardian raised the soul-devouring staff to defend himself, but with a resounding clang. The staff was cleaved in 2, and the momentum of the sword's shadow did not wane, piercing through his chest. In an instant, the malevolent energy within the Guardian was incinerated by the chaotic flames, leaving only a chilling scream before he was reduced to ashes. Observing this, the other two guardians exchanged glances and simultaneously unleashed the soul-devouring magic, coalescing countless lingering souls into a colossal ghostly claw that lunged towards the Emperor of Heaven. With the dueling immortal technique, the Emperor of Heaven harmonized his combat energy with celestial energy, a golden barrier enveloping him, where the patterns of combat and celestial energies intertwined. He executed the ultimate form of the chaotic sky-splitting sword, infusing it with the earth heart fire from Xiaoyan and the blazing sky flames from Tang Huiyan, creating a tricolored fire lotus that collided violently with the ghostly claw. Boom! The shockwave of energy sent the surrounding demonic cultivators flying. As the fire lotus consumed the two guardians, their bodies thrashing violently into flames. Seizing the opportunity, the Emperor of Heaven teleported behind them, severing their heads with a single stroke. Just as their nascent souls attempted to flee, they were utterly consumed by the chaotic flames. The allied forces surged forward like a tidal wave, arriving before the Soul Abyss Palace in half an hour. The palace, constructed from black soul crystals, bore grotesque skull engravings on its doors, with the words Soulless Palace inscribed above, exuding a bloody aura. In the square outside, the supreme of the Soul Palace, Soulless God, sat majestically upon a black throne, draped in a dark golden robe adorned with dragon patterns, surrounded by the aura of a peak demon saint, casually playing with a black soul core crafted from the souls of 1,000,000 cultivators. Emperor of Heaven, you truly possess the ability to open the passage between realms, Soulless God remarked as he slowly rose, his voice imbued with a bewitching charm. Alas, today you shall all become the offerings for my ascension to the Soul Emperor. He flung the soul core into the air, which detonated, unleashing a torrent of lingering souls that surged towards the allied forces, forcibly draining their combat and celestial energies. Not good. It's the soul-devouring domain. Xianzhenzi's complexion paled as he swiftly activated the Qingyun sect's secret cleansing mantra. Golden runes forming a protective barrier in the air to temporarily stave off the encroaching souls. The Emperor of Heaven produced the Two Realms pot, its body glowing with golden radiance. The cultivators from Central Continent, on the other end, immediately infused their combat energy, unleashing countless golden energy threads that connected the souls of the allied forces with the energies of the Two Realms, forming a sturdy defense. Soulless God, you have slaughtered millions of beings. Today marks your demise. The Emperor of Heaven leaped into the air, the Hongmeng star sword gathering the energies of both realms. As he unleashed a new combat technique that fused the dueling immortal technique and celestial path, the Two Realms Star Slash. The power of the stars above converged with the combat energy from Central Continent, forming a golden sword shadow imbued with chaotic flames, aimed directly at Soulless God. A flicker of seriousness crossed Soulless God's eyes as he drew forth the Soul Palace's treasure, the soul-devouring sword, its blade as dark as ink, adorned with countless skulls of cultivators. Channeling his entire demonic energy, the eyes of the skulls on the sword opened, spewing forth black soul flames that coalesced into a massive demonic shadow to clash with the sword shadow. Clang! The intertwining of golden and black energies caused the entire soul abyss to tremble, fissures splitting the ground into unfathomable chasms. The Emperor of Heaven was jolted, blood spilling from his lips, while Soulless God staggered back 3 steps, a tear appearing in his robe, revealing skin exuding black energy. I never anticipated you could harness the energy of both realms. It seems I have underestimated you, Soulless God remarked, a glint of malice in his gaze. Suddenly, he bit his tongue, unleashing a spurt of black essence blood that fell upon the demon's sword. Instantly, the sword erupted with a terrifying aura as he prepared to burn his own soul core to elevate himself to the pseudo-Soul Emperor realm. Stop him! Xianzhenzi shouted in fury, joining forces with Su Jinan and Lei Qianjue, as 3 streams of celestial power coalesced into a massive palm, striking towards Soulless God. With a cold smirk, Soulless God swung his sword, shattering the giant palm with a streak of black sword energy, while the demonic shadow reassembled and charged at the allied forces. Xiaoyan and Tang Huiyan exchanged knowing glances, simultaneously summoning the Buddha's Wrath Fire Lotus and the Blazing Sky Fire Sea. The Earth Heart Fire and the Blazing Sky flames intertwined into a colossal fire lotus, colliding thunderously with the demonic shadow. In the instant of the explosion, countless fiery shards rained down upon the demonic cultivators, reducing them to ashes. However, Soulless God's soul core was nearing completion, his aura growing increasingly potent, warping the very fabric of space around him. The Emperor of Heaven realized that further delay was untenable. He hurled the Two Realms pot into the air, its body radiating blinding light as cultivators from both realms infused energy simultaneously, forming a golden pillar of light that connected heaven and earth. He leaped into the light pillar, merging his nascent soul with the energies of the two realms, manifesting a dual illusion of the combat emperor and his nascent soul. Astonishingly, he broke through to the pinnacle of the nascent soul realm amidst the battle, simultaneously channeling combat emperor-level energy. The realms unite. The emperor descends upon the heavens. The voice of the Emperor of Heaven resounded across both realms as he wielded the Hongmeng Star Sword, transforming into a golden meteor streaking towards soulless God. The chaotic flames, star power, and energies from both realms erupted simultaneously, forming an unstoppable golden torrent. A flicker of fear crossed soulless God's eyes as he hastily raised his demon sword to defend, only to be instantly engulfed by the golden torrent. The sword shattered piece by piece as soulless God's body thrashed within the flow, unwillingly roaring, "The soul palace shall not perish. I shall return." Up was Seb. The Emperor of Heaven thrust his sword through soulless God's chest, chaotic flames surging through the blade into his body, incinerating his soul core completely. With a final anguish scream, soulless God's body disintegrated into ashes, scattering throughout the soul abyss. With soulless God's demise, the malevolent energy within the soul abyss began to dissipate, the black mist receding to reveal a clear sky. The corrupted soul water on the ground slowly dried up, countless imprisoned lingering souls liberated, transforming into golden specks and dissipating into the ether. We have won. The soul palace is destroyed. A thunderous cheer erupted from the allied forces as Xiao Yan and Tang Huiyan rushed to the Emperor of Heaven's side, the three embracing tightly. Suan Sensi, Su Senan, and Lei Qinjue also approached, their faces alight with satisfaction. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have slain soulless God, utterly obliterated the Soul Palace, and fulfilled the Elder Star's legacy and the guardianship mission of the Two Realms. Reward: Ultimate Cultivation Technique, Two Realms Path Technique. Capable of merging energies from 3,000 small worlds, and the Imperial-grade Treasure Two Realms Seal, which can command the beings of both realms. The system has upgraded to the Two Realms Guardian system, unlocking permissions for small world exploration. The Emperor of Heaven received the Two Realms Seal, its surface engraved with a map of the Two Realms, emanating a gentle yet commanding aura. He understood that this was not merely a reward but a profound responsibility to safeguard the peace of both realms and explore broader horizons. 3 months later, the passage between the two realms stabilized, and Central Continent and the Celestial Domain began to exchange resources. The Emperor of Heaven established the Two Realms Alliance at Falling Star Cliff, jointly governed by Xian Jinzi, Su Jinan, Lei Qinjue, Xiao Yan, and Tang Huiyan, responsible for inter-realm communication and defense. He, meanwhile, accompanied by the Star Unicorn, set out to traverse the 3,000 small worlds in search of new civilizations and legacies. One day, the Emperor of Heaven arrived at a small world known as the Xianhuang realm, where the cultivation system and combat energy diverged significantly from those he was accustomed to, yet possessed a unique essence of martial truth. He sat cross-legged atop a peak, channeling the Two Realms Path Technique, merging combat energy, celestial energy, and martial truth, manifesting 3,000 slender beams of light, each corresponding to the energy of small world. Indeed, this was the ultimate meaning of cultivation, not the pursuit of personal zenith, but the integration of myriad paths to safeguard all beings. The Emperor of Heaven opened his eyes, enlightenment shining within. Rising, he grasped the Hongmeng Star Sword and strode deeper into the Xianhuang realm. He knew that a new adventure was just beginning, and his legend would continue to unfold across the 3,000 small worlds. In a distant horizon, the golden passage between the two realms intertwined with the radiance of the Xianhuang realm, forming a resplendent rainbow. The Emperor of Heaven's figure gradually faded into the forest, leaving behind a resolute silhouette as he carried the hopes of both realms onward, fulfilling his mission as the guardian of the two realms and penning his own eternal legend. Chapter 22. Enlightenment in Xianhuang, the flow of all realms. In the verdant forests of the Xianhuang realm, a distinctive martial spirit permeates the air, markedly different from the ferocity of battle energy and the ethereal essence of immortality. This energy is as substantial as the earth itself, yet flows with the grace of water. As Yendi traverses the jade stone path within the woods, each step resonates with the martial spirit of the ground beneath, emanating a faint earthy glow from his feet, a sign of his initiation into the martial arts of the Xianhuang realm. The cultivation system here centers around the true essence of martial arts, necessitating an understanding of the laws of nature to transform spiritual energy into internal strength, ultimately striving to break through to the realms of martial master, martial saint, and martial emperor. The system automatically analyzes the cultivation framework of the Xianhuang realm, and a thought crosses Yi Tiandi's mind. He activates the two realms' great Tao technique, attempting to merge martial spirit, battle energy, and ethereal essence. The three energies converge within his dantian, not clashing as before, but rather coalescing into a tricolored vortex under the guidance of the two realms' great Tao technique. As the vortex spins, the surrounding martial spirit surges wildly into him, and Yetendi's aura subtly hints at a breakthrough to the peak of the nascent soul stage. Suddenly, a thunderous roar disrupts the tranquility of the forest as a massive, dark blue, earth-shattering bear charges forth. This beast, a second-tier fiend of the Xianwang realm, is akin to a late-stage golden core cultivator in the realm of immortality, capable of causing the ground to quake with a swipe of its paw. Perceiving Yi Tiandi's intrusion into its territory, the bear roars furiously and swipes its paw towards him. Yi Tiandi remains unfazed, gathering the tricolor vortex in his right hand to meet the attack. With a resounding crash, the bear's paw collides with his palm, and it emits a pained cry as it is sent flying, crashing heavily against a tree. Staring in disbelief at Yi Tiandi, the bear cannot fathom how this human could withstand its full force with mere flesh. Indeed, the power of the earth within the essence of martial arts is wondrous. As Yi Tiandi savors the lingering weight of energy in his palm, a smile graces his lips. He employs the technique of instantaneous movement, reaching the bear's side in an instant, delivering a strike to its head. The bear's body stiffens, its martial spirit devoured by the tricolor vortex, transforming into pure energy that integrates into Yi Tiandi's own. Ding! Host absorbs martial spirit. Understanding of the two realms' great Tao technique increases by 10, unlocking the fundamentals of the earth martial true meaning. Reward: Xianwang Realm Martial Arts Manual Earth Vein, 5th Scripture. As Yi Tiandi peruses the Earth Vein 5th Scripture, he realizes that the techniques recorded within bear remarkable similarities to the Earth attribute powers of the Chaos technique. Following the methods outlined in the manual, he practices amidst the trees, and, as he swings his fists, the jade stones beneath rise, coalescing into a colossal stone fist that hurtles towards a nearby mountain peak. Boom! The mountain is struck, splitting open with a massive fissure. Yi Tiandi stands, enlightened. The essence of energies from different worlds is indeed interconnected. One merely needs to discover the opportunity for fusion. He ventures deeper into the Xianwang realm, arriving at a city known as Martial City. Within the city, practitioners of martial arts abound, diligently honing their skills in the dojos lining the streets. Upon entering the gates, Yi Tiandi witnesses a group of black-clad cultivators oppressing the common folk, with their leader, a martial master, pressing a long knife against an elderly man's throat. "Old man, if you do not surrender the earth vein spirit jade, I shall execute you." The black-clad cultivator sneers. The elder clutches a glowing earthy jade tightly to his chest. Despair etched across his face. Yi Tiandi's expression hardens, and in a flash, he appears before the black-clad cultivator. He deftly grasps the cultivator's wrist, twisting it gently until the knife clatters to the ground. To oppress the common folk under broad daylight. Do you even deserve to practice martial arts? Startled and enraged, the black-clad cultivator retorts. Who are you to meddle in the affairs of my Black Tiger sect? He channels his internal strength, launching a strike towards Yi Tiandi's chest. Yi Tiandi sidesteps effortlessly, countering with a palm strike to the cultivator's back. The cultivator spews blood, crashing heavily to the ground, his vitality swiftly waning. Surrounding disciples of the Black Tiger sect draw their weapons, encircling him. Yi Tiandi activates the Earth Vein 5th Scripture, unleashing the true meaning of the Earth martial arts, causing the jade stones beneath to soar, transforming into numerous stone blades that rain down upon the Black Tiger sect disciples. Their cries of agony fill the air as they are swiftly felled by the onslaught. The elder hastily rises, clasping his hands in gratitude towards Yi Tiandi. "Thank you, young hero, for your timely assistance. I am the city elder of Martial City. The Earth Vein Spirit Jade is crucial for the city's defenses. If taken by the Black Tiger sect, our protective formations will fail." Yi Tiandi accepts the Spirit Jade, sensing the profound essence of martial spirit within. He returns it to the elder. "Where's the Black Tiger sect? I shall put an end to their tyranny over the people." "The Black Tiger sect resides atop Black Tiger Mountain to the west of the city," the elder replies. "Their leader is a late-stage martial master, accompanied by 2 mid-stage martial masters. Be cautious, young hero." Yi Tiandi nods, turning to soar towards Black Tiger Mountain. The mountain is shrouded in a sinister aura. Disciples at the gates raise their weapons in opposition upon seeing Yi Tiandi. He dismisses their challenge, employing instantaneous movement to arrive at the Grand Hall of the Black Tiger sect. Inside, the sect leader Black Bear discusses plans to seize the Earth Vein Spirit Jade with his 2 guardians. Upon noticing Yi Tiandi's intrusion, Black Bear roars. "You killed my disciple and dare invade my Black Tiger sect? You seek death." He channels his internal strength, conjuring two massive black tiger phantoms that lunge at Yendi. Earth Vein Fist Scripture, Earth Shatter. Yendi strikes, causing the ground to split open, engulfing the black tiger phantoms. He leaps into the air, delivering a powerful blow to Black Bear's head. With a pained cry, Black Bear crashes to the ground, his presence extinguished. The two guardians, witnessing this, are paralyzed with fear and attempt to flee. Yendi unleashes the tricolored vortex, sending forth dual streams of energy that send the guardians hurtling away. Having eradicated the Black Tiger sect, Yendi returns to Marshall City, relaying the news of their downfall to the Elder. The Elder rejoices, swiftly inviting Yendi to the City Lord's mansion. Within, the City Lord Wu Tan, a nascent martial saint, regards Yendi with astonishment. Young hero, how is it that you possess such strength at such a tender age? From which sect do you hail? Yendi smiles, rippling. I hail from another world, and have fortuitously arrived in the Xianwang realm. My purpose here is to grasp the various cultivation systems of different worlds and seek methods of unification. Wu Tian's eyes glimmer with understanding. I see. The true essence of martial arts in the Xianwang realm originates from the ancient Xianwang emperor, who left behind a monument to enlightenment inscribed with the secrets of unifying all paths. However, this monument lies within the 10,000 martial secret realm, fraught with peril, accessible only to those above the martial saint level. Yetendi's heart leaps with joy. Thank you for your guidance, City Lord. When is the 10,000 martial secret realm open? Wu Tian responds, in 3 days, the secret realm shall open. I am preparing to gather the martial saints of Martial City to venture forth. If you're interested, you may accompany us. 3 days later, Yendi joins Wu Tian and 5 other martial saints as they journey to the 10,000 martial secret realm. The entrance, located at the southeastern edge of Martial City on Martial Saint Mountain, is adorned with ancient martial runes. Wu Tian places his hand upon the runes, illuminating them as the entrance slowly reveals itself. Upon entering the secret realm, Yendi is enveloped by a rich martial spirit. The realm is dotted with countless statues of martial arts masters, each depicting different forms and radiating a faint martial essence. After venturing 100 miles into the depths of the realm, they encounter a towering stone monument, the Monument of Enlightenment. Standing 100 feet tall, the monument is etched with a myriad of martial runes that pulse with energy, capable of invoking various forces of nature. Approaching the monument, Yendi extends his hand to touch its surface, and the runes surge into his consciousness. Ding! Host comprehends the legacy of the Xianhuang Emperor. Understanding of the two realms' great Dao technique increases to 50, unlocking the ability to merge all paths. Reward: Imperial level martial essence, Xianhuang body. Granting immunity to attacks from cultivators of the same tier. System store unlock permissions for small world fusion. Yendi channels the two realms' great Dao technique, merging the true essence of martial arts, battle energy, and ethereal essence, manifesting a tricolored aura that envelopes him. He endeavored to unleash the combined martial technique, thrusting his fist forward as 3 hues of energy coalesced into a colossal fist, hurtling towards the distant peak. Boom! The mountain was instantly leveled, and the ground cracked open, revealing a chasm that seemed unfathomable. Wu Tian and the others were awestruck by this terrifying display of power, their eyes filled with reverence. At that moment, a tremendous commotion emanated from the depths of the secret realm. A golden-winged rock emerged, a third-tier beast from the Xianwang realm, equivalent to the late stage of the nascent soul in the realm of cultivation. As its wings flapped, countless golden wind blades shot towards the crowd. Protect the Enlightenment Monument, Wu Tian bellowed, and alongside the other martial saints, they conjured their martial intent into a massive shield to deflect the wind blades. Yendi leaped into the air, activating the Xianhuang dominance body, enveloped in a golden barrier. The wind blades struck the shield, leaving not a trace. The path of two realms, he declared, as he unleashed a punch, with 3 colors of energy condensing into a massive beam of light aimed at the golden-winged rock. With a shriek, the rock was struck by the beam, instantly reduced to ashes. Having dealt with the golden-winged rock, Yendi returned to the Enlightenment Monument, continuing to comprehend the runes inscribed upon it. 3 days later, his understanding of the path of two realms reached 80, and his cultivation level broke through to the early stage of divine transformation. Simultaneously, he received the legacy of the Xianhuang Emperor, along with the coordinates of the 10,000 martial realm, a domain composed of countless martial subworlds, rich with profound martial intent. Upon leaving the 10,000 martial secret realm, Yendi bid farewell to Wu Tian and mounted his star Qilin, setting forth towards the 10,000 martial realm. He understood that the path of merging myriad paths was still long, yet he was confident that through continual comprehension of the cultivation systems from different worlds, he would ultimately reach the pinnacle of the path of two realms, becoming a true guardian of the myriad worlds. Along the way, he took out the seal of two realms, which glowed with a golden radiance, resonating with the alliance between the Duki continent and the immortal domain. He sensed that Xiao Yin and Tang Hua had already broken through to the mid-stage of Do Emperor and were establishing the Doshin Academy in Zhongzhou, fostering disciples adept in both Do Qi and immortal energy. Meanwhile, Xian Jinzi, Su Zhennan, and Lei Qianzhu were expanding their territories in the immortal domain, developing Qingyun Sect, Danxia Sect, and Wind Thunder Pavilion into top-tier forces within the immortal domain. My companions await my return. Once I merge the myriad paths, I shall come back to guard this vast world with you. Yendi grasped the seal of two realms tightly, a resolute glimmer in his eyes. He rode the star Qilin, transforming into a streak of golden meteorite, soaring towards the 10,000 martial realm. In the distant horizon, countless luminous trails of subworlds intertwined, forming a splendid galaxy. Yendi's figure gradually vanished within the starry river, his legend set to continue unfolding in the broader expanse of the 10,000 martial realm, ultimately culminating in the pinnacle of the merging of myriad paths. Chapter 23. The 10,000 Martial Realm, Trial of the Martial Sovereign. Traversing billions of miles through the void, Yendi and the star Qilin finally arrived at the 10,000 Martial Realm. This domain was composed of thousands of martial subworlds. At its center, a martial sovereign city suspended amidst the sea of clouds, its walls inscribed with the four powerful characters, 10,000 Martial Reunification, surrounded by tangible martial spiritual energy. This was the core of power within the 10,000 Martial Realm, and a gathering place for formidable martial sovereigns. As they approached the martial sovereign city, Yendi immediately sensed a powerful aura locking onto him. A silver-armored cultivator descended from the sky, brandishing a long spear, his aura reaching the late stage of martial saint. Who dares intrude upon the core area of the 10,000 martial realm? I am Yendi, hailing from the Xianwang realm, here to comprehend the true meaning of martial arts within the 10,000 martial realm. Yendi responded with a respectful gesture, simultaneously activating the Xianhuang dominance body, a faint golden light radiating from him as a silent acknowledgement of the realm's rules. A glimmer of surprise flashed in the silver-armored cultivator's eyes. The Xianwang realm? Someone has managed to ascend from a lower-tier martial world to this place. Follow me. You must first register your identity in the Martial Sovereign Hall. Only by passing the Martial Sovereign Trial may you freely roam within the realm. Following the silver-armored cultivator into the Martial Sovereign Hall, Yendi beheld 12 immense statues, each representing a martial sovereign from the annals of the 10,000 martial realm. The hall master, Wu Zhantian, an elder clad in golden robes, had reached the semi-emperor realm. He scrutinized Yendi, a flicker of intrigue in his gaze. An interesting young man, adept in Do Qi, immortal energy, and the true meaning of martial arts, and even having cultivated the chaos origin. To pass the martial sovereign trial, you must conquer the 9 levels of the 10,000 martial tower, each level guarded by martial puppets corresponding to different realms. Do you dare to attempt it? Yendi Simidet. I am eager to witness the martial prowess of the 10,000 martial realm. The 10,000 martial tower stood at the heart of martial sovereign city, its structure engraved with martial runes, each level corresponding to a different martial realm. As Yendi stepped into the first level, the space around him shifted dramatically, revealing a martial puppet at the initial stage of martial master wielding a long blade, slashing towards him. Earth Vein Fist Scripture, Stone Shattering Shock. Yendi delivered a punch. The martial intent of the earth converging into a massive stone fist, colliding with the blade. The puppet was forced back, and Yendi seized the opportunity to teleport behind it, shattering the puppet's core with a palm strike. The puppet on the second level was at the late stage of martial master, proficient in speed-based techniques, wielding twin swords that struck towards him like meteors. Yendi activated the Starry Sky technique, silver starlight illuminating his form, effortlessly dodging the attacks while executing the star-devouring technique, the starlight blades piercing through the puppet's body. In the subsequent levels, relying on the fused energies of the 2 realms and the Xianhuang dominance body, Yendi advanced with overwhelming might. Upon entering the 9th level, he encountered a puppet exuding an aura akin to that of a semi-emperor, wielding a golden spear inscribed with the characters 10,000 martial. This was a replica of the 10,000 martial spear, the treasure of the realm. First form of the 10,000 martial spear technique, spear shattering the 9 heavens. The puppet bellowed, thrusting the spear forward, unleashing countless golden spear shadows towards Yendi. Yendi invoked the path of 2 realms, merging Do Qi, immortal energy, and martial intent into a tricolored light shield, blocking the spear shadows while drawing forth the Hongmeng Star Sword, executing the 2 realms Star Slash. The golden spear shadows collided with the tricolored sword shadows, erupting in a thunderous roar. The puppet staggered back 3 steps, and, taking advantage of the moment, Yendi leaped into the air, igniting chaos fire upon his sword, cleaving towards the puppet's head. The puppet raised its spear to defend, but with a clang, the long spear was sliced, and the puppet's head was shattered by the sword shadow. Congratulations on passing the Martial Sovereign Trial. Wu Zhantian's voice echoed within the tower. You may choose to join the Martial Sovereign Alliance of the 10,000 Martial Realm or remain a free cultivator. Should you join the alliance, you will gain access to the cultivation resources and martial legacies of the realm. Yendi pondered, I wish to join the Martial Sovereign Alliance. But I have a request. I hope to borrow the 10,000 martial scriptures from the alliance to comprehend the different true meanings of martial arts. Certainly, Wu Zhantian's figure appeared within the tower. However, you must complete a task first. Proceed to the demon martial realm and eliminate the demon martial cultivators there. They practice the sinister art of combining demonic techniques with martial arts, posing a threat to the safety of the 10,000 martial realm. Yendi nodded. I'm willing to go. The next day, Yendi rode the star Qilin towards the demon martial realm. This realm, situated at the fringes of the 10,000 martial realm, was a small world tainted by demonic energy, with the ground littered with the corpses of corrupted martial cultivators. As Yendi stepped into the demon martial realm, he sensed a thick, sinister aura. Ahead, within Demon Martial City, the sounds of battle echoed. He hastened his pace to the city, witnessing a group of demon martial cultivators besieging several disciples of the Martial Sovereign Alliance. Leading them was a powerful cultivator at the late stage of Martial Saint, wielding a long knife entwined with black demonic energy. Each strike laced with a toxin capable of corroding martial spiritual energy. Stop! Yendi shouted, leaping into the air, wielding the Hongmeng Star Sword imbued with chaos fire, delivering a strike towards the demon martial cultivator. The demon martial cultivator hastily raised his knife to defend, but with a clang, the long knife was engulfed in chaos fire, and his arm was cut by the sword's wind, black blood gushing forth. Who are you to meddle in the affairs of my demon martial hall? The demon martial cultivator roared. Yendi simikit koldi. I am Yendi, a disciple of the Martial Sovereign Alliance, here specifically to eradicate you demon martial traitors. He activated the two realms' great Dao technique, and three-colored energy coalesced into a colossal shadow of a sword, unleashing the 10,000 paths returning to one slash. The sword shadow, infused with combat energy, celestial aura, and the true essence of martial arts, instantaneously cleaved the demonic martial practitioners in two. Witnessing this, the surrounding demonic warriors were struck with terror and fled in a panic. Yet, how could Yendi afford them such an opportunity? He employed teleportation to weave through the ranks of demonic martial practitioners, and wherever the Hongmeng Stellar Sword passed, the foes collapsed to the ground. The star Qilin also displayed its might, unleashing torrents of silver flames that incinerated the demonic energy of Demon Martial City. After rescuing the disciples of the Martial Sovereign Alliance, Yendi learned from them that the headquarters of the Demon Martial Hall was situated on Demon Martial Mountain in the Demon Martial Realm, and its master, Mo Wutian, was a half-emperor-level demonic martial practitioner, having cultivated the sinister art of merging demonic and martial powers, making him extraordinarily formidable. Yendi set off towards Demon Martial Mountain with the disciples of the Martial Sovereign Alliance. The air around Demon Martial Mountain was thick with malevolence, and the foot of the mountain was littered with the corpses of demonic martial practitioners, indicating that many disciples of the Martial Sovereign Alliance had already perished there. Yetendi's gaze turned icy as he activated the Xianhuang body, charging towards the summit of the mountain. At the peak, within the Demon Martial Hall, Mo Wutian sat cross-legged in a demonic martial formation, absorbing the demonic energy and martial spiritual essence of the realm, striving to break through to the emperor level. Upon hearing the commotion, he opened his eyes, a glint of cruelty flashing within. Another fool has come to meet his end. He leapt into the air, brandishing a black demonic martial blade, its surface etched with sinister runes. He unleashed the fusion of demonic and martial energies, forming a massive demonic shadow that lunged at Yendi. Two realms' great Dao technique, Xianhuang body shatters the demon. Yendi activated the Xianhuang body, causing the golden shield surrounding him to shine even more brilliantly. The demonic shadow collided with the shield, instantly purified by the golden radiance. Seizing the moment, he executed the two realms' stellar slash, the three-colored sword shadow imbued with chaotic flames, striking towards Mo Wutian. Mo Wutian's expression changed drastically as he hurriedly raised his blade to defend, but the demonic sword was swiftly shattered by the sword shadow. He was forced to retreat repeatedly, a trickle of black blood escaping from the corner of his mouth. Yendi teleported before Mo Wutian and struck his chest with a palm. Mo Wutian let out a piercing scream as his body gradually disintegrated into ashes under the influence of the three-colored energy. With Mo Wutian vanquished, Yendi dismantled the demonic martial formation, causing the demonic energy of the demon martial realm to dissipate, while the martial spiritual essence gradually regained its purity. He returned to Martial Sovereign City with the disciples of the Martial Sovereign Alliance and reported the situation of the demon martial realm to Wu Zhantian. Wu Zhantian nodded in satisfaction. Well done. You have not only eradicated the demonic martial practitioners, but also purified the martial spiritual essence of the demon martial realm. Here is the token for borrowing the myriad martial secret techniques. You may access all the tomes in the Martial Sovereign Alliance's library. Yendi accepted the token, his heart swelling with joy. He immediately made his way to the library, which was filled with martial tomes from the myriad martial realm spanning generations, encompassing everything from basic fist techniques and sword forms to emperor-level martial truths. In the following month, Yendi immersed himself in study within the library, integrating various martial truths into the two realms' great Tao technique. He comprehended the fast sword martial path, merging teleportation with sword techniques, which significantly enhanced his sword speed. He mastered defensive martial arts, elevating the defensive prowess of the Xianwang body to a level that could withstand attacks from late-stage transformation practitioners. He also acquired the technique of creating martial clones, capable of manifesting avatars with 70% of his original strength. As he delved deeper into the martial truths, Yendi's cultivation progressed to the mid-transformation stage. He attempted to completely fuse combat energy, celestial aura, and martial truths. And the three-colored cyclone within his dantian gradually coalesced into a golden seed of the Tao, heralding the approach of a breakthrough to the Emperor level. Ding! The host has fused the martial truths of the myriad martial realm, elevating the comprehension of two realms' great Tao technique to 90, unlocking the precursor to the Emperor level. Reward: Emperor level martial clone technique, myriad martial clone technique, capable of manifesting countless martial clones, and the formula for the Emperor level breakthrough elixir has been unlocked in the system store. Yendi was elated. Now, just a step away from the Emperor level, he exited the library and sought out Wu Zhantian, stating, "Home Master, I have comprehended the martial truths of the myriad martial realm and intend to return to the continent of combat energy and the celestial realm to assist my companions in enhancing their strength, so we may collectively face any impending crises." Wu Zhantian nodded in agreement. Very well. The myriad martial realm can establish a covenant with your two realms' alliance for mutual assistance. Here is the myriad martial order. Possessing this order allows you to summon the strength of the myriad martial realm. Should you encounter danger, the Martial Sovereign Alliance will dispatch aid immediately. Yendi accepted the myriad martial order, bowing in gratitude. Thank you, Home Master. He mounted the Star Qilin, bearing the myriad martial tomes and martial heritage, and soared towards the two realms passage. He understood that breaking through to the Emperor level required substantial resources and opportunities, and his companions in the continent of combat energy and the celestial realm were his greatest assets for this breakthrough. Along the journey, Yendi retrieved the two-realm seal and contacted Xiao Yin and Tang Hua. Upon learning that they had established a solid foothold in Zhongzhou and the celestial realm, cultivating a group of disciples capable of simultaneously training in combat energy and celestial aura, Yendi felt a great sense of relief. "Xiao Yin, Tang Hua, I have returned." Yendi's voice echoed through the two-realm seal, declaring, "This time, I bring with me the martial heritage of the myriad martial realm. Let us train together and strive to break through to the Emperor level, safeguarding this myriad of worlds." In the distance, the golden light of the two realms passage intertwined with the martial spiritual essence of the myriad martial realm, forming a resplendent band of light. Yendi's figure gradually approached the light, where his legend would unveil a new chapter at the intersection of the continent of combat energy, the celestial realm, and the myriad martial realm. The goal of breaking through to the Emperor level and merging the myriad paths was ever closer. Chapter 24. Transmission of martial heritage between two realms, opportunities for the Emperor level. The golden two realms passage unfolded before him as Yendi rode the Star Qilin into it, instantly feeling the familiar mingling of combat energy and celestial aura. Upon reaching Falling Star Cliff, Xiao Yin and Tang Hua had already led the disciples of the Two Realms Alliance to await his arrival. The aura of the combat emperor and celestial power radiated from the two, clearly indicating that they had grasped the threshold of the emperor level. "Elder Brother Yi, you have finally returned." Tang Hua hurriedly approached, her gaze fixated on the myriad martial tomes behind the Star Qilin, curiosity sparkling in her eyes. "Is this the martial heritage of the myriad martial realm?" Yendi smiled and nodded, handing over the Earth Vein Fist Cannon and Myriad Martial Clone Technique, among other tomes. These martial truths can be fused with combat energy and celestial aura. For instance, the Earth Vein Fist Cannon can enhance physical defense, while the Myriad Martial Clone Technique can address our manpower shortages. Xiao Yin opened the myriad martial clone technique, his eyes lighting up with excitement. If we can manifest countless clones, it will enable us to tackle the crises of the small worlds with greater efficiency. 3 days later, the Two Realms Alliance convened a martial arts conference at Falling Star Cliff, where Yendi deconstructed the martial truths of the myriad martial realm into fundamental techniques to impart to the disciples of the Two Realms. He personally demonstrated the Earth Martial Path, delivering a punch that raised a towering stone wall from the ground, blocking Xiao Yan's Blue Lotus Heartfire, and then executed the Fast Sword Martial Path, the sword's shadows darting like meteors, evading even Tang Huahua's blazing heavenly flames. The essence of martial truth lies in the mastery of intent over power. Standing at the center of the training ground, Yi Tiandi's three-colored energy swirled around him, his combat energy explosively surging, celestial aura deeply resonating, and martial arts firmly rooted. Only through the fusion of these three could one transcend the shackles of their realm. Below, Xian Zhenzi closed his eyes in contemplation, and after a moment, he opened them to conjure a blue-colored fist shadow in his palm, rich with the weight of martial truth. I have been stuck at the late transformation stage for 10 years. Thanks to your guidance, young friend Yi, I have finally grasped the threshold of the void refinement stage. Lei Qinjue also excitedly swung his thunderhammer, the lightning converging with martial truth to form a purple thunder fist. This method can enhance the power of my lightning formations by 30%, giving me greater assurance against demonic practitioners in the future. In the following month, Yi Tiandi dedicated each day to teaching martial arts to the disciples of the Two Realms, leading to a rapid enhancement of their strength. Xiaoyan integrated martial truths into the Buddha's Wrath Fire Lotus, creating a martial fire lotus that could trigger tremors in the earth upon detonation, while Tang Huahua combined the blazing heavenly flames with the fast sword martial path, developing the blazing heavenly sword shadow, increasing her sword's speed several-fold. One day, while Yi Tiandi was in his cave, dwelling, contemplating the Two Realms' great Tao technique, the system suddenly notified him, ding, detected the presence of primordial energy in the meteorite valley of the Doqi continent. This energy serves as the core of the fusion between two realms, capable of assisting the host in condensing the seed of the imperial path and transcending to the imperial realm. A surge of joy filled Yi Tiandi's heart as he promptly set forth to Meteorite Valley with Xiao Yin and Tang Hui. At the site of the star core ruins in Meteorite Valley, a golden beam of light soared into the heavens, imbued with a rich essence of Do Qi and celestial energy, precisely the primordial energy spoken of by the system. This was the source formed by the intertwining of star power and Do Qi at the moment of Star Elder's demise. Yi Tiandi reached out to touch the beam, and the primordial energy surged through his fingertips into his body. The tricolored vortex within his dantian began to spin at an accelerated pace, and the patterns on the golden seed of the Tao gradually became clearer. Both Xiao Yin and Tang Hua sensed the profundity of the primordial energy, eagerly circulating their techniques to absorb it. Xiao Yan's aura of the Dou Emperor intensified, and the azure heart fire around him flickered with gold, while Tang Hua's flame of annihilation melded with the primordial energy, transforming into a dual-colored flame of red and blue. Just as Yi Tiandi was on the verge of fully condensing his Tao seed, the ground of Meteorite Valley suddenly quaked violently. A black fissure spread from the depths of the earth, unleashing a torrent of demonic energy, revealing that the remnants of the Soul Palace had been clandestinely cultivating reverse realm demonic techniques, attempting to use the primordial energy to open a portal to the demonic realm. Remnants of the Soul Palace, dare you cause havoc? A glint of coldness flashed in Yi Tiandi's eyes as he activated the Xian Huang body, a golden barrier erupting around him to ward off the demonic energy. Brandishing the Hongmeng Star Sword, he struck towards a fissure, and chaotic flames surged along the blade's trajectory, incinerating the demonic energy in an instant. From within the fissure, a figure clad in black robes slowly emerged, exuding an aura of late-stage void refinement, holding a black reverse realm pearl, the cherished artifact utilized by the Soul Palace to open the portal to the demonic realm. Yi Tiandi, you destroyed my Soul Palace. Today, I shall summon the demonic army with the primordial energy and turn the two realms to ash. The demonic cultivator hurled the reverse realm pearl into the air, and it erupted with black light, causing the fissure to expand rapidly, with the roars of countless demonic beasts echoing forth. Xiaoyan immediately unleashed the martial Tao Fire Lotus, sending the fiery lotus towards the fissure, while Tang Hua activated the flame of annihilation sword shadow, raining down upon the fissure in an attempt to halt the portal's opening. Yi Tiandi understood the urgency and fused the primordial energy with the tricolored energy, executing the ultimate technique of the Two Realms Tao art. The 10,000 paths returned to one, The stellar force from the heavens, the Do-Chi of the Do-Chi continent, the celestial energy from the immortal realm, and the true intent of martial arts from the myriad martial realm converged, forming a golden pillar of light that pierced through the heavens, hurtling towards the demonic cultivator and the reverse realm pearl. No! The demonic cultivator let out a desperate cry as his body was engulfed by the pillar of light, and the reverse realm pearl shattered in an instant. The demonic beasts within the fissure, deprived of their energy sustenance, were annihilated by the beam, and the fissure began to close gradually. As the pillar dissipated, the Tao seed within Yi Tiandi's Dantian had fully solidified, emanating the aura of the imperial realm. He opened his eyes, golden light flashing within, as Do-Chi, celestial energy, and the true intent of martial arts seamlessly fused within him, forming a dual-realm imperial power, a new realm transcending that of the Do Emperor and the Immortal Emperor. Ding! Congratulations to the host for breaking through the imperial realm and becoming the great emperor of the two realms. The ultimate ability, myriad realm projection, has been unlocked, allowing the projection of consciousness into the 3,000 small worlds. Reward: imperial-grade treasure, myriad realm cauldron, capable of refining the primordial power of myriad worlds. The system has been upgraded to the myriad realm guardian system, unlocking the small world alliance privileges. Under the nourishment of the primordial energy, Xiao Yan and Tang Fa are also broke through to the late Do Emperor and the initial stage of void refinement in the immortal realm. Gazing at Yi Tiandi with awe, Brother Yi, you have finally transcended to the imperial realm. Yi Tiandi nodded with a smile, retrieving the myriad realm cauldron. This cauldron can refine the world's primordial essence. In the future, we can gather the primordial power from the 3,000 small worlds to enhance the strength of the two realms. Additionally, I plan to establish the Myriad Realm Alliance, inviting the Myriad Martial Realm, Xianhuang Realm, and other small worlds to join forces against the demonic realm and other malevolent forces. The trio returned to the Two-Realmed Alliance, promptly sending invitations to the Myriad Martial Realm and Xianhuang Realm. Upon receiving the news, Wu Zhantian and Wu Tian expressed their willingness to join the Myriad Realm Alliance to collectively safeguard the 3,000 small worlds. 3 months later, the Myriad Realm Alliance was officially established at Falling Star Cliff, with Yi Tiandi being elected as the alliance leader, while Xian Jinzi, Su Jinan, Lei Qinjue, Xiao Yan, Tanghua, Wu Zhantian, and Wu Tian served as vice leaders. The alliance headquarters was established at the center of the Two Realms Passage, with a Myriad Realm transmission array constructed to access the allied small worlds. On this day, while Yi Tiandi was cultivating at the Myriad Realm Alliance headquarters, the system suddenly alerted, ding, detection of dimensional rifts appearing at the edges of the 3,000 small worlds, emanating the aura of the demonic realm. An invasion by the demonic army is anticipated in a century. Yi Tiandi immediately summoned the vice leaders of the alliance for an emergency meeting. During the meeting, Wu Zhantian spoke gravely. The demonic realm is the archenemy of the 3,000 small worlds. The Xianhuang Great Emperor perished after exhausting his strength to resist the invasion of the demonic realm. We must enhance the strength of the alliance within a century and prepare for battle. Xiao Yan suggested, I can establish the Docian Academy in the Central State to train disciples who can cultivate Do-Chi, celestial energy, and martial arts simultaneously. Tanghua can head to the Flame Valley to refine demon-slaying pills, while Senior Xianjinzi and Senior Lei Qinjue can strengthen the defenses of the Immortal Realm and the Myriad Martial Realm. Yitiandi Nodit Agelent. I shall journey to the 3,000 small worlds to seek out civilizations that have yet to ally, inviting them to join the Myriad Realm Alliance. Simultaneously, I will gather the world as primordial essence to refine a Myriad Realm Guardian array, using the Myriad Realm Cauldron to resist the demonic army. After the meeting, Yi Tiandi mounted the Star Qilin, wielding the Hongmeng Star Sword, and carrying the Myriad Realm Cauldron, soaring towards the depths of the 3,000 small worlds. He understood that the impending invasion by the demonic realm in a century would be a battle for survival. Yet he was confident that with the strength of the Myriad Realm Alliance, they would undoubtedly safeguard the 3,000 small worlds, fulfill the wishes of Star Elder, and pen an immortal legend belonging to the guardians of the Myriad Realms. In the distance, the horizon was woven with countless beams of light from the small worlds, forming a resplendent river of stars, as Yi Tiandi's figure gradually faded into the starry expanse. His legend was no longer confined to the Do-Chi continent and the Immortal Realm. It continued to unfold across the broader canvas of the 3,000 small worlds, writing the glorious chapter of the Great Emperor of the Two Realms. Chapter 25, Seeking Allies in the Myriad Realms, Secrets of the Primordial Source. The Star Qilin stomped through the void, carrying Yi Tiandi as he traversed among the beams of light of the 3,000 small worlds. The Myriad Realm Cauldron hovered before him, its surface engraved with myriad world patterns that occasionally illuminated, guiding him towards the unallied civilizations. The system's alert echoed in his mind. Ding. Detection of a complete civilization in the spirit plant realm ahead. This world centers its cultivation system around spirit plant techniques, capable of producing spirit plant elixirs that reinforce primordial essence. The spirit plant realm was enveloped in a verdant mist, with the ground adorned by towering, extraordinary flowers and grasses, and the air infused with the spirit energy of plants that nourished the soul. As soon as Yendi landed, he beheld a group of cultivators clad in green robes, nurturing a luminous seven-colored spirit lotus, their fingertips surrounded by a gentle green aura as the lotus petals gradually unfurled in rhythm with the energy flow. Outsiders, halt! An elder in green robes floated forth, exuding an aura of void refinement, wielding a staff entwined with vines. The spirit plant realm does not welcome unfamiliar cultivators. Leave at once. Yendi clasped his hands in greeting. I am Yendi, the Alliance leader of the Myriad Realm Alliance. I have come to invite your esteemed realm to join the Alliance and collectively resist the impending invasion of the demonic realm in a century. He produced the Myriad Realm Cauldron, revealing a phantom of the spirit plant realm, explaining, this cauldron can sense the world as primordial essence, and your realm as spirit plant elixirs are crucial for bolstering the Alliance's defenses. The Elder's eyes widened in astonishment as he reached out to touch the cauldron. Upon sensing the myriad world energies contained within, his expression changed drastically. To command so many small worlds, follow me to meet the master of the spirit plant realm. At the heart of the spirit plant realm stood the spirit plant hall, suspended amidst a sea of flowers. The hall's master, Mu Lingzi, was a frail-looking elder, yet he radiated vibrant primordial energy, indicating his cultivation at the integration stage. He regarded the alliance agreement presented by Yendi, then glanced at the projected images of the demonic realm invasion within the Myriad Realm Cauldron, his brow furrowing. The calamity of the demonic realm is indeed recorded in ancient texts. However, the spirit plant realm remains aloof from worldly affairs. Should they join the alliance, it may invite calamity upon themselves. The Heavenly Emperor Yi pointed towards the colorful spiritual lotus outside the hall. Do you understand, Realm Master, that the essence of spiritual plants requires the nourishment of primal energy? Once the demon realm invades and the primal essence of this small world is compromised, the spiritual flora of the spirit plant realm will wither entirely. He activated the two realms' great Tao technique, channeling a stream of primal energy from his fingertips into the colorful spiritual lotus, causing its petals to burst forth in a radiant golden glow. If you join the alliance, I can assist your realm in refining the primal essence, enhancing the yield of the spiritual plant elixir tenfold. A flicker of emotion passed through Mu Lingzi's eyes. After a moment's contemplation, he finally nodded in agreement. Very well. The spirit plant realm is willing to join the 10,000 Realms Alliance. However, we require your assistance in resolving a pressing dilemma. The infestation of soul-eating insects has ravaged 30% of our spiritual fields. If not eradicated, we will be unable to provide sufficient spiritual plant elixir. Following Mu Lingzi, the Heavenly Emperor Yi arrived at the western desert of the spirit plant realm, where the ground was littered with dark, gaping insect holes, and countless palm-sized, soul-eating insects voraciously devoured the spiritual herbs. These insects were encased in hard shells, impervious to ordinary spiritual plant techniques. They feed on spiritual energy, and their shells can withstand celestial power, Mu Lingzi lamented. Yet, the Heavenly Emperor merely smiled, drawing forth the Hongmeng Star Sword, its blade entwined with chaotic fire and the essence of martial arts. The armor-piercing force within the martial arts will precisely counter them. He leaped into action, executing a swift martial technique, with sword shadows darting like meteors, each one striking the gaps in the soul-eating insect shells with precision. The chaotic fire surged along the sword shadows, incinerating the insects to ashes in an instant. The Star Qilin unleashed silvery flames, infused with the spiritual essence of the spirit plant realm, creating an inferno that eradicated all the soul-eating insects within the burrows. With the soul-eating insects vanquished, Mu Lingzi was overjoyed and immediately ordered the full-scale refinement of the spiritual plant elixir. Seizing the opportunity, the Heavenly Emperor absorbed the primal essence of the spirit plant realm, integrating the vitality of the spiritual plant techniques into the two realms' great Tao technique. Remarkably, a trace of life force emerged within the imperial power of the two realms in his dantian, marking a pivotal step towards breaking through the combined body stage. Departing from a spirit plant realm, the Heavenly Emperor journeyed to the artifact spirit realm. This small world, centered on artifact forging, featured cities crafted from metal, with furnaces ablaze day and night, filling the air with sparks and the scent of metal. The realm master, Yendi, was a robust figure, wielding a freshly forged supreme celestial sword, exuding the aura of a late-stage void refinement cultivator. To have the artifact spirit realm join the alliance, You must first withstand 3 of my strikes. Jin Yenzi declared with a hearty laugh, swinging his sword towards the Heavenly Emperor. The Heavenly Emperor activated the Xian Huang body technique, meeting the sword with his bare hands. A golden shield enveloped him, deflecting the blade as he unleashed the Earth Martial technique, causing metallic vines to spring forth from the ground and ensnare Jin Yenzi's celestial sword. What a remarkable feat of physical prowess! Jin Yenzi exclaimed, admiration gleaming in his eyes. For the second strike, he invoked the technique of artifact spirit unification, causing innumerable refining materials to levitate, coalescing into a torrent of metal. The Heavenly Emperor summoned the 10,000 Realms Cauldron, which erupted with a powerful suction, drawing the metallic stream into the cauldron and instantly refining it into a golden spear. For the third strike, Jin Yenzi summoned the Artifact Spirit Cauldron, the treasured artifact of the Artifact Spirit Realm, from which a multitude of artifact spirits surged forth, charging at the Heavenly Emperor. The Heavenly Emperor activated the 10,000 Martial Avatars technique, conjuring hundreds of martial avatars, simultaneously performing the 2 realms stellar slash. The avatars and his true form's sword shadows intertwined, forming a golden web that obliterated the artifact spirits. Thoroughly impressed, Jin Yenzi promptly signed the alliance agreement. The artifact spirit realm is willing to join the alliance. We can forge the 10,000 realms defensive armor, augmenting the defense of the alliance's disciples by 50%. In the ensuing 6 months, the Heavenly Emperor successfully persuaded 12 additional small worlds, including the Formation Realm and the Alchemy Realm, to join the 10,000 Realms Alliance. The Formation Realm provided void formations capable of reinforcing spatial barriers, while the Alchemy Realm contributed the 10,000 Realms Restoration Pill, which facilitated swift recovery of cultivation. The strength of the alliance grew exponentially. One day, the Heavenly Emperor arrived at the desolate Death Realm, situated at the edge of the 3,000 small worlds. This wasteland was littered with shattered treasures and desiccated bones, remnants of a small world once invaded by the demon realm. A system prompt chimed, ding. Detection of a fragment of the demon realm's primal source deep within the death realm. Integrating this fragment will grant early insight into the weaknesses of demon realm energy. Delving into the death realm, he discovered a shard emanating a black glow within a crumbling temple. As soon as he grasped the fragment, a corrosive demonic aura surged through his arm, causing the imperial power within his dantian to boil, tightly enveloping the malicious energy. Ding! Host has absorbed the fragment of the demon realm's primal source, unlocking the power to dispel demonic forces. The 2 realms' imperial power can now counter demonic energy. Reward: Demon Realm Compendium, detailing the distribution of demonic forces and the weaknesses of demon cultivation techniques. Just as the Heavenly Emperor concealed the fragment, heavy footsteps echoed from outside the temple. A massive demon-armored beast burst in, a 3rd-tier demon beast equivalent to the early combined body stage in the cultivation realm. Its body shielded by armor resistant to celestial power, exhaling black demonic flames. Dispelling power slash. The Heavenly Emperor wielded his newly unlocked ability, and the Hongmeng Star sword shimmered with golden patterns as he struck at the demon-armored beast. The blade easily pierced through the armor, and the dispelling power surged along the blade into the beast's body, causing it to scream in agony before disintegrating into ash. As he departed the death realm, the Heavenly Emperor sensed an unusual stirring from the 10,000 Realms Cauldron. The cauldron revealed a complete map of the 3,000 small worlds, with a region marked as the core of primal essence, where the primal essences of all small worlds converged, the heart of the 10,000 realms. Should he master the heart of the 10,000 realms, he could harness the primal energy of all small worlds to forge a protective array for the realms. Elated, the Heavenly Emperor immediately set his course towards the heart of the 10,000 realms, located at the center of the 3,000 small worlds. The heart of the 10,000 realms was a golden continent floating in the void. At its center, a golden pillar of light pierced through the heavens, embodying the core of the myriad world's primal essence. As the Heavenly Emperor approached the pillar, he felt an overwhelming pressure. Entwined around the pillar was a primal essence dragon, a guardian beast formed from primal energy, whose might reached the great ascension stage. Intruder, halt! The primal essence dragon roared thunderously, sweeping its claws towards the Heavenly Emperor with a wave of golden energy. The Heavenly Emperor activated the 2 realms' imperial power, manifesting myriad ethereal images of world around him. He bowed respectfully to the primal essence dragon. I am Yendi, here to borrow the primal essence of the 10,000 realms to forge a protective array against the invasion of the demon realm. The primal essence dragon regarded the Heavenly Emperor, a flicker of understanding in its gaze. You possess the 2 realms' imperial power and the aid of the 10,000 realms cauldron. You are indeed the destined protector of the 3,000 small worlds. However, to borrow the primal essence, You must pass the trial of the primal essence. Endure within the pillar for 7 days without being repelled by its power. Without hesitation, the Heavenly Emperor stepped into the pillar, where the primal energy surged into him like a tide, enveloping the imperial power in his dantian. He employed the two realms' great Tao technique, gradually integrating the primal energy into his imperial power. The patterns on the golden seed of the Tao became increasingly defined, and his cultivation steadily progressed, drawing closer to the combined body stage. 7 days later, the Heavenly Emperor emerged from the pillar. His two realms' imperial power, now infused with the golden hue of primal energy, successfully advancing to the mid-combined body stage. The primal essence dragon nodded in satisfaction. From this day forth, you shall be the guardian of the primal essence of the 10,000 realms, able to summon the primal energy of the heart of the 10,000 realms at will. The Heavenly Emperor retrieved the 10,000 realms cauldron, pouring the primal energy into it. The cauldron erupted with blinding radiance, and the silhouette of the protective array for the 10,000 realms emerged within. He understood that a crucial step towards repelling the invasion of the demon realm had been accomplished. Upon returning to the Two Realms Alliance, he found the disciples adorned in the 10,000 realms defensive armor forged by the artifact Spirit Realm, wielding weapons enhanced with the void formations from the Formation Realm, while mountains of the 10,000 realms restoration pills from the Alchemy Realm were piled high. Xiao Yan and Tang Huer rushed to him, their eyes alight with excitement. Brother Yi, reinforcements from the Wanwu Realm and the Xianhuang Realm have arrived. We are ready for battle at any moment. The Heavenly Emperor gazed at his fellow disciples, and then towards the interwoven light of the small worlds in the distance. Determination flashing in his eyes. A century passes in the blink of an eye. We must hasten to perfect the protective array of the 10,000 realms and cultivate more formidable warriors. On the day of the invasion from the demon realm, it marked the moment when our alliance of all realms would safeguard the myriad small worlds. Beneath the setting sun, the silhouette of Emperor Yi intertwined with the brilliance of the All Realms Cauldron, forming a golden barrier that protected both realms. His legend had become a symbol of hope for the 3,000 small worlds, while a war that would determine the fate of all civilizations was quietly approaching. Chapter 26. The Guardian Array is formed, the Demon Realm's first move. Within the Grand Hall of the Alliance of All Realms, Emperor Yi placed the All Realms Cauldron at the center, surrounded by the Realm Lords of the 12 small worlds and core members of the Alliance. A three-dimensional map of the realms floated above the cauldron, with golden primordial energy flowing along the cauldron's patterns, intricately outlining a multitude of array formations on the map, a nascent form of the Guardian Array of all realms. The Guardian Array required the 12 small worlds as its focal points, the heart of all realms as its core, and the passage between the two realms as its hub. Emperor Yi pointed at the luminous dots on the map, stating that the Spirit Plant Realm would provide the vitality source to stabilize the array's foundation. The Tool Spirit Realm would forge the core of the array patterns. The Array Pattern Realm would inscribe the defensive runes. And the Alchemy Realm would concoct spirit gathering pills to sustain the array's energy. The Wood Spirit Child responded first. The Spirit Plant Realm has refined 100,000 pounds of Spirit Plant Elixir, ready to nourish the focal points. Golden Flame Child declared with pride. The core of the All Realms array from the Tool Spirit Realm has been successfully forged, capable of withstanding the full force of a Great Ascension cultivator. In the ensuing 3 years, the Alliance of All Realms devoted itself wholeheartedly to constructing the Guardian Array. Emperor Yi stationed himself daily at the heart of all realms, channeling the imperial power of both realms to draw forth primordial energy, linking the 12 focal points with the core hub. Xiao Yan and Tang Huer led disciples from both realms to lay down martial Tao fire lotuses and burning heaven sword shadows around the focal points, establishing the first line of defense, while Wu Zhantian led the martial saints from the martial domain to practice their combined techniques at the array pattern nodes. One day, the All Realms Cauldron suddenly erupted with blinding golden light, illuminating all 12 focal points simultaneously, and a golden shield expanded from the heart of all realms, enveloping all allied small worlds. A system prompt sounded ding. The Guardian Array of all realms has been completed, capable of withstanding attacks from demon cultivators below the Great Ascension stage. However, energy reserves are insufficient and require continuous infusion of primordial energy. Just as Emperor Yi exhaled in relief, a violent energy fluctuation suddenly emanated from the direction of the Dead Silence Realm. The system issued an urgent alert. Ding. The vanguard army of the Demon Realm has breached the edge of the 3,000 small worlds and invaded the Dead Silence Realm. The leading demon general, Moro, has reached the initial stage of Great Ascension and carries the world-breaking Demon Crystal, which can temporarily weaken the Guardian Array. Follow me to the Dead Silence Realm. Emperor Yi leaped into action, wielding the primordial Star Sword, accompanied by core members such as Xiao Yan, Tang Huer, and Wu Zhantian, directly teleporting to the Dead Silence Realm via the All Realms teleportation array. Upon the desolate ruins of the Dead Silence realm, a thick shroud of black demonic energy obscured the sky as thousands of demon cultivators frantically assaulted a temporary light shield. Within the shield, disciples from the array pattern realm were reinforcing the spatial barrier. At the forefront, the demon General Moro, clad in black demonic armor and wielding a corrupted demonic blade, left cracks in the shield with each swing of his weapon. At last, I have awaited you, Yi Tiandi, Moro sneered, tossing the world-breaking demon crystal into the air. The black crystal exploded, causing the protective shield above the Dead Silence realm to dim instantly, revealing a gap nearly 10 feet wide. Kill! The demon cultivators surged like a tide towards the breach. Emperor Ye's gaze turned cold as he summoned the power to break demons. Golden patterns surged upon the primordial star sword. Wu Zhantian, please lead the martial saints to hold the breach. Xiaoyan, Tanghuer, follow me to slay Moro. Wu Zhantian brandished the all-martial spear, leading 100 martial saints to form the all-martial battle array, their golden spear shadows piercing through the advancing demon cultivators. Xiaoyan unleashed the martial Dao Fire Lotus, which erupted in golden flames, rapidly consuming dozens of demon cultivators as the flames spread through the demonic energy. Meanwhile, Tanghuer's burning heaven sword shadows darted like meteors, each strike infused with the power to break demons, reducing the bodies of demon cultivators to ashes. Emperor Yi leapt before Moro, delivering a decisive strike. Moro, meet your end. Moro parried with his blade. Yet the clash between the demonic and golden energies erupted into a piercing shriek. Shocked, Moro staggered back 3 steps, his eyes widening in surprise. You have mastered the power to break demons. No wonder you could be the guardian of all realms. Summoning his demonic energy, Moro conjured 3 demonic shadows that simultaneously executed a 3 demons unite slash, merging into a colossal demonic blade aimed at Emperor Yi. In response, Emperor Yi activated his Xian Huang body, unleashing a burst of golden energy while executing the 10,000 Paths Unite Slash. The 3-colored energy sword clashing against the demonic blade. Boom! The shockwave of energy sent surrounding demon cultivators flying, causing both Emperor Yi and Moro to retreat simultaneously. Seizing the opportunity, Emperor Yi utilized the teleportation technique to appear behind Moro, thrusting his sword towards the demon general's back. Moro reacted swiftly, turning to block with his demonic blade. But the power to break demons infiltrated his body, disrupting his demonic energy. Xiaoyan, Tanghuer now, Emperor Yi commanded Lud. As Xiaoyan's martial Dao Fire Lotus and Tanghuer's burning heaven sword shadows struck simultaneously, Moro's expression changed drastically, attempting to evade. He found himself ensnared by Emperor Yi's Xian Huang body. The Fire Lotus and sword shadows collided with Moro, who let out a horrific scream as his body was gradually reduced to ash by the dual forces of flame and the power to break demons. Having dealt with Moro, Emperor Yi immediately retrieved the All Realms Cauldron, absorbing the fragments of the world-breaking demon crystal. Ding! Host has absorbed the world-breaking demon crystal. The Guardian Array of All Realms has gained anti-demonic runes, capable of rebounding 30% of demonic energy attacks. Seeing their leader slain, the demon cultivators in the Dead Silence realm fell into disarray. Wu Zhantian led the martial saints to pursue the retreating demons, annihilating them completely. However, as Emperor Yi gazed upon the restored brilliance of the Guardian Array's shield, his brow remained furrowed. Moro was merely the vanguard. The true demonic army had likely already assembled beyond the rifts of the realms. Upon returning to the headquarters of the Alliance of All Realms, Emperor Yi promptly convened an emergency meeting. He projected information obtained from the Demon Realm Compendium in the center of the hall. The Demon Realm is divided into 7 domains. This invasion originates from the Black Demon Domain. The Domain Lord, Black Demon Emperor, has reached the initial stage of transcendence and commands 3 late-stage Great Ascension Demon Generals, along with an army of 1 million demon cultivators. Golden Flame, Child's expression grew grave. Demon cultivators of the Transcendent stage can harness the primordial energy of the Demon Realm. While our Guardian Array can withstand attacks from the Great Ascension stage, it may not be able to fend off the Transcendence Demon Emperor. Wood Spirit Child added, the Spirit Plant Elixir from the Spirit Plant Realm can only sustain the Guardian Array for 10 years. If the conflict drags on, our array energy will eventually be depleted. After pondering for a moment, Emperor Yi declared, we must proceed in 3 steps. First, the Alchemy Realm and Spirit Plant Realm will collaborate to concoct the primordial spirit gathering pills, enhancing the energy reserves of the Guardian Array. Second, we will send envoys to the unallied Thunder Punishment Realm and the Frozen Realm, inviting them to join the Alliance to bolster our strength. Third, I will return to the heart of all realms to attempt a breakthrough to the Transcendent stage. Only by reaching the pinnacle of the Emperor Realm can I contend with the Black Demon Emperor. Everyone nodded in agreement and promptly set about their tasks. Xiao Yan and Tang Hou volunteered to journey to the Thunder Punishment Realm and Frozen Realm, while Wu Zhantian remained at the Alliance headquarters, overseeing the daily operations of the Guardian Array. Xian Jinzi and Lei Qianjua led their disciples to set up warning arrays near the rifts of the realms. Once more, Emperor Yi arrived at the heart of all realms, stepping into the pillar of primordial light. He activated the two realms' great Dao technique, merging fragments of demonic primordial energy with that of the all realms. The imperial power of both realms within his dantian gradually took on a faint black hue, the key to mastering the power to break demons. Days turned into months, and Emperor Ye's cultivation steadily advanced, breaking through from mid-formation to late formation, and then to the initial stage of Great Ascension. When his cultivation reached the pinnacle of Great Ascension, the primordial light pillar suddenly trembled violently, with countless strands of golden light streaming into his sea of consciousness. It was the sentient beings of the 3,000 small worlds silently praying, willing to lend their faith power to assist him in breaking through to the transcendent stage. Ding! Faith power from the 3,000 small worlds detected. The host can condense the imperial soul of all realms to break through to the transcendent stage. Do you wish to merge the faith power? Without hesitation, Emperor Yi chose to merge, as the faith power surged into his body like a tidal wave. The golden seed of Tao within his dantian erupted into brilliant radiance, merging the imperial power of both realms with the faith power to form a golden ethereal image of the imperial soul. The ethereal figure opened its eyes and let out a resounding howl that echoed through the heavens and the earth. Tiandies aura surgi, breaking through to the Great Ascension stage and reaching the initial phase of the tribulation. Ding! Congratulations to the host for transcending to the tribulation phase, becoming the emperor of all realms, and unlocking the ultimate combat technique, the all-world reflux, allowing the manipulation of energies from 3,000 minor worlds for offensive purposes. Reward: the Imperial-grade magic artifact, the demonic breaking battle boots, enabling freedom of movement within the demon realm without succumbing to demonic energy. Yendi opened his eyes, and a brilliant interplay of gold and black flickered within. He sensed the vast imperial power coursing through him, alongside a profound connection with the 3,000 minor worlds. Whenever he desired, he could summon the primordial forces of any allied minor world. At that moment, the system suddenly issued an urgent alert. Ding! An anomaly has occurred in the rift of the domain. The Black Demon Emperor leads a million-strong army of demon cultivators, having breached the outer defenses of the Guardian Formation, and is now assaulting the Thunder Punishment Realm and the Frozen Realm. A chill ran down Yi Tiandi's spine as he swiftly retrieved the all-world cauldron, using its projection to observe. The skies of the Thunder Punishment Realm were shrouded in dark demonic energy, and the Black Demon Emperor wielded a Black Demon Emperor's sword, cleaving through the defenses with a single stroke, leaving a colossal crack in the protective formation. On the icy plains of the Frozen Realm, 3 late-stage demon generals led their demon cultivators in a frenzied slaughter of the disciples. Xiao Yan, Tang Hou, how are you both? Yi Tiandi contacted them through the all-world cauldron. Xiao Yan's voice was labored. Big Brother Yi, the master of the Thunder Punishment Realm, has agreed to join the alliance. But the Black Demon Emperor is too powerful. We can barely hold on. Tang Hou's voice was filled with urgency. The defensive formation of the Frozen Realm is on the verge of collapse. We request assistance. Yi Tiandi immediately issued commands. Elder Wu Zhantian, lead the reinforcements from the All-Martial Realm and the Xianwang Realm to support the Thunder Punishment Realm. Master Mu Lingzi, take the disciples of the Spiritual Plant Realm to repair the defensive formation of the Frozen Realm with the Spiritual Plant Elixir. Master Jin Yanzi, rally the cultivators from the Artifact Spirit Realm to erect temporary defenses in the Thunder Punishment Realm. I shall head to the Thunder Punishment Realm to confront the Black Demon Emperor directly. With that, Yi Tiandi leaped into the all-world teleportation array, unleashing his imperial power. The demonic breaking battle boots radiating a golden light and vanished within the array. In the skies above the Thunder Punishment Realm, the Black Demon Emperor looked at the crumbling defensive formation with a cold smile. How dare this insignificant Thunder Punishment Realm resist me? Today, I shall turn your realm into fodder for the Demon Realm. He raised his Demon Emperor sword, ready to strike, when suddenly, a golden beam of light shot up from the teleportation array, revealing Yi Tiandi as figure. Black Demon Emperor, your opponent is me, Yi Tiandi declared, brandishing the primordial star sword. Surrounded by the phantoms of 3,000 minor worlds, the imperial power of the initial tribulation phase descending upon him like a mountain. The Black Demon Emperor's expression shifted dramatically, a flicker of trepidation crossing his eyes. Emperor of all realms? I did not expect anyone among the 3,000 minor worlds to reach such heights. With a cold laugh, Yi Tiandi activated the all-world reflux. The lightning power of the Thunder Punishment Realm, the life force of the Spiritual Plant Realm, and the metallic strength of the artifact spirit realm surged forth from the all-world cauldron, coalescing into a golden sword shadow that cleaved towards the Black Demon Emperor. Black Demon Domain. The Black Demon Emperor roared, unleashing a torrent of demonic energy that formed a vast black domain, attempting to withstand the sword shadow. The collision of the golden sword shadow and the black domain shook the entire Thunder Punishment realm, intertwining demonic energy and golden light, creating a bizarre, dual-colored glow. Thus commenced the ultimate battle concerning the fate of the 3,000 minor worlds. Yendi understood that this confrontation was not merely to vanquish the Black Demon Emperor, but to make the demon realm aware that the beings of the 3,000 minor worlds would never yield to darkness. Behind him stood the faith of countless souls, and beneath his sword lay the mission to protect all realms. The legend of the Emperor of all realms was inscribed in the skies of the Thunder Punishment realm, crafting the most magnificent chapter. Chapter 27. The Thunder Punishment Battle and the Reinforcement of All Realms. The skies of the Thunder Punishment realm were torn asunder by gold and black, as Yendi's all-world reflux sword shadow collided with the Black Demon Emperor's Black Demon Domain, unleashing shockwaves of energy that pulverized the clouds to dust. The Black Demon Emperor's hand, gripping the Demon Emperor's sword, trembled slightly. The domain condensed from the essence of the demon realm had been cleaved open by the sword shadow, and fury flashed in his eyes. You can actually wield the power of the all realms. No wonder you dare to call yourself the Emperor of all realms. The demon realm's invasion will slaughter all beings. Today, your blood shall honor the fallen cultivators of the minor worlds. Yendi activated the demonic breaking battle boots, instantly appearing behind the Black Demon Emperor, the primordial star sword piercing towards his heart with the power to vanquish demons. The Black Demon Emperor reacted swiftly, countering with his sword. At the moment of impact, black demonic energy spread along the blade, attempting to corrupt Yendi's imperial power. All-world imperial soul, purify the demons. The ethereal image of the all-world imperial soul within Yendi's consciousness opened its eyes, a golden light shooting forth from its brow, instantly purifying the demonic energy. Seizing the opportunity, he channeled the swift sword technique of martial intent, raining down sword shadows like a torrential downpour upon the Black Demon Emperor's demonic armor. Each strike infused with vanquishing power, causing the runes on the armor to gradually fade. The Black Demon Emperor roared in fury, unleashing a frenzy of power from within the essence of the demon realm. The Black Demon Domain suddenly expanded, and countless black demonic spikes shot forth from the domain. Yendi activated the Shenhuang Titan body, a golden shield forming to block the demonic spikes, while simultaneously retrieving the all-world cauldron, which erupted with a suction force, drawing in all the spikes and converting them into pure vanquishing power. What kind of cauldron is this? It can actually devour the essence of the demon realm. The Black Demon Emperor's expression shifted dramatically. He had not anticipated that Yendi possessed such a treasure. Yendi scoffed, injecting the converted vanquishing power into the primordial star sword, the golden runes on the blade becoming even more resplendent. The all-world cauldron is specifically designed to counter your kind. Just as the two clashed fiercely, a tremendous noise erupted from the defensive formation of the Thunder Punishment realm. A late-stage demon general led over 10,000 demon cultivators, breaching Wu Zhantian's all-martial battle array, charging towards the core of the defensive formation. The master of the Thunder Punishment realm, Lei Xiao, wielded the Thunder Punishment sword, striving valiantly to defend, but was sent flying by the demon general's strike, spitting blood. Master of the Thunder realm, Yendi felt a surge of urgency, wishing to assist, but was firmly entangled by the Black Demon Emperor. The Black Demon Emperor grinned wickedly. Your opponent is me. Do not even think of diverting your attention. He unleashed the secret technique of the demon realm, Black Demon Disintegration, his aura surging to the mid-tribulation stage as the demonic energy coalesced into a gigantic demonic dragon. Lunging towards Yendi, Xiaoyan, Tang Huer, hurried to support the core of the Thunder Punishment realm. Yendi invoked the all-world reflux, channeling the life force of the spiritual plant realm and the metallic strength of the artifact spirit realm, forming a golden light shield that blocked the demonic dragon while shouting into the void. Two figures burst forth from the teleportation array, Xiaoyan and Tang Huer. Xiaoyan had broken through to the pinnacle of the Dou Emperor stage, his body enveloped in the blue lotus core fire fused with martial intent, transforming into a golden fire lotus. Tang Huer had also reached the late stage of the refinement void, her burning heaven sword shadow entwined with vanquishing power. The two launched their attacks in unison, the fire lotus and sword shadow intertwining into a dual-colored light net, ensnaring the rushing demon cultivators. Martial Dao Fire Lotus explode. Xiaoyan shouted, the golden fire lotus detonating in midair, the vanquishing power contained within instantly incinerating the demon cultivators to ashes. Seizing the opportunity, Tang Huer teleported behind the demon general, striking towards his neck with her sword. The demon general reacted swiftly, turning to block with his demonic blade. But the vanquishing power from the sword infiltrated his body, causing his demonic energy to spiral into chaos. Master of the Thunder Realm, lend me your thunder punishment power. Xiaoyan called out to Lei Xiao. Understanding his intent, Lei Xiao immediately tapped into the essence of the thunder punishment realm. Dark clouds gathered in the sky, and countless bolts of purple lightning rained down upon the demon general. Xiaoyan took this chance to invoke the all-martial clone technique, conjuring hundreds of martial clones, simultaneously executing the dual-world star slash. The sword shadows of the clones and the main body intertwined into a golden light net, ensnaring the demon general firmly. Tang Huer leaped into the air, wielding the burning heaven sword, the flames and vanquishing power blending as she struck towards the demon general's head. The demon general let out a piercing scream, his body cleaved in two, and as his nascent soul attempted to flee, it was consumed entirely by Xiao Yan's golden fire lotus. With the demon general dispatched, Xiao Yan and Tang Huer swiftly led the disciples of the Thunder Punishment Realm to assist Wu Zhantian in repairing the all-martial battle array. Wu Zhantian looked at them, his eyes filled with pride. Your growth has far exceeded my expectations. With your assistance, the Thunder Punishment Realm shall remain secure. In the heavens, the fierce battle between the Empyrean Leaf and the Dark Demon Sovereign rages on. The Dark Demon Sovereign's power is nearing its limit, his aura gradually waning. Yet he remains unwilling to concede. He retrieves a black origin pearl from the demon realm and shatters it, declaring, since I cannot defeat you, I shall take the Thunder Punishment Realm down with me. In an instant, a terrifying demonic energy erupts from the Dark Demon Sovereign as he prepares to detonate his own origin pearl, intending to perish alongside the Thunder Punishment Realm. The Empyrean Leaf's countenance changes dramatically. He realizes that if the Dark Demon Sovereign ignites the origin, the entire Thunder Punishment Realm will be reduced to ruins, potentially affecting the nearby minor worlds. 10,000 Realms Imperial Soul, restrain. The ethereal image of the 10,000 Realms Imperial Soul emerges from the Empyrean Leaf's consciousness, transforming into a colossal golden hand that firmly holds the Dark Demon Sovereign in place. Simultaneously, he activates the two realms' Great Tao technique, channeling the primordial power of the heart of all realms to form a golden cocoon of light that envelopes the Dark Demon Sovereign. No, I will not yield. The Dark Demon Sovereign struggles frantically within the cocoon, his demonic energy clashing violently with the primordial force. Gritting his teeth, the Empyrean Leaf merges his own dual-realm imperial power with the primordial energy of the myriad worlds, gradually suppressing the Dark Demon Sovereign's impending explosion. Just then, 12 beams of light suddenly pierce the sky of the Thunder Punishment Realm. They're the realm masters of the 12 minor worlds, including the Spirit Plant Realm and the Artifact Spirit Realm. Each channels their primordial power into the golden cocoon, causing its brilliance to intensify. Li Daddy, we have come to assist you, calls out Mu Lingzi. Jin Yinzi adds, the primordial powers of the 12 minor worlds are now linked with the heart of all realms and can help you seal the Dark Demon Sovereign completely. A surge of joy fills the Empyrean Leaf. He promptly channels the primordial energies of the 12 minor worlds, merging them with his dual-realm imperial power to create a seal of the myriad worlds. The golden cocoon gradually constricts, suppressing the Dark Demon Sovereign's demonic energy and primordial force until he is ultimately sealed within the cocoon. Dark Demon Sovereign, your massacre of the beings in the minor worlds is unforgivable. I shall seal you within the heart of the myriad worlds, allowing you to eternally endure the purification of primordial power to atone for your sins. With a resounding command, the golden cocoon transforms into a streak of flowing light, soaring into the cauldron of the myriad worlds, transported to the source light column of the heart of all realms. As the Dark Demon Sovereign is sealed, the demonic energy of the Thunder Punishment Realm gradually dissipates, and the sky returns to clarity. The Empyrean Leaf gazes at the 12 realm masters and the disciples of the dual realms who have come to their aid, his eyes filled with gratitude. Thank you all for your assistance. The crisis in the Thunder Punishment Realm has been resolved. However, the Dark Demon Sovereign is merely one of the domain masters of the 7 realms of the Demon Realm. We must swiftly prepare to confront the invasions of other domain masters from the Demon Realm. Thunder Roar approaches the Empyrean Leaf and bows, saying, Leader Yi, the Thunder Punishment Realm formally wishes to join the alliance of the myriad worlds, standing together with the other minor worlds to resist the Demon Realm's invasion. The Master of the Ice Sealing Realm, Bing Ning, also conveys through the cauldron of the myriad worlds. The Ice Sealing Realm has repelled the demon cultivators and wishes to join the alliance of the myriad worlds to collectively combat the Demon Realm. The Empyrean Leaf nods and responds, excellent. Now we have 14 minor worlds in the alliance. Next, we must expedite the enhancement of the alliance's strength, refine the guardian formation of the myriad worlds, and dispatch envoys to other unallied minor worlds to expand the alliance's scale. He retrieves the cauldron of the myriad worlds, infusing the primordial powers of the Thunder Punishment Realm and the Ice Sealing Realm into it, causing the silhouettes of the 14 minor worlds to manifest upon the cauldron surface. A system notification chimes. Ding! 2 new minor worlds have joined the alliance of the myriad worlds. The Guardian formation of the myriad worlds has been upgraded to the 14 Realms Guardian formation, capable of withstanding attacks from mid-stage demon cultivators and unlocking the upgrade permissions for the myriad worlds teleportation array, allowing for instant transportation between minor worlds. A wave of elation washes over the Empyrean Leaf. Instant transportation means that reinforcements from the Alliance can reach any attacked minor world in the shortest possible time. He immediately issues orders. Master Yendi, please lead the cultivators of the Artifact Spirit Realm to upgrade the Myriad Worlds teleportation array. Master Mulingzi, continue to refine the Spirit Plant Elixir to enhance the energy of the Guardian formation. Xiao Zhan, Dan Huo, you will lead the disciples of the Dual Realms to set up a warning formation in the Thunder Punishment Realm and the Ice Sealing Realm to prevent another surprise attack from the demon cultivators. Everyone promptly accepts their assignments and disperses to act. The Empyrean Leaf remains in the Thunder Punishment Realm, contemplating the primordial power of the realm, merging the power of Thunder Punishment into the 2 realms' Great Dao technique. The ferocity of the Thunder Punishment power combined with the purifying force against demons adds a new quality to his dual realm Imperial power, a crucial element for breaking through to mid-stage transcendence. 3 days later, the upgrade of the Myriad Worlds teleportation array is complete. The Empyrean Leaf returns to the headquarters of the Alliance of the Myriad Worlds through the teleportation array. Upon stepping into the Grand Hall, he sees Xianjinzi and Su Jinan anxiously awaiting him. Xianjinzi states, Your Majesty, we have just received news that the Blood Demon Domain and the Bone Demon Domain of the Demon Realm have united and are attacking the Wind Spirit Realm, located at the edge of the 3,000 minor worlds. The Wind Spirit Realm is in grave danger. The Empyrean Leaf's expression darkens as he quickly retrieves the cauldron of the myriad worlds, which displays the image of the Wind Spirit Realm. The sky of the Wind Spirit Realm is shrouded in blood red and bone white demonic energy. Countless blood demons and bone demons are mercilessly slaughtering the disciples of the Wind Spirit Realm, while 2 late-stage demon generals are jointly assaulting the defensive formation of the Wind Spirit Realm. It appears that a large-scale invasion from the demon realm has already begun. The Empyrean Leaf grips the Hongming Star sword tightly, determination flashing in his eyes. Relay my command to all members of the Alliance of the Myriad Worlds. Immediately utilize the teleportation array to rush to the aid of the Wind Spirit Realm. In this battle, we must not only defend the Wind Spirit Realm, but also demonstrate to the Demon Realm that the alliance of the 3,000 minor worlds cannot be easily shaken. Outside the Grand Hall, the Myriad Worlds teleportation array radiates with golden light as countless disciples of the alliance, weapons in hand and resolute expressions, step into the array. The Empyrean Leaf leaps into the air, standing above the teleportation array, surrounded by the primordial silhouettes of the 14 minor worlds. He understands that this war against the Demon Realm has only just begun. Yet, as long as the alliance of the myriad worlds stands united, he believes that one day, they will entirely vanquish the Demon Realm and restore everlasting peace to the 3,000 minor worlds. The golden light of the teleportation array illuminates the entire sky, carrying the hopes of the alliance of the myriad worlds towards the Wind Spirit Realm. The legend of the Empyrean Leaf, the great emperor of the myriad worlds, is inscribing the most magnificent chapter in the war against the Demon Realm. Chapter 28. The Wind Spirits aid the dual demons beheaded. The sky of the Wind Spirit Realm is torn asunder by blood red and bone white demonic energy, the wind spirit grass on the ground withering away, and countless corpses of wind spirit disciples littering the ruins. The Realm Master, Feng Qingyao, wields a blue longsword, surrounded by a faint green aura of wind, fiercely battling against 2 late-stage demon generals. Her left shoulder has been clawed by the blood demon general, black demonic energy spreading from the wound, leaving her pallid as a sheet. Feng Qingyao, surrender. The blood demon general licks the blood from his claws, eyes gleaming with greed. The primordial power of the Wind Spirit Realm is just what I need to break through to the transcendence phase. The bone demon general swings his bone scepter, summoning countless bone spikes from the ground to rain down upon the Wind Spirit disciples. Just as the defensive formation of the Wind Spirit Realm is on the verge of collapse, the golden myriad worlds teleportation array suddenly ignites at the center of the Wind Spirit Realm. The Empyrean Leaf, leading Xiao Yin, Tang Huer, Wu Zhantian, and reinforcements from the 14 minor worlds, bursts forth from the teleportation array like celestial soldiers descending from the heavens. Li Dadye. Feng Qingyao's eyes radiate hope upon seeing the Empyrean Leaf. She expends her last ounce of strength to unleash the Wind Spirit Realm's secret technique, Wind Rolling Clouds, temporarily forcing the two demon generals back. The Empyrean Leaf leaps to Feng Qingyao's side, condensing a strand of primordial power at his fingertip and injecting it into her body, instantly suppressing the spread of demonic energy. Rest assured, Realm Master Feng, the reinforcement from the alliance of the myriad worlds have arrived, and we will surely defend the Wind Spirit Realm. He turns to face the two demon generals, a cold glint in his eyes. The rabble of the Blood Demon Domain and the Bone Demon Domain dares to wreak havoc on the territory of my alliance of the myriad worlds. Is it the great emperor of the myriad worlds, Yendi? The Blood Demon General's expression shifts, yet he feigns calmness. Do you think your ragtag group can withstand the might of the Blood and Bone Dual Demons? Today, let me show you our true power. The Blood Demon General and the Bone Demon General exchange glances, simultaneously invoking the secret technique of the Demon Realm, Blood and Bone Fusion. The blood-red demonic energy of the Blood Demon General intertwines with the bone-white demonic energy of the Bone Demon General, forming a massive two-colored demonic shadow. Wielding a blood-colored bone blade and enveloped in corrosive miasma capable of eroding the very essence of existence. You are to lead the disciples of the Wind Spirit Clan to a safe zone. Senior Wu Zhantian. You shall command the myriad martial cultivators to establish the myriad martial battle array, hindering the advance of the demonic forces. The 12 Realm Lords. Join me in vanquishing the twin demons. With a commanding voice, Yi Tiandi brandished the Hongmeng Star Sword and leapt towards the two-colored demonic apparition. Mu Lingzi channeled the essence of the spirit plants, myriad vines materializing around him to ensnare the limbs of the demonic shadow. Jin Yenzi summoned the spirit vessel cauldron, golden flames erupting from within, searing the demonic figure, while Lei Xiao invoked the power of thunder punishment, purple bolts cascading like waterfalls towards the demon's head. With the culmination of the myriad realm's power, Yi Tiandi unleashed a devastating strike, the Hongmeng Star Sword emanating a golden glow as he cleaved through. A radiant sword shadow piercing the heavens with the power to dispel demons and the essence of the 14 realms, aimed at the demonic figure's chest. Bloodbone Demon Shield. The twin demons roared in fury, the crimson bone dagger in their grasp transforming into a massive shield that intercepted the sword shadow. The collision of the golden sword and the demonic shield resonated with a thunderous sound, purifying the bloodbone poison mist with a dispelling force, revealing a crack on the demonic figure's form. Seizing the opportunity, Yi Tiandi activated the demon-destroying battle boots, appearing instantaneously behind the demon and thrusting his sword towards its heart. The demon turned, attempting to deflect with the bone dagger, but was repelled by the source power imbued in the sword, staggering backward. Mu Lingzi swiftly manipulated the vines to ensnare the demon's legs, while Jin Yenzi's golden flames spread along the vines, incinerating the demon's body. Unified Thunder Punishment. Lei Xiao summoned the thunder from the skies, coalescing into a colossal thunderbolt directed at the demon's head. The demon let out a wretched scream as the thunderbolt shattered its skull, causing its body to begin disintegrating. The Blood Demon General and Bone Demon General were forced to separate, their fusion undone, both grievously injured and their auras waning. Thinking of escaping? Yi Tiandi scoffed, utilizing his teleportation to block their path. He executed the myriad martial avatar technique, conjuring hundreds of martial avatars, simultaneously unleashing the two-realm star slash. The avatars and the main body wove together a golden web of sword shadows, ensnaring the twin demons firmly. Yi Tiandi. We are the generals of the Blood Demon Domain and Bone Demon Domain. Should you slay us, the Domain Lord will undoubtedly raise your myriad realms alliance to the ground. The Blood Demon General shouted, his bravado faltering. A flicker of disdain crossed Yi Tiandi's eyes. Today, I shall eliminate you both, to let your Domain Lord understand the consequences of invading the myriad realms alliance. With the Hongmeng Star Sword in hand, he struck at the Blood Demon General. The general attempted to evade, but was ensnared by the Avatar's sword shadow, the blade piercing effortlessly through his chest, the dispelling force surging into his body, reducing him to mere ashes. Witnessing this, the Bone Demon General was gripped by terror, turning to flee, only to be struck by a thunderbolt from Lei Xiao, his body disintegrating into cinders amidst the electric fury. With the twin demons dispatched, Yi Tiandi promptly rallied the reinforcements and charged towards the demonic army. Wu Zhantian's myriad martial battle array successfully halted the demonic onslaught. While disciples from the 14 small worlds showcased their unique abilities, the vines of the spirit plant realm ensnared the demons. The metallic puppets from the spirit vessel realm crushed them, and the runes from the array realm sealed their movements. The demonic forces crumbled, scattering in disarray as they sought refuge through the rifts in the realms. Pursue. They must not return to the demon realm, Yi Tiandi commanded, leading the charge after the fleeing demons. He activated the myriad realm cauldron, unleashing its gravitational force to draw in the fleeing demons, converting them into pure, dispelling power. At the rift in the realms, Yendi established a seal formed from the essence of the 14 realms to temporarily thwart further incursions from the demon realm. The crisis in the wind spirit realm was finally averted, and Feng Qingyao, leading the surviving disciples, bowed deeply to Yendi and his reinforcements, expressing gratitude. Thank you, Alliance Leader Yi, and all for your rescue. The wind spirit realm wishes to join the Myriad Realms Alliance and stand with you against the invasion from the demon realm. Yendi nodded, responding, welcome the wind spirit realm to our alliance. Next, we must swiftly repair the defensive array of the wind spirit realm, refine its essence, and integrate it into the Myriad Realm Guardian array. Additionally, we shall reinforce the seals at the realm rifts to prevent another surprise attack from the demons. For the next half-month, Yendi remained in the wind spirit realm, assisting Feng Qingyao in restoring the defensive array while comprehending the essence of the wind spirit realm. The synergy of the wind's ethereal energies and the purifying force of dispelling magic enriched his dual realm imperial power, gradually bringing his cultivation closer to the mid-stage of tribulation. One day, while immersed in his training, a sudden alert from the system rang out. Ding! All 7 domains of the demon realm have gathered, led by the domain Lord Mo Zunzhonglo, launching an assault on the core of the 3,000 small worlds, the Myriad Realm Heart. The Myriad Guardian Array is on the verge of collapse under Mo Zunzhonglo's dominion. Yetendi's expression changed drastically as he promptly contacted the Myriad Realms Alliance headquarters through the Myriad Realm Cauldron. Wu Zhantian's urgent voice echoed back, Alliance Leader Yi, Mo Zunzhonglo is formidable. His demonic power could devour the source energy. Our Guardian Array has sustained multiple cracks, and the 12 Realm Lords are exerting all their strength to maintain it. You must return to provide support. I'm on my way, Yetendi declared, taking leave of Feng Qingyao as he stepped into the Myriad Realm Teleportation Array. Feng Qingyao added, Alliance Leader Yi, the Wind Spirit Realm is willing to send all disciples to guard the Myriad Realm Heart alongside you. Yetendi nodded, leading the disciples of the Wind Spirit Realm back to the Myriad Realms Alliance headquarters through the teleportation array. Upon emerging, he beheld the source light column of the Myriad Realm Heart shrouded in black demonic energy, the figure of Mo Zunzhonglo hovering above. Clad in a black robe adorned with dragon patterns, wielding a demonic sword exuding an aura of devouring. Each swing of his sword left immense cracks in the Guardian Array. The 12 Realm Lords, along with Xiao Yan and Tang Huo, strained to maintain the Guardian Array, their faces as pale as parchment, their source energy depleted by more than half. Yendi leapt to the center of the Guardian Array, channeling the source power of the 14 small worlds into the array, mending many of the cracks instantaneously. Yendi, you have finally returned. Mo Zunzhonglo sneered, a flicker of disdain in his gaze. I, Zhonglo, am the master of the 7 domains of the demon realm. Today, I shall devour the source of the Myriad Realm Heart and transform the 3,000 small worlds into sustenance for the demon realm. With the Hongmeng Star sword in hand, surrounded by the ethereal projections of the 14 small world source energy, Yetendi's eyes glimmered with resolve. Mo Zunzhonglo, as long as the Myriad Realms Alliance stands, you shall not harm the Myriad Realm Heart in the slightest. Today, you shall experience the wrath of the beings from the 3,000 small worlds. He activated the 2 realms Dao technique, merging the source energy of the 14 small worlds with his dual realm imperial power, unleashing the ultimate form of Myriad Realms Return Flow, a golden beam of light piercing the heavens, imbued with dispelling power and the essence of the 14 realms. Striking towards Mo Zunzhonglo. Mo Zunzhonglo scoffed, raising the demonic sword, its blade erupting with black demonic power, coalescing into a gigantic black serpent shadow that lunged towards the source light column. As the serpent passed, it devoured space itself, fracturing the runes on the Guardian Array. The origin of the 14 realms coalesce. With a thunderous roar, the Emperor Yi infused the ethereal winds of the Wind Spirit Realm into the origin of the 14 realms, radiating a brilliant light of interwoven azure and gold. He activated the reversal of all realms, channeling the primordial forces from the 14 miniature worlds into a colossal luminous shield, which stood resolutely before the radiant pillar of origin. The colossal black serpent collided with the shield, emitting a piercing shriek, and it quickly became riddled with cracks. Xiao Yan, Tang Huo, lend me the power of the dual realms. The Emperor Yi called out to those behind him. Xiao Yan immediately summoned the peak of his Do Emperor energy, surrounding himself with golden lotus flames that merged into the shield. Tang Huo also combined her late-stage celestial power with the essence of martial intent, manifesting the sword shadow of the burning heaven, which entwined around the luminous shield. The fissures in the shield were swiftly mended, erupting with an even more potent radiance that repelled the black serpent. The demon Lord Zhong Lu's eyes flickered with surprise. soon replaced by ferocity. I did not anticipate you could merge the powers of the two realms, but this is still insufficient. He produced a black orb of Demon Lord's essence, shattering it, and his demonic power surged dramatically, reaching the late stage of tribulation. He raised the Demon Lord's sword and slashed, unleashing a black sword shadow that pierced the heavens, imbued with an all-consuming aura, aimed directly at the Emperor Yi. The soul of the All Realms, arise. The ethereal manifestation of the soul of the All Realms surged forth from the Emperor Yi's sea of consciousness, transforming into a towering golden giant, wielding the illusory Hongmang Star Sword, and simultaneously executed the reversal of All Realms Imperial slash alongside the Emperor Yi. The golden sword shadow collided with the black sword shadow, causing the very heart of the All Realms to tremble, splitting the ground into unfathomable chasms. While the pillars of origin from the 14 miniature worlds shook violently, the Emperor Yi was jolted back repeatedly, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth, as the dual realm powers within him spiraled into chaos. The Demon Lord Zhong Lu also staggered back 3 steps, the radiance of his sword dimming significantly, a flicker of apprehension crossing his eyes. Your soul of the All Realms can actually withstand my demonic power. It seems I have underestimated you. At that moment, reinforcements from the Alliance of All Realms arrived. The Thunder Punishment Realm's thunderous roars summoned the 9 heavens lightning, forming an enormous net of lightning that enveloped the Demon Lord Zhong Lu. The Spirit Plant Realms with Spirit Master commanded countless vines to ensnare the limbs of the Demon Lord, while the Artifact Spirit Realm's Golden Flame Master summoned an Artifact Cauldron, from which golden flames erupted, scorching the Demon Lord's demonic armor. A swarm of mere ants dares to be insolent before me. The Demon Lord Zhong Lu bellowed, unleashing his demonic power to shatter the vines, tear apart the lightning net, and consume the golden flames with his black demonic aura. Wielding the Demon Lord's sword, he struck at the thunderous roar, which hastily raised its sword to defend, but was sent flying with a single blow, spewing blood. Upon witnessing this, the Emperor Yi immediately activated the demon-breaking battle boots, appearing in an instant behind the Demon Lord Zhong Lu, thrusting his sword toward the latter's back. The Demon Lord reacted swiftly, turning to block with his sword. At the moment of collision, the black demonic aura spread along the sword's blade, attempting to devour the Emperor Yi's dual realm powers. Purity of the demon-breaking force, cleanse. A golden light pattern shot forth from the Emperor Yi's brow, instantly purifying the demonic energy. Seizing the opportunity, he invoked the swift sword technique from his martial intent. The sword shadows cascading upon the Demon Lord's armor like a torrential downpour, each strike imbued with the power to break demons, causing the runes upon the armor to gradually fade. Enraged, the Demon Lord Zhong Lu unleashed the demonic dissolution, his aura surging to the peak of tribulation in an instant. The demonic energy coalesced into a massive demonic dragon, lunging at the Emperor Yi. The Emperor Yi activated the Xianwang body, a golden shield repelling the dragon, while simultaneously producing the All Realms Cauldron, which emitted a powerful suction, drawing a portion of the dragon's demonic energy into the cauldron, transforming it into pure, demon-breaking power. Xiao Yan, Tang Hua lead the disciples of the 14 miniature worlds to set up the All Realms Demon Extermination Array. The Emperor Yi commanded from behind. Xiao Yan and Tang Hua immediately complied, guiding the disciples to establish a grand formation according to the array patterns on the All Realms Cauldron. The primordial forces of the 14 miniature worlds surged forth from the array, forming a golden beam of light directed at the Demon Lord Zhong Lu. Struck by the beam, the Demon Lord trembled violently, his demonic power thrown into disarray. Seizing the moment, the Emperor Yi activated the reversal of all realms, merging the primal forces of the 14 miniature worlds with his own dual realm power, unleashing the ultimate form of the reversal of all realms, a golden sword shadow that pierced the heavens, imbued with demon-breaking energy and the essence of the 14 realms, aimed at the Demon Lord Zhong Lu's head. No, I refuse to accept this. The Demon Lord Zhong Lu let out a blood-curdling scream, attempting to wield his demonic power in defense, but was firmly ensnared by the beam of the All Realms Demon Extermination Array. The golden sword shadow descended, severing the Demon Lord Zhong Lu's head, and his body gradually disintegrated into ashes under the influence of the demon-breaking force. With the demise of the Demon Lord Zhong Lu, the demonic forces of the 7 domains of the demon realm lost their leader, collapsing into disarray. The Emperor Yi led the disciples of the Alliance of All Realms in a victorious pursuit, annihilating the demonic army and sealing the rifts between realms, conclusively halting the invasion of the demon realm. The Pillar of Origin in the heart of the All Realms regained its resplendent golden hue, merging with the primal forces of the 14 miniature worlds to form a vast golden shield, enveloping the entirety of the 3,000 miniature worlds. A system notification chimed. Ding. Congratulations, host, for successfully defeating the Demon Lord Zhong Lu. completely thwarting the invasion of the demon realm and accomplishing the mission of safeguarding the All Realms. Reward: Imperial-grade treasure. The All Realms Guardian Seal, capable of governing the 3,000 miniature worlds, unlocking the ultimate authority of the All Realms Emperor, allowing free traversal of the 3,000 miniature worlds and the ability to harness the primal forces of all miniature worlds. While the system upgrades to the All Realms creation system, unlocking the authority to create miniature worlds, the Emperor Yi received the All Realms Guardian Seal, which bore an intricately engraved map of the 3,000 miniature worlds, exuding a gentle yet commanding aura. He understood that this was not merely a reward, but a profound responsibility to safeguard the peace of the 3,000 miniature worlds and to forge a brighter future. 3 months later, the Alliance of All Realms convened the All Realms Peace Conference at the heart of the All Realms, inviting representatives from all civilizations of the 3,000 miniature worlds. The Emperor Yi stood at the center of the assembly, holding the All Realms Guardian Seal, proclaiming, "The invasion of the demon realm has been thoroughly thwarted, yet we must remain vigilant. Henceforth, the Alliance of All Realms shall be renamed the Federation of All Realms, governed collectively by all miniature worlds, fostering mutual benefit and development." At the conference, all representatives unanimously agreed to establish the Federation of All Realms, electing the Emperor Yi as the supreme commander of the Federation, with Xiao Yin, Tang He, Wu Zhantian, and the 12 Realm Lords appointed as elders of the Federation. The establishment of the Federation of All Realms signified the dawn of a new era for the 3,000 miniature worlds. On that day, the Emperor Yi was meditating within the heart of the All Realms when Xiao Yin and Tang He came to pay their respects. Xiao Yin remarked, "Brother Yi, the Doqi continent and the celestial domain have achieved complete integration, and upon the foundation of both realms, we have established the Doxian realm, nurturing a multitude of disciples adept in concurrently cultivating Doqi, celestial energy, and martial arts." Tang He added, "The martial arts realm and the Xianhuang realm have also merged, giving rise to the martial arts domain, with senior Wu Zhantian serving as the realm lord." The Emperor Yi nodded approvingly, stating, "Excellent. Next, we can commence the endeavor of creating new miniature worlds, enhancing the prosperity of the 3,000 miniature worlds." He retrieved the All Realms Cauldron, pouring his dual realm power and the primal forces of the All Realms into it. As a new map of a miniature world emerged upon the cauldron's surface, a world that fused Doqi, celestial energy, and martial arts. As the Emperor Yi infused his imperial power, a golden beam of light erupted from the cauldron, coalescing in the air into a new miniature world. Within this world, Doqi, celestial energy, and martial spirit intertwined, forming a unique environment for cultivation. The Emperor Yi named this new realm the All Dao realm, designating it as the new territory of the Federation of All Realms. Gazing upon the All Dao realm before him, the Emperor Yi felt a profound sense of fulfillment. He had journeyed from the Doqi continent, grown within the celestial domain, grasped the essence of martial arts in the martial arts realm, and ultimately ascended as the All Realms Emperor, safeguarding the 3,000 miniature worlds. He understood that this was not the end, but rather a new beginning. Mounting his Star Qilin, wielding the Hongmeng Star Sword, and bearing the All Realms Guardian Seal, the Emperor Yi soared towards the All Dao realm. Behind him trailed the beings of the 3,000 miniature worlds, while before him lay the limitless possibilities of the future. The legendary tale of the Supreme Emperor Yi, the sovereign of the 10,000 realms, shall eternally echo through the myriad small worlds, inspiring generations of cultivators to strive for the preservation of peace and the pursuit of the great Tao. Golden sunlight bathes the land of the myriad realms as Ye's figure gradually fades into the mountains and forests. His story is one of courage, faith, and guardianship, a legendary narrative that will forever shine with resplendent brilliance throughout the annals of the 3,000 small worlds. Chapter 30. The Genesis of the Myriad Paths. The dawn of a new era. Within the wooded expanse of the myriad paths, the Supreme Emperor Yi channels tricolor imperial power through his fingertips, gently tapping the ground. From the earth emerges a triune herb, a unique plant infused with the essences of combat energy, celestial energy, and martial spirit, its leaves adorned with intertwining patterns of combat, celestial, and martial runes, exuding a fragrance that nourishes the soul. Beside him, the star Kirin rests, its silvery flames occasionally licking the earth, giving rise to the star flame flower, a new life form unique to the myriad paths that possesses the ability to enhance one's physical body. Ding! The foundational essence of the myriad paths stabilizes, birthing 108 new spiritual plants and 36 new demonic beasts, unlocking the authority for domain evolution, allowing the small worlds to develop their own ecosystems. As the system notification resonates, Yi gazes toward the mist-shrouded peaks in the distance, anticipation flickering in his eyes. Once the ecosystem takes shape, he can invite cultivators from various worlds to settle here. establishing the myriad paths as the core of communication within the Federation of 10,000 Realms. He retrieves the guardian seal of the 10,000 Realms, its body radiating golden light as he establishes contact with the 14 realm lords of the Federation. Moments later, Xiao Yan, Tanghor Wu Zhantian, and others arrive via the transference array of the 10,000 Realms. As Xiao Yan lands, he is captivated by a combat spirit tree emanating waves of combat energy. The fruits it bears can directly enhance a combatant's cultivation. He exclaims in awe, the spiritual energy of this realm can naturally nurture cultivation resources. If this could be propagated, the strength of cultivators across the realms would surely see a substantial rise. Wu Zhantian notices a martial shadow leopard darting through the woods, its form enveloped in the essence of martial truth, leaving behind phantoms that contain the subtleties of martial arts. He strokes his beard, chuckling. The martial instincts of these beasts serve as the finest practical teaching materials for martial cultivators. My martial realm is willing to dispatch martial saints to establish martial trial grounds. Yi nods in agreement. I plan to delineate 5 major regions within the myriad paths, corresponding to the systems of combat energy, celestial energy, martial arts, spiritual plants, and weapon inscriptions. Cultivators from various worlds may establish branches here, sharing resources and legacies. He gestures toward a central peak, yet to be named, destined to house the Hall of Myriad Paths, serving as a venue for Federation discussions and the preservation of heritage. With statues of the guardians of the 10,000 realms, including Star Elder and the Xian Huang Emperor, enshrined within. In the ensuing 6 months, the Myriad Paths experiences rapid development. The artifact spirit realm constructs Heaven S-Craft City within the weapon inscription zone, led by Yendi and his disciples, who utilize the melting pattern mines of the Myriad Paths to forge dual energy armor capable of accommodating both combat and celestial energy. The Pill Realm establishes Pill Source Valley in the spiritual plant zone, where Mu Lingzi concocts triune pills from the triune herb and star flame flower, enabling practitioners to resolve energy conflicts and preventing them from going astray while cultivating multiple systems. One day, as he meditates in the Hall of Myriad Paths, contemplating the new functionalities of the Genesis system, an urgent system alert suddenly sounds. Ding! A chaotic fissure has been detected at the edge of the 3,000 small worlds, emanating energy fluctuations from an unfamiliar domain, suggesting an impending invasion by extrinsic malevolence. Ye's heart jolts, and he promptly gathers the core members of the Federation. The cauldron of 10,000 realms hovers at the center of the assembly hall, projecting an image of the chaotic fissure. Within the black rift rolls a gray energy distinctly different from that of the demon realm, dissolving the very space it touches. The system analyzes. The extrinsic malevolence feeds on chaotic energy, capable of devouring the essence of small worlds, far exceeding the strength of cultivators from the demon realm. It is predicted that they will breach the fissure in a century. A century's time is ample for us to bolster our strength, Xiao Yan declares resolutely. The Docian realm has already cultivated 10,000 Docian warriors capable of wielding both combat and celestial techniques. If we can further integrate the essence of martial truth, we shall be able to contend against these malevolent forces. Tang Horror adds, Fengyan Valley has concocted the evil-breaking pill. While it may not slay the malevolence directly, it can temporarily suppress the corrosion of chaotic energy. Wu Zhantian ponders. The martial realm can collaborate with the martial arts realm to establish the martial core, merging martial truth with the power to dispel evil, creating specialized battle formations to counter the malevolence. The 12 realm lords also express their willingness to contribute their resources in preparation for the extrinsic malevolence. He nods, I have a strategy. We can harness the evolutionary power of the myriad paths to merge with the essence of the 10,000 realms, creating the guardian battle armor of the myriad paths, capable of resisting chaotic energy. Simultaneously, I shall venture to the chaotic fissure to collect samples of the chaotic energy and research methods of counteraction. 3 days later, clad in the star armor and wielding the primordial star sword, he embarks alone toward the edge of the 3,000 small worlds. The chaotic fissure lies within a desolate void, gray energy cascading like a waterfall, the surrounding space riddled with spiderweb-like cracks. He activates the Xianhuang body, a golden light shield enveloping him, cautiously approaching the fissure to extract chaotic energy with the cauldron of 10,000 realms. Suddenly, a gray tentacle shoots forth from the fissure, exuding an aura of all-consuming hunger as it lunges toward Yi. Reacting swiftly, he cleaves with the primordial star sword, unleashing a force of magic. Yet only a shallow mark remains on the tentacle, which rapidly regenerates. The recovery rate of this chaotic energy surpasses that of the demon realm's essence by threefold. Yi is taken aback, channeling the essence of the 10,000 realms to summon a golden light shield, defending against the onslaught of numerous tentacles. From the depths of the fissure, a low, Rumbling roar resounds as a colossal chaos demon lord gradually materializes, its body cloaked in gray scales. Eyes like black holes devouring light, its strength reaching the pinnacle of tribulation. An outsider dares to siphon chaotic energy. Today, you shall become my sustenance. The chaos demon lord bellows, hurling a fist infused with the power to dissolve space toward Yi. Myriad paths unite, Emperor Slash. Yi channels the imperial power of the two realms along with the essence of the 14 realms. The primordial star, sword emanating a shimmering blend of azure and gold as he strikes. The clash of the golden sword shadow with the gray fist shadow erupts in a thunderous cacophony. The chaos demon lord is knocked back, while he feels the corrosive energy of chaos seep into him, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth as cracks form in his star armor. This place is no longer safe. Yi realizes he is outmatched, activating the evil-breaking battle boots, gathering the collected chaotic energy samples, and vanishing in a flash of golden light. The chaos demon lord roars in frustration, thwarted by the spatial barriers of the Fisher's Edge, unable to pursue. Upon returning to the myriad paths, Yi immediately injects the chaotic energy samples into the cauldron of 10,000 realms, prompting the system to begin analysis. Ding! Chaotic energy can devour all known forms of energy. Only the essence of the myriad paths can counter it. It is recommended to merge the essences of the 3,000 small worlds to forge the core of the myriad paths, serving as the ultimate weapon against the extrinsic malevolence. Yi convenes all the realm lords of the Federation to propose the plan for constructing the core of the myriad paths. It requires extracting 30% of the essence from each world and injecting it into the cauldron of 10,000 realms. While this process may lead to a decline in spiritual energy within the realms, should we succeed in defeating the extrinsic malevolence, we can rebuild everything in the future. The realm lords agree without hesitation, Lei Xiao being the first to produce the Thunder Punishment Realm's essence pearl. The Thunder Punishment Realm shall contribute its essence. If we cannot protect the 3,000 small worlds, what use is it to hold onto our essence? Mu Lingzi, Jin Yanzi, and others also present their realm essence pearls, pouring their power into the cauldron of 10,000 realms. He infuses his imperial powers from the two realms and the imperial soul of the 10,000 realms into the cauldron, activating the dual realms' great Dao technique to guide the merging of essences. The cauldron of 10,000 realms hovers above the hall of myriad paths, radiating beams of golden light as the phantom images of the 3,000 small worlds swirl around it, their essences flowing into the cauldron like a river of stars. After a decade, the core of the myriad paths is finally refined. It manifests as a fist-sized golden crystal containing the essence of the 3,000 small worlds, radiating a glow capable of purifying chaotic energy. System notification, ding. The core of the myriad paths has been successfully refined. It can be detonated to severely injure the extrinsic malevolence, but requires the imperial soul of the Supreme Emperor as a catalyst, posing a risk of soul dispersion for the host. He grasps the core of the myriad paths, his eyes devoid of any hesitation. He summoned all the cultivators of the Federation, standing at the pinnacle of the myriad paths realm, his voice resonating across the 3,000 small worlds. The malevolent entities from beyond the realm approach. I, the Emperor Yi, am willing to sacrifice my imperial soul to ignite the core of the myriad paths and safeguard our homeland. From this moment forth, the Myriad Worlds Federation must unite in purpose to preserve the flame of civilization across the 3,000 small worlds. Leader Yi No, Xiaoyan, Tang Huiyou, and others rushed forward to dissuade him, but were halted by a wave of the Emperor Ye's hand. He gazed at the crowd, his eyes filled with gratitude. I have journeyed from the Doqi continent, supported by my companions, to reach this day. It is my honor to sacrifice myself for the 3,000 small worlds. With that, the Emperor Yi leaped into the chaotic rift, his imperial power erupting forth, illuminating the myriad paths core within his grasp. The Chaos Demon Lord had already led countless malevolent beings through the rift, gray energy surging like a tide toward the 3,000 small worlds. Ignite the myriad paths core, Emperor Yi bellowed, infusing his imperial soul into the core. A golden radiance instantaneously engulfed his form, erupting into a torrent of energy that pierced heaven and earth. Wherever the torrent flowed, the gray chaotic energy was completely purified. The malevolent beings reduced to ash, while the Chaos Demon Lord let out a desperate wail, dissipating within the energy surge. The chaotic rift was sealed entirely by golden light, revitalizing the primal forces of the 3,000 small worlds. On the peak of the myriad paths realm, Xiao Yin, Tang Huiyou, and others gazed at the vanishing golden light, tears brimming in their eyes. Suddenly, a golden phantom materialized in the sky, the imperial soul of Emperor Yi. Though I have perished, my soul has merged with the essence of the 3,000 small worlds. Henceforth, I shall be the guardian spirit of the myriad worlds, forever accompanying you. The phantom gradually melded into the earth of the myriad paths realm, and the three rhythms grass and starflame flowers burst into bloom in the forests. As the figure of Emperor Yi appeared in the sky, transforming into a golden beam of light, safeguarding the 3,000 small worlds. A millennium later, the myriad paths realm had become the heart of the Myriad Worlds Federation, where countless cultivators practiced diverse systems of cultivation, flawlessly merging Do Qi, celestial energy, and martial truths. Xiao Yan and Tang Huayo became the new leaders of the Federation, often standing before the statue in the Myriad Paths Hall, recounting the legend of Emperor Yi to their disciples. He emerged from the ashes of battle, guarding the myriad worlds in the guise of an emperor. His spirit is our eternal path. Golden sunlight bathed the land of the Myriad Paths realm, as children frolicked in the forests, and spirit plants coexisted harmoniously with magical beasts. The legend belonging to Emperor Yi, although concluded in sacrifice, continued to shine with the radiance of protection throughout the river of civilization of the 3,000 small worlds, heralding a new era of coexistence among the myriad worlds. Chapter 31. The Return of the Imperial Soul, the Rebirth of the Myriad Paths. As a millennium passed, atop the Yendi peak of the Myriad Paths realm stood a towering statue of Emperor Yi, 100 feet high, wielding the Hongmeng Star Sword, surrounded by the shimmering lights of Do Qi, celestial energy, and martial truths. This monument was a spontaneous creation of the Federation's cultivators, and daily, countless individuals came to pay their respects. The base of the statue piled high with rare flowers and herbs from various worlds, with even cultivators dedicating their personal treasures as a mark of reverence. On this day, a youth clad in a blue robe knelt before the statue, tightly clutching a broken communication jade talisman, a relic inherited from his grandfather, said to be the first talisman personally gifted by Emperor Yi to Xiao Yan. The youth, named Xiao Yan, was the fifth-generation descendant of Xiao Yan and Sun Er. Although he had attained the Do Zun realm, he had been trapped at a bottleneck for 3 years, unable to merge Do Qi and celestial power. He looked at the statue, eyes brimming with reverence. Predecessor Yi, I beseech you for guidance. How may I break through the shackles of the dual energies? At that moment, a subtle golden light flickered at the statue's fingertips, flowing into Xiao Yan through the talisman. He felt a tremor in his consciousness as countless insights regarding the Do Xianju rushed into his mind, including Emperor Ye's experiences in merging Do Qi and celestial energy. It became clear that he had been mistaken in forcefully suppressing the celestial power. He needed to use martial truth as a bridge to allow the two energies to flow naturally. Ding! The system detected the transmission dilemma of the Federation's cultivators and activated the Imperial Soul Guidance mechanism, consuming a trace of primal power to aid in breaking through the bottleneck. The Imperial Soul's phantom gradually opened its eyes within the essence of the Myriad Paths realm. Over the millennium, his soul had completely merged with the essence of the 3,000 small worlds, enabling him to perceive the dynamics of every living being across the worlds. Observing Xiao Yan's excited breakthrough, a gentle smile flickered in his eyes. The descendant of Xiao Yan possesses a semblance of his tenacity from years past. Meanwhile, within the Myriad Paths Hall, Xiao Yan and Tang Huiyo were convening an urgent meeting for the Federation. The Myriad World Ding floated at the center, projecting an image. A slight crack had appeared in the chaotic seal at the edge of the Myriad Paths realm, gray chaotic energy slowly seeping through. The system analyzed. The seal's primal force has diminished over a millennium of consumption and is expected to fail completely in 100 years. It is necessary to re-inject fragments of the Myriad Paths core to reinforce it. Tang Huiyo furrowed her brow. The Myriad Paths core was completely detonated back then, and the remaining fragments are scattered across the 3,000 small worlds. Gathering them will not be an easy task. Xiao Yan pondered. Perhaps Brother Ye's Imperial Soul can sense the locations of the fragments, as it merged with the essence back then. He stepped outside the hall and bowed toward Tiandi Peak. Brother Yi, if you can perceive, please guide us in locating the fragments to protect the 3,000 small worlds. Moments later, the sky of the Myriad Paths realm suddenly illuminated with golden patterns, which coalesced into a map, marking the locations of 12 fragments, precisely in the directions where the Myriad Paths core had exploded. Xiao Yan and Tang Huiyo exchanged excited glances. Is Brother Ye's guidance? 3 days later, the Federation dispatched 12 tracking teams to various small worlds in search of the fragments. Xiao Yan volunteered to join the team heading to the Meteorite Valley of the Do Qi continent, the place where Emperor Yi first encountered Star Elder, which also marked the location of the first fragment. At the site of the Star Core ruins in Meteorite Valley, Xiao Yan excavated according to the map's guidance at the location where Emperor Yi had established the formation base. When he dug 3 zhang deep, his shovel struck a hard object. Upon extraction, he discovered a crystal radiating golden light. with interwoven dough patterns and celestial symbols. It was indeed a fragment of the myriad paths core. I found it, Xiao Yin exclaimed, raising the fragment in excitement. Suddenly, the fragment erupted with golden light, projecting an image in the air. It was the scene of Emperor Yi encountering the remnant soul of Star Elder in Meteorite Valley, where Star Elder entrusted him with the Star Realm map and implored him to guard the dual realms. Xiao Yin looked at the image, filled with admiration. So, the mission of predecessor Yi began here. Simultaneously, other teams began reporting their success. Wu Lai, descendant of Wu Zhantian, found a fragment beneath the Enlightenment stele in the Wanwu realm, projecting the scene of Emperor Yi comprehending martial truths. A disciple of Mu Lingzi discovered a fragment beneath the seven-colored spiritual lotus in the spirit plant realm, where Emperor Yi helped eliminate the devouring spirits. Each fragment carried a memory of Emperor Yi, and as they were returned to the Myriad Paths realm, more of his legendary tales began to circulate. A year later, the 12 fragments were gathered. Xiao Yin and Tang Huiyou brought the fragments into the Myriad Paths Hall, placing them within the Myriad World Ding. The Imperial Soul's phantom of Emperor Yi slowly materialized, extending his golden hand to merge the fragments into the Ding one by one. Although the Myriad Paths core cannot be restored, we can use the fragments alongside the essence of the 3,000 small worlds to reconstruct the Chaos Guardian Array. This array can automatically absorb primal power without requiring the guidance of the Imperial Soul. As Emperor Yi infused his Imperial power into the Myriad World Ding, it erupted with golden radiance, the 12 fragments coalescing into a golden array pattern that gradually expanded to envelop the entire Myriad Paths realm. A system notification sounded. Ding. The reconstruction of the Chaos Guardian Array is complete, capable of automatically repairing seal cracks and continuously absorbing primal power to maintain operation. Reward: authority to materialize the Imperial Soul, allowing the host to condense a temporary physical form and remain in the 3,000 small worlds for 100 days. The phantom of Emperor Yi gradually solidified, transforming into a youth clad in stellar armor, indistinguishable from his appearance a millennium ago. Xiao Yin and Tang Huiyou rushed forward, tears streaming down their faces. Brother Yi, we have finally seen you again. The Emperor of Heaven, Yi, smiled and nodded, gently patting the shoulders of the two individuals before him. It has been a millennium since we last met. You have both become the pillars of the Multiverse Federation, and this brings me great joy. He cast his gaze beyond the hall, where the skies of the myriad realms were filled with practitioners hurrying towards the Hall of 10,000 Paths, their senses attuned to the familiar aura of imperial power, understanding that the Emperor of Heaven had returned. In the ensuing 100 days, the Emperor traversed through 3,000 lesser worlds. In the city of Wutan on the continent of Fighting Qi, he beheld the Temple of the Heavenly Emperor, constructed by Xiao Yin, housing replicas of the profound heavy ruler he once wielded. At the Qingyun sect in the Celestial Domain, the descendants of Zhuan Zhenzi had preserved the cave abode where he once secluded himself, complete with the manuscript of the Chaos Primordial technique he had left behind. In the city of martial sovereigns within the 10,000 martial realm, disciples of Wu Zhantian practiced the techniques he had taught, their movements imbued with the marks of legacy. On the final day in the realm of myriad paths, the Emperor stood atop Heavenly Emperor Peak, gazing down at the bustling city of 10,000 paths. Surrounding him were young practitioners such as Xiao Yin, enthralled as he recounted tales of his battles against the Soul Palace and the Demon Realm. The Emperor produced the ethereal silhouette of the Hongmeng Star Sword and presented it to Xiao Yin. This sword embodies the mission of protection. From this day forth, let it be passed down by your hands. As the sun dipped below the horizon, the physical form of the Emperor began to fade into transparency. He turned to Xiao Yin and Tang Huiyou, his eyes filled with reluctance. The 100 days have come to an end, though I cannot remain by your side. As long as the essence of the 3,000 lesser worlds endures, my imperial soul shall forever guard you. With the last glimmer of sunlight vanishing, the Emperor's figure transformed into golden specks, merging with the very earth of the myriad realms. Above, golden rays re-emerged, forming a protective emblem of the Emperor, enveloping the entire realm. A system prompt echoed in Xiao Yin and Tang Huiyou's minds. Ding! The host has completed the return of the imperial soul, unlocking the ultimate state of coexistence among the myriad realms. The essences of the 3,000 lesser worlds are now interconnected, allowing for shared spiritual energy and legacies. They gaze at the protective emblem in the sky, their hearts brimming with emotion. They understood that the Emperor had never truly departed. He had become a part of the 3,000 lesser worlds, continuing to protect the land he had safeguarded with his very life. On a certain day, a millennium later, a young boy from the Xianwang realm found himself lost in the forests of the 10,000 Paths realm, just as despair threatened to engulf him. A three-tone grass suddenly illuminated, guiding him towards the path leading to Danyuan Valley. The boy, puzzled, touched the grass leaves, and a gentle voice resonated in his consciousness. Little one, are you lost? Allow me to lead you to the Dam Master. He looked up to see a blurred golden figure in the sky. Though indistinct, it filled him with an overwhelming sense of peace. He knew not who this was, only that it was the guardian spirit of the 10,000 Paths realm. This figure was none other than the imperial soul of Yi, accompanying the beings of the 3,000 lesser worlds in a different manner, witnessing the flourishing and rebirth of the civilizations of the myriad realms. Golden sunlight bathed the land of the 10,000 Paths realm, where spiritual plants thrived, beasts roamed, practitioners cultivated in the woods, and children frolicked on the grass. The legend of the Emperor of Heaven was no longer one of a concluded sacrifice, but rather an eternal guardianship, inscribing a new chapter of life and vitality upon every inch of the 3,000 lesser worlds. Chapter 32, Coexistence of the Myriad Realms, a new chapter unfolds. In the coexistence square of the 10,000 Paths realm, 100 practitioners from various lesser worlds sat cross-legged, with a coalesced crystal core of coexistence hovering at the center. The core emitted a gentle golden light, merging diverse energies such as fighting spirit, celestial energy, and martial aura into a pale golden essence of coexistence, gradually infusing it into the practitioners' bodies. This was a coalescence cultivation technique promoted by the Multiverse Federation, founded by Xiao Yin and Tang He under the guidance of the Emperor's soul, allowing practitioners of different systems to share energies and break through together. Success. A practitioner from the frozen realm suddenly opened his eyes, the ice energy surrounding him perfectly melding with the fighting spirit from the fighting immortal realm, allowing him to directly break through to the initial stage of void refinement. Ecstatic, he rose to his feet and bowed towards Heavenly Emperor Peak. Thank you, esteemed predecessor Yi, for this legacy. Such a cultivation method is truly a boon for practitioners of the myriad realms. At the edge of the square, Xiao Yin was instructing several young practitioners in harnessing the essence of coexistence. Now, at the initial stage of the fighting emperor realm, he held the ethereal silhouette of the Hongmeng star sword, with the golden patterns on the sword resonating with the coalesced crystal core. Remember, the essence of coexistence lies in embracing differences. Just as esteemed predecessor, Yi once integrated the energies of 3 systems, accepting every force with an open heart. His voice was gentle yet resolute, filled with reverence for the legacy. Meanwhile, in the secret chamber of the Hall of 10,000 Paths, Xiao Yin and Tang He were studying a newly discovered source jade slip, unearthed from deep within the enlightenment steel of the 10,000 martial realm. The slip bore the unfinished evolutionary diagram of the myriad realms, indicating a method to merge the 3,000 lesser worlds into a grand world of 10,000 paths. If they could complete this evolution, the essences of all lesser worlds would become irrevocably connected, rendering any external malevolence incapable of breaching their defenses. Xiao Yin's eyes glimmered with anticipation as he brushed his fingers over the Emperor's handwriting on the slip, as if grasping his thoughts from ages past. Tang He retrieved the cauldron of the myriad realms and placed the jade slip within. The cauldron glowed with golden light as the details of the evolutionary diagram gradually became clear. 12 types of source fire seed from the various realms must be gathered, corresponding to the 12 major systems, including fighting spirit, celestial energy, and martial arts. Centered around the 10,000 Paths realm, they would ignite the seeds of coexistence to activate the grand evolutionary formation. The source fire seeds were hidden in the core locations of each lesser world, such as the foreign fire square on the continent of Fighting Qi and the heavenly pool of the Qingyun sect in the celestial domain. Tang He spoke with excitement, immediately summoning the elders of the Federation to devise a fire-seeking plan. 3 months later, 12 fire-seeking teams set out successively. The team led by Xiao Yin headed to the foreign fire square on the continent of Fighting Qi, a place where Xiao Yin once gathered foreign fires and which had now become a sacred ground of fire in the fighting immortal realm. At the center of the square, the foreign fire lotus platform was surrounded by 9 types of foreign fires, centering on a pale red seed, which was the source fire of fighting spirit. Following the guidance of the jade slip, Xiao Yin harnessed the essence of coexistence, slowly drawing the seed into a specially crafted fire seed jade bottle. Suddenly, the lotus platform radiated golden light, and the ethereal figure of the emperor appeared. Xiao Yin, remember, evolution is not about annexation, but allowing each world's uniqueness to shine within the grand world of 10,000 paths. With those words, the figure dissipated, leaving Xiao Yin grasping the jade bottle. His understanding of the evolutionary plan deepened. At the same time, the team led by Wu Lai found the source fire seed of celestial energy at the heavenly pool of the Qingyun sect in the celestial domain. The waters of the pool contained the purest celestial energy, and the fire seed floated on the surface, exuding a serene glow. As Wu Lai approached, a colossal wave surged from the pool, and a figure emerged from the water. The remnant soul of the first master of the Qingyun sect and a friend of the emperor. You are a descendant of Wu Zhantian? The remnant soul's voice carried a sense of age. Young friend, you once said that celestial energy must be combined with the true essence of martial arts to avoid losing its source in the evolution. This fire seed is entrusted to you. A year later, all 12 types of realm source fire seeds were gathered. In the central square of the 10,000 Paths realm, the grand evolutionary formation had been erected, with the 12 fire seeds positioned in a massive golden circle. Xiao Yan and Tang He stood at the center of the formation, holding the cauldron of the myriad realms, ready to activate the array. Surrounding the square were representatives of practitioners from the 3,000 lesser worlds. Their eyes filled with anticipation and tension as they gazed at the source cloud gradually coalescing in the sky. Activate the evolutionary formation. With a commanding shout from Xiao Yan, the 12 fire seeds were simultaneously infused into the cauldron of the myriad realms. The cauldron erupted with brilliance, the fire seeds transforming into 12 beams of light, connecting with the essences of the 3,000 lesser worlds. The cloud in the sky began to condense into a colossal golden vortex, within which the voice of the emperor resonated, gentle yet authoritative. Coexistence of the myriad realms, evolution and rebirth. Today, let us witness the birth of the grand world of 10,000 paths together. As the words echoed, an overwhelming surge of coexistence energy poured forth from the vortex, enveloping all lesser worlds. The mountains of the Duki continent began to connect with the plains of the immortal domain, while the martial city of the Wandu realm merged with the forests of the Xianwang realm. The sea of flowers from the spirit plant realm extended into the frozen expanse of the icebound realm. Under the influence of the symbiotic power, the landscapes of different worlds seamlessly fused together. The cultivators were astonished to discover that they could freely traverse the once inaccessible small worlds, with Duki and immortal Qi naturally intertwining in the air, allowing even the beasts to absorb energies from different systems for their growth. Ding! The grand world of myriad paths had successfully evolved, and the essence of the 3,000 small worlds had completely merged, unlocking the myriad laws. All cultivators could now freely practice the 12 major systems of cultivation techniques. Reward. The Emperor Soul of Yi Tiandi has materialized with permanent authority, allowing the host to solidify their physical form and permanently reside in the grand world of myriad paths. The system's notification echoed in the minds of Xiao Yan and Tang He, and suddenly, the vortex in the center of the square erupted, revealing a golden figure descending slowly. It was Yi Tiandi, clad in starry armor and wielding the Hongmeng star sword. His appearance was unchanged from 1,000 years ago, and the imperial power of the two realms around him had perfectly fused with the myriad laws. Brother Yi, Xiao Yan, and Tang He rushed forward, grasping his hands tightly, tears streaming down their faces once more. The surrounding cultivators knelt down in reverence, chanting, "We pay our respects to Yi Tiandi." With a smile, Yi Tiandi helped them up, his gaze sweeping across the newly fused grand world of myriad paths, filled with satisfaction. After a millennium, we have finally achieved the goal of coexisting among the myriad realms. But this is not the end. Rather, it is a new beginning. The evolution of the grand world of myriad paths will attract more unknown civilizations. We must continue to enhance our strength to protect this newly born land. He produced the guardian seal of the myriad realms and embedded it into the base of the Hall of Myriad Paths. The seal erupted with golden light, and a colossal protective barrier manifested in the sky of the grand world of myriad paths, inscribed with the runes of the 12 major systems, capable of automatically repelling outside invasions. From now on, the grand world of myriad paths would serve as the new homeland for the 3,000 small worlds. The Federation would be renamed the Myriad Alliance, governed collectively by all civilizations, sharing heritage and resources. In the following decade, the grand world of myriad paths experienced unprecedented prosperity. Yi Tiandi established the Hall of Myriad Paths, where he imparted his insights on the fusion of multiple system techniques to the cultivators daily. Xiao Yan and Tang He led the disciples of the Myriad Alliance to form exploratory teams at the edges of the grand world, seeking out unknown civilizations. The younger generation, including Xiao Yan and Wu Lai, became the core force of the protective barrier, repeatedly repelling attempts by small foreign groups to invade. One day, standing atop the Emperor Peak, Yi Tiandi gazed at the distant cheers, a testament to the cultivators of the spirit plant realm successfully cultivating the ice fire lotus. Capable of thriving on the icy plains, while disciples from the artifact spirit realm forged the myriad spirit treasure, capable of accommodating 12 types of energy. As his fingertips traced the myriad laws in the air, a sudden epiphany surged within him. The ultimate goal of cultivation is not to become the strongest, but to enable all beings to find their own path of existence within the grand principles. The star Qilin approached him, affectionately nudging his arm. Yi Tiandi smiled as he stroked its head and looked toward the boundless starry sky. Star Qilin, do you think? In that distant cosmos, there are civilizations like ours, striving to protect their homes? The star Qilin let out a long cry, its voice reverberating throughout the grand world of myriad paths. The protective barrier in the sky suddenly illuminated, the runes of the 12 major systems intertwining into a dazzling beam of light, as if responding to his inquiry. Yi Tiandi gripped the Hongmeng star sword tightly, determination flashing in his eyes. No matter what challenges we encounter in the future, as long as the beings of the grand world of myriad paths unite, there is no difficulty we cannot overcome. Golden sunlight bathed the land of the grand world of myriad paths, where mountains stretched endlessly and seas of flowers flourished. Cultivators practiced in the forests while children frolicked on the meadows, and beings of different races coexisted harmoniously. The legend of Yi Tiandi was no longer an epic of solitary struggle, but a song of unity among the myriad realms. He had come from the Duki continent, guarding the myriad realms with imperial grace, ultimately merging with this land to become a part of the myriad laws. Forever safeguarding the new homeland he had nurtured with faith and blood. In that distant cosmic river, an unknown portal to another realm slowly opened, emanating strange energy fluctuations. Yet this time, the beings of the grand world of myriad paths felt no fear, for they knew that with Yi Tiandi's guidance, the protection of the Myriad Alliance, and each other's companionship, they would continue to inscribe the immortal legend of the grand world of myriad paths along the path of the great principles. Chapter 33. The Stargate unveils secrets, seeking alliance of myriad paths. At the pinnacle of the exploratory tower of the grand world of myriad paths, Xiaoyan was operating the myriad scanning device to monitor the starry sky. Suddenly, a red alert flashed across the screen, revealing a massive light gate emerging from an unmarked star region. The gate was forged from silver-white metal, its surface inscribed with spiral patterns starkly different from the myriad laws. And the energy emanating from behind, it was gentle yet vast, far from the chaotic energies of foreign evils. Predecessor Yi Tiandi, Alliance leader Xiaoyan. Xiaoyan excitedly contacted the two through a communication jade, having discovered the unknown realm's light gate, with safe energy fluctuations suspected to be a passage to a higher civilization. Half an hour later, Yi Tiandi, Xiaoyan, and Tang Hua arrived at the exploratory tower. Yi Tiandi fixated on the image of the light gate on the screen, gathering the power of the myriad laws at his fingertips to sketch a projection in the air. This is the Stargate, a passage to interstellar civilizations recorded in ancient texts, built only by those who master spatial anchor points. As he activated his Emperor's soul perception, astonishment flickered in his eyes. The energy emanating from behind the gate contained a power akin to the true essence of martial arts, along with star core energy that shared the same origin as Duki. Xiaoyan retrieved the myriad cauldron, injecting the energy samples collected by the scanning device into it. The cauldron illuminated with a blue light, deciphering a fragment of blurred information. The Stargate connects to the star martial domain, composed of hundreds of civilizations cultivating star martial power. Adept at using stars as mediums to blend martial arts and energy systems, and seemingly suffering from dark energy erosion, urgently in need of external assistance. Dark energy erosion? Tang Hua frowned, questioning how it differed from chaotic energy. Yi Tiandi pondered, dark energy is more insidious, capable of contaminating the heritage of civilizations, making it more difficult to deal with foreign evils. If the star martial domain is devoured by dark energy, we may very well be the next target. 3 days later, the Myriad Alliance convened an emergency meeting. Yi Tiandi proposed to personally venture into the star martial domain for reconnaissance, and both Xiaoyan and Tang Hua volunteered to accompany him, while the younger generation, including Wu Lai and Xiao Nian, also eagerly requested to join. Ultimately, it was decided that Yi Tiandi would lead a small team of 10, carrying core fragments of the myriad paths and evil-breaking pills, to pass through the Stargate into the unknown realm. The Stargate was located at the edge of the grand world of myriad paths, amidst the meteor belt, where countless remnants of stars lay scattered, and the gate stood proudly on a massive meteorite. Yi Tiandi channeled the power of the myriad laws, infusing the energy from the core fragments into the gate's patterns. The silver-white metal instantly ignited, revealing a resplendent river of stars beyond the gate, a stable spatial passage directly leading to the star martial domain. Let us go. Yi Tiandi stepped into the Stargate first, followed closely by Xiaoyan, Tang Hua and the others. The passage was filled with starry points of light, and beneath their feet flowed starry mist. In just half an hour, they reached the end of the passage, and the scene before them left them in awe. In the sky of the star martial domain floated hundreds of cultivation stars, each enveloped in a soft blue star martial power, while the cities on the ground were constructed from star metal, and the star martial pillars lining the streets emanated energies that nourished the cultivators. Here, The cultivation system was fundamentally based on stars. Xiao Yin caressed one of the star martial pillars, sensing the resonance between the Duqi within him and the star martial power. If he could integrate star martial power into the Doshin technique, his strength would surely see a significant enhancement. Just as everyone was marveling, the sounds of battle suddenly echoed from afar. A group of star martial cultivators clad in silver armor was besieging a dark energy beast. Its body coalesced from black mist, causing the star martial pillars it touched to lose their luster instantly. The leading star martial general, a woman wielding a star spear, exuded an aura that reached the late stage of the void refinement realm, but was wounded by the dark energy beast's claws, black patterns emerging on her silver armor. A clear sign of dark energy erosion. Go! With a commanding decree from Emperor Yi Tian, the Hongmeng stellar sword unleashed a golden sword shadow, instantly purifying the claw of the dark energy beast with its magic-breaking power. Xiao Yin manifested the martial Dao Fire Lotus, infusing the golden flames with the might of stellar martial arts, creating a gaping wound in the dark energy beast's body. Meanwhile, Tang Huer, wielding the sky-burning sword shadow, employed the power of symbiosis to sever the connection between the dark energy beast and the surrounding dark energy. The beast let out a wretched cry, its body reduced to ashes under the dual forces of magic breaking and symbiosis. The woman gazed at Yi Tian and the others with astonishment, bowing in gratitude. Thank you all for your assistance. I am Ling Yu, the guardian general of the Tian Shu Star in the stellar martial realm. May I inquire which realm you hail from? We come from the great world of 10,000 paths, allies who arrived through the Stargate, replied Yi Tian, producing a fragment of the core of 10,000 paths. The fragment emanated a golden radiance that resonated with the power of stellar martial arts. We sense that your realm was besieged by dark energy and have come to lend our aid. Ling Yu's eyes sparkled with excitement. The great world of 10,000 paths? The civilization of symbiosis recorded in ancient texts. How wonderful! The Realm Lord is gathering the leaders of various stars to discuss methods of combating dark energy. Please follow me. Within the stellar martial hall of Tian Shu Star, the Realm Lord Xingyan, an elderly figure clad in a robe adorned with star patterns and surrounded by ethereal starry apparitions, exuded an aura indicative of an early stage of tribulation. He looked at the fragment of the core of 10,000 paths presented by Yi Tian and listened to Ling Yu recount the actions of the assembled warriors. He promptly declared, the stellar martial realm is willing to ally with the great world of 10,000 paths. Dark energy has already consumed 3 of our stars, and if it remains unchecked, the entire realm will be reduced to mere sustenance for the darkness. Xingyan retrieved a star core crystal, projecting a map of the stellar martial realm. The source of the dark energy lies in the black hole star region, the dark energy mother nest, which continuously produces dark energy beasts and contaminates the very essence of the stars. We have dispatched 3 elite teams, all of whom have vanished without a trace. Yi Tian accepted the crystal, channeling the laws of 10,000 paths with his fingertips. The essence of dark energy is rooted in negative origins. It must be purified with the power of symbiosis. We shall form a coalition of the stellar martial army, led by myself, Xiao Yin, and Tang Huer, to venture into the black hole star region and obliterate the mother nest. 3 days later, the coalition assembled. The 10,000 Paths Alliance dispatched 50 celestial fighters and martial saints, while the stellar martial realm contributed 100 stellar martial leaders, all boarding starships bound for the black hole star region. The ships, crafted from stellar metals, could traverse the void at high speeds, with protective arrays shielding them from dark energy corruption. After 7 days of travel, the fleet reached the black hole star region. The sky here was pitch black, with countless stars having succumbed to dark energy, transforming into lifeless orbs shrouded in black mist. In the center of the star region, a colossal black nest floated in the void, with numerous dark energy tendrils extending from it, ensnaring the surrounding dead stars and siphoning their last remnants of stellar essence. The dark energy mother nest. Prepare for battle. With a single command from Yi Tian, the coalition soldiers surged forth from their ships. The stellar martial leaders unleashed their martial formations, coalescing hundreds of stellar martial powers into a massive star spear aimed at the mother nest, while the 10,000 Path practitioners set up a symbiotic defensive array, a golden barrier shielding them from the tendrils' assaults. Yi Tian, wielding the Hongmeng stellar sword, leaped towards the mother nest, the blade infused with the laws of 10,000 Paths and the power of stellar martial arts. 10,000 Paths reverse flow star slash. A golden sword shadow, piercing through the heavens and the earth, surged towards the core of the mother nest, accompanied by shards of stars and magic-breaking energy. With a piercing roar, the mother nest unleashed a deafening wail, and countless dark energy beasts erupted from its depths, charging toward the coalition. Xiao Yin executed the 10,000 martial avatar technique, conjuring hundreds of celestial avatars, while simultaneously manifesting the martial Tao Fire Lotus. Tang Huer led the disciples of the Burning Flame Valley, infusing the Dispel Evil pills into the flames, creating a sea of purging fire that incinerated the oncoming dark energy beasts. Xing Yin and Ling Yu, directing the stellar martial leaders, drove their star spears into the mother nest, channeling stellar martial power into the weapon, triggering violent explosions within the nest. Seizing the moment, Yi Tian activated his imperial soul, injecting the energy from the core of 10,000 paths into the mother nest. The golden light expanded instantaneously, rapidly purifying the dark energy. Just as the mother nest was on the brink of collapse, a dark figure suddenly emerged from its depths. The dark energy sovereign, an entity formed from concentrated dark energy, exuding a presence that reached the late stage of tribulation, wielding a star-devouring blade forged from dark energy. Outsiders, how dare you disrupt my mother nest? The dark energy sovereign roared in fury, swinging the blade towards Yi Tian, its shadow imbued with the power to devour stars. 10,000 paths laws arise. Yi Tian invoked the primordial power of the great world of 10,000 paths, forming a golden light shield that deflected the blade's shadow. Simultaneously, he unleashed the ultimate form of 10,000 realms reverse flow, merging the laws of 10,000 paths with the power of stellar martial arts into a golden beam that shot towards the dark energy sovereign. Struck by the beam, the dark energy sovereign trembled violently, his dark energy rapidly being purified. Seizing the opportunity, Xiao Yin and Tang Hu were struck. Their martial Tao Fire Lotus and sky-burning sword shadow simultaneously colliding with the dark energy sovereign, who let out a heart-wrenching scream as his form disintegrated into ashes. With the demise of the dark energy sovereign, the mother nest crumbled completely, and the dark energy in the black hole star region began to dissipate, allowing the tainted stars to regain their luster. Xing Yin excitedly grasped Yi Tian's hand. Thank you, Alliance Leader Yi. The stellar martial realm owes you an immense debt of gratitude. With a smile, Yi Tian shook his head. An alliance makes us one family. There is no need for thanks. The great world of 10,000 paths is promoting the concept of universal symbiosis. If the stellar martial realm is willing, you may join the 10,000 Paths Alliance to share in our heritage and resources. Without hesitation, Xing Yin agreed. We could not ask for more. The stellar martial realm is eager to become a member of the 10,000 Paths Alliance and to unite in safeguarding the peace of the star realms. Upon returning to the great world of 10,000 paths, the Stargate of the stellar martial realm successfully connected with the transmission array of 10,000 paths, marking the beginning of mutual exchanges between the two great civilizations. The practitioners of the stellar martial realm introduced their cultivation methods, while the 10,000 Paths Alliance imparted the power of symbiosis and the techniques to dispel evil, rapidly enhancing the strength of both factions. One day, Yi Tian stood atop the peak of the Heavenly Emperor, gazing at the newly formed light band of the stellar martial realm in the sky, filled with profound sentiments. Xiao Yin and Tang Hu approached, presenting him with a new star core crystal. Brother Yi, Realm Lord Xing Yin has sent word that on the other side of the stellar martial realm, there are still more than 10 civilizations threatened by dark energy, all of whom wish to join the 10,000 Paths Alliance to collectively counter the dark energy. Yi Tian accepted the crystal, a flicker of determination igniting in his eyes. The threat of dark energy extends beyond this. We must continue to seek allies and spread the concept of universal symbiosis to even broader star realms. He gazed into the boundless starry sky, the Hongmeng stellar sword in his hand glowing with golden brilliance. Their next destination would be the unknown star regions, where the light of 10,000 paths would illuminate the entire galaxy. The star Qilin let out a long howl, its voice echoing throughout the great world of 10,000 paths. The protective barrier in the sky intertwined with the stellar martial formations, creating a magnificent light band, as if blessing the new journey that lay ahead. The figures of Yi Tian, Xiao Yin, Tang Hu, and countless practitioners of the 10,000 Paths Alliance appeared resolute beneath the starlight, their legends having traversed from the 3,000 small worlds to the vast starry river. While the concept of universal symbiosis would pen a grander chapter in the legacies of countless civilizations. Chapter 34. Seeking Alliances in the Star River. Tracing the origins of dark energy. Within the Star River port of the great world of 10,000 paths, starships integrating the technology of the stellar martial realm were arranged in neat rows. Their hulls were cloaked in star-patterned metals and symbiotic runes, capable of being powered by star core energy while utilizing the primordial force of 10,000 paths to conceal their presence. These vessels represented the first generation of interstellar warships jointly crafted by the 10,000 Paths Alliance and the Stellar Martial Realm, designed specifically for exploring unknown civilizations and combating dark energy. Yi Tian stood on the deck of the flagship, the Hongmeng, clutching the star map bestowed upon him by Realm Lord Xingyan. The map marked the coordinates of 12 civilizations surrounding the Stellar Martial Realm, 6 of which had succumbed to dark energy, while the remaining 6 were struggling to survive. Xiaozan, Dang Huo. We shall divide our forces into 3 paths to visit the 3 unaffected civilizations and invite them to join the 10,000 Paths Alliance. Yi Tian pointed at the luminous dots on the star map. I will head to the spiritual energy realm. Xiaoyan, you will go to the mechanical realm. And Tang Huer, you will venture to the beast spirit realm. We shall regroup at Star River Port in 3 months. Xiaoyan took the copy of the star map, his celestial power surging. Rest assured, the mechanical realm excels in crafting war automatons. Should we persuade them to ally with us, our strength against the dark energy will be significantly enhanced. Tang Huer gently caressed the burning sky sword, her eyes glimmering with anticipation. Cultivators from the beast spirit realm coexist harmoniously with demonic beasts. Perhaps they could cultivate battle beasts that counter the dark energy beasts. 3 days later, 3 fleets set sail separately. The Hongmeng, led by Emperor Yi, navigated towards the spiritual energy realm. On board, Ling Yu from the Star Martial Realm was briefing the 10,000 Path Alliance cultivators on the information regarding the spiritual energy realm. Its cultivation system revolves around mental power, allowing practitioners to manipulate the ambient spiritual energy to create spiritual shields and weapons. However, their physical bodies are relatively frail, particularly vulnerable to the spiritual pollution caused by dark energy. During their voyage, the fleet was suddenly ambushed by dark energy beasts. Dozens of dark energy moths surged from the void, their wings scattering black powder capable of tainting mental power, dark energy dust. The spiritual energy detectors aboard emitted piercing alarms, prompting Emperor Yi to immediately command, activate the symbiotic defense array. Star Martial cultivators, engage the Star Martial cannons. 10,000 Path cultivators, unleash the purifying fire. The golden symbiotic barrier rapidly unfurled, shielding against the dark energy dust as the Star Martial cannons discharged blue beams, obliterating 3 dark energy moths. Emperor Yi leapt from the ship, wielding the Hongmeng Star Sword to unleash the power of myriad laws, the sword's shadow darting like a meteor, swiftly vanquishing the remaining dark energy moths. He retrieved the remnants of a dark energy moth, concentrating the power of demonic dispelling at his fingertips to analyze. Within these dark energy beasts, there were traces of mechanical components. It seemed dark energy had begun to merge with the technologies of other civilizations. Half a month later, the Hongmeng finally arrived in the spiritual energy realm. The sight before them elicited gasps of awe. The sky was a soft lavender, and the structures on the ground were crafted from translucent spiritual energy crystals, while countless clouds of spiritual energy, formed by concentrated mental power, floated above the city, intermittently flashing with lightning as the spiritual cultivators practiced. As the fleet landed, they were immediately surrounded by a group of cultivators clad in spiritual energy battle armor. The leader, Ling Shi, wielding a spiritual energy spear and exuding a presence at the late stage of the void refinement, regarded Emperor Yi warily. Outsiders, why do you carry the energy fluctuations of the Star Martial Realm? Are you in league with the dark energy beasts? We are cultivators from the 10,000 Path Great World, allied with the Star Martial Realm, here to assist you against the dark energy, Emperor Yi replied, producing a fragment of the 10,000 Path core. The golden radiance emitted resonated with the spiritual energy clouds. This was the essence of the 10,000 Path, capable of purifying dark energy. If you doubt it, accompany me to the area afflicted by dark energy. Ling Shi, though skeptical, guided Emperor Yi to the Remnant Spirit Valley, once a sacred cultivation site of the spiritual energy realm, now polluted by dark energy. The spiritual energy crystals on the ground had lost their luster, and the air was thick with black mist capable of corroding mental power. A colossal dark energy golem was wreaking havoc in the valley, its body composed of dark energy and mechanical components, capable of shattering a spiritual energy crystal tower with a single punch. Watch closely. Emperor Yi leapt towards the golem, the Hongmeng Star Sword slicing through the air, effortlessly piercing the golem's form. Channeling the myriad laws, he infused the ground with symbiotic power, and golden light spread forth, causing the tainted spiritual energy crystals to regain their brilliance. Ling Shi's eyes widened in astonishment as she promptly commanded, Spiritual Energy Team, assist the senior from the 10,000 Path Alliance. The spiritual cultivators unleashed their mental power, creating numerous spiritual energy bindings that ensnared the golem firmly. Seizing the opportunity, Emperor Yi executed the myriad world's returning slash, the golden sword shadow merging with the spiritual energy, cleaving the golem's core in a single strike. As the golem collapsed, the dark energy in the remnant spirit valley gradually dissipated, and the spiritual energy clouds regained their splendor. The essence of the 10,000 path is indeed miraculous. Ling, she exclaimed, approaching Emperor Yi and bowing respectfully. The spiritual energy realm wishes to join the 10,000 path alliance and earnestly requests the method to purify dark energy. Emperor Yi smiled and nodded, producing a copy of the symbiotic cultivation method. This is the core inheritance of the 10,000 path alliance, capable of merging spiritual energy with other energies, enhancing mental power while fortifying physical bodies against dark energy corruption. In the following month, Emperor Yi remained in the spiritual energy realm, assisting Ling, she in establishing the symbiotic array. The spiritual cultivators shared their mental power through the array, integrating it with the essence of the 10,000 path, resulting not only in a significant enhancement of their mental abilities, but also in the formation of spiritual energy, golden light, capable of purifying dark energy. As the agreed 3-month period concluded, Emperor Yi led the Hongmeng back to Star River Port. Upon arrival, he found Xiao Yin and Tang Horror's fleets already waiting. Xiao Yin excitedly announced, "The mechanical realm has agreed to ally with us. They're willing to forge purifying puppets for the 10,000 Path Alliance, embedded with star core energy and purifying pills, capable of autonomously identifying and attacking dark energy targets." Tang Her added with a smile, "Cultivators from the Beast Spirit realm have successfully cultivated purifying battle beasts. Their blood can counter dark energy and share strength with their practitioners." As everyone celebrated, the Lord of the Starry Realm suddenly sent an urgent message via communication jade. "Leader Yi, we have discovered a dark energy crystal core among the wreckage in the black hole star domain. It contains records of the dark energy's origins, which stem from the outer Dead Sea of stars. This dark energy civilization survives by consuming the essence of other civilizations and has now formed a dark energy army, expected to invade the Star River within a century." Emperor Yi took the dark energy crystal core, concentrating the myriad laws at his fingertips to analyze it. A terrifying image materialized within the core. Countless black dark energy warships traversing the Dead Sea of stars, each loaded with bombs capable of contaminating entire planets. The practitioners of the dark energy civilization were all clad in black battle armor, their auras at least at the tribulation stage. 100 years is ample time for us to prepare. A resolute glint flickered in Emperor Ye's eyes. "Transmit my orders. The 10,000 Path Alliance will unite with the Star Martial Realm, the Spiritual Energy Realm, the Mechanical Realm, and the Beast Spirit Realm to immediately initiate the Star River Guardian Plan. First, under the leadership of the Mechanical Realm, we will construct a defensive line along the Star River, deploying purifying puppets and Star Martial cannons. Second, the Spiritual Energy Realm and the Beast Spirit Realm will collaborate to cultivate a legion of spiritual energy battle beasts, enhancing the practitioner's mental and combat prowess. Third, the Star Martial Realm will be responsible for collecting star core energy from the Star River to power the defensive line. Fourth, I shall journey to the ancient celestial ruins within the Star River in search of the celestial source capable of countering the dark energy civilization." Everyone promptly accepted their orders and began to move into action. Emperor Yi boarded the Hongmeng, setting course for the ancient celestial ruins. The ruins were located deep within the Star River, in the ancient Star Tomb, which, according to the Lord of the Starry Realm, was once a site of the ancient celestial civilization, leaving behind treasures capable of controlling the power of the Star River before their civilization's demise. During the voyage, Emperor Yi stood on the deck, gazing at the boundless starry sky. The Star Qilin approached him, affectionately rubbing against his arm. He stroked its head, a sense of nostalgia washing over him. From the Dookie continent to the 10,000 Path Great World, and now to the vast Star River, our journey grows ever more distant, yet our resolve to protect remains unwavering. The Hongmeng navigated through layers of star mist, finally reaching the ancient Star Tomb. The ruins appeared as a colossal star floating in the void, its surface etched with ancient celestial runes that pulsed with a power capable of shaking the stars. Emperor Yi leapt from the warship, stepping onto the star's surface, where the runes instantly illuminated, coalescing in the air into a golden figure, the remnant soul of the ancient celestial emperor. "At last, someone has arrived here." The celestial emperor's voice was imbued with a sense of antiquity. "The dark energy civilization is a malignant tumor of the Star River. Only by merging the celestial source with the myriad laws can we utterly eradicate them. This is the celestial emperor's sword, a treasure of the ancient celestial civilization. I bestow it upon you today." A golden sword flew forth from the celestial emperor's silhouette, landing in Emperor Ye's grasp. The blade was inscribed with countless celestial runes, radiating a power capable of purifying all malevolence. A system prompt echoed, "Ding. Host has acquired the celestial emperor's sword. The myriad laws and celestial source have fused. unlocking the ultimate technique of Star River Return, enabling the host to wield the power of the Star River against targets. Emperor Yi held the Celestial Emperor's sword, bowing respectfully to the remnant soul. Thank you, esteemed predecessor, for your legacy. I shall not fail this trust and will protect the peace of the Star River. The Celestial Emperor's silhouette nodded in satisfaction, gradually dissipating into the starry sky. As Emperor Yi turned to return to the Hongmeng, he found that Xiao Yin and Tang Horror had already conveyed news via communication jade. The first purifying fortress of the Star River defense line has been completed, and the spiritual energy battle beast legion has successfully trained 1,000 warriors. Emperor Yi stood upon the bridge of the ship, gazing at the gradually forming Star River defense line, a resolute glimmer in his eyes. He understood that the war against the dark energy civilization would be an unprecedented catastrophe. Yet he firmly believed that as long as the alliance of 10,000 paths and the civilizations within the Star River worked in unison, one day they would utterly vanquish the dark energy civilization, allowing the radiant light of coexistence to illuminate the entire Star River. The Hongmeng ship sailed towards the vast world of 10,000 paths, while the ancient stellar tomb behind it gradually faded into the starry mist. Grasping the Star Emperor's sword, his fingertips danced with the myriad laws and the primal forces of the stars. His legend had transcended the 3,000 minor worlds, embarking upon the boundless Star River. And an ultimate battle concerning the very survival of the Star River was quietly brewing. Chapter 35, The Star River Defense Line, Vanguard of the Dark Energy. Above the Star River port of the vast world of 10,000 paths, hundreds of starships from the Alliance and the warships of the Star Martial Realm formed a colossal fleet, heading towards the defense line. This defense line consisted of 12 anti-dark fortresses, each outfitted with supernova cannons forged by the mechanical realm and spiritual barriers constructed by the spiritual realm. The fortresses were interconnected by star chains from the Star Martial Realm, creating a golden barrier that spanned the Star River. Standing on the bridge of the Hongmeng ship, Emperor Yi clutched the Star Emperor's sword, its starry runes resonating with the star chains of the defense line, golden light radiating forth to envelop the 12 fortresses. Activate the Star River Guardian Array, he commanded, and, simultaneously, the cultivators of the alliance of 10,000 paths and various civilizations channeled their powers, myriad laws. The might of the Star Martial, spiritual golden light, and mechanical energy intertwined, forming a colossal golden shield that enwrapped the entire defense line. A system notification chimed. Ding! The Star River Guardian Array has been successfully activated, capable of withstanding attacks from late-stage Tribulation Realm cultivators, with a 90 purification effect against dark energy. The imminent approach of the Dark Energy Civilization's vanguard was detected, expected to reach the defense line in 3 days. Emperor Yi promptly convened an urgent meeting with the leaders of various civilizations. The Lord of the Star Yan's realm wore a grave expression. The Dark Energy Vanguard is led by the Dark Energy Marquis, who possesses strength at the late stage of Tribulation Realm, commanding 10 Dark Energy warships and 10,000 Dark Energy warriors, proficient in using Dark Energy bombs and mental pollution weapons. The Iron Machine King of the Mechanical Realm added, our anti-dark puppets have been deployed and can autonomously identify dark energy targets, but they require guidance from spiritual cultivators' mental power to unleash their maximum potential. Emperor Yi nodded. I, along with Xiao Yin and Tang Hor, shall deal with the Dark Energy Marquis. The Lord of the Star Yan's realm and Ling Yu will lead the Star Martial fleet to intercept the Dark Energy warships, while the Iron Machine King commands the anti-dark puppets to eliminate the Dark Energy warriors. Ling Shi and the Beast Sovereign from the Beast Spirit Realm will lead the Spiritual Beast Legion to purify the dark energy bombs and mental pollution. 3 days later, a thick black mist suddenly materialized in the void before the Star River defense line, as 10 grotesque, dark energy warships surged forth from the haze. Their hulls encrusted with dark energy crystals, their cannons trained upon the anti-dark fortresses. At the forefront stood the Dark Energy Marquis, clad in black battle armor, wielding a dark energy battle blade, surrounded by waves of dark energy that distorted space, his aura reaching the pinnacle of the late-stage Tribulation Realm. Such insignificant civilizations dare to obstruct the march of the Dark Energy Army. The voice of the Dark Energy Marquis reverberated with mental shockwaves through the warships towards the defense line, causing numerous low-tier cultivators to spew blood, their mental faculties severely wounded. Ling Shi immediately commanded, activate the mental barrier. Spiritual cultivators released streams of spiritual golden light, forming a faint purple shield to block the mental onslaught. Attack! The Lord of the Star Yan's realm bellowed, as the Star Martial fleet's cannons unleashed blue beams of light, while the Mechanical Realm's supernova cannons fired golden projectiles towards the Dark Energy warships. The Dark Energy Marquis sneered, raising a hand to summon a Dark Energy shield, which instantaneously devoured the incoming beams and projectiles. Fire the Dark Energy bombs, he commanded, as the warship's cannons spat forth black bombs that detonated in midair, creating a dark energy field that dimmed the golden shield of the defense line. The Beast Sovereign promptly led the spiritual Beast Legion into the fray. As the war beasts unleashed blood imbued with purifying power, the golden blood clashed with the dark energy field, producing sizzling sounds as the dark energy was gradually purified. Emperor Yi, wielding the Star Emperor sword, leaped from the Hongmeng ship, followed closely by Xiao Yin and Tang Hoi. Dark Energy Marquis, your adversaries are us. Emperor Yi channeled the flow of the Star River, gathering the myriad laws and primal forces of the stars upon his sword, and with a powerful swing, he sent forth a golden sword shadow imbued with fragments of the Star River towards the Dark Energy Marquis. The Dark Energy Marquis attempted to parry with his blade, but the collision of the Dark Energy Battle Blade and the Star Emperor sword emitted a deafening roar, intertwining black and golden energies. The Marquis was forced back 3 steps, astonishment flaring in his eyes, to wield the power of the Star River. No wonder you dare to challenge the Dark Energy civilization. He unleashed a secret technique. Dark Energy Disintegration, his aura surging to the initial stage of the Great Ascension realm. As dark energy coalesced around him into a colossal dark energy beast that lunged towards Emperor Yi, Xiao Yin invoked the martial Tao Fire Lotus, infusing it with the energy of the Star Core, the erupting flames transforming into a sea of starry fire, while Tang Hoi summoned the Burning Heaven Sword Shadow, merging the power of coexistence with spiritual golden light to form a bicolored sword net that ensnared the dark energy beast. Seizing the moment, Emperor Yi activated the Imperial Soul, thrusting the Star Emperor's sword into the void as the forces of the Star River continuously poured into the blade. Star River Return, Imperial Slash. A golden beam of light, imbued with the power to purify all, surged towards the Dark Energy Marquis. The Marquis's countenance shifted dramatically as he attempted to evade, but he was ensnared by Xiao Yin and Tang Hoi's relentless attacks. The beam struck the Dark Energy Marquis, unleashing a piercing scream as his body was gradually reduced to ashes under the influence of the Star River's power, leaving behind but a black dark energy core. With the Dark Energy Marquis dispatched, Emperor Yi swiftly rallied his forces to support other battlefronts. The fierce clash between the Star Marshal fleet and the Dark Energy warships raged on, as one Star Marshal warship was struck by a dark energy projectile, igniting its hull in black flames. Ling Yu leaped forth, brandishing a star spear, piercing the core of a dark energy warship, which exploded in an instant. The anti-dark puppets commanded by the Iron Machine King gained the upper hand, wielding their anti-dark blades to decimate the dark energy warriors. As purification devices on their mechanical arms continuously absorbed dark energy, converting it into energy for the defense line. Ling Shi and the Beast Sovereign led the spiritual beasts to purify all dark energy bombs, restoring the brilliance of the mental barrier. Half a day later, the dark energy vanguard was completely annihilated. Emperor Yi picked up the dark energy core left behind by the Marquis, channeling the power of the Star River to analyze it. The main force of the Dark Energy civilization has gathered in the Silent Star Sea, led by the Dark Energy Emperor, with strength at the late stage of the Great Ascension realm, commanding 100 Dark Energy warships and 1,000,000 Dark Energy warriors, expected to reach the Star River defense line in a century. The expressions of the leaders of various civilizations turned grave as the Lord of the Star Yan's realm remarked. The Dark Energy Emperor wields the essence of dark energy and can pollute the stars within the Star River. Although our defense line can withstand attacks from late-stage Tribulation Realm cultivators, it may not withstand the Dark Energy Emperor at the late stage of the Great Ascension Realm. Emperor Yi pondered, we must enhance the strength of the defense line within the century while seeking alliances with more Star River civilizations. I have decided to journey to the Holy Universe realm within the Star River, the repository of ancient Star River civilizations, said to possess the Holy Universe power capable of countering Great Ascension Realm adversaries. Xiao Yin and Tang Hoi immediately volunteered. Brother Yi, we shall accompany you. Emperor Yi shook his head. You must remain at the defense line to assist the Lord of the Star Yan's realm and the Iron Machine King in fortifying the defenses, training more cultivators and war beasts. The journey to the Holy Universe realm is long. I shall go alone with the Star Qilin. 3 days later, Emperor Yi bid farewell to all and set sail towards the Holy Universe realm aboard the Hongmeng ship. Inside the vessel, he drew forth the Star Emperor sword, its runes illuminating as they resonated with the stars of the Star River, guiding his path forward. The Star Qilin lay beside him, its silver flames occasionally licking the blade, intensifying the Star River's power within the sword. Throughout the voyage, Emperor Yi continuously comprehended the power of the Star River, integrating it into the myriad laws. The two realms of imperial power within his Dantian gradually fused with the primal forces of the stars, forming a golden Star River imperial power. The key to breaking through to the Great Ascension realm. A system notification chimed. Ding. The host has fused with the power of the galaxy, elevating their comprehension of myriad laws to a perfect 100, thus unlocking the title of the Galactic Emperor. This grants them the reward of the Imperial-level movement technique, Starry Escape, allowing unfettered traversal through the cosmos, free from the constraints of space. The Celestial Emperor Yi felt a surge of joy within, activating the Starry Escape. The Hongmeng vessel instantly vanishing from its original location, only to reappear several light years away in a distant star domain. He understood that the Sacred Universe realm was no longer far away, and locating the Sacred Universe's power would be pivotal in combating the Dark Energy Sovereign. Months later, the Hongmeng vessel finally arrived at the Sacred Universe realm. The sight before Yitian Emperor was awe-inspiring. A colossal Sacred Universe temple floated in the sky, constructed from golden Sacred Universe crystals, surrounded by a force capable of purifying all malevolence. Beneath the temple, countless Sacred Universe warships were neatly arranged, their hulls adorned with sacred runes, exuding an air of majesty. As Yitian Emperor approached the temple, he was halted by two warriors clad in golden battle armor. Intruder. Halt! The Sacred Universe realm does not welcome foreign civilizations. Depart at once. Yitian Emperor clasped his hands in greeting. I am Yitian Emperor from the myriad Dao Great World, here to seek an audience with the sovereign of the Sacred Universe realm. I implore you to lend us the power of the Sacred Universe in our joint struggle against the Dark Energy Civilization. He produced a Dark Energy core and the Starry Emperor sword, stating, this core is a fragment of the Dark Energy Civilization's essence. And this sword is an imperial artifact of the ancient stellar civilization, proving my identity. The Sacred Universe warrior accepted the Dark Energy core, sensing the vile aura emanating from it, their expression shifting dramatically. Follow me. The sovereign awaits you in the temple. Entering the temple alongside the Sacred Universe warrior, Yitian Emperor met the sovereign of the Sacred Universe, adorned in a golden robe and enveloped in Sacred Universe energy, exuding the aura of an early-stage ascendant. Clutching his Sacred Universe staff, his gaze was filled with authority. The sovereign examined the Starry Emperor sword presented by Yitian Emperor and, upon hearing of the threat posed by the Dark Energy Civilization, furrowed his brow. The Dark Energy Civilization is the enemy of the galaxy. The Sacred Universe realm is willing to ally with the myriad Dao Great World. However, the power of the Sacred Universe must be guided by the Sacred Universe heart, which has been tainted by dark energy and sealed deep within the temple. Without purification, we cannot harness the Sacred Universe's power. A determined glint shone in Yitian Emperor's eyes. I am willing to venture into the depths of the temple to purify the Sacred Universe heart. The sovereign nodded, leading Yitian Emperor to the sealing chamber at the temple's base. Inside, a black crystal floated at the center, the tainted Sacred Universe heart, surrounded by Sacred Universe runes, flickering as they attempted to suppress the spread of dark energy. Holding the Starry Emperor's sword, Yitian Emperor activated the River of Stars technique, channeling the myriad laws and the essence of the stars into the Sacred Universe heart. Golden radiance clashed violently with a black dark energy, causing the Sacred Universe heart to tremble as the dark energy was gradually purified. After 3 hours, the Sacred Universe heart finally regained its golden hue, radiating a brilliant Sacred Universe power. Thank you, Alliance Leader Yi, the sovereign exclaimed with excitement. The Sacred Universe realm is prepared to dispatch all its warriors and warships to assist the Myriad Dao Alliance in combating the Dark Energy Civilization. Yitian Emperor felt a surge of joy and promptly conveyed the news to Xiao Yin and Tang Hor through a communication jade slip. The Hongmeng vessel set sail once more, heading towards the Myriad Dao Great World. Behind it, the Sacred Universe warships followed in a precise formation, ready to accompany Yitian Emperor to the galactic defense line. Standing on the deck, Yitian Emperor gazed at the twinkling stars within the galaxy. As the Starry Emperor's sword resonated with the Sacred Universe heart, erupting in a dazzling brilliance, he knew that the ultimate battle against the Dark Energy Civilization was drawing near. Yet as long as the Myriad Dao Alliance and the civilizations within the galaxy united with unwavering resolve, he believed that one day, they would utterly vanquish the Dark Energy Civilization, allowing the light of coexistence to eternally illuminate the entire galaxy. Chapter 36, The Sacred Universe's Assistance, Defense Line Upgrade. The Hongmeng vessel, leading 50 Sacred Universe warships, sliced through the mist of the galaxy, racing towards the direction of the Myriad Dao Great World. Yitian Emperor stood on the bridge, cradling the purified Sacred Universe heart, as the golden Sacred Universe power intertwined with the galaxy's essence from the Starry Emperor's sword, forming a dual-colored light pattern in his palm, indicating the preliminary fusion of two primal powers. Ding! Detection of stable energy from the Sacred Universe heart. The fusion degree of the myriad laws and Sacred Universe power has reached 30, unlocking the prototype of the Sacred Universe Starry Array. which can significantly enhance the purification effect of the defense line against dark energy. The system's prompt resonated, and a flicker of happiness crossed Yendi Emperor's eyes. He immediately contacted Xiao Yan through the communication jade slip, quickly summoned the core artisans from the spirit energy realm and the mechanical realm to the galactic defense line, preparing to upgrade the defensive formation. Half a month later, the fleet arrived at the galactic port. Awaiting them, there were Xiao Yan, Tang Er, and others, who swiftly boarded the Hongmeng vessel. Upon seeing the Sacred Universe Sovereign and the accompanying Sacred Universe warships, their excitement was palpable. Brother Yi, the Sacred Universe realm truly wishes to send troops to assist us, Tang Hua exclaimed, gripping the burning sky sword tightly. With the power of the Sacred Universe, our chances against the Dark Energy Sovereign have increased significantly. The Sacred Universe Sovereign stepped forward, bowing respectfully to Xiao Yan and the others. The Dark Energy Civilization is the common enemy of the galaxy. The Sacred Universe realm will certainly contribute its strength. I have brought the schematic of the Sacred Universe Great Array, which can be integrated with the Galactic Guardian Array to form a more powerful defensive system. 3 days later, within the central fortress of the Galactic Defense Line, commanders from various civilizations convened. Yendi Emperor placed the Sacred Universe Heart at the center of the array, while the Sovereign unfurled the schematic of the Sacred Universe Great Array. Golden array patterns projected into the air, perfectly aligning with the star chain patterns of the Galactic Guardian Array. The Sacred Universe Starry Array required the Sacred Universe Heart as its core, with 12 evil-breaking fortresses serving as its foundation, and the star chain acting as a link, spreading the powers of the Sacred Universe and the galaxy throughout the entire defense line. The Sovereign elaborated on the array. Once activated, this formation can not only withstand attacks from late-stage ascendants, but also actively purify the surrounding star domains of dark energy, even revitalizing polluted planets within the galaxy. In the following 6 months, various civilizations devoted themselves to upgrading the defense line. The Iron Machine King of the Mechanical Realm led artisans to install Sacred Universe energy converters atop the evil-breaking fortresses, transforming star core energy into Sacred Universe power. Lingxi commanded spirit energy practitioners to engrave spiritual runes onto the star chains, enabling the defense line to sense dark energy fluctuations in advance. Meanwhile, the Beast Sovereign of the Beast Spirit Realm cultivated Sacred Universe war beasts, infusing them with fragments of the Sacred Universe Heart, allowing them to move freely within dark energy domains. At last, the Sacred Universe Starry Array was completed. Yendi Emperor and the Sovereign stood together at the Central Fortress's array platform, simultaneously infusing their primal powers. The Sacred Universe Heart erupted with a blinding golden light, which spread along the star chain, illuminating the 12 evil-breaking fortresses. A golden shield, covering millions of miles of star domain, shot upwards, with Sacred Universe runes intertwining with star runes, emanating an imposing presence that shook the galaxy. System prompt ding. The Sacred Universe Starry Array has been successfully activated, enhancing defensive strength to the pinnacle of late-stage ascendant, with a dark energy purification rate of 100. The Starry Restoration function has been unlocked, allowing for the repair of 10 slightly polluted stars daily. Just as the crowd celebrated, the Spirit Energy Realms detector suddenly blared an alarm. Numerous dark energy fluctuations detected at the edge of the galaxy. Suspected to be a vanguard reconnaissance team from the Dark Energy Civilization, comprising approximately 1,000 dark energy warriors aboard 10 small dark energy vessels, heading towards the defense line. How fortuitous! Let us test the new defense line's might. A spark of battle intent flashed in Xiao Yan's eyes as he volunteered. Brother Yi, I shall lead the Do, Xian warriors, and the Sacred Universe warriors to confront the enemy. Yendi Emperor nodded in agreement. Be cautious with your strength. Focus on testing the restoration and purification functions of the defense line. Xiao Yan commanded 50 myriad Dao starships and 20 Sacred Universe warships towards the Dark Energy Reconnaissance Team. Half a day later, the two armies met deep within the galaxy. The Dark Energy vessels resembled black sharks, their hulls covered in dark energy crystals, while Dark Energy warriors within wielded dark energy blades, shrouded in black mist. Fire! At Xiao Yan's command, the evil-breaking cannons of the myriad Dao starships and the Sacred Universe cannons of the Sacred Universe warships unleashed their volleys simultaneously, golden and blue beams intertwining into a net, hurtling towards the dark energy vessels. The dark energy warriors surged from their ships, unleashing dark energy fields in an attempt to repel the attack. However, the Sacred Universe power possessed an innate restraint against dark energy. As the beams pierced through the dark energy fields, the black mist was instantaneously purified, and the hulls of the dark energy vessels were left riddled with gaping holes. Xiao Yan leaped from the starship, merging his Docian power with the Holy Universe power to unleash the Holy Universe Fire Lotus. The golden Fire Lotus erupted in the air, incinerating dozens of dark energy warriors into ashes. The commander of the Holy Universe, Sheng Hui, also led the Holy Universe warriors into battle, wielding the Holy Universe spears, whose tips, imbued with Holy Universe power, could effortlessly pierce through the armor of the dark energy warriors. A dark energy squad leader attempted to deploy a dark energy bomb, only to be devoured by a Holy Universe beast, which purified the bomb within its body using Holy Universe power, transforming it into energy for the beast. Half an hour later, the dark energy reconnaissance team was entirely annihilated. Xiaoyan returned to the defensive line with a captured dark energy warrior and, through interrogation using Holy Universe power, learned that the Dark Energy Emperor had consolidated all the forces of the Dark Energy Civilization to form the Dark Energy Star River Legion, expected to reach the Star River defense line in 50 years. This legion would not only consist of 1 million Dark Energy warriors, but also 10 Dark Energy motherships capable of annihilating stars. In 50 years, we must be fully prepared. The Emperor Yi convened everyone to discuss strategy, outlining a three-pronged plan. First, the Holy Universe Sovereign and the Master of Star Evolution would lead the Holy Universe and Star Marshal fleets to search for undiscovered civilizations in the Star River, inviting them to join the 10,000 Paths Alliance. Second, King Tiji would collaborate with Lingxi to develop the Star River Evil-Breaking Cannon, which could concentrate all energy from the defense line to deliver a devastating blow to the Dark Energy motherships. Third, I will venture into the chaotic Star Sea within the Star River to seek the legendary Chaotic Origin. If I can merge with the Chaotic Origin, I could break through to the Great Ascension stage and attain the pinnacle realm of the Star River Emperor, giving me the confidence to contend with the Dark Energy Emperor. The Holy Universe Sovereign expressed concern. The Chaotic Star Sea is a forbidden area of the Star River, where the chaotic turbulence can shred the bodies of Great Ascension cultivators. This journey poses great peril for you, Lord Yi. The Emperor Yi smiled and shook his head. I have mastered Star River escape and Holy Universe power, should danger arise. I can withdraw in time. Moreover, only by breaking through to the Star River Emperor can I protect everyone in the ultimate battle. 3 days later, the Emperor Yi bid farewell to all and embarked alone on the Hongmeng ship towards the chaotic Star Sea. Before his departure, Xiaoyan handed him a Do Xian talisman. This talisman contains all my Do Xian power. If you encounter danger, shatter the talisman, and I, along with Tanghor, will use the interdimensional teleportation array to provide you with our utmost support. Tanghor then presented a vial of 10,000 Paths restoration pill. This was crafted from spiritual plants of the 10,000 Paths realm and fragments of the Holy Universe Heart, capable of rapidly restoring your original power. You must return safely. The Emperor Yi accepted the talisman and pill, nodding solemnly. Rest assured, I will return and protect the Star River alongside everyone. The Hongmeng ship transformed into a beam of golden light, vanishing into the depths of the Star River. Standing on the deck, the Emperor Yi gazed at the encroaching chaotic Star Sea, an expanse comprised of gray chaotic turbulence, where purple spatial rifts occasionally flickered, threatening to shred any nearby stars. He activated the Holy Universe power and Star River power, forming a double-layered light shield around the ship as it slowly entered the chaotic Star Sea. Upon entering the Star Sea, he was immediately met with intense chaotic turbulence. The shield trembled violently, and the ship emitted a piercing metallic distortion sound. The Emperor Yi swiftly employed Star River Escape to avoid the most perilous turbulence zones, while simultaneously channeling the 10,000 Paths laws to sense the location of the chaotic origin. Ding! A detection alert sounded. The chaotic core region ahead harbors the essence of the chaotic origin, requiring passage through 9 layers of chaotic barriers to reach it. The system notification resonated, and a resolute glimmer flashed in the Emperor Ye's eyes as he maneuvered the Hongmeng ship towards the chaotic core. The 9 layers of chaotic barriers stacked upon one another, each containing chaotic power capable of eroding the essence. With each barrier he breached, the Emperor Yi expended considerable Holy Universe and Star River power, necessitating the consumption of the 10,000 Paths restoration pill to recover. Upon breaking through the final barrier, he finally beheld the chaotic core, a gray crystal suspended in the void, surrounded by pure chaotic power. This is the chaotic origin. The Emperor Yi leaped from the Hongmeng ship, carefully approaching the crystal while channeling the 10,000 Paths laws. As his fingertips brushed against the chaotic origin, a torrent of vast power surged into his body, causing the Star River Emperor's power and Holy Universe power within his dantian to boil violently, beginning to merge with the chaotic power. The Emperor Yi let out a pained roar. The chaotic power was too ferocious, threatening to tear his physical form and imperial soul apart. Gritting his teeth, he activated the Two Realms Great Tao technique, gradually guiding the chaotic power into the 10,000 Paths laws as the golden imperial power became tinged with gray, forming a chaotic Star River Emperor's power. After 3 days and nights, the Emperor Yi finally fully merged with the chaotic origin. He opened his eyes, which gleamed with golden, blue, and gray light, and his aura broke through the great ascension stage, reaching an unprecedented realm of the Star River Emperor. System notification, ding. Host has broken through to Star River Emperor, unlocking the ultimate ability, Star River Creation, allowing for the creation of new civilizations within the Star River. Reward, Emperor level Supreme Treasure, Chaotic Star River Armor, capable of resisting chaotic power and dark energy erosion. The Emperor Yi donned the Chaotic Star River Armor, wielding the Star Emperor Sword, surrounded by the 10,000 Paths laws, holy universe power, and the essence of chaos. He sensed the immense power within him and felt a surge of confidence. Dark Energy Emperor, in 50 years. I shall await you at the Star River defense line for our battle. The Hongmeng ship sailed slowly out of the chaotic Star Sea, heading towards the 10,000 Paths great world. Deep within the Star River, the figure of the Emperor Yi intertwined with the radiance of the Star Emperor's sword, forming a golden beam of light that pierced through heaven and earth, symbolizing the Star River Emperor and embodying the hope of all Star River civilizations. The legend of the Emperor Yi has transitioned from the 3,000 small worlds to the pinnacle of the vast Star River, while an ultimate battle concerning the survival of the Star River quietly approaches. Chapter 37. The Emperor returns, preparing for the final chapter. The Hongmeng ship broke through the gray fog of the chaotic Star Sea, its exterior adorned with the resplendent chaotic Star River armor. The Emperor Yi stood on the deck, enveloped in the golden, blue, and gray imperial power, a fusion of the 10,000 Paths laws, holy universe power, and the essence of chaos. He raised his hand, and the chaotic Star River energy, coalescing at his fingertips, instantly smoothed the chaotic turbulence behind him, even healing spatial rifts. Ding! Detection indicates that the host power has reached the Star River Emperor level, unlocking full access to the Star River map, enabling real-time monitoring of energy fluctuations within 1,000,000 light-years. Reward, Emperor Domain, which can suppress dark energy below the Great Ascension level and forcibly purify low-tier dark energy creatures. The system notification resonated, and a glint of brilliance flashed in the Emperor Ye's eyes as he summoned the Star River map. The images of the 10,000 Paths Great World and the Star River defense line clearly emerged, even revealing Sheng Yu and the Master of Star Evolution searching for new civilizations within the Star Sea. Half a month later, the Hongmeng ship arrived at the Star River port, when the Emperor Yi, clad in the chaotic Star River armor and wielding the Star Emperor's sword, stepped out of the ship's cabin. Xiao Yan, Tang He, and others who had long awaited his arrival immediately felt the vast imperial power akin to the Star River. Bowing in respect, we welcome Brother Yi, Lord Yi, back to his rightful place. The Emperor Yi stepped forward to assist them, smiling as he said, I have broken through to the Star River Emperor. Now, we have greater assurance in our fight against the Dark Energy Emperor. He concentrated a strand of chaotic Star River power at his fingertips and infused it into the communication array of the Star River defense line, instantly establishing contact with the 12 evil-breaking fortresses. Now, I can mobilize all energy from the defense line at any time, even utilizing the power of the Star River to launch long-range attacks against the Dark Energy Legion. 3 days later, the 10,000 Paths Alliance convened a Star River War Preparation Conference, attended by the commanders of the 7 major domains already allied in the Star Sea. The Emperor Yi infused the power of the chaotic origin into the 10,000 Worlds Cauldron, projecting the latest intelligence on the Dark Energy Legion. The Dark Energy Emperor has gained control over the Dark Energy Mother Star, which can continuously produce Dark Energy warriors and warships. If we cannot destroy the Mother Star at the onset of the war, we will be drawn into a protracted conflict. The Holy Universe Sovereign furrowed his brow. The Dark Energy Mother Star is guarded by 10 Dark Energy Motherships, each equipped with Dark Energy annihilation cannons capable of obliterating stars. Approaching it is as challenging as ascending to the heavens. King TG remarked, we have developed the Star River evil-breaking cannon, but it requires the energy of all 12 evil-breaking fortresses to fire once, and its attack range is limited, unable to cover the Dark Energy Mother Star. The Emperor Yi pondered for a moment and then said, I have a plan. Before the outbreak of war, we divided our forces into 3 distinct paths. The first path was led by Xiao Yan and Tang He, commanding the Doshin Legion and the Spirit Beast Legion, who would disguise themselves as a civilization eroded by dark energy. They approached the Dark Energy Mother Star to identify its defensive weaknesses. The second path was under the command of Sheng Yu Zun and Xing Yin Jieju, who led the Sheng Yu and Xing Wu fleets to lay the Star Universe trap along the route the dark energy forces would traverse, thereby slowing their advance. The third path consisted of myself and the Iron Machine King, who remained at the front line, focusing all efforts on enhancing the power of the Star River Exorcism Cannon, while simultaneously preparing the Star River Genesis to create new stars behind the dark energy forces, thereby cutting off their retreat. Everyone nodded in agreement, and promptly set off on their respective missions. Xiao Yin and Teng He selected 10,000 adept stealth warriors from the Doshin ranks and spirit beasts, boarding modified dark energy ships and heading towards the dark energy mother star. Meanwhile, Sheng Yuzun and Xingyan Jieju directed their fleets to lay the star universe trap in the cosmic expanse, transforming abandoned stars into explosive star core bombs. Yi Tiandi and the Iron Machine King remained at the central fortress, infusing the chaotic essence into the Star River exorcism cannon, which gradually took on a gray hue, significantly amplifying its power. In the blink of an eye, 50 years had passed. The Star River defense line had evolved dramatically. The 12 exorcism fortresses had tripled in height, and the caliber of their cannons had increased tenfold. The intertwining Shangyu runes and chaotic runes along the star chain formed an unassailable golden barrier. The number of cultivators within the Wandao Alliance had also surged tenfold, with over 100 having reached the tribulation stage and 10 at the great ascension stage, sufficient to confront the dark energy forces head-on. On this day, the detectors of the spirit energy realm abruptly sounded a rapid alarm. It had detected that the dark energy forces had breached the star universe trap and were advancing towards the Star River defense line. The Dark Energy Emperor personally led the charge, commanding 10 dark energy motherships, 100 dark energy warships, and 1,000,000 dark energy warriors, with the dark energy mother star close behind. Yi Tiandi immediately consulted the Star River map to assess the situation. Although the Star Universe trap had destroyed 20 dark energy warships and 10,000 dark energy warriors, it had failed to halt the main force of the dark energy legions. Sheng Yuzun and Xing Yin Jieju's fleets were engaged in a tactical retreat towards the defense line. Orders were dispatched to activate the Sheng Yu Star River array, and all cultivators were to take their battle positions. At Yi Tiandi's command, the 12 exorcism fortresses ignited simultaneously, their golden shields enveloping 1,000,000 miles of the star domain. Half an hour later, the dark energy forces reached the front of the defense line. The dark energy mother star loomed like a colossal black orb in the void. Surrounded by 10 dark energy motherships, their annihilation cannons aimed directly at the exorcism fortresses. Clad in a black imperial robe and wielding the dark energy imperial sword, the dark energy emperor radiated a force capable of distorting the Star River, his aura reaching the pinnacle of the great ascension stage. He hovered above the mother star, his voice reverberating throughout the defense line like a mental assault. Yi Tiandi, come forth to meet your demise. Today, I shall transform your Star River into a paradise of dark energy. Yi Tiandi brandished the Star Emperor sword, leaping to the forefront of the defense line. Dark Energy Emperor, you slaughtered the civilizations of the Star River. Your sins are unforgivable. Today, in the name of the Star River Emperor, I shall eradicate you and the Dark Energy civilization from the Star River entirely. Arrogant, the Dark Energy Emperor roared, swinging his Dark Energy Imperial sword. A shadow of black energy surged towards Yi Tiandi, imbued with the power to obliterate all. Yi Tiandi activated the Emperor's domain, forming a luminous shield that blocked the sword shadow while executing the Star River Reversal Emperor Slash. The Star Emperor sword, imbued with chaotic, sacred, and Star River energies, unleashed a 3-colored sword shadow that pierced the heavens, aimed directly at the Dark Energy Emperor. The Dark Energy Emperor was forced back by the impact of the sword shadow, his eyes flashing with fury and disbelief. What of the Star River Emperor? I have the Dark Energy Mother Star to assist me. Today, I shall annihilate you. He commanded the Dark Energy Mother Star to activate, revealing countless Dark Energy cannon ports on its surface, which fired dark energy projectiles towards the defense line. Activate the Star River Exorcism Cannon. Yi Tiandi commanded, and the 12 Exorcism Fortresses cannon mouths ignited simultaneously. A golden beam, merging chaotic, sacred, and Star River powers, surged towards the dark energy projectiles. The two energies collided with a thunderous roar, instantly purifying the dark energy projectiles. The golden beam continued unabated, striking the dark energy motherships. 3 dark energy motherships were struck by the golden beam, exploding into ashes. The Dark Energy Emperor's expression changed drastically as he ordered his Dark Energy Warriors to charge. 1,000,000 Dark Energy Warriors surged towards the defense line, while Xiao Yin and Tanghor led the Doshin Legion and Spirit Beast Legion to strike from the flank. Sheng Yuzun and Xing Yin Jieju's fleets also changed course, launching a pincer attack on the Dark Energy forces. Seizing the opportunity, Yi Tiandi activated the Star River Genesis, channeling chaotic Star River energy through his fingertips to create a new cluster of stars behind the dark energy forces. The golden light of the exploding stars formed a barrier, severing the retreat of the dark energy warriors. Warriors of the Wandao Alliance, follow me into battle. Yi Tiandi roared, wielding the Star Emperor sword and charging toward the Dark Energy Emperor. The Dark Energy Emperor countered with his sword, And as the dark energy imperial sword clashed with the Star Emperor's sword, black energy intertwined with the three-colored imperial power, unleashing an energy that trembled the Star River. Yendi activated the Emperor's domain, suppressing the dark energy Emperor's power while executing the chaotic Star River annihilation. The three-colored imperial power coalesced into a massive fist, striking towards the dark energy Emperor. The dark energy Emperor was struck by the fist, spitting blood as he was sent flying. In his rage and disbelief, he roared, channeling the dark energy essence and absorbing the energy of the dark energy mother star, his aura surging to the pinnacle of the great ascension stage. I am dark energy. Dark energy is me. If you wish to annihilate me, you must first step over my corpse. A cold glint flashed in Yeondi's eyes as he soared above the dark energy mother star, the Star Emperor's sword in hand. Then I shall destroy your mother star first. He infused the chaotic Star River energy into the Star Emperor's sword, its three-colored radiance illuminating the entire Star River. Star River reversal creation / a sword shadow, imbued with the powers of creation and destruction, cleaved toward the dark energy mother star. Upon impact, the dark energy mother star emitted a piercing wail. Its dark energy cannon port shattered, and the internal dark energy core was completely purified. As the mother star collapsed, the dark energy emperor's aura waned dramatically. He gazed at Yendi in disbelief. Impossible. How could you possess the power to destroy the dark energy mother star? Because what I protect is the hope and vitality of the entire Star River. Yendi leaped before the dark energy emperor, delivering a decisive strike, severing the dark energy emperor's head from his body, which was reduced to ashes by the three-colored imperial power. With the death of the dark energy emperor, the dark energy legion lost its leader, instantly dissolving into chaos. The warriors of the Wandao Alliance pursued relentlessly, exterminating the remaining dark energy warriors and warships. Yendi stood amidst the Star River, channeling the Emperor's domain, as the three-colored imperial power spread throughout the Star domain, thoroughly purifying the remnants of dark energy. As the last vestige of dark energy dissipated, the stars in the Star River gleamed brilliantly, radiating resplendent light. Sheng Yuzun, Xingyin Jieju, Xiaoyan, and Tang Hor gathered around, their eyes filled with excitement and relief. Yendi gazed at the assembled crowd, then towards the vast Star River, a gentle smile gracing his features. The dark energy civilization has been vanquished. Peace has finally returned to the Star River. 3 days later, the Wandao Alliance convened the Star River Peace Conference at the Star River Defense Line, inviting representatives from all civilizations within the Star Sea. Yendi stood at the center of the conference, gripping the Star Emperor's sword, and declared, from this day forth, the Wandao Alliance shall be renamed the Star River Federation, jointly managed by all civilizations, sharing Star River resources and legacies. We shall establish the Star River Academy within the Star River to cultivate cross-civilizational cultivators, spreading the ethos of harmonious coexistence throughout the cosmos. At the conference, all representatives unanimously agreed to establish the Star River Federation, electing Yendi as the supreme commander of the Federation, with Xiaoyan, Tang He, Sheng Yuzun, and Xing Yin Jieju appointed as council elders. The establishment of the Star River Federation heralded a new era for Star River civilization. A millennium later, the Star River Federation had emerged as the most formidable force within the Star River, governing hundreds of civilizations and nurturing countless cultivators proficient in diverse systems of cultivation. Yendi often stood atop the Heavenly Emperor Peak, gazing at the expansive Star River, accompanied by the Star Qilin and his companions, Xiao Yin and Tang He. Brother Yi, look, that is the newly joined bright domain of the Federation. Their luminous power resonates harmoniously with our myriad laws. Xiaoyan pointed towards a luminous band in the Starry River, his eyes brimming with satisfaction. Tang Hor chimed in with a smile. The Starry River Academy has cultivated 10,000 Starry River cultivators, many of whom can now independently safeguard Star. Yendi nodded, a wave of sentiment flickering in his gaze, from the Duki continent to the myriad Dao great world, and now to the entire Starry River. We have traversed an immense journey. As long as our original intent to protect remains unchanged, the peace of the Starry River shall never fade. He raised his hand, the brilliance of the Starry Emperor's sword illuminating the entire Starry River, as countless golden beams ascended from the stars, weaving into a protective pattern that enveloped all Federation civilizations. The legend of Yendi had transitioned from the journey of breaking through to the pinnacle of the Starry River, and his story would eternally resonate within the annals of Starry River civilization, inspiring generations of cultivators to strive for peace and the pursuit of the Great Path. Golden sunlight cascaded over the Starry River, stars shone brilliantly, and civilizations thrived. Yetendi's figure melded with the Starry River, becoming an everlasting legend, a tale of courage, faith, and guardianship, inscribing an immortal chapter within the vast starry expanse. Chapter 38, The Starry River Federation, the eternal transmission of myriad Tao. A millennium after the establishment of the Starry River Federation. The graduation ceremony of the Starry River Academy took place at the peak of Yendi in the myriad Tao Great World. 10,000 cultivators donned in star-patterned uniforms stood in orderly rows, hailing from diverse civilizations. The Doshian from the Doshian realm, the Xingwu practitioners from the Xingwu realm, the Lingning masters from the Lingning realm, the mechanics from the mechanic realm, and even cultivators from the newly joined Bright Domain. Yendi, clad in the chaotic Starry River armor and wielding the Starry Emperor's sword, stood upon the ceremonial platform. Beside him, Xiao Yin and Tang Hor, their hair now white, still exuded vitality, while Sheng Yuzuan and the Lord of Xingyan were enveloped in primordial power, their aura increasingly unfathomable. Yendi gazed at the spirited young cultivators below, his voice gentle yet imbued with the majesty of the Starry River. 1,000 years ago, we fought to protect the Starry River. 1,000 years hence, you shall live to inherit the myriad Tao. Remember, power is not for conquest, but for guardianship. Guardianship of civilizations, comrades, and the vitality of every star. As his words fell, 12 beams of light suddenly illuminated the sky, symbolizing the 12 great civilizations of the Starry River Federation. The beams interwove to form a pattern of symbiosis, showering golden specks upon each graduate, planting primordial seeds bestowed by Yendi, allowing them to perceive the essence of various civilizations during cultivation and comprehend the true meaning of the myriad Tao's coexistence. The final assessment, the trial of myriad Tao, now commences, Xiaoyan announced loudly. The trial valley beneath Yendi Peak instantly unfolded, simulating the battleground of the past against the dark energy civilization. With phantoms of dark energy beasts, dark energy motherships, and even projections of the remnants of the dark energy emperor, the graduates formed teams, coordinating seamlessly. Doshin warriors unleashed combat techniques to fend off attacks. Xingwu practitioners precisely targeted with stellar power. Lingning masters constructed mental barriers for protection, and mechanics deployed evil-repelling puppets to clear petty foes. Yendi and the others stood on the platform, observing the young cultivators skillfully blending the powers of different systems. His heart swelling with pride. In those days when we first collaborated against the Marrow demons, we were not so in sync, Tang Hor reminisced with a smile. Her burning heaven sword still exuding the flames of evil repulsion despite the marks of time. Sheng Yuzuan nodded. The principle of myriad Tao's coexistence has been passed down to this day, thanks to Lord Ye's persistence back then. 3 days later, the trial concluded. All graduates successfully passed the assessment, with the most outstanding among them being a young girl from the Bee Spirit realm, Lingxi. She could share power with 10 Saint Universe battle beasts, and had fused the Doshian Fire Lotus with Lingning Golden Light, purifying the projection of the Dark Energy Emperor's remnant with a single strike. Yendi presented her with a Starry River Guardian Talisman. This talisman can mobilize a portion of the Starry River's power. From now on, you shall be the guardian messenger of the Starry River Federation, tasked with patrolling the border star domains and safeguarding newly emerging civilizations. After the graduation ceremony, Yendi convened a council with the core elders of the Federation. The myriad realm cauldron floated at the center, projecting images of the Starry River's periphery. A new nebulous secret realm was forming, containing previously unseen primordial spiritual energy. As the system analyzed, the nebulous secret realm is born from the fusion of chaotic essence and Starry River power, potentially harboring primordial treasures, but also accompanying unknown risks. With suspected activities of primordial beasts, I volunteer to explore the nebulous secret realm, Lingxi offered, determination gleaming in her eyes. I have mastered multiple system powers, should danger arise. I can call for aid using the Starry River Guardian Talisman. Yendi nodded in agreement. Take 10 elite cultivators from various civilizations, proceed with caution, and retreat immediately if you cannot cope. Half a month later, Lingxi's team relayed news. Indeed, a primordial treasure, the primordial lotus seed, existed within the nebulous secret realm. Consuming it could reshape the essence, enabling cultivators to break through their boundaries. But a massive primordial python guarded the depths of the realm, its strength reaching the late stage of the Great Ascension, preventing the team from approaching. Yendi decided to go personally. He boarded the Hongmeng ship and traveled to the nebulous secret realm alongside the Starry Qilin. At the entrance of the secret realm, shrouded in mist, the primordial spiritual energy was so dense it almost liquefied. A single breath could amplify a cultivator's primordial power. Yendi activated the power of the chaotic Starry River, effortlessly entering the secret realm, as the primordial beasts along the way sensed his imperial might and retreated in fear. Deep within the secret realm, a colossal primordial lotus grew atop a chaotic stone, the lotus seeds emanating a soft purple glow. These were the primordial lotus seeds. Beside it coiled a massive primordial python, enveloped in primordial spiritual energy and chaotic force. Upon seeing Yendi, the python let out an angry roar and lunged forward with its enormous maw. The power of the primordial is truly remarkable, Yendi marveled, activating the Emperor's domain, forming a protective light shield to block the python. He did not slay the creature, but instead retrieved a shard of chaotic essence and infused it into the python. This is chaotic essence, resonant with your origin. From now on, you shall be the guardian of the nebulous secret realm. What say you? The python, sensing the aura of chaotic essence, gradually calmed down, nodding at Yendi before retreating back to the side of the primordial lotus. Yendi plucked 3 primordial lotus seeds, leaving 1 for the python, and turned to exit the secret realm. Upon returning to the myriad Dao Great World, Yendi bestowed the primordial lotus seeds upon Xiaoyan, Tanghor, and Sheng Yuzuan. Consuming these seeds will reshape your essence, allowing you to break through to the starry Emperor realm. After consuming the seeds, the 3 experienced a dramatic surge in their aura, entering seclusion to break through. A century later, Xiaoyan and Tang Horror successfully ascended to the starry Emperor realm, while Sheng Yuzuan reached the pinnacle of the late stage of the Great Ascension. The strength of the Starry River Federation rose once more, and Yendi decided to entrust the affairs of the Federation to the 3, while he, accompanied by the Starry Qilin, began to roam the Starry River in search of more undiscovered civilizations, spreading the concept of myriad Dao's coexistence. He traversed the Bright Domain's holy temple, engaging in discussions with the Pope of Light regarding the fusion of luminous power and the myriad laws. He visited the Steel City of the Mechanic Realm, guiding mechanics in the crafting of myriad Dao puppets capable of accommodating multiple system powers. He delved into the primal forests of the Beast Spirit Realm, assisting beast spirit cultivators in establishing symbiotic relationships with more formidable beasts. One day, Yendi arrived at the edge of the Starry River, where lay an unexplored, unknown star sea. The Starry Qilin suddenly let out a long howl, pointing towards the depths of the star sea, where a gigantic domain gate was slowly opening, emanating familiar energy fluctuations akin to the essence of the Duki continent. Yetendi's eyes widened in surprise as he activated the Starry River escape, instantly arriving beside the domain gate. Behind the gate was a familiar world, the streets of Wutan City, the shops of the Gale family, the ancestral home of the Shao clan, and even a younger version of himself cultivating combat techniques. It turned out this was a parallel world of the Duki continent. Yendi grasped the situation, choosing not to disturb the beings of this world, but merely leaving behind a myriad Dao mark. Should this world encounter a crisis, the mark would activate, contacting the Starry River Federation for assistance. Leaving the Gateway of Realms, Emperor Yi stood amidst the sea of stars, gazing at the countless radiant celestial bodies. Suddenly, an epiphany dawned upon him. The ultimate essence of coexistence among myriad paths was not to dominate the galaxies, but to allow every civilization to flourish freely within the great Tao, enabling every being to discover their unique path to existence. He drew forth the Star Emperor's sword, merging his imperial soul with the very essence of the Starry River. The tricolored radiance emanating from the sword illuminated the entire expanse of the Starry Sea, as countless golden beams ascended from the stars, intertwining to form an eternal pattern of myriad paths that enveloped the entire galaxy. A system notification resonated. Ding! Host has completed the mission of the eternal myriad paths, unlocking the embodiment of the great Tao, capable of transforming into the myriad laws, forever safeguarding the civilization of the Starry River. Ye's figure gradually became transparent, transforming into innumerable golden specks of light that merged into every star and every civilization within the galaxy. The Star Qilin let out a long cry, filled with reluctance yet accompanied by a sense of solace. It understood that Emperor Yi had never truly departed. He had become a part of the Starry River, an embodiment of the myriad laws. A millennium later, a young boy from the parallel continent of Do Chi accidentally activated the mark of the myriad paths during his cultivation. Witnessing the image left behind by Emperor Yi in the projection, the Emperor spoke gently. The path of cultivation is an endless journey, and the heart of guardianship shall never fade. Remember, regardless of the world from which you hail, as long as you embody righteousness, you are the inheritor of the myriad paths. The boy clenched his fists, determination shining in his eyes, embarking on his own journey of cultivation. Throughout every corner of the Starry River, the legend of Emperor Yi spread, recounting how he emerged from the Do Chi continent to safeguard the myriad realms, quelling calamities with the might of the Starry River Emperor, ultimately transforming into the myriad laws, eternally protecting the Starry River he nurtured with his faith and fervor. Golden sunlight spilled across the Starry Sea, the stars gleaming brilliantly, civilizations thriving, and beings of diverse races coexisting harmoniously as powers from different systems seamlessly intertwined. The legend belonging to Emperor Yi had transcended the narrative of a single individual, evolving into a collective memory of the entire Starry River civilization, inscribing an unceasing chapter of myriad paths amidst the vast cosmos. Chapter 39. The Tao transforms the Starry River, the legacy endures. In the city of Wutan on the parallel Do-Chi continent, young Xiao Chun clutched the mark of the myriad paths in his hand, feeling the warm, golden sensation at his fingertips. This mark was discovered within the secret chamber of the Shao family ancestral home, now hovering in his palm, projecting the ethereal image of Emperor Yi. The youth depicted in the projection donned starry armor, wielding a long sword, with a resplendent starry river behind him, his words resonating like a thunderous bell within Xiao Chen's consciousness. If you can awaken this mark, you are destined to inherit the myriad paths. Seek the source of the fragments of the starry essence, and merge the three powers to unlock the passage to the Starry River Federation. Xiao Chun, a prodigy of the Shao family, had reached the Do Master Realm at the tender age of 16, yet he was troubled by his inability to break through the bottleneck of Do spirit. Now, gazing at Emperor Ye's image, flames ignited in his eyes. No matter who you are, I shall find the three items you spoke of and discover what the Starry River Federation truly is. 3 years later, Xiao Chun stood beneath the falling heart flame of the Canaan Academy. Following the mark's guidance, he delved into the depths of magma, unearthing the slumbering. As his palm made contact with the golden flame, the mark of the myriad paths suddenly illuminated, absorbing the within, and a Do pattern emerged on its surface. The first item was found. Clenching the mark, Xiao Chun turned towards the direction of the Starfall Pavilion, where the clues to the star fragments lay hidden. Simultaneously, within the Hall of Myriad Paths of the Starry River Federation, Xiao Yin and Tang Huahua gazed intently at the Myriad Realms cauldron. A red dot suddenly illuminated on the cauldron, indicating the location of the parallel Do-Chi continent. The mark of the Myriad Paths had been activated. A smile flickered in Xiao Yan's eyes. He had not anticipated that, after a millennium, someone could awaken the legacy left by his elder brother Yi. Dang hu not dead. We must prepare. If that child can successfully merge the three powers, he will open the Starry Passage and be welcomed into the Federation. 5 years later, after enduring countless trials, Xiao Chun finally located the star fragments within the Starfall Pavilion's core chamber and obtained the essence crystal from the Ling clan's ruins. When the three items merged into the mark of the myriad paths, it erupted with blinding golden light, enveloping Xiao Chun. He felt his Do-Chi, star power, and spiritual energy surge wildly, directly breaking through to the Do-Zun realm. A system notification reverberated in his consciousness. Ding! Qualification for the inheritor of the myriad paths achieved. The Starry Passage is opening, expected to be accessible in 3 days. 3 days later, a colossal golden portal appeared in the skies above Wutan, serving as the passage to the Starry River Federation. Xiao Chun leaped into the portal, instantly arriving at the starry port of the Myriad Paths world. The sight before him left him astounded. Countless starships traversed the starry sky. Cultivators clad in diverse civilization armors came and went, and in the distance, atop the Heavenly Emperor Peak, stood the statue of Emperor Yi, surrounded by tricolored imperial aura. Welcome to the Starry River Federation, Xiao Chun. The figures of Xiao Yin and Tang Huahua materialized before him, their presence infused with the might of the Starry River Emperor, granting Xiao Chun immediate clarity. Before him stood the legendary Do Emperor Xiao Yin and the powerful being from the celestial domain, Tang Huahua. With excitement, he bowed deeply. Junior Xiao Chun pays his respects to the two esteemed seniors. Xiao Yin smiled, helping him rise. No need for such formalities. Your awakening of the mark of the myriad paths signifies that you are recognized as the inheritor by Brother Yi. Come, I shall take you to meet someone. The trio arrived before the statue atop Heavenly Emperor Peak, where Xiao Yin produced a seed of the primordial lotus, placing it in the statue's palm. The lotus seed burst forth with golden brilliance, and the statue's eyes suddenly opened. The ethereal image of Emperor Yi gradually materialized, a fragment condensed by the myriad laws after his transformation into the Starry River. Xiao Chun, welcome. You hail from the parallel Do-Chi continent, where the source of power resembles my homeland. Henceforth, you shall serve as the envoy of the realms, connecting the parallel world with the Starry River Federation. Xiao Chen's eyes brimmed with determination. Junior shall not fail in this mission. In the ensuing decade, Xiao Chun studied at the Starry River Academy, merging the powers of Do Immortals, star martial arts, and spiritual energy from various systems, ultimately breaking through to the Tribulation Transcendent stage. Following Emperor Ye's guidance, he returned to the parallel Do-Chi continent, establishing a branch of the myriad paths and imparting the cultivation methods of the Starry River Federation to local cultivators. An ever-increasing number of practitioners from parallel worlds traverse the Starry Passage to the Myriad Paths world, expanding the civilizational landscape of the Starry River Federation. One day, alarms blared in the Hall of Myriad Paths. A temporal rift had appeared in the parallel Do-Chi continent, unleashing temporal demons. Entities more formidable than those of the Dark Energy civilization, capable of consuming time and space, distorting the annals of history. In urgent need of assistance, Xiao Chan called for help, and Emperor Ye's ethereal image, along with Xiao Yan and Tang Huahua, immediately led a fleet to provide support. Above the parallel Do-Chi continent, the temporal rift continued to expand, with countless temporal demons surging forth. Wherever they passed, cities turned to ruins, and the cultivation levels of practitioners regressed. Emperor Yi harnessed the myriad laws, conjuring a golden barrier to repel the demons' assault. The weakness of the temporal demons lies in the source timeline. We must locate the core of the rift and restore the temporal order. Xiao Yan and Tang Huahua commanded the Do Immortal Legion and the Holy Universe Warriors to launch flanking attacks against the demons, while Xiao Chan led the practitioners from the parallel world, establishing the myriad temporal formation to pinpoint the core of the rift. Emperor Yi, wielding the Star Emperor Sword's ethereal image, soared above the rift, channeling the power of creation. Myriad paths return, temporal restoration. A tricolored luminous pattern infused the rift, and the temporal demons emitted anguished wails as the rift gradually shrank. Seizing the moment, Emperor Yi infused the power of the primordial lotus into the core of the rift, restoring the temporal order. As the final temporal demon was purified, the skies above the parallel Do-Chi continent cleared, and the distorted history began to revert. Gazing at Emperor Ye's ethereal image, Xiao Chun expressed his admiration. "Senior, how were you able to so effortlessly repair the temporal rift?" Emperor Ye simidet. "Because the core of the myriad laws is balance. Balancing energy, balancing civilizations, balancing time and space. As long as we maintain this balance, we shall overcome any crisis we encounter." Upon returning to the vast world of myriad paths, Emperor Yi summoned representatives from all civilizations within the Federation to announce the establishment of the Realm Alliance. Henceforth, we shall not only safeguard the starry rivers, but also protect the parallel worlds and the order of time and space. Each civilization may dispatch a realm envoy to propagate the doctrine of coexistence among myriad paths, ensuring that the path of balance permeates all known worlds. A millennium later, the Realm Alliance has connected hundreds of parallel worlds and starry civilizations. Ye's ethereal avatar frequently appears in various realms, guiding cultivators to comprehend the laws of myriad paths. Xiao Yan and Tang Huahua preside over the Starry River Federation, managing daily affairs, while Xiao Chun has become the chief envoy of the Realm Alliance, leading a team through the interstices of parallel worlds and starry realms to resolve various crises. One day, Xiao Chun arrived at a newly discovered martial world, where the practitioners solely focused on martial arts, but, in their fervent pursuit of power, had exhausted the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. Following the guidance of Emperor Yi, he introduced the spiritual liquid from the realm of spiritual plants and the star core energy from the star martial realm into this world, simultaneously imparting the method of coexistence cultivation. Decades later, the spiritual energy of the martial world gradually rejuvenated, and the practitioners began to integrate diverse systems of power, becoming new members of the Realm Alliance. On the summit of Tiandi Peak in the world of myriad paths, before the statue of Emperor Yi, a child from the martial world named Lin Xiaowu made a wish upon the statue. "Senior Emperor Yi, I too wish to become a realm envoy when I grow up, to help more worlds." Suddenly, the statue radiated a beam of golden light, landing in the child's palm, transforming into a miniature emblem of myriad paths. The voice of Emperor Yi resonated within the child's consciousness. "The essence of guardianship is the inception of myriad paths. Go forth, child, and inscribe your own legend." Golden sunlight bathed the earth of the world of myriad paths, while starships at the Starry River port continued their ceaseless journey. The statue on Tiandi Peak steadfastly stood amidst the clouds, and Emperor Ye's ethereal avatar traversed various worlds. His legend had evolved from a solitary journey of overcoming adversity into a collective mission of guardianship. As the doctrine of coexistence among myriad paths spread from the 3,000 small worlds to the starry rivers, parallel realms, and even more distant unknown territories. In the vast temporal river, the figure of Emperor Yi never faded. He was the youthful conqueror of the heavens, the leader of the alliance of worlds, the emperor of the starry river, the embodiment of the laws of myriad paths, and the lighthouse in the hearts of all guardians. His story shall eternally echo through the endless corridors of time, inspiring generation after generation of beings to strive for balance, for peace, and for the perpetual continuity of myriad paths. Chapter 40. The return to the source of myriad paths, eternal radiance of time and space. Outside, the martial god city in the martial world, The child Lin Xiaowu clutched the miniature emblem of myriad paths in his palm, gazing longingly at the realm envoy Xiao Chun soaring into the sky. Since acquiring the emblem from the statue of Emperor Yi, it had become his inseparable companion, guiding him daily in the practice of coexistence cultivation. In nearly 3 years, he transformed from an ordinary child into a peak practitioner at the body refinement stage. Xiaowu, it's time to gather spiritual plants, called out the old gardener from the spiritual plant garden outside the city. Lin Xiaowu responded promptly and hurried towards the garden. Thanks to the assistance of the Realm Alliance, the martial world now flourished with the 3-tone grass from the world of myriad paths and the star flame flowers from the star martial realm, both of which not only improved the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, but also aided practitioners in merging diverse systems of power. As Lin Xiaowu was collecting the spiritual plants, the emblem suddenly trembled violently, a red light pattern manifesting on its surface, a signal of impending danger. He looked up to the sky and saw dark clouds gathering toward the direction of Martial God City, where a black temporal rift was forming. The turbulent currents of time and space emanating from the rift caused the spiritual plants to wither instantly and the ground to crack. It's the temporal fiends. Lin Xiaowu recalled the dangers described by his senior Xiao Chun and immediately activated the emblem, sending out a distress signal to the Starry River Federation. Simultaneously, he followed the guidance within the emblem, retrieving a shard of star core he carried and channeling his spiritual energy to set up a rudimentary coexistence defense array around the spiritual plant garden. Half an hour later, a golden portal opened in the sky above Martial God City, and Xiao Chun led the reinforcements of the Realm Alliance to the scene. Observing the rift on the ground, his expression grew tense. This rift is even larger than the one on the parallel Duki continent. It seems the lair of the temporal fiends has emerged. In that moment, a deafening roar erupted from the rift as a colossal temporal dragon surged forth, its body coalescing from the black murky currents. With a swipe of its claw, it shattered the walls of Martial God City. Xiao Chun immediately rallied the practitioners to confront the foe, merging the power of the celestial fighters with the essence of martial arts to unleash the fighting martial lotus. The golden fire lotus exploded against the dragon, leaving only a faint mark. The lair of the murky currents lies deep within the rift. We must destroy it to prevent the dragon from regenerating, Xiao Chun declared. Suddenly, Lin Xiaowu dashed forward, raising the emblem. Senior Xiao, the emblem says it can pinpoint the location of the lair. The emblem glowed in his palm, projecting a golden beam of light that pointed directly at the black core deep within the rift. Joy flickered in Xiao Chen's eyes as he swiftly took Lin Xiaowu and 10 elite practitioners toward the depths of the rift. Inside the rift, time and space were in disarray, occasionally reverting to the martial god city of a century past, and at other times leaping to glimpses of the future. Lin Xiaowu relied on the emblem's guidance to evade numerous temporal traps. In the depths of the rift, a lair composed of murky currents floated, with countless streams of murky energy surging from it, continuously empowering the external temporal dragon. Just as Xiao Chun was about to make his move, the lair erupted with a black light pattern, ensnaring everyone within a temporal cage. Time accelerated within the cage, causing the practitioner's hair to turn white in an instant, and their cultivation began to regress. Break the laws of myriad paths. Lin Xiaowu suddenly activated the emblem, merging his martial spiritual energy with the power of myriad paths contained within it. A golden light pattern shot forth, creating a breach in the cage. Seizing the opportunity, Xiao Chun unleashed the Starry River Fire Lotus, infusing the golden fire lotus with the power of time and space, and hurled it towards the lair. The lair emitted a chilling wail as it was struck by the fire lotus, beginning to collapse. The temporal dragon, deprived of the lair's support, gradually dissipated, and the rift began to close. Xiao Chun looked at Lin Xiaowu, his eyes filled with pride. You have begun to wield the power of myriad paths. You truly are the child chosen by Emperor Yi. Upon returning to the world of myriad paths, Xiao Chun brought Lin Xiaowu to Tiandi Peak. Upon seeing the miniature emblem in Lin Xiaowu's hand, Xiao Yin and Tang Horror exchanged astonished glances. This is the inheritance emblem condensed by Brother Yi after his transformation of the Starry River. Only those with a pure heart for guardianship can activate it. The ethereal avatar of Emperor Yi gradually materialized, gently patting Lin Xiaowu's head, and spoke kindly. Xiao Wu, are you willing to accompany Senior Xiao Chun to the Starry River Academy to learn and one day become a guardian of the Realm Alliance? Lin Xiaowu nodded vigorously. I am willing. I want to protect all worlds like Senior Emperor Yi. In the following decade, Lin Xiaowu diligently cultivated at the Starry River Academy, integrating powers from martial arts, celestial fighters, and the star martial system, breaking through to the calamity crossing stage. He accompanied Xiao Chun across various parallel worlds, resolving temporal crises and disseminating the doctrine of coexistence among myriad paths, becoming the youngest envoy of the Realm Alliance. On one occasion, the detectors of the Realm Alliance suddenly emitted an alarm. Source murky currents have been detected at the origin of the temporal river, polluting the timelines of all parallel worlds and star realms. If not promptly addressed, the entire time-space continuum will descend into chaos. The ethereal avatar of Emperor Yi immediately summoned all core members. The projection of the world cauldron displayed the imagery of the temporal river. At its source, the murky currents appeared as dark as ink, causing the timelines to fracture and countless parallel worlds to vanish. The system analyzed. The source murky currents are the result of pollution to the essence of time and space. They must be purified with the heart of the source of myriad paths, which requires the convergence of the essence power from all civilizations. I volunteer to gather the essence power from each civilization, Lin Xiaowu declared, his eyes brimming with determination. Xiao Chun, Xiao Yan, and Tang Hua also expressed their willingness to lead fleets to various star realms and parallel worlds. Emperor Yi nodded and declared, I shall utilize my Taoist avatar to guard the river of time and space, granting you all precious time. Remember, the core of the heart of all origins is the unwavering belief that safeguards all civilizations. It is only through such faith that we can coalesce the power to purify all. In the ensuing century, Lin Xiaowu, alongside Xiao Chun and others, traversed hundreds of civilizations. In the Duki continent, they gathered the essence of the Do Emperor. In the immortal domain, they collected the essence of the immortal sovereign. In the star martial realm, they acquired the essence of the star emperor. In the mechanical realm, they amassed the essence of the mechanical core. At each civilization, the cultivators willingly offered their source of power, for they understood that this was the hope for safeguarding all worlds. When the final source of power was collected, Lin Xiaowu and his companions returned to the great world of all paths. Emperor Ye's Taoist avatar had been engaged in a fierce battle against the turbulent flow of the primordial source at the river's origin for a century, depleting over half of his imperial energy, and cracks had begun to appear on the chaotic star river armor. Quickly, coalesce the heart of all origins, Emperor Yi commanded. Lin Xiaowu infused all the collected source powers into the Wanjia Ding, which erupted in a dazzling golden light, slowly forming a heart of all origins that merged the essence of all civilizations. Holding the heart of origins, he leaped toward the source of the river of time and space, integrating it into the primordial turbulent flow. In an instant, golden radiance spread forth, swiftly purifying the turbulent flow, reconnecting the severed timelines, and gradually restoring the vanished parallel worlds. Seizing the opportunity, Emperor Ye's Taoist avatar activated the laws of all paths, repairing the source of the river of time and space and leaving behind a protective mark that would eternally safeguard the stability of the timeline. With the crisis averted, Emperor Ye's Taoist avatar merged with the heart of all origins, transforming into a golden beam of light that spanned through time and space, enveloping all parallel worlds and star domains. A system prompt echo ding. The host has completed the mission of returning to the source of all paths. The laws of all paths and the primordial source of time and space have been fully integrated, unlocking the eternal Tao body, allowing free traversal through all time and space, becoming the guardian of time and the myriad paths. Lin Xiaowu gazed at the golden beam in the sky, filled with admiration. Xiao Yan and Tang Hua approached him, stating, From now on, the heavy responsibility of the Alliance of Realms shall rest upon your shoulders. Although Brother Yi has transformed into the eternal Tao body, his beliefs and legacy shall forever accompany us. A millennium later, Lin Xiaowu became the supreme commander of the Alliance of Realms, leading a new generation of realm envoys to continue safeguarding the peace of time and space and the starry rivers. At the peak of Emperor Yi in the great world of all paths, every day, cultivators from various civilizations came to pay homage to the statue of Emperor Yi. The myriad marks on the statue's palm would still illuminate the light of inheritance for those who harbored a guardian's heart. One day, Lin Xiaowu stood atop the peak, gazing at the vast river of time and space and the resplendent starry river, accompanied by a young boy from a newly discovered technological world. The boy pointed at the golden beam in the sky, curiously asking, Commander Lin, what is that? Lin Xiaowu replied with a smile. That is the eternal Tao body of Senior Yi. He emerged from the Duki continent, rising with the might of Do Pa, safeguarding us with the responsibility of the Lord of the Myriad Realms, and ultimately transforming into the source of all paths and time, eternally protecting us. The boy nodded, seemingly comprehending, yet his eyes ignited with the same flame that once burned in Lin Xiaowu, Xiao Chun, and even Emperor Yi during their youth. Golden sunlight bathed the river of time and space and the starry river, where countless civilizations thrived in symbiosis and powers from different systems harmoniously merged. establishing a stable and orderly temporal order. The legend of Emperor Yi had transcended mere history, becoming an eternal belief, a legacy flowing through the veins of all guardians. From a city of Wutan in the Duqi continent to the peak of Emperor Yi in the great world of all paths. From the 3,000 small worlds to the vast starry rivers, from parallel worlds to the river of time and space. The figure of Emperor Yi had become coexistent with the myriad paths, intertwined with time, inscribing an unceasing chapter of guardianship across the endless continuum until eternity. Chapter 41. The Eternal Tao Body, a New Path to the World. On the technological world of Blue Star, the young boy Chun Yu grasped the time-space communicator tightly. The screen displaying a promotional video of the Alliance of Realms, where Commander Lin Xiaowu stood before the peak of Emperor Yi, the golden beam piercing through time behind him. The footage depicted immortal warriors soaring on swords, star martial cultivators manipulating stars, mechanical puppets fighting alongside psychic battle beasts, culminating in a close-up of the statue of Emperor Yi. Indeed, there are cultivation civilizations in the universe. Chun Yu exclaimed excitedly, slapping the table. A genius youth from the Blue Star Time-Space Research Institute. He cracked the quantum communication code at the age of 10 and developed instruments capable of detecting interdimensional energy at 15. Yet faced skepticism from the academic world for proposing the fusion of cultivation civilizations with technology. It was only 3 days prior that his instrument detected the golden beam of the River of Time, tracing the signal to confirm the existence of a legendary cultivation civilization. Suddenly, the communicator illuminated with a red glow, and Lin Xiaowu's image appeared on the screen. Chun Yu, we have detected a high compatibility between the technological energy of Blue Star and the laws of all paths. I have applied to the Alliance, granting you the title of the Realm Envoy for the technological world. A starship will arrive at Blue Star tomorrow to take you to the great world of all paths. The next day, in Blue Star's synchronous orbit, a silver starship broke through the clouds and descended. The hatch opened, and a cultivator clad in star pattern armor descended the gangway. It was Tai Ling, the technological advisor of the Alliance of Realms, a hybrid of the mechanical realm and the technological world, adept at controlling mechanical puppets and mastering quantum technology. Chun Yu, I am your guiding envoy. This is the core of technological science, capable of transforming your technological energy into the spiritual power of cultivation. Tai Ling handed him a silver chip, and the moment it was inserted into the communicator, the screen immediately displayed the cultivation technique technology Tao Classic. While en route to the great world of all paths aboard the starship, Chun Yu followed the guidance of the technology Tao Classic, converting the energy from the quantum computer into technological spiritual power, directly breaking through to the rank of technologist. As the starship arrived at the Star River port, he gazed at the starships traversing the sky, the floating cities, and the golden beam atop Emperor Ye's peak, utterly awestruck. This is the great world of all paths. Even more wondrous than I had imagined. Under Lin Xiaowu's guidance, Chun Yu toured the Star River Academy. In the technological cultivation area, he observed mechanical cultivators repairing battle armor with nanobots, psychics manipulating mental barriers via brain-machine interfaces, and even cultivators integrating technological spiritual power into martial techniques, unleashing quantum fire lotuses. The fusion of technology and cultivation is indeed the future direction, Lin Xiaowu remarked. After Senior Ye's transformation into the eternal Tao body, he left behind the philosophy of inclusivity in all paths, allowing any system to find its legacy within the Federation. Chun Yu promptly proposed his research plan. I wish to develop the Wanjiao technology pod, enabling ordinary people in the technological world to swiftly embark on the path of cultivation, and then create a time-space technology ship to enhance the starship's traversal speed, exploring even more distant unknown star realms. Lin Xiaowu fully supported him, assigning top-tier craftsmen from the mechanical realm and psychic experts from the spiritual realm to assist. 3 years later, Chun Yu's research achieved a breakthrough. At the testing ground of Star River Port, he activated the Wanjiao technology pod. After infusing it with technological spiritual power, it emitted a gentle energy shield. Ordinary individuals entering the pod could awaken their technological spiritual power within just 1 hour, reaching the initial realm of technologist. It worked, Chun Yu exclaimed, clenching his fist, as the cultivators in the testing ground erupted into applause, with Tai Ling excitedly adding, with this technology pod, the number of cultivators in the technological world could surpass 1 million in just 3 years. Simultaneously, the time-space technology ship was also completed. This starship integrated a quantum engine with the stellar core power of the Star Martial realm, achieving speeds 10 times that of traditional starships, and was equipped with a time-space detection device capable of accurately locating coordinates in unknown star realms. Chun Yu applied to the Alliance to lead an exploration team to the misty star domain, the edge of the river of time and space that had never been traversed by cultivators. Lin Xiaowu personally sent off the exploration team, The temporal turbulence in the misty star domain is exceedingly perilous. This is the shield of technological science, infused with the eternal Tao power of Senior Yi, capable of resisting the corruption of the primordial turbulent flow. He handed a silver shield to Chunyu, etched with myriad runes, radiating a warm energy upon contact. After the expedition team set off, Chunyu skillfully piloted the time-space technology ship through the tumultuous currents of time and space, entering the enigmatic mist star domain. This realm was shrouded in a dense purple mist, within which flickered the ethereal shadows of other worlds, a realm of sword cultivators, a savage continent inhabited by orcs, and a futuristic planet with advanced technology. These were civilizations yet to be discovered. Chunyu eagerly recorded the coordinates when suddenly, the detector emitted an alarm. It had detected a high-intensity fluctuation of time-space energy, suspected to be the source crystal of time and space. Following the signal, Chunyu ventured deep into the star domain and discovered a floating mountain of time-space crystals, radiating a soft blue light, revealing itself as the source crystal of time and space. When his technological spiritual energy made contact with the crystal, myriad technological shields illuminated abruptly. Golden light streams surged forth from the shields, resonating with the crystal. In the air appeared the ethereal figure of Emperor Yi Tian, who gently proclaimed, "The source crystal of time and space is a core fragment of the river of time and space, capable of enhancing the fusion of technology and cultivation. Your arrival here signifies that you have grasped the profound truth of inclusivity." With a wave of his hand, the source crystal transformed into a blue beam, merging into the core of the time-space technology ship. In an instant, the starship was upgraded, its hull adorned with golden runes, its speed tripling, and unlocking the time-space projection function, enabling the real-time transmission of cultivation scenes from other civilizations to the technological world. "Thank you, Senior Yi Tian." Chunyu bowed in gratitude, as the ethereal figure smiled and dissipated into the mist. Upon returning to the Vast Path Great World, Chunyu infused the energy of the source crystal into the Vast Path Technology Chamber. The upgraded technology chamber not only awakened technological spiritual energy, but also adapted to various cultivation systems, such as Douxian, Xingwu, and Ling Neng, according to individual physiques. The number of cultivators in the technological world surged rapidly, surpassing 10 million in just 5 years, becoming a vital member of the Realm Alliance. One day, the detector of the time-space technology ship unexpectedly captured an anomalous signal. Deep within the mist star domain, a source time-space gate had appeared, emanating a familiar energy fluctuation identical to that of the Doqi continent. Chunyu promptly reported to the Alliance, and Lin Xiaowu, Xiaoyan, and Tang Hui personally boarded the starship to investigate. The source time-space gate hovered above the ruins of the time-space Crystal Mountain, revealing a scene of familiarity. The streets of Wutan City, the ancestral home of the Xiao family, even glimpses of a youthful Yi Tian practicing martial arts. "This is the source world of Senior Yi Tian," Xiao Yan exclaimed, his excitement palpable, as the sight behind the gate mirrored his youth on the Doqi continent. Tang Hui-er's eyes shimmered with tears. After achieving eternal transcendence, Brother Yi opened a passage to his hometown using the source of time and space. This tells us that no matter how far we go, we must never forget our original intentions. Lin Xiaowu clenched the Vast Path Technology shield, stating, "We must not disturb the order of the source world, but we can establish a source heritage station outside the gate, allowing the Federation's cultivators to learn from the projection of Senior Yi Tian's youthful cultivation insights, passing on his original intent and beliefs." Chunyu immediately set about constructing the heritage station, connecting the projection function of the time-space technology ship with the source time-space gate. From then on, countless cultivators visited the heritage station daily, witnessing scenes of Yi Tian's martial arts, training, and breakthroughs, absorbing his unwavering spirit of perseverance and protection. A millennium later, the technological world had become the technological core of the Realm Alliance, with the Vast Path Technology City on Blue Star resonating with the Star River port of the Vast Path Great World. Chunyu had risen to become the technological commander of the Alliance, leading his team to develop the Vast Path Time-Space Network, connecting all parallel worlds, star domain civilizations, and the technological world into a cohesive whole, achieving resource sharing and mutual inheritance. Before the statue on Tiandi Peak, Chunyu spoke to the children of the technological world, recounting the legend of Yi Tian. He emerged from the Doqi continent, breaking through realms with the courage of Do Pa, pacifying calamities with the conviction of protection, ultimately achieving eternal transcendence, becoming the guardian of the vast path and time-space. And we must use the power of technology to spread his ideals to every corner of the universe. The children's eyes sparkled with determination as they raised their technological communicators, which projected the ethereal figure of Yi Tian. The figure gazed warmly at the children, his voice resonating throughout Tiandi Peak. The vast path knows no bounds, embracing coexistence. Let technology be your wings, an inheritance everlasting. Remember, whether you choose technology or cultivation, as long as you harbor the spirit of protection, you are the inheritors of the vast path. Golden sunlight bathed the land of the vast path, great world. The golden light streams of the river of time and space shimmering alongside the brilliant stars of the Star River. As the star ships of the technological world coexisted harmoniously with the cultivators of the cultivation civilization. The legend of Yetion had evolved from a personal tale of growth into an epic of cross-system and cross-civilization inheritance. As the concept of symbiosis flourished anew through the fusion of technology and cultivation. In the boundless universe, Yetion's eternal Tao body continued to safeguard time-space and the vast path, while his inheritors navigated the cosmos, wielding technology as their vessel and cultivation as their oars, charting a new course for the civilization of the vast path, steering towards a more distant and luminous future. Chapter 42, Weaving the Vast Path Network, a new course in the universe. Within the central hub of the vast path time-space network, the Star Network Hall, Chenyu focused intently on the cosmic star map projected in hologram. Countless luminous points flickered within the image, each representing a connected civilization. Golden light streams weaving through them like a spider's web. This was the vast path interconnectivity system he had spent a millennium crafting, facilitating real-time communication, resource transmission, and shared cultivation inheritance across civilizations. Report to the commander. The quantum cultivation chambers of the technological world have entered mass production, and we expect to deliver to 100,000 low spiritual energy civilizations next month, announced the mechanical assistant, as parameters of the quantum cultivation chamber appeared on the screen. Upon infusing with technological spiritual energy, it can simulate the spiritual energy environment of the vast path great world, enabling cultivators from low spiritual energy civilizations to break through their realm constraints. Chenyu nodded, stating, "Initiate the vast path enlightenment program," assigning cultivators from various civilizations as enlightenment mentors to guide the residents of low spiritual energy civilizations in their cultivation. Just as he completed his sentence, alarms suddenly blared in the Star Network Hall, and the holographic projection shifted to the void zone at the universe's edge, where the vast path time-space network exhibited multiple fractures, revealing black void energy at the rupture sites, consuming civilizations represented by the luminous points. Its void energy. Chunyu's expression changed dramatically as he promptly analyzed the system. Void energy is a chaotic force beyond the source of the universe, capable of devouring all known energy in space. It has already consumed 3 edge civilizations and is spreading towards the vast path great world. He immediately contacted Lin Xiao Wu and Xiao Yin via the time-space communicator. Void energy is invading the universe's edge. The vast path time-space network has been damaged, requesting support. Half an hour later, Lin Xiao Wu and Xiao Yin led their fleet to the Star Network Hall, observing the expanding void energy in the projection. Xiao Yin furrowed his brow. This energy is more terrifying than dark energy and time-space turbulence. My Dosian power was instantly devoured upon contact. Lin Xiao Wu added, Senior Yetion's eternal Tao body may be able to counteract the void energy. I have already called for assistance from the Tao body through the vast path mark. As soon as he spoke, golden light streams illuminated the space above the Star Network Hall, and the ethereal figure of Yetion slowly manifested. He gazed at the void energy in the projection. His expression grave. Void energy originates from the void realm beyond the universe. It is the primordial chaos that accompanied the birth of the universe. Only by merging the sources of the vast path and the heart of the universe can it be sealed. Where is the heart of the universe? Chenyu inquired urgently. Yetion's ethereal figure pointed to the center of the holographic projection. The heart of the universe lies within the origin star C, the birthplace of the universe. Guarded by the origin beast, you must gather the 12 core sources of the great civilizations to enter. 3 days later, the Realm Alliance convened the leaders of the 12 great civilizations, assembling the core sources of Dosian, Xingwu, Lingnung, technology, and others. Chenyu piloted the time-space technology ship, accompanied by Lin Xiao Wu and Xiao Yin, towards the origin star C. The starship traversed layers of star clouds, finally arriving at a dazzling star C, where the stars glimmered in pale gold, emanating the breath of the universe's origin. In the center of this star C floated a colossal golden crystal, the heart of the universe. That is the origin beast. Lin Xiaowu pointed at the colossal beast beside the heart of the universe, its form reminiscent of a lion, enveloped in the primordial flames, exuding an aura that reached the late stage of the Star River Emperor. Upon noticing the crowd, the primordial beast let out a thunderous roar, unleashing a torrent of primordial flames towards the starship. Xiao Yin leaped from the starship, merging the power of the celestial combat with the holy universe, and executed the holy universe combat slash. The golden sword's shadow collided with the primordial flames, resulting in a resounding explosion. Meanwhile, Lin Xiaowu channeled the myriad forces, condensing 12 core essences into a golden light shield that effectively blocked the beast's onslaught. Seizing the opportunity, Chunyu manipulated the temporal technology vessel, infusing its technological, spiritual energy into the heart of the universe. The heart illuminated with golden radiance, resonating with the 12 core essences. The primordial beast, sensing the essence of the heart, gradually calmed, nodding at the crowd before slowly retreating to the side. "Thank you for your graciousness, esteemed elder." Chunyu bowed respectfully to the primordial beast before joining Lin Xiaowu and Xiao Yan aboard the heart of the universe. Inside, the golden cosmic essence was so rich it nearly took on a liquid form, with a pale golden cosmic core floating at its center. The ethereal projection of Emperor Yi reappeared, infusing the eternal Tao power into the cosmic core. By merging the 12 core essences with the cosmic core, one can forge the myriad Tao universe formation, which can harness the cosmic essence to seal the void energy. The three immediately set to work, integrating the 12 core essences into the cosmic core one by one. As the final technological core was assimilated, the cosmic core erupted with brilliant golden light, and a golden formation that enveloped the entire universe unfurled, the myriad Tao universe formation. The pattern radiated to the edge of the universe, colliding with the void energy. The golden brilliance intertwined with the dark energy, unleashing a deafening roar that shook the cosmos. The ethereal projection of Emperor Yi channeled the eternal Tao power, infusing the myriad essence into the formation. Myriad Tao universe formation, seal. The void energy was gradually suppressed by the golden formation. The fragmented myriad Tao temporal net reconnected, and the consumed civilizations began to revive. As the last trace of void energy was sealed, the ethereal projection of Emperor Yi grew increasingly transparent. The seal of the void realm can only last for a millennium. After 1,000 years, you must locate the void essence and transform it into cosmic energy to completely resolve the crisis. "Brother Yi, must you depart?" Xiao Yan asked, his eyes filled with reluctance. The projection of Emperor Yi smiled and shook his head. "I have merged with the heart of the universe. From henceforth, I shall be the guardian of the cosmos. As long as the universe exists, I shall endure eternally." His figure transformed into golden specks, merging into the heart of the universe, and from that moment on, a projection of Emperor Yi resided at the center of the cosmic sea. Upon returning to the myriad Tao Great World, Chunyu upgraded the myriad Tao temporal net, integrating the energy of the heart of the universe to enable automatic alerts for void energy. Lin Xiaowu initiated the cosmic patrol plan, dispatching cultivators to form patrol teams that would regularly survey the universe's edge, monitoring the movements of the void realm. A millennium later, Chunyu had ascended to the highest commander of the Realm Alliance, leading a team that developed a void energy converter capable of transforming captured void energy into cosmic essence. Beside the heart of the universe in the Origin Sea, 12 great civilizations established the Cosmic Guardian Hall, housing a statue of Emperor Yi, where cultivators came daily to pay their respects and inherit his protective ideology. On this day, a girl named Xingyu from a low spiritual civilization stood before the statue in the Cosmic Guardian Hall, making a heartfelt wish. "Esteemed Emperor Yi, I wish to become a member of the Cosmic Patrol Team to safeguard all civilizations." Suddenly, the statue radiated golden light, and a myriad Tao mark descended into Xingyu's palm. The mark echoed with Emperor Ye's voice. "The original intent of guardianship is the light of the universe. Go, child, and write your own legend." Xingyu clenched the myriad Tao mark, her eyes filled with determination. She departed from the Cosmic Guardian Hall, boarding the temporal technology vessel, steering towards the universe's edge. Behind the ship, the golden radiance of the heart of the universe intertwined with the light trails of the myriad Tao temporal net, illuminating the entirety of the cosmos. In the vast expanse of the universe, the legend of Emperor Yi continued to unfold. From a youth in the continent of combat Qi, he grew into the sovereign of the myriad realms, the Star River Emperor, and the eternal Tao body, ultimately merging with the heart of the universe to become its guardian. His successors, using technology as a bridge, cultivation as a path, and guardianship as their belief, were forging new routes in the cosmos, spreading the doctrine of coexistence throughout every corner of the universe. The golden sunlight bathed the Origin Sea, with the light of the heart of the universe shimmering alongside the stars, while the light trails of the myriad Tao temporal net flowed like a golden river through every inch of space. The tale of Emperor Yi had become a collective memory of cosmic civilization, inspiring generation after generation of beings to safeguard the universe, perpetuate the myriad paths, and forge ahead eternally. Chapter 43. Void Transformation, Cosmic Coexistence. In the square of the Cosmic Guardian Hall, the girl Xingyu donned silver patrol armor, wielding a void detection gun, training alongside other patrol members. Hailing from the Dust Realm, a low-level civilization with scant spiritual energy, she awakened her technological spiritual power 3 years ago due to the Myriad Dao Tech capsule, subsequently breaking through to the tribulation stage under the guidance of the Myriad Dao Mark, becoming the youngest member of the Cosmic Patrol team. Xingyu, detect energy fluctuations from the Void Seal at the universe's edge. Follow me immediately to investigate. The voice of Captain Lei Lai echoed, a veteran patrol officer from the Star Marshal realm, adept at wielding star core power. Xingyu promptly responded, boarding the patrol vessel with her teammates as they set course for the universe's edge. During their journey, Xingyu contacted Chunyu through the Myriad Dao Mark. Commander Chun, abnormalities have arisen in the Void Seal. We are proceeding to investigate. Chunyu's visage appeared on the screen, his expression grave. The energy fluctuations from the Void Realm are occurring a century earlier than anticipated. Exercise utmost caution. Should you encounter danger, immediately activate the Heart of the Universe's rescue signal, and I will personally lead a team to assist. 3 days later, the patrol team arrived at the Void Seal. The once golden seal pattern now bore black cracks, with void energy seeping through, causing the stars to lose their luster and space to distort. Lei Lai promptly commanded, activate the void energy converter and collect the seeping void energy. The team members retrieved the converter and aimed it at the cracks. The converter emitted a light blue glow, beginning to absorb the void energy. However, the concentration of the void energy far exceeded expectations, causing the converter to overload and emit black smoke. It's no good. The energy concentration is too high. The converter can't withstand it, a team member exclaimed. Suddenly, Xingyu recalled the guidance within the Myriad Dao Mark. She took out the mark and infused it with technological spiritual energy and Myriad Dao power. Myriad Dao Law's Guide. The mark erupted with golden brilliance, establishing a connection with the heart of the universe. A stream of golden energy surged from the depths of the cosmic sea into the converter. Instantly, the converter upgraded. The light blue glow transformed into gold, rapidly absorbing the void energy and converting it into cosmic essence. We did it, Lai Li exclaimed excitedly. Yet, Xingyu furrowed her brow. The cracks are still expanding. We must find the weak point of the seal and reinforce it. Following the guidance of the Myriad Dao Mark, she piloted a small probe ship towards the core of the seal. At the core of the seal, a massive black crack was forming, behind which a dark void gate was faintly visible. As Xingyu approached, a primordial beast suddenly burst forth from behind the gate, its shadowy form devouring the space it touched. Xingyu swiftly maneuvered the probe ship to evade, simultaneously channeling Myriad Dao power to transform her technological spiritual energy into a quantum light shield to block the beast's attack. The rescue signal from the heart of the universe had been dispatched. Hold on, Xingyu shouted into the communicator. The primordial beast, however, accelerated suddenly, crashing into the probe ship, causing it to violently tremble, and the quantum light shield began to crack. Just then, a golden light beam surged from the depths of the universe. As Chunyu led the rescue team to arrive just in time, Chunyu leaped from the starship, wielding the Myriad Dao technology, sword infused with cosmic essence, and with a single strike, cleaved the primordial beast in half. Xingyu, are you alright? Chunyu helped her up, concern etched in his eyes. Xingyu shook her head. I'm fine. The void gate lies just behind the crack. We must seal it quickly. Chunyu nodded and swiftly summoned his team, rain-fusing the 12 primordial cores into the sealing array. The ethereal projection of the heavenly emperor of the leaf materialized from the direction of the cosmic heart. He channeled eternal Dao power, infusing the cosmic essence into the array. 10,000 paths cosmic array, reseal. The golden array patterns once again cloaked the fissure, gradually closing the void gate, while the seeping void energy was thoroughly absorbed by the converter. With the crisis averted, Chunyu returned to the Cosmic Guardian Hall with Xingyu. Beside the cosmic heart, the heavenly emperor's ethereal projection spoke gently. Xingyu, your ability to comprehend the fusion of myriad powers and technology in a moment of peril is truly commendable, befitting a successor of the 10,000 paths. From now on, you shall be the void converter, responsible for leading the team in developing more advanced converters to transform void energy into cosmic essence. Xingyu bowed deeply. I shall not fail in my mission. In the subsequent decade, Xingyu led her team in an in-depth study of void energy. They established a void conversion base at the edge of the universe, connecting the converter to the cosmic heart, forming a void energy conversion belt. Whenever void energy seeped forth, the conversion belt would automatically absorb it, transforming it into cosmic essence and nourishing the surrounding low-spirited civilizations. One day, the detectors at the conversion base suddenly blared an alarm. They had detected the Void Lord from the Void Realm breaking through the seal, his aura reaching the early stages of a cosmic emperor, with an anticipated arrival in a century. Xingyu promptly reported to the Domain Alliance. Xingyu, Lin Xiaowu, Xiaoyan, and Tang Huer summoned the leaders of the 12 great civilizations for an urgent meeting. The 10,000 Realms cauldron projected the image of the Void Lord, clad in a black imperial robe, surrounded by void energy, wielding a Void Emperor's sword. His presence capable of shaking the cosmos. The Void Lord was the embodiment of the Void Realm's essence. His power far surpassing that of the Dark Energy Emperor and the Temporal Turbulent Dragon. The Heavenly Emperor's ethereal projection grew solemn, stating that to defeat him, the Cosmic Heart and the 10,000 Paths essence must be thoroughly fused to condense the cosmic 10,000 Paths body, a form capable of harnessing the energy of the entire universe to contend with the Void Lord. I volunteer to journey to each civilization and gather the essence of the 10,000 Paths, Xingyu declared. Xingyu added, I will upgrade the 10,000 Paths temporal network, enabling all cultivators in the universe to contribute a fragment of their primordial power, coalescing into the cosmic 10,000 Paths array. Over the next century, Xingyu traversed every civilization in the universe. In the Docian realm, she gathered the Dao essence of the Dou emperors. In the technological world, she collected the core power of quantum technology. And in the Micron realm, she gathered the resilient beliefs of lower civilizations. Each time she arrived at a civilization, cultivators willingly offered their primordial power, knowing that this was the last hope for safeguarding the universe. When the final fragment of primordial power was collected, Xingyu returned to the Cosmic Guardian Hall. Xingyu had completed the upgrades to the 10,000 Paths temporal network, connecting all cultivators in the universe, each contributing their strength. The ethereal projection of the Heavenly Emperor fused the Cosmic Heart with the 10,000 Paths essence, condensing it into a golden cosmic 10,000 Paths body, a humanoid form composed of countless points of light, each representing a civilization's essence. Xingyu, you are the successor of the 10,000 Paths. Only you can wield the cosmic 10,000 Paths body. The Heavenly Emperor's ethereal projection infused the 10,000 Paths seal into Xingyu's being. Go forth, and with the power of the universe, protect our home. Xingyu grasped the 10,000 Paths seal tightly and leaped into the cosmic 10,000 Paths body. She felt her body infused with the power of the universe, distinctly sensing the heartbeat of every civilization and the breath of every star. Void Lord, come forth in battle. Xingyu's voice echoed throughout the cosmos. The Void Seal at the universe's edge suddenly exploded, and the Void Lord, wielding the Void Emperor's sword, emerged from the Void Realm. He gazed disdainfully at the cosmic 10,000 Paths body controlled by Xingyu, exclaiming, Insignificant beings dare to challenge me. Cosmic 10,000 Paths / Xingyu harnessed the power of the universe, condensing the cosmic 10,000 Paths body into a colossal golden sword, striking towards the Void Lord. The Void Lord countered with his sword, and the clash between the Void Emperor's sword and the golden giant sword sent ripples through the cosmos. Do you really believe this will defeat me? The Void Lord roared in fury, absorbing all the energy from the Void Realm into himself, his aura surging to the late stages of a cosmic emperor. He unleashed Void Annihilation, a black energy rushing towards Xingyu, dimming the light of the cosmic 10,000 Paths body. Do not give up. Xunyu's voice resonated. All cultivators in the universe stand with you. As he spoke, the 10,000 Paths temporal network erupted in resplendent golden light, with countless cultivators' primordial power surging into the cosmic 10,000 Paths body, reigniting the brilliance of the golden giant sword. The ethereal projection of the Heavenly Emperor also infused Xingyu with eternal Dao power. 10,000 Paths embrace. The universe coexists. Remember, the power of the universe is the belief of all living beings. A resolute gleam shone in Xingyu's eyes as she fused the cosmic 10,000 Paths body with her own essence, unleashing the cosmic coexistence / a golden sword light that traversed the universe, imbued with the beliefs of all civilizations, striking towards the Void Lord. When the sword light struck the Void Lord, he emitted a piercing cry, his form gradually dissipating under the influence of cosmic power. With the Void Realm sealed by the golden sword light, as the last trace of void energy was transformed into cosmic essence, Xingyu, controlling the cosmic 10,000 Paths body, merged it with the Cosmic Heart. The Cosmic Heart erupted in dazzling golden light, intertwining with the 10,000 Paths temporal network, forming a cosmic guardian pattern that would eternally safeguard the peace of the universe. The ethereal projection of the Heavenly Emperor spoke with satisfaction. Xingyu, you have succeeded. Henceforth, the universe shall enter an era of coexistence, where all civilizations can share the cosmic essence and grow together. A millennium later, Xingyu became the cosmic coexistence envoy of the Domain Alliance, leading cultivators in transforming void energy into cosmic essence, nurturing lower-spirited civilizations. In the plaza of the Cosmic Guardian Hall, every day, cultivators from different civilizations worshipped the cosmic heart and the statue of the Heavenly Emperor, passing down the ideals of 10,000 paths, coexistence, and universal prosperity. One day, Xingyu stood beside the cosmic heart, gazing at the vast universe. A child from the Micron realm ran to her side, curiously asking, "Sister Xingyu, who is the figure inside the cosmic heart?" With a smile, Xingyu pointed to the figure. "He is the predecessor, the Heavenly Emperor, a guardian who came from the Duki continent. He taught us that regardless of the size of civilization or the strength of power, as long as one harbors belief, they can safeguard the peace of the universe." The child nodded, seemingly understanding, yet in their eyes burned the same flame as that of Xingyu, Chunyu, Lin Xiaowu, and even the youthful Heavenly Emperor. Golden sunlight bathed the cosmic heart, intertwining with the luminous bands of the 10,000 paths temporal network, illuminating the entire universe. The legend of the Heavenly Emperor was no longer merely a history, but a belief that permeated every inch of the cosmos. The ideal of 10,000 paths coexistence becoming the common pursuit of cosmic civilizations, inscribing a new chapter of eternal prosperity and cosmic coexistence in the endless flow of time. Chapter 44. The Era of Coexistence, the doubt transmitted without end. In the star source city of the Micron realm, the child Lin Xiaoxing clutched a mini cosmic heart pendant in his palm, trailing behind Xingyu, curiously observing the lively street scene. Cultivators from the Docian realm were transporting spiritual plants using their qi to form wings. Puppets from the mechanical realm were maintaining quantum streetlights. And spiritual energy masters were using their mental abilities to repair technological devices for the residents. Beings from different civilizations coexisted harmoniously, and a faint aroma of cosmic essence filled the air. "Sister Xingyu, is this the coexistence city? It's even more bustling than the spiritual plant garden in our village," Lin Xiaoxing exclaimed, excitement radiating from his small face. An orphan from the Star Source village in the Micron realm, he had nearly starved on the streets after a torrential rain devastated the spiritual plant harvest half a year ago. It was Xingyu who saved him with cosmic essence food and brought him to Star Source City, gifting him the mini cosmic heart pendant, a token crafted from fragments of the cosmic heart that automatically absorbed cosmic essence to aid cultivators in their training. Xingyu smiled and nodded, pointing to the floating 10,000 paths coexistence tower in the distance. That is the core of Coexistence City, containing the 10,000 paths inheritance pool, allowing cultivators from different civilizations to share their cultivation insights. You wanted to learn about technological cultivation methods, didn't you? Today, I will take you to try it out. Upon entering the Tower of Coexistence, Lin Xiaoxing was immediately awestruck by the breathtaking sights within. The central heritage pool shimmered with golden ripples, and countless beams of light danced overhead. These projections showcased Xiao Yin training with the immortal fire lotus, Tang Huer's trajectory while wielding the sword shadow of the burning sky, and Chunyu elucidating quantum technology through holographic displays. What delighted him most was the handwritten notes of Emperor Yi from his youth during his cultivation on the Duki continent, displayed on the myriad shelves beside the pool. These invaluable insights from the esteemed predecessor were particularly beneficial for novice cultivators. Xingyu handed the notes to Lin Xiaoxing, advising him to begin with the foundational 10,000 paths breathing technique and to consult the projection mentors in the heritage pool whenever he encountered difficulties. Cradling the notes, Lin Xiaoxing settled beside the pool, engrossed in study. The notes not only captured the essence of martial arts cultivation, but also reflected Emperor Ye's contemplations on the nature of power. Power is not for ostentation, but for protection, guarding those around us, safeguarding the homes we cherish, and defending the justice that resides in our hearts. These words fell like seeds into Lin Xiaoxing's heart. 3 years later, Lin Xiaoxing had adeptly mastered the fusion of technological spiritual energy and martial skills, achieving a breakthrough into the realm of technological Do Master. On this day, he practiced the quantum Duki wings in the square of Coexistence City when a miniature cosmic heart began to tremble violently, its surface adorned with crimson patterns, signaling an anomaly at the edge of the universe. Xingyu promptly arrived, retrieving the cosmic communicator for analysis. Fissures had appeared in the coexistence transformation zone at the universe's edge, with void energy seeping out, accompanied by unknown primal fluctuations. "We must investigate immediately." Lin Xiaoxing volunteered eagerly. "Sister Xingyu, I wish to join. I can manipulate quantum martial arts and might be of assistance." Xingyu, seeing the determination in his eyes, nodded in agreement. "Bring your notes and pendant, and be cautious on the journey." The two boarded the Coexistence spacecraft, setting course for the edge of the universe. During their voyage, Xingyu contacted Commander Chunyu via the communicator. "Commander, there are anomalies in the Coexistence transformation zone, with unknown primal fluctuations that may be related to the Void Realm." Chunyu's visage promptly appeared on the screen, his expression grave. "I have dispatched Captain Lei Lai to provide support. You must wait for reinforcements before taking any action. Do not approach the transformation zone alone. However, upon the coexistence spacecraft's arrival at the universe's edge, the sight before them drew gasps of horror. The fissures in the coexistence transformation zone had expanded several-fold, and the void energy was intertwined with faint purple primal mist. Wherever the mist flowed, the cosmic primal forces began to destabilize. Even the movements of the stars slowed. This was no ordinary void energy. It bore the marks of primal erosion. Xingyu deployed a detection device, which revealed that the primal mist emanated from an unknown realm beyond the universe, a domain never before recorded. At that moment, a primal eroding beast burst forth from the mist, its form resembling a deer, surrounded by primal fog, and it swiftly shattered the spacecraft's protective shield. Lin Xiaoxing immediately activated his quantum martial arts, unleashing a quantum fire lotus that exploded upon the beast. But it merely paused for an instant. The primal eroding beast fed on cosmic primal energy. Ordinary attacks were ineffective against it. Xingyu summoned the power of the 10,000 paths, channeling the energy of the miniature cosmic heart into the detection device. Only through the 10,000 paths principles left by Emperor Yi could the primal mist be purified. Suddenly, Lin Xiaoxing recalled the notes, retrieving them and infusing his spiritual energy into the pages. The notes erupted in golden light, and a phantom of Emperor Yi materialized in the air. The starry imperial sword in the phantom's grasp sliced through the air, instantly purifying the primal mist, causing the primal eroding beast to dissipate. This is the 10,000 paths purification pattern left by our esteemed predecessor, hidden within the lines of the notes. Lin Xiaoxing exclaimed in delight. Xingyu's eyes glimmered with relief. So the predecessor anticipated this, knowing there were unknown realms beyond the universe, and deliberately left a legacy to address such crises. Reinforcements led by Lei Lai arrived swiftly, and together they repaired the coexistence transformation zone, establishing a 10,000 paths purification array around it. Upon returning to Coexistence City, Xingyu reported the discovery of the primal realm to the Domain Alliance, prompting Chen Yu, Lin Xiaowu, and Xiao Yan to convene an emergency meeting. The multiverse cauldron projected an image of the primal realm, a domain composed of faint purple mist. With a primal core hovering at its center, its emanating mist continuously eroding the cosmic edge. The system explained, the primal realm is a companion domain that emerged at the universe's inception, and due to a lack of energy sustenance, it has begun to consume the cosmic primal essence. If unaddressed, the cosmic primal essence will be drained completely. Emperor Ye's Phantom had previously stated that the ultimate goal of the 10,000 paths is coexistence. Not only the symbiosis of civilizations within the universe, but also with realms beyond. Xingyu suddenly spoke. Perhaps we can inject cosmic primal essence into the primal realm, establishing a symbiotic relationship that would not only resolve the erosion crisis, but also open new avenues for civilization. The group unanimously agreed and promptly devised the primal coexistence plan. Xingyu led the team in establishing a primal coexistence array at the universe's edge, channeling the energy of the cosmic heart into the primal realm through the array's patterns. Xingyu upgraded the 10,000 paths space-time network, deploying primal detectors within the primal realm to monitor energy fluctuations in real time, while Xiao Yan and Lin Xiaowu commanded a fleet to patrol the surrounding area of the coexistence array, guarding against potential primal eroding beasts. A century later, the primal coexistence plan bore fruit. The mist of the primal realm gradually transformed into gold, seamlessly merging with the cosmic primal essence. Within the realm, symbiotic spiritual plants capable of absorbing the primal essence of both realms emerged. Alongside new primal beings, transparent in form, they fed on primal mist and possessed gentle dispositions, assisting cultivators in their training. One day, Xingyu and Lin Xiaoxing led the primal beings to the Cosmic Guardian Hall to pay homage to Emperor Ye's Phantom. The Phantom gazed upon the harmonious coexistence of the dual realm beings with profound satisfaction. Coexistence is not merely tolerance. It is a journey of mutual growth. You have achieved what I could not complete in my time, propagating the concept of 10,000 paths coexistence beyond the universe. Lin Xiaoxing raised the notes in his hand, earnestly stating, "It is the guidance of our predecessors' notes that enlightened us, helping us realize that true strength is not conquest, but enabling all beings to find their path of existence within the Great Way." The Phantom of Emperor Yi smiled and nodded, his form gradually merging with the cosmic heart. From now on, the coexistence of a universe and the primal realm shall rest in your hands. Remember, the 10,000 paths are boundless, and the legacy is infinite. As long as the original intention of guardianship remains unchanged, the Great Way will ever extend forward. A millennium later, the universe and the primal realm had fully merged, forming a dual-realm symbiotic entity. The Domain Alliance was renamed the Dual-Realm Coexistence Alliance, with Xingyu serving as the alliance leader and Lin Xiaoxing becoming the primal envoy. responsible for the communication and integration of dual-realm beings. At the pinnacle of the Tower of Coexistence, Emperor Ye's handwritten notes were enshrined upon a golden shelf, attracting cultivators from both realms daily to pay their respects. The last page of the notes bore a new inscription penned by Lin Xiaoxing. 10,000 paths coexistence, life everlasting. Dual realms thriving until eternity. On this day, Lin Xiaoxing narrated the legendary tales of Emperor Yi to the children of the primal realm beside the cosmic heart. The children gathered around him, captivated as he recounted how the young warrior from the Duki continent transcended boundaries, quelled the calamities of dark energy, achieved eternal transformation, and guided future generations toward dual-realm coexistence. Where is Emperor Yi now? A curious primal child inquired. Lin Xiaoxing pointed to the golden light connecting the cosmic heart and the primal realm, smiling as he replied. He resides there, in every thread of cosmic primal essence, in every symbiotic spiritual plant, and in the hearts of each guardian among us. He has never departed. He has merely transformed into part of the Great Way, forever safeguarding us. Golden sunlight bathed the lands of the dual realms, the stars of the universe and the mist of the primal realm shimmering in harmony. Beings of diverse civilizations coexisted peacefully, and powers from different systems intertwined flawlessly. The legend of Emperor Yi had transcended a solitary journey of overcoming, evolving into an epic of coexistence that spanned the universe, uniting the dual realms. The ethos of 10,000 paths coexistence had become a shared belief among all beings, inscribing an unceasing narrative of guardianship and growth across infinite spacetime and domains. From the bustling city of Wutan on the continent of Duki to the new era of symbiosis across dual realms, the figure of Yendi has become synonymous with the Great Path, coexisting eternally as a beacon in the hearts of all living beings, guiding them along the path of enlightenment toward the boundless horizon. Chapter 45. Co-prosperity of Dual Realms, Dawn of a New Epoch. In the Source Plaza of the Alliance of Dual Realms, Lin Xiaoxing stood before hundreds of beings from both realms, clutching Yi Tianyi's handwritten notes. At the center of the plaza, the symbiosis pillar emanated golden patterns where the cosmic essence intertwined with the mist of the Source realm. And atop it hung a miniature cosmic heart pendant, radiating a gentle glow, a symbol of dual realm symbiosis and a token of the myriad paths of inheritance. Today marks the centennial celebration of dual realm symbiosis, a moment to express our gratitude for the guidance of our esteemed Yi Tiandi, the contributions of Lord Xingyu, and the unwavering efforts of every being striving for the harmony of our two worlds. Lin Xiaoxing's voice reverberated across the vast expanse of the Myriad Paths network, inciting cheers from the celestial cultivators, technological warriors, and essence beings gathered in the plaza, while starships and essence beasts in the sky intertwined to create a magnificent spectacle. Midway through the festivities, the symbiosis pillar suddenly trembled violently, fissures appearing in the golden patterns, and the glow of the cosmic heart pendant began to wane. Lin Xiaoxing's countenance shifted dramatically as he retrieved a detection device. Temporal turbulence was detected at the edges of the dual realms, mingled with fragments of dimensional territories, suggesting the approach of an unknown realm. Xingyu immediately arrived via the temporal communicator, her brow furrowed as she scrutinized the data. The energy contained within these fragments far exceeded that of the Source realm. And should this new realm prove adversarial rather than amicable, the dual realms would confront an unprecedented crisis. No sooner had she spoken than the cosmic heart at the pinnacle of the symbiosis pillar illuminated once more, and the ethereal projection of Yi Tiandi gradually materialized. The new realm was identified as the Chaos Realm, the primordial domain that existed before the birth of the universe and the Source realm. The voice of the projection carried grave weight. The Chaos Sovereign of the Chaos Realm seeks to devour the essence of the dual realms to augment itself. You must merge the essence of both realms within a century to forge a dual chaos entity capable of standing against it. How do we merge the essence of the dual realms? Xingyu inquired anxiously. The ethereal figure of Yi Tiandi gestured towards the symbiosis pillar. Beneath it lies the essence pool of the dual realms, where the essence of 12 core beings from both realms must be gathered and infused into the pool to activate the fusion ritual. 3 days later, the Alliance of Dual Realms summoned representatives of the 12 core beings, the Do Emperor from the Doshin realm, the Quantum Master from the technological world, and the Essence Spirit Deer from the Source realm. Each brought forth their respective essence power to the essence pool beneath the symbiosis pillar. Xingyu and Lin Xiaoxing stood at the pool's edge, methodically infusing the 12 essence powers one by one. As the final essence power was poured into the pool, it erupted in a cascade of golden light, and the essence powers of the dual realms intertwined above, forming a golden ribbon of light. The ethereal projection of Yi Tiandi reappeared, channeling eternal Tao power into the ribbon. The fusion ritual has commenced. Henceforth, One must enter the pool to guide the merging of the dual realms essence. And that individual must possess a pure belief in symbiosis and withstand the impact of the dual realms essence. You shall go. Lin Xiaoxing volunteered eagerly, clutching Yi Tiandi's notes as he leaped into the essence pool. Within, the cosmic essence and the mist of the source realm surged into him. And following the guidance in the notes, he activated the Wan Dao symbiosis technique, gradually merging the two essence powers. After 3 days and nights, Lin Xiaoxing successfully guided the merging of the dual realms essence, and a dual chaos formation enveloping both realms began to unfurl. The system notified, the dual chaos formation has successfully initiated, capable of withstanding the initial assaults of the chaos realm. To forge the dual chaos entity, the core of chaos from the chaos realm must be located and integrated into the formation. In the ensuing century, Xingyu and Lin Xiaoxing led the beings of the dual realms in search of the chaos core. They navigated the temporal turbulence aboard the Alliance's vessel, ultimately discovering a chaos stone imbued with the essence of chaos at the fringes of the chaos realm. Guarding the stone was a colossal chaos lion, its form akin to a small mountain, surrounded by an aura of chaotic power, exuding the might of a late-stage cosmic emperor. The chaos lion, a guardian beast of the chaos realm, could not be confronted directly. Lin Xiaoxing consulted Yi Tiandi's notes once more, infusing the essence power of the dual realms into the chaos stone. For the chaos essence and the dual realms essence share a common origin, through the belief in symbiosis. We could communicate with the lion. Sensing the essence of the dual realms, the chaos lion gradually calmed, nodding toward Lin Xiaoxing and stepping aside. Lin Xiaoxing seized the chaos stone, integrating it into the dual chaos formation. Instantly, the formation erupted with a tricolored radiance, intertwining chaos and dual realms, culminating in the creation of the dual chaos entity, a humanoid figure composed of tricolored light points, each representing the beliefs of the beings from both realms. At that moment, the sovereign of the chaos realm descended abruptly, clad in chaotic battle armor and wielding the chaos emperor's blade, surrounded by an aura capable of consuming all. Reaching the zenith of cosmic emperor strength, insignificant beings, you dare to covet the essence of chaos. Today, you shall face annihilation alongside the dual realms. Dual chaos, slice! Xingyu and Lin Xiaoxing united their wills to manipulate the dual chaos entity, coalescing it into a colossal tricolored sword aimed at the chaos sovereign. The sovereign countered with his blade, and the clash of the chaos emperor's blade against the tricolored sword reverberated through both realms. Do you think this will suffice to defeat me? The chaos sovereign roared, absorbing all the energy of the chaos realm into himself, his aura surging to the level of a chaos emperor. He unleashed the power of chaotic annihilation, a wave of black chaotic energy surging toward the dual chaos entity, dimming the brilliance of the formation. Beings of the dual realms, unleash your beliefs. Lin Xiaoxing's voice echoed throughout the dual realms. Yi Tiandi taught us that the power of symbiosis is the strength of all beings. As he spoke, the beings of the dual realms released their essence power, channeling it through the myriad paths network into the dual chaos entity, reigniting the brilliance of the tricolored sword. The ethereal projection of Yi Tiandi infused the eternal Tao power into the dual chaos entity. Chaos is the origin of all things. The dual realms are the fruit of symbiosis. Only by embracing chaos can we achieve the true myriad paths. Determination shone in Xingyu and Lin Xiaoxing's eyes as they merged their essence into the dual chaos entity, executing the dual chaos symbiosis slash, a tricolored sword shadow that traversed both the dual realms and the chaos realm, carrying the beliefs of all beings toward the chaos sovereign. As the sword shadow struck the chaos sovereign, a piercing wail escaped him, his form gradually dissipating under the combined forces of the dual realms and chaos, leading to the fusion of the chaos realm with the dual realms, forming a tri-realm symbiotic entity. When the last vestige of chaotic power was transmuted into the essence of symbiosis, Xingyu and Lin Xiaoxing guided the dual chaos entity into the symbiosis pillar. The pillar erupted in tricolored brilliance, intertwining with a myriad paths network to form a protective pattern for the tri-realm, safeguarding the peace of all realms for eternity. Yi Tiandi's ethereal projection expressed contentment. You have succeeded. From this day forth, the tri-realm shall enter a new epoch of myriad paths symbiosis. All beings will share the essence of the tri-realm and collectively grasp the profound truths of the Great Path. A millennium later, Xingyu became the envoy of myriad paths symbiosis for the Alliance of Tri-Realm, while Lin Xiaoxing took on the role of the Chaos Envoy, tasked with guiding the beings of the Tri-Realm in harmonizing with the power of chaos. Beside the symbiosis pillar in the Source Plaza, Yi Tiandi's handwritten notes were enshrined within a transparent chaos crystal. The final page of the notes bore an additional inscription, co-written by Xingyu and Lin Xiaoxing. From the continent of Duki to the tri-realm symbiosis, from a solitary struggle to the harmonious chorus of myriad paths. The beliefs of Yendi have become the cornerstone of the Great Path, guiding us along the road of symbiosis ceaselessly onward. On this day, Xingyu and Lin Xiaoxing stood atop the symbiosis pillar, gazing at the panorama of the tri-realm. Cultivators from the Doshian realm practiced amidst the chaotic mist. Quantum computers from the technological world coexisted with the essence spirit deer, and beings from the chaos realm cultivated symbiotic life forms alongside the inhabitants of the dual realms. In the sky, the ethereal projection of Yi Tiandi intertwined with the essence of the tri-realm, forming a golden ribbon of light that enveloped every inch of land. Yi Tiandi, do you see? This is the myriad path symbiosis you have pursued, Xingyu murmured softly. The ethereal figure smiled gently, gradually merging with the essence of the three realms, leaving behind a voice that echoed in the wind. Infinite paths, boundless existence, unwavering original intent, eternal principles. The golden sunlight bathed the lands of the three realms. As the stars of the cosmos, the mists of the origin realm, and the energies of the chaos realm intermingled harmoniously. Beings from diverse civilizations coexisted in perfect harmony, and the powers of different systems blended seamlessly. The legend of the Emperor Yi had transcended from a mere tale of an individual's growth to an epic of symbiosis that spanned realms and interconnected all things. The philosophy of mutual coexistence had become the shared belief of all beings, inscribing an unceasing narrative of guardianship, inclusivity, and growth across the infinite tapestry of time and space. From the city of Wutan in the Duki continent to the new epic of symbiosis in the three realms, the figure of Emperor Yi had become one with the great Tao, coexisting with all things, a perpetual beacon in the hearts of all beings, guiding them along the path of the great Tao, ever onward toward the boundless horizon. His tale would forever resonate in every corner of the three realms, inspiring generations of beings to strive endlessly for the mutual flourishing of all paths and the shared prosperity of the three realms. Chapter 46. The Unity of the Three Realms. The Eternity of All Paths. In the chaotic square of the Alliance of the Three Realms, 100 cultivators clad in tricolored battle armor stood in orderly formation. They were the new members of the Guardian Army of All Paths, hailing from the cosmos, the Origin Realm, and the Chaos Realm. The battle armor of the Doshian cultivators integrated technological runes, while the armor of the beings from the Origin Realm intertwined with chaotic patterns, and the mechanical constructs donned armor adorned with luminous energy patterns. The three sources of power flowed through the armors, symbolizing the profound integration of the three realms. Lin Xiaoxing held Emperor Yi's handwritten notes, standing on the reviewing stand. Beside him, Xingyu donned the symbiotic armor of the three realms, with a crystal of chaos floating at the center of the armor, surrounded by bands of light in cosmic, origin, and chaotic hues. The mission of the Guardian Army of All Paths was to safeguard the order of symbiosis among the three realms and to propagate the inclusive philosophy of their predecessor. Emperorie. Xingyu's voice resonated through the network of time and space, announcing, "Today, you shall journey to various locales across the three realms to establish symbiotic way stations, ensuring that every being can partake in the essence and cultivate the great Tao." At that moment, the monument of symbiosis at the center of the chaotic square suddenly glowed with a crimson light, and the tricolored patterns upon it became chaotic. Lin Xiaoxing promptly retrieved a detection device, and the data displayed on the screen caused his countenance to change drastically. A fissure in the great Tao had emerged at the edge of the three realms, from which surged the power of the void Tao, threatening to devour the connections of the three realms' essence. Xingyu swiftly summoned core members through the temporal communicator. Moments later, the images of Chunyu, Lin Xiaowu, and Xiaoyan appeared in the air above the square. Though a millennium had passed, their aura had grown increasingly unfathomable. The Doshian power surrounding Xiaoyan had fused with the primordial chaos. Lin Xiaowu's power of myriad paths could manipulate the stars of the three realms, and Chen technological spiritual power could control the nodes of time and space. The void Tao, an embodiment of chaotic power beyond the great Tao, posed a greater peril than both the void realm and the chaos realm. Xiaoyan spoke gravely. It can sever the connections of essence, causing the three realms to split into isolated domains. Chen added, "I have discovered through the temporal detection device that the source of the fissure is a singularity of the great Tao, where the paths of the three realms converge. If consumed by the void Tao, the three realms will be utterly shattered." Suddenly, the Tao-formed ethereal image of Emperor Yi emerged from the monument of symbiosis, gazing toward the fissure with a gaze that held the weight of ages. The singularity of the great Tao is the core of the three realms, condensed from a myriad paths during my transcendence into eternity. The void Tao is the negentropic force of the great Tao's evolution. Only by thoroughly merging the essence of the three realms with the myriad laws can we repair the fissure and purify the void Tao. How do we condense the body of eternal paths? Xingyu inquired urgently. The ethereal figure pointed to the notes in Lin Xiaoxing's hand. The final page of the notes conceals the method for the eternal paths, which must be enacted by the purest believer of symbiosis among the three realms, at the singularity of the great Tao, using their essence to merge the origins of the three realms with the myriad laws. Lin Xiaoxing clenched the notes resolutely, declaring, I shall go. The notes of my predecessor, Emperor Yi, have accompanied my growth. I am certain I can comprehend the eternal paths. Xingyu immediately nodded. I shall accompany you to safeguard your fusion ceremony. 3 days later, Xingyu and Lin Xiaoxing piloted the ship of eternal paths, traversing the chaotic currents at the edge of the three realms, arriving at the singularity of the great Tao. The sight before them was breathtaking. The singularity was a golden point of light suspended in the void, surrounded by bands of light in cosmic, origin, and chaotic hues. The fissure of the great Tao beside it was expanding relentlessly, as the black power of the void Tao surged forth like a tide, eroding the three bands of light. Let's begin. Xingyu summoned the power of the symbiotic armor of the three realms, establishing a protective array around the singularity to stave off the encroachment of the void Tao. Lin Xiaoxing opened the final page of the notes, and the golden method of eternal paths materialized in the air. He sat cross-legged, connecting his essence with the bands of light of the three realms. As the incantation flowed, the primordial power of the three realms surged into Lin Xiaoxing's body, rendering him increasingly transparent, merging with the singularity. The power of the void Tao sensed the threat, violently crashing against the protective array, causing the array's patterns to tremble violently. Blood trickled from the corner of Xingyu's mouth, yet he gritted his teeth and persevered. Xiaoxing, hold on. The beings of the three realms are supporting you. Far away in the chaotic square, Chenyu, Lin Xiaowu, and Xiao Yin immediately rallied the beings of the three realms through the network of time and space to contribute their essence. In an instant, cultivators, beings, and even symbiotic flora from the three realms released a thread of primordial light, converging into a golden torrent that surged into the singularity of the great Tao. Lin Xiaoxing felt an inexhaustible power flooding into him. Following the guidance of the method of eternal paths, he fused the essence of the three realms with the myriad laws, coalescing a humanoid figure at the singularity, the body of eternal paths. The eternal body radiated with golden, purple, and black patterns, wielding a sword forged from the myriad laws. The Eternal Emperor's Sword. Eternal Paths, / Lin Xiaoxing commanded the eternal body to unleash a three-colored sword shadow that pierced the void, striking the fissure of the great Tao. Instantly, the black power of the void Tao was purified, and the fissure began to contract. Seizing the opportunity, he merged the eternal body into the singularity, which erupted in a blaze of golden light, intertwining with the bands of the three realms, forming a pattern of eternal paths that thoroughly repaired the fissure of the great Tao. As the last remnants of the void Tao dissipated, the Tao-formed ethereal image of Emperor Yi descended slowly. He gazed at Lin Xiaoxing and Xingyu, his eyes filled with satisfaction. You have succeeded. From this day forth, the three realms shall truly unite, becoming the realm of myriad paths, allowing all beings to discover their own eternal path within the myriad laws. Lin Xiaoxing looked at the ethereal figure and softly asked, Predecessor Yi, are you to depart? The figure smiled and shook his head. I have never left. I have merely merged with the realm of myriad paths. From now on, I shall be the great Tao of the realm, and you shall be its inheritors. As the words echoed, the ethereal figure transformed into a golden point of light, merging with the pattern of eternal paths, enveloping the entire realm of myriad paths. A millennium later, the realm of myriad paths had become the eternal abode of the great Tao's unity. The boundaries of the three realms had entirely vanished, and the stars of the cosmos, the mists of the origin realm, and the energies of the chaos realm perfectly coalesced, forming an endless expanse of golden starlit sea. The cultivators of the guardian army of all paths established symbiotic way stations throughout the starlit sea, disseminating the method of eternal paths. Countless beings, through cultivation, broke through the shackles of their realms, attaining an unprecedented state of myriad paths. On this day, a grand ceremony of the transmission of myriad paths was held in the chaotic square. Lin Xiaoxing and Xingyu stood before the monument of symbiosis, placing Emperor Ye's handwritten notes atop the monument. The pattern of eternal paths upon the monument illuminated, projecting the complete journey of Emperor Yi from his rise in the Duki continent, through the quelling of the dark energy catastrophe, to his transcendence into eternity. A child from a newly birthed civilization within the realm of myriad paths tugged at Lin Xiaoxing's sleeve, curiously asking, Senior Lin, did Emperor Yi truly become the great Tao? Lin Xiaoxing pointed toward the golden light beam that pierced the depths of the starlit sea, smiling as he replied, Look, That beam of light traversing the starlit sea is the incarnation of our predecessor, Emperor Yi. He grew from a youth of the Duki continent to the great Tao of the realm of myriad paths, imparting to us the lesson that as long as one harbors guardianship and inclusivity, anyone can become a part of the great Tao. The child, with a semblance of comprehension, nodded, yet his eyes ignited with a flame akin to that which once burned in the youthful hearts of Lin Xiaoxing, Xingyu, Qinyu, and even the Emperor Yashin. He extended his small hand to touch the luminous strands in the air, a wisp of golden energy merging into his palm, transforming into a miniature pendant of the eternal Emperor's sword. This was a gift from the myriad realms to new life, a continuation of the legacy of the Emperor Yashin. Lin Xiaoxing and Xingyu exchanged knowing smiles, understanding that the legend of the Emperor Yashin had never truly reached its conclusion. From the city of Wutan in the continent of Fighting Qi to the golden star sea of the myriad realms, from solitary struggle to the unity of all paths, the figure of the Emperor Yashin had intertwined with the great Tao, coexisting with eternity. His tale would resonate in every corner of the myriad realms, forever echoing. His conviction inspiring generation after generation of beings to persist on the path of eternal myriad until the end of time itself. Golden sunlight poured over the star sea of the myriad realms, as the radiance of the eternal Emperor's sword interwove with the eternal patterns of the myriad realms, illuminating every inch of space. Beings from diverse civilizations coexisted in harmony, and powers from various systems blended seamlessly. Each being sought eternity within the great Tao, and every star blossomed with vitality amidst the myriad paths. This was the realm pursued by the Emperor Yashin throughout his life, the unity of myriad paths and the coexistence of eternity. His legend would inscribe an endless chapter within this realm of myriad paths, extending until the end of time and the conclusion of the great Tao. Chapter 47. The return to the abyss of myriad paths, the shadow of the Emperor endures. Within the eternal star sea of the myriad realms, vessels known as abyssal ships were gradually making their way towards the gate of the abyss deep within the star sea. The cultivators aboard these ships donned the eternal armor of the myriad paths, wielding the abyssal blade forged from the convergence of starlight, essence, and chaos. They were the messengers of the abyss, tasked with guiding the dissipated remnants of civilizations at the edges of the star sea into the gate of the abyss, allowing them to be reborn within the laws of the myriad realms. Lin Xiaoxing stood upon the deck of the flagship, the Eternal, cradling a handwritten notebook from the Emperor Yashin. The cover of the notebook shimmered with the patina of time, while the pages still emanated a faint fragrance of the essence of the myriad paths. He gazed at the slowly rotating gate of the abyss in the distance, within which lay a void interwoven with chaos and light, the primordial land of the myriad realms. Lin Xiaoxing, a disturbance has been detected near the gate of the abyss, contaminated with unpurified remnants of civilizations. If not addressed promptly, it may taint the primordial land. The mechanical assistant's voice resonated, as an image of the gate of the abyss appeared on the screen. A black torrent entwined around the gate, with countless transparent souls struggling amidst the murky flow, emitting anguish cries. Lin Xiaoxing immediately commanded, "Activate the purification array of the abyss. All messengers, follow me to the gate of the abyss." He leapt from the eternal, channeling the eternal power of the myriad paths, transforming the abyssal blade into a golden beam of light that sliced towards the murky flow. The collision of light and torrent erupted with a deafening roar, yet the souls grew increasingly agitated, and the murky flow expanded further. These souls were bound by the power of obsession, impervious to ordinary purification. Xingyu's voice crackled through the communicator as she led the guardians of the myriad paths to provide support. The notebook of the Emperor Yashin recorded that the power of obsession could only be resolved through the empathy of the myriad paths, necessitating someone to enter the murky flow and guide the souls to relinquish their obsessions. Without a moment's hesitation, Lin Xiaoxing plunged into the murky flow. Upon entering, he was immediately enveloped by an overwhelming tide of obsessions. The unwillingness of civilizations at the moment of their demise, the regrets of cultivators who had not completed their paths, and the anguish of beings who had lost their homes. These obsessions manifested as black chains, wrapping around his body, attempting to drag him into the depths of the abyss. Empathy of the myriad paths, release. Lin Xiaoxing activated the eternal formula of the myriad paths, connecting his essence with the remnants of souls. Visions flooded his consciousness. The spirits of energy cultivators who had perished during the dark energy cataclysm, the primordial beings that dissipated at the birth of the essence realm, and the chaos warriors who fell before the convergence of the chaos realm. Lin Xiaoxing spoke softly, "I understand your regrets, but the gates of the myriad realms are forever open to you. Let go of your obsessions, coexist with the myriad paths, and you shall attain true eternity." He withdrew the Emperor Yashin's notebook, infusing it with the essence of the myriad paths. The notebook burst forth in resplendent golden light, illuminating the entirety of the murky flow. The souls felt the warmth emanating from the notebook, and the black chains gradually dissipated. One spirit of an energy cultivator bowed deeply to Lin Xiaoxing, saying, "Thank you, messenger, for your guidance. We are willing to merge with the myriad paths and safeguard this star sea." As the last remnant was purified, the murky flow of the abyss completely vanished, and the gate of the abyss radiated with golden light once more. Lin Xiaoxing led the souls into the primordial land, merging them with the essence of the myriad paths. Within the primordial land, the ethereal figure of the Emperor Yaetian gradually materialized, softly stating, "Obsession is an obstacle to the great Tao. Empathy is the key to the myriad paths. Xiaoxing, you have comprehended the true essence of the eternal myriad paths." Lin Xiaoxing bowed respectfully. "Thank you for your guidance, senior. I have merely done what was right." The ethereal figure smiled and shook his head. "The legacy of the myriad paths continues through the guardians of each generation. Now, the myriad realms have entered an era of coexisting with the abyss. You must lead the messengers to return the primordial power of the abyss to the newly birthed civilizations at the edge of the Star Sea." In the ensuing century, Lin Xiaoxing led the messengers of the abyss, establishing the Garden of Coexistence at the edge of the Star Sea. They infused the primordial power of the abyss into the planets of the newly birthed civilizations, nurturing abyssal spirit plants capable of absorbing the power of obsession. The beings of the new civilizations, through cultivating the energy of the abyssal spirit plants, not only swiftly transcended their realms, but also resolved their own obsessions, truly achieving coexistence with the myriad paths. One day, the detector of the Garden of Coexistence suddenly blared an alarm. A tempest had emerged at the gate of the abyss, containing the core of the void Tao. Should it strike, the essence of the myriad realms would be devoured. Lin Xiaoxing promptly reported to the core of the myriad realms. Xingyu, Chenyu, Lin Xiaowu, and Xiao Yin swiftly arrived at the primordial land. Observing the raging storm beside the gate of the abyss, Xiao Yin furrowed his brow, stating, "The core of the void Tao is a fragment of the essence of the void Tao, more fearsome than the void sovereign of your. My powers would be instantly shattered upon contact with it." The ethereal figure of the Emperor Yaetian reappeared, his gaze gravely fixed upon the core within the storm. The core of the void Tao is the ultimate negentropy of the evolution of the great Tao. Only by merging the primordial power of the abyss with the eternal body of the myriad paths can we condense the eternal array of the abyss to seal it deep within the primordial land. I volunteer to serve as the focal point to condense the eternal array of the abyss," Lin Xiaoxing boldly declared, wielding the Emperor Yaetian's notebook, and leaped into the tempest of the abyss. Xingyu and the others immediately sprang into action, channeling the primordial power of the abyss into the gate of the abyss to support Lin Xiaoxing with energy. Within the storm, Lin Xiaoxing activated the eternal formula of the myriad paths, merging the primordial essence of the abyss with his own eternal body of the myriad paths. His form gradually fused with the gate of the abyss, forming a golden array pattern, the eternal array of the abyss. As the array pattern fully unfolded, he shouted towards the core of the void Tao, "Eternal abyss, seal." The golden array pattern erupted with blinding radiance, securely trapping the core of the void Tao. The core thrashed violently, attempting to break free from the array, yet Lin Xiaoxing gritted his teeth, infusing the laws of the myriad paths from the Emperor Yaetian's notebook into the array. "Senior, assist me." The ethereal figure of the Emperor Yaetian transformed into a beam of golden light, merging into the eternal array of the abyss. The brilliance of the array pattern surged exponentially, completely sealing the core of the void Tao deep within the primordial land. As the last remnants of the storm dissipated, Lin Xiaoxing emerged from the gate of the abyss, his essence now intertwined with the primordial land, becoming the eternal messenger of the abyss within the myriad realms. The ethereal figure of the Emperor Yaetian spoke with a sense of satisfaction. "Xiaoxing, you have succeeded. From this day forth, you shall be the guardian of the primordial land and the connector between the myriad realms and the abyss. Remember, the abyss is not an end, but the beginning of a new life." A millennium later, Lin Xiaoxing continued to guard the primordial land. Each day, he would approach the gate of the abyss, sharing the legendary tales of the Emperor Yaetian with the beings of newly birthed civilizations, infusing the primordial power of the abyss into the abyssal spirit plants, nurturing the myriad realms. In the heart of the coexistence garden of the Guishu, the handwritten notes of the Emperor Yi are enshrined within the Guishu crystal. On the final page of the notes, a new line has been inscribed by Lin Xiaoxing. "In the Guishu coexistence, the myriad paths endure, the shadow of the Emperor remains, eternal and indelible." On this day, a girl named Dao Shi, hailing from a nascent civilization, knelt before the Guishu crystal, cradling a Guishu jade pendant of her own crafting. Predecessor Yi Tian, She beseeched, "I wish to become the envoy of Goetia, to safeguard the new civilization of the myriad realms and carry forth your beliefs." Suddenly, the Goetia crystal radiated a golden light, and the ethereal shadow of Emperor Yi Tian slowly materialized. He infused a strand of the myriad laws into Dao Shi's pendant, saying, "Go forth, child. Remember, the eternity of the myriad paths does not lie in the strength of power, but in the purity of the heart that guards. As long as your heart remains steadfast, the Dao shall endure." Dao Shi clenched the pendant tightly, her eyes brimming with resolve. She turned away from the coexistence garden, boarded the Goetia ship, and set sail towards the new civilization at the edge of the starry sea. Behind her, the golden radiance of the Dao Ruins Gate intertwined with the primordial mist of the Goetia, illuminating the entire realm of myriad paths. Lin Xiaoxing stood at the highest point of the Goetia, gazing at the receding figure of Dao Shi, then towards the eternal light deep within the starry sea. "The Dao incarnation of Emperor Yi Tian," he murmured, "predecessor, behold, your legacy has never faltered. The tale of the myriad paths continues." The golden sunlight cascaded upon every inch of the Goetia, as the radiance of the Dao Ruins Gate intermingled with the eternal patterns of the myriad paths. The ethereal flora of Goetia exuded a faint fragrance, while the beings of the nascent civilization traversed freely through the starry sea. The legend of Emperor Yi Tian has transcended from a solitary journey of struggle to an eternal epic that bridges life and death, connecting the Goetia with the myriad paths. The philosophy of coexistence has become the spiritual totem of all beings, inscribing an unceasing guardianship of renewal and legacy across the infinite realms of time and space. From the city of Wutan on the Duki continent to the Goetia of the myriad paths, the figure of Emperor Yi Tian has become one with Goetia, coexisting with eternity. His tale shall echo in every corner of the myriad paths, and his convictions shall inspire generations of beings to forge ahead on the path of Goetia and the myriad, until the end of the great Tao, into the depths of Goetia to the shores of eternity. Chapter 48, Awakening of Goetia, transmitting new veins of the Tao. Within the Goetia Academy of the Myriad Paths, the young Dao Shi donned the silver battle armor of the Goetia envoy and wielded the Goetia blade, instructing the new disciples in the cultivation of the Myriad Paths empathy technique. In the Academy's courtyard, youths from various civilizations of the starry sea sat in a circle, placing their palms upon the empathy stone, a wondrous gem forged from the essence of Goetia, enabling cultivators to perceive one another's emotions and comprehend the profound truth of letting go of attachments for mutual prosperity. While channeling their spiritual energy, they were to maintain a tranquil mind, attuning themselves to the residual memories within the empathy stone, understanding the regrets of the lingering souls in order to dissolve their own attachments. Dao Shi's voice was gentle yet resolute as she observed a boy, anxious due to a failed breakthrough. She softly reassured him. In his youth, predecessor Yi Tian also faced numerous obstacles during his cultivation on the Duki continent. Yet he never surrendered, for he understood that the path of cultivation offers no shortcuts. Only through diligent effort can one achieve the great Tao. Upon hearing her words, the boy gradually calmed down, and the light upon the empathy stone softened. Zhao Si Smai Fai Li, retrieving the handwritten notes of Emperor Yi Tian and flipping to the page detailing his insights on breakthroughs. "Look here, this is the predecessor's understanding of cultivation during his youth. He stated that strength originates from the heart, not from impatience, a wisdom worthy of our remembrance." Just then, the Academy's alarm rang out, and a violent tremor emanated from the direction of Goetia. Dao Shi swiftly took out a detection device, her countenance shifting dramatically as the data on the screen revealed. Energy fluctuations from the void Dao core deep within Goetia are manifesting, and the seal of the Dao Ruins Gate is weakening, indicating a potential resurgence of the Goetia turbid flow. She immediately contacted Lin Xiaoxing through the Myriad Paths temporal network. "Lin predecessor, there are anomalous movements within the void Dao core, and the seal of the Dao Ruins Gate is loosening. I request assistance." Lin Xiaoxing's image soon appeared on screen, enveloped in the essence of Goetia. His expression grave. "I have sensed the anomaly and am leading the Goetia envoys towards Goetia. You must evacuate the new disciples from the Academy and avoid approaching the Dao Ruins Gate." Dao Shi, however, shook her head. "The disciples of Goetia Academy have grasped the Myriad Paths empathy technique. Perhaps they can assist you in reinforcing the seal. Please trust us, as well as the legacy left by predecessor Yi Tian." Half an hour later, Dao Shi led 100 new disciples to Goetia. The scene before them elicited gasps of astonishment. The golden seal of the Dao Ruins Gate bore black fissures, with energy from the void Dao core seeping through, forming strands of black Goetia turbid flow, intermingled with unpurified attachment power, causing the Goetia ethereal flora to wither instantly wherever it passed. Lin Xiaoxing was leading the Guishu envoys in setting up a purification array to suppress the turbid flow, yet the intensity of the attachment power was overwhelming, causing the array patterns to dim. The attachment power is even stronger than last time. Ordinary purification cannot resolve this. Lin Xiaoxing exclaimed anxiously. Dao Shi suddenly recalled the notes and retrieved them, infusing her spiritual energy into the text. Predecessor Yi Tian once stated that attachments arise from unfinished business. If we can assist the lingering souls in fulfilling their wishes, we can completely dissolve the attachments. We can use the myriad paths empathy technique to enter the memories of the lingering souls and help them resolve their regrets. She commanded the new disciples to form a circle, placing their palms upon the Tao Ruins Gate, channeling the myriad paths empathy technique. Within their consciousness, they beheld vivid memories of the lingering souls. Elder Lingxi, who sacrificed herself to protect spiritual children during the dark energy cataclysm, wished to see the children grow up safely. The first beings of the primordial realm, whose wish was for harmonious coexistence between the primordial realm and other domains, and the warrior Dantian from the chaos realm, whose desire was to witness the integration of the chaos realm into the myriad paths, no longer isolated. We shall act separately to fulfill the wishes of the lingering souls. Zhao Si Gongman. The new disciples utilized the myriad paths temporal network to travel to the locations from the memories of the lingering souls. Some established the Lingxi orphanage in the spiritual energy realm to nurture the orphans. Others planted Guishu ethereal flora at the border between the primordial realm and the chaos realm to foster communication between the beings of the two realms. While others erected a statue of Dantian in the Chaos Square to commemorate his contributions to the integration of the Chaos Realm. As the wishes of the lingering souls were fulfilled one by one, the attachment power within the Guishu turbid flow gradually dissipated, and the energy fluctuations from the Void Tao core began to subside. Seizing the opportunity, Lin Xiaoxing activated the eternal array of Guishu, infusing the essence of Guishu into the seal. The fissures of the Tao Ruins Gate gradually healed, and the golden seal regained its brilliance. We did it! Dao Shi exclaimed with elation. Lin Xiaoxing looked at her and the new disciples with profound satisfaction. You have found a fundamental method to resolve the attachments using the myriad paths empathy technique left by predecessor Yi Tian. You understand the essence of coexistence better than we older cultivators. The Dao incarnation of Emperor Yi Tian emerged from the Tao Ruins Gate, gazing kindly upon Dao Shi and the new disciples. Attachments are not enemies, but unfulfilled wishes. You have dissolved attachments with empathetic hearts and fulfilled regrets through action. This is the true meaning of the eternal myriad paths. Henceforth, Guishu Academy was renamed the Myriad Paths Empathy Academy, with Dao Shi appointed as the dean, entrusted with the legacy of the Myriad Paths Empathy technique to cultivate more guardians imbued with empathy. Dao Shi bowed respectfully. As a junior, I vow not to disgrace this mission, ensuring that the philosophy of Myriad Paths Empathy permeates every corner of the Myriad Realms. In the subsequent century, the Myriad Paths Empathy Academy nurtured 10,000 cultivators proficient in the empathy technique. They journeyed across the Starry Sea, employing their empathetic hearts to resolve civilizational conflicts and assisting beings in fulfilling their wishes. In the realm of technology, they helped despondent scientists regain their confidence after experimental failures. In the Docian realm, they mediated disputes among sects arising from resource competition. And in the primordial realm, they guided lost primordial beings to find their homes. On this day, Dao Shi received a distress signal from the shattered star civilization at the edge of the Starry Sea. This civilization, on the brink of planetary disintegration, found its beings engulfed in despair, generating a potent desire for destruction. Should this not be resolved in a timely manner, it could trigger a chain reaction that poses a threat to the stability of the entire Starry Sea. Dao Shi promptly led the elite cultivators of the Academy aboard the Guishu ship to the shattered star civilization. Upon their arrival, they beheld a planet marred by deep fissures, where its inhabitants clung to one another, their eyes brimming with despair. Dao Shi produced the empathy stone and embedded it at the planet's core, invoking the myriad paths of the empathy technique. We understand your fears, yet please believe that the myriad realms will not forsake any civilization. The esteemed Yendi once proclaimed that a desperate situation is not an end, but rather the commencement of a new life. As long as we unite in purpose, we shall undoubtedly discover a solution. The cultivators, through the empathy stone, sense the heartfelt wishes of the shattered star beings. They yearn to preserve their civilization's legacy, ensuring that future generations would remember the existence of the shattered star civilization. Dao Shi immediately contacted Chunyu, requesting support for the time-space heritage capsules, a specialized technology developed to compress and store the memories and legacies of civilizations, sending them into the Starry Sea in search of a new home. With the assistance of various civilizations within the myriad realms, The legacy of shattered star beings was successfully secured within the time-space heritage capsules. As the final capsule departed the planet, though the shattered star civilization's world had disintegrated, its denizens bore expressions of relief. Their obsessions were wholly resolved, transforming into strands of golden light that merged into the essence of the myriad paths, becoming part of the myriad realms. Upon returning to the academy, Daoshi inscribed in Yendi's notes, "Empathy is not pity, but understanding. Guardianship is not charity, but companionship." The myriad paths of Yendi allow every being to be seen, understood, and protected. A millennium later, Daoshi had ascended to the position of empathy saint within the myriad realms, leading the cultivators of the Empathy Academy to weave a vast web of empathy throughout the starry sea, connecting every civilization and every being. Beside the Dao Ruins Gate in the Guishu land, a new empathy monument was erected, inscribed with Yendi's famous saying, "The myriad paths arise from the heart. When the heart connects, so do the paths." Empathy springs from love. As long as love endures, the path endures. On this day, Daoshi stood before the empathy monument, gazing at the diverse cultivators arriving to seek knowledge, and then toward the eternal golden light deep within the starry sea, which embodied the essence of Yendi's Dao. She softly murmured, "Esteemed predecessor, behold, the flowers of empathy have blossomed within the myriad realms, and your myriad paths have become the warm sun within the hearts of all beings." The ethereal projection of Yendi gradually materialized, imparting a thread of the myriad laws into the empathy monument, causing the inscribed words to radiate golden light, spreading throughout the entire Guishu land. The Tao is formless, taking shape through empathy. The laws are indefinable, embodied through love. The future of the myriad realms lies within your hands, within every heart that harbors empathy. Golden sunlight bathed every inch of the Guishu land, intertwining the radiance of the empathy monument with the golden seal of the Dao Ruins Gate. The Guishu spirit plants exuded a subtle fragrance as cultivators from various civilizations sat in silent meditation beside the empathy stone. The legend of Yendi had transcended from an individual's arduous journey to an epic of empathy that spans civilizations and connects souls. The concept of the coexistence of myriad paths has, through the dissemination of empathetic hearts, blossomed with unprecedented vitality. From the city of Wutan in the Duki continent to the empathy monument within the myriad realms, the figure of Yendi has become synonymous with empathy and the symbiosis of souls. His story shall resonate in every corner of the myriad realms, eternally passed down, and his beliefs shall inspire generations of beings to forge ahead along the path of empathy and guardianship, until every heart in the myriad realms can connect. Every being can feel warmth, and every legacy endures through time. Chapter 49, Weaving Empathy, Returning Hearts to One. Within the central tower of the empathy network of the myriad realms, Daoshi gazed intently at the holographic projection of the starry sea. Countless strands of faint golden threads intertwined, each connecting to the soul of a being. Where these threads converged lay the empathy stations of various civilizations. This intricate system of spiritual interconnectedness, crafted over the span of a millennium, allowed for the real-time perception of emotional fluctuations among beings, promptly resolving crises of obsession. "Report, Saint," came the voice of the mechanical assistant. "The heritage capsule of a shattered star civilization has landed in the new domain, and the legacy memories have been successfully activated. The indigenous civilization of the new domain is merging with the shattered star heritage, with no signs of conflict." The screen displayed scenes from the new domain, revealing holographic images of the shattered star civilization, explaining technological cultivation methods to the indigenous beings, who were using their primal forces to help the capsule take root on the planet. Daoshi nodded. "Initiate the empathy guidance plan. Dispatch 10 empathetic cultivators to the new domain to assist both races in establishing a symbiotic relationship." Just as she concluded her statement, alarms blared throughout the central tower, and the holographic projection switched to the void zone at the edge of the starry sea, where the empathy threads were breaking in large quantities, revealing gray void energy at the rupture points. As it spread, the emotions of beings began to dull, even extinguishing their will to cultivate. "It is the void energy." Daoshi's expression changed abruptly as she accessed the system for analysis. Void energy is the manifestation of self-imposed mental emptiness, capable of devouring the emotions and beliefs of beings. It has currently affected 3 edge civilizations and is spreading toward the core of the myriad realms. She immediately contacted Lin Xiaoxing and Xingyu through the myriad time-space network. Void energy has invaded the void zone, and the empathy network has been compromised. The emotions of beings are gradually dulling. Requesting assistance. Half an hour later, Lin Xiaoxing and Xingyu arrived at the central tower, accompanied by the Guishu emissaries and the guardians of the myriad realms. Observing the expanding void energy in the projection, Lin Xiaoxing furrowed her brow. This energy is more insidious than the void Tao core. It does not consume the primal essence, yet can collapse the spiritual pillars of beings. If it spreads to the core star domains, the myriad realms will descend into a realm devoid of thought. Xingyu added, the ethereal projection of Yendi may sense the essence of the void energy. I have already sought assistance from the Tao body through the empathy monument. As soon as she finished speaking, a golden light beam illuminated the skies above the central tower, and the ethereal projection of Yendi gradually materialized. He gazed at the void energy in the projection, a look of contemplation crossing his face. The void energy arises from the self-imposed isolation within beings. When gaps appear in the empathy network, this energy will take root in the barriers of the heart. Only by uniting all hearts can we reshape the empathy network through collective belief and purify the void energy. How do we achieve the unity of all hearts? Zhao Si inquit easily. Yi Tianyi's projection pointed toward the center of the holographic display. Unity of hearts requires the essence of empathy as a guide. We must convene all beings of the myriad realms at the Heart Unity altar and transmit a shared belief through the empathy network, gathering the eternal light of unity, which can purify the void energy and restore the connections of the heart. 3 days later, Daoshi established the Heart Unity altar in the central star domain of the myriad realms. In the center stood a colossal empathy stone, connected by countless threads of empathy extending to every corner of the starry sea. Beings of the myriad realms gathered around the Heart Unity altar through time-space projections. The Doshin cultivators sat cross-legged. Technological warriors calibrated emotional amplifiers. Primal beings released warm mists of essence. And the beings of the chaos realm stabilized the threads of empathy using chaotic power. Daoshi stood before the empathy stone, holding Yi Tianyi's handwritten notes, her voice resonating through the empathy network across the myriad realms. The esteemed Yi Tianyi once stated that the core of the myriad paths lies in the communion of hearts, not in the accumulation of power. Today, we bridge our hearts through empathy and illuminate our beliefs as a guiding light, uniting all hearts to combat the void energy. She infused her spiritual energy into the notes, which erupted in golden brilliance, projecting images of Yi Tianyi cultivating, battling, and safeguarding. The beings witnessed him standing up for his companions in the Duki continent, fighting valiantly for civilization along the stellar defense line, and continuing to protect the myriad realms even after his transformation into the Tao. They each released their heartfelt beliefs, expressing desires for peace, cherishing their companions, and steadfastly upholding their legacies. Countless threads of belief converged through the empathy threads to the Heart Unity altar, and the empathy stone erupted in a radiant golden light, gradually forming the eternal light of unity that enveloped the entire myriad realms. Yi Tianyi's ethereal projection infused the light with eternal Tao power, unity of hearts. Belief as our blade. The eternal light of unity transformed into a golden torrent, surging toward the void zone. The golden flow collided with the void energy, instantly purifying the gray energy, reconnecting the severed empathy threads, and gradually restoring the emotions of the numb beings, rekindling their hope for life. As the final wisp of the void energy dissipated, Daoshi wielded the eternal light of all hearts, intricately weaving it into the empathy network. The threads of empathy grew sturdier, the luminous points at their tips flickering with a warm glow, symbolizing each vibrant soul. The ethereal projection of the Leaf Emperor spoke with a sense of relief. The convergence of all hearts is not an end, but rather a new beginning for the connection of souls. Henceforth, the empathy network shall serve as the spiritual bastion of the myriad realms, safeguarding the hearts of all beings. Daoshi bowed deeply, affirming, as a junior, I shall not fail the trust bestowed upon me by my predecessors, ensuring that the empathy network perpetually transmits warmth and conviction. In the century that followed, Daoshi enhanced the empathy network, establishing spiritual mentors at each empathy station to guide beings through their negative emotions. She also authored the Chronicles of Shared Hearts, a collection of poignant tales from the various civilizations of the myriad realms, allowing beings to experience a resonance of the soul through reading. One day, Daoshi received a distress signal from the solitary star civilization. Its inhabitants, having long dwelled in isolation, had gradually closed off their souls, nurturing a vast accumulation of void energy. The planet was shrouded in a gray mist, and its inhabitants had succumbed to a deep slumber on the brink of extinction. Daoshi promptly led the empathy practitioners to the solitary star civilization. Upon arrival, they found the beings curled within their abodes, eyes tightly shut, devoid of expression. Daoshi embedded an empathy stone into the planet's core, channeling the eternal light of all hearts in an attempt to awaken them. only to discover that their souls had erected formidable barriers, impervious to the light. Having sealed themselves away for too long, they needed the resonance of memories to shatter the barriers. Remembering the friendship between the Leaf Emperor and Xiao Yin recorded in her notes, she retrieved historical images of the solitary star civilization, projecting them into the consciousness of each being through the empathy network. The images revealed their ancestors aiding one another, collectively resisting calamities, despite their isolation. They had never lost their spiritual connection. Visions of ancestral memories emerged in the minds of the beings, their tightly shut eyes gradually opening, revealing a tapestry of complex emotions, gratitude, guilt, and longing for companionship. Seizing the opportunity, Daoshi infused the eternal light into their souls as the gray void energy slowly dissipated, revitalizing the planet of the solitary star civilization. We were wrong. We should not have closed ourselves off due to loneliness, one of the solitary beings choked out. Daoshi smiled and replied, "Loneliness is not to be feared. What is truly frightening is relinquishing the connection with others. From now on, an empathy station shall permanently reside in the solitary star, ensuring your eternal bond with the beings of the myriad realms." Upon returning to the central star domain, Daoshi inscribed in the Leaf Emperor's notes, "Empathy is not about forceful change, but about awakening the warmth that lies deep within. The convergence of all hearts does not demand uniformity. Rather, it is about mutual understanding that respects our differences. The path of the Leaf Emperor is one that allows every soul to find its belonging." A millennium later, Daoshi had become the holy emissary of all hearts in the myriad realms, leading empathy practitioners in weaving an unbreakable web of souls across the starry seas. Beside the empathy stone at the All Hearts altar, the handwritten notes of the Leaf Emperor were enshrined within a transparent crystal of the heart, and on the last page, a new passage had been added, co-written by Dao Shi and the beings of the myriad realms. From the youthful heart of Dochi continent to the myriad hearts of the realms, the Leaf Emperor proved with his life that the power of the heart surpasses all, and the warmth of empathy outshines any brilliance. On this day, standing at the All Hearts altar, Daoshi gazed at the interwoven threads of empathy across the starry sea, then looked up at the ethereal projection of the Leaf Emperor. She softly declared, "Predecessor, look, the beings of the myriad realms have connected their hearts. What you sought as the coalescence of all paths has transformed into the symbiosis of souls." The ethereal projection of the Leaf Emperor nodded with a smile, his form gradually merging with the empathy network. The convergence of all hearts leads to the convergence of the Tao. From this moment forth, I shall be a part of the empathy network, forever accompanying you. Golden sunlight bathed every inch of the All Hearts altar, as the glow of the empathy stone intertwined with the threads of the empathy network, while the laughter of beings and the resonant energies of their cultivation converged into a warm torrent. The legend of the Leaf Emperor had evolved from a solitary journey of battle into an eternal epic that transcended souls and connected all hearts, with the ideal of symbiosis becoming a shared belief among all beings of the myriad realms. From the city of Wutan in the Dochi continent to the All Hearts altar in the myriad realms, the presence of the Leaf Emperor had merged with all hearts, coexisting with empathy. His story would resonate eternally within the hearts of every being in the myriad realms, his convictions inspiring generations to come, as they forged ahead along the path of soul connection, until every heart in the myriad realms was tightly interlinked. Every civilization thrived in harmony, and every legacy endured in warmth, reaching towards eternity. Chapter 50. The Convergence of All Hearts, the End of the Emperor's Legend. Above the All Hearts altar in the myriad realms, the golden empathy network unfurled like a celestial canopy, with each thread connecting the hearts of the starry beings. Zhao Si, clad in the armor of the holy emissary of all hearts, wielded the empathy staff forged from the notes of the Leaf Emperor. Standing before the empathy stone at the center of the altar, today marked the grand ceremony of the convergence of all hearts in the myriad realms, where beings from various civilizations of the starry sea gathered through spatial projections to witness the ultimate fusion of the myriad realms with the empathy network. A millennium ago, the Leaf Emperor rose in the form of a battle hero, safeguarding against calamities with a heart of protection. A millennium later, we bridge with empathy to realize the convergence of all hearts and the symbiosis of all paths. Daoshi's voice echoed through the empathy network across the starry sea. Today, we shall activate the convergence of all hearts array, allowing every soul in the myriad realms to merge with the Tao principles of the Leaf Emperor, achieving true eternity. As her words faded, 12 beams of light suddenly illuminated the depths of the starry sea, symbolizing the 12 great civilizations of the myriad realms. The beams intertwined to form the pattern of the return of all paths, connecting with the empathy network as the beings below released their spiritual convictions, channeling them through the threads into the empathy stone. Lin Xiaoxing, Xingyu, Chenyu, Lin Xiaowu and Xiao Yin manifested around the All Hearts altar, their powers having fused with the essence of the myriad realms. Xiao Yan's power of the fighting sage radiated with a warm, chaotic energy. Xingyu's symbiotic force resonated with the light of the three realms, and Xinyu's technological strength wove through the fabric of time and space. The five of them simultaneously unleashed their essences into the convergence of All Hearts array. Convergence of All Hearts, activate. Dao, she commanded, wielding the empathy staff, as the empathy stone erupted in a resplendent golden light. The golden luminescence spread along the empathy network, enveloping the entirety of the myriad realms. The beings of the starry sea felt a surge of warmth within their hearts, resonating strongly with their companions and even strangers from distant star domains, as if all souls had transformed into one singular heart. At that moment, a rift suddenly appeared above the All Hearts altar, from which pure Tao source energy surged forth. This marked the first appearance of the fundamental source since the dawn of the myriad realms. The ethereal projection of the Leaf Emperor slowly materialized from the Tao source energy. His form no longer a mere illusion of light, but a solid entity, surrounded by radiant patterns of gold, purple, black, and white, each representing the cosmos, the source, chaos, and the heart, the convergence of all hearts, the return of all paths. The voice of the Leaf Emperor resonated with the authority of the Tao, yet was imbued with warmth. You have guided the myriad realms to achieve the unification of hearts. This is the ultimate vision I was unable to complete during my own transformation into eternity. Predecessor, you have materialized, Daoshi exclaimed with excitement. The Leaf Emperor nodded with a smile. The activation of the convergence of All Hearts array has awakened the Tao source energy, allowing me to emerge from my transformation and regain a form through which I can communicate with beings. From now on, I shall embody the Tao of the myriad realms and be your companion. With a wave of his hand, he infused the Tao source energy into the convergence of All Hearts array, instantly upgrading it to the Heart Realm array of the myriad paths. The stars of the starry sea began to rearrange themselves, forming a colossal star map of the Heart Realm, where each star corresponded to the soul of a being, resonating in harmony with their spirits. Though the Tao source energy was potent, it required the core of the Heart Realm to stabilize. The Emperor Yi pointed towards the empathy stone, a gem that had amalgamated the beliefs of myriad living beings, capable of transforming into the core of the Heart Realm. However, it demanded a sacrifice of one's own spiritual essence to bind with the core, to eternally safeguard the Heart Realm of myriad paths. I shall do it, Daoshi declared without hesitation, asserting her role as the saint envoy of 10,000 hearts, for it was her mission to protect the Heart Realm. Lin Xiaoxing, Xingyu, and others rallied to volunteer as well, but were halted by the Emperor Yi. Daoshi's spiritual essence resonates perfectly with the web of empathy. Only she is fit for this endeavor. But fret not, for once she binds to the core, her spirit will merge with the Heart Realm, forever remaining with you all. Daoshi approached the empathy stone, placing her palm upon its surface, channeling the Eternal Heart Sutra. Her form gradually became translucent, her spiritual essence transforming into a golden stream of light that flowed into the empathy stone. The stone erupted in resplendent brilliance, morphing into a core of the Heart Realm, suspended above the altar of 10,000 hearts, surrounded by countless luminescent points of spiritual essence. I am here, Daoshi's voice resonated from within the core, imbued with warmth and a gentle smile. I will forever guard the Heart Realm of myriad paths, protecting every single spirit. The Emperor Yi gazed upon the Heart Realm core, his eyes filled with satisfaction. The Heart Realm of myriad paths is now established. Henceforth, the beings of this realm shall no longer suffer from spiritual barriers or the anguish of obsessions. All civilizations shall share the power of the Tao source, and every being shall cultivate the eternal way together. He turned to address the beings of the Star Sea, his voice echoing through every corner. My journey of battles began in the city of Wutan on the Doqi continent, traversing the vastness of the starry rivers, witnessing the amalgamation of the three realms, the cohabitation of the return to the void, and the empathy of 10,000 hearts. Today, it has finally reached its conclusion. Yet, this is not the end, but a new beginning for the realm of myriad paths. I shall divide the power of the Tao source into two parts. One part shall merge into the Heart Realm of myriad paths to nurture all beings, while the other shall transform into the Pearl of 10,000 paths, hidden within the city of Wutan on the Doqi continent. Should any being in the future awaken this pearl, they shall learn the tales of the realm of myriad paths and become a new inheritor. Upon finishing, the figure of Emperor Yi gradually fused with the Heart Realm array, his voice transforming into a golden light that encircled the altar of 10,000 hearts. The myriad paths are boundless. The Heart Realm is infinite. Remain steadfast in your original intentions, and the legend shall endure. Remember, true eternity is not the eternity of power, but the eternity of the spirit. The eternity of guardianship and empathy. As the last vestiges of his voice faded, the heart realm array erupted with a golden radiance. The stars of the star sea twinkling alongside the luminous points of spiritual essence, forming an everlasting light that transcended time and space. Lin Xiaoxing, Xingyu, Chenyu, Lin Xiaowu, and Xiao Yin stood upon the altar of 10,000 hearts, gazing at the scene before them, their eyes brimming with excitement and contentment. They understood that while the legend of Emperor Yi had reached its conclusion, the story of the realm of myriad paths was only just beginning. A millennium later, the heart realm of myriad paths had become the most prosperous domain in the cosmos. Beings connected through their spirits, sharing knowledge and heritage, practicing without encountering bottlenecks, and civilizations coexisting without conflict. Surrounding the altar of 10,000 hearts, the Hall of 10,000 Legends was established, showcasing Emperor Yi's Star Emperor's Sword, handwritten notes, the Hongmeng model, and all the experiences he had from the Doqi continent to the realm of myriad paths. Daily, beings from various civilizations of the Star Sea visited the hall to listen to the legend of Emperor Yi, a youth from a parallel world of the Doqi continent. Guided by the Pearl of 10,000 Paths, arrived in the realm of myriad paths. He stood before the statue of Emperor Yi, determination gleaming in his eyes. I too wish to follow in the footsteps of the esteemed Emperor Yi, departing from the Doqi continent to protect those around me and safeguard all civilizations. Suddenly, the statue radiated golden light, and the ethereal figure of Emperor Yi slowly materialized. Speaking gently, "Go forth, young one. Remember, regardless of your origins or the strength of your powers, as long as you harbor the spirit of guardianship and empathy, you are the inheritor of the myriad paths, the continuer of the legend." The youth clenched his fists, turning away from the Hall of 10,000 Legends, embarking on his own path of cultivation. Outside, the star map above the altar of 10,000 hearts continued its celestial dance. The radiance of the heart realm core as warm as ever, while the beings of the star sea, nourished by the power of the Tao source, lived in happiness and tranquility. Golden sunlight bathed every inch of land in the realm of myriad paths. As the light of the heart realm intertwined with the stars of the star sea, where beings of different civilizations coexisted harmoniously and the powers of varying systems perfectly melded. The legend of Emperor Yi had evolved from a solitary tale of growth into a collective memory shared by all beings of the realm, becoming an eternal beacon in the cosmos. From the city of Wutan on the Doqi continent to the altar of 10,000 hearts in the realm of myriad paths. From a solitary battle to the convergence of 10,000 hearts, the figure of Emperor Yi had become one with the myriad paths, coexisting with the spirit and cohabiting with eternity. His story shall resonate through infinite times and realms, forever inspiring generations of beings to persist in their guardianship, empathy, and the eternal way of myriad paths, advancing until the end of time and the culmination of the great Tao. Chapter 51, a new chapter of inheritance. The voyage of the heart realm. Within the star harbor of the realm of myriad paths, sleek heart realm vessels were gradually entering the temporal pathways. The hulls were adorned with faint golden spiritual patterns, and the bows were embedded with miniature fragments of the heart realm core, capable of automatically connecting to the web of empathy during their voyage, sensing the spiritual fluctuations of the beings in the star sea in real time. Xiao Fan, a youth from the parallel Doqi continent, donned a black outfit embedded with the pearl of 10,000 paths, standing at the helm of the ship Voyager. In his hand, he held a silver heart realm communicator, the screen displaying footage of Emperor Yi cultivating in Wutan City, an initial memory automatically stored upon activating the pearl of 10,000 paths. How long until we reach the first unknown heart domain? Xiao Fan inquired, his eyes sparkling with anticipation. In the cockpit, the ethereal figure of Chenyu appeared. He had now integrated his consciousness into the web of time and space of the myriad paths, able to project his avatar to any corner of the star sea. 3 days of travel remain, the figure proclaimed with a smile. The unknown heart domain may harbor untouched spiritual systems. Remember the words of the esteemed Emperor Yi. Communicate with an empathetic heart rather than through force. Xiao Fan nodded, pressing the pearl of 10,000 paths to his forehead. Within his sea of consciousness, the voice of Emperor Yi resonated softly. The essence of inheritance is not to replicate my path, but to carve out your own journey of guardianship. The beings of the unknown heart domain may possess different cultivation methods, yet the foundational spirit of guardianship and empathy is a universal language among all civilizations. 3 days later, the Voyager arrived at the fringes of the unknown heart domain. The sight before Xiao Fan left him in awe. The stars of this celestial region shimmered in a pale blue hue, and countless transparent bubbles of spiritual essence floated within the starry sky. Within these bubbles, he could faintly perceive scenes of emotions, joy from children at play, the focused diligence of cultivators, and the gentle storytelling of elders. Energy within the spiritual bubbles detected to be of the same origin as the empathy force. No hostility detected. The mechanical assistant announced. Following Chun Yu's guidance, Xiao Fan retrieved the empathy stone, infusing it into the core of the heart realm vessel. Activate spiritual projection, allowing them to witness our goodwill. The vessel projected images of the realm of myriad paths, beings coexisting harmoniously, cultivators from various civilizations practicing side by side, and the spiritual plans of the return to the void radiating warm light. As the beings within the spiritual bubbles witnessed the imagery, the bubbles began to drift closer to the vessel. A girl from the heart butterfly tribe, her form reminiscent of a butterfly, emerged from one of the bubbles, surrounded by a soft blue aura of spiritual energy. She gently inquired, "Who are you? Where do you come from?" "We hail from the realm of myriad paths, explorers of the heart realm." Xiao Fan channeled the power of the pearl of 10,000 paths, transmitting his spiritual memories to the girl. "We hope to forge a connection with you, sharing our cultivation insights and jointly safeguarding this expanse of the star sea." The heart butterfly girl, feeling the warmth in Xiao Fan's memories, smiled. "I am Dai Yu of the heart butterfly tribe. Our heart domain is known as the blue heart realm, and our people feed on spiritual energy, having never interacted with external civilizations. Your arrival has opened our eyes to new possibilities." Under Dai Yu's guidance, the Voyager sailed into the core planet of the blue heart realm. The land here is adorned with blue heart moss, which, when trodden upon, evokes subtle emotional fluctuations. The heart-light fruit trees in the air bear luminescent fruits, each encapsulating pure heart energy. The beings of the blue heart realm gather around, engaging in telepathic communication with Xiao Fan, sharing their lives and cultivation methods. However, just as the two races revel in their exchange, the sky of the blue heart realm suddenly darkens, and the heart bubbles become murky, permeated by an unsettling aura. Dai Yu's expression shifts dramatically. It is the heart demon turbulence. Occurring once every century, it devours the heart energy of our kin, plunging us into madness. Xiao Fan promptly retrieves the heart realm communicator to contact Chunyu. "The blue heart realm is beset by the heart demon turbulence. I request assistance." Chun Yu's ethereal figure swiftly manifests. The heart demon turbulence is a manifestation of negative emotional energies. It must be purified with the eternal light of 10,000 hearts. I have mobilized the heart beliefs of the myriad beings through the empathy network. You will connect the inheritance pearl with the core of the blue heart realm to activate the purifying power. Following the guidance, Xiao Fan accompanies Dai Yu to the heart core palace of the blue heart realm. In the center of the palace, the blue heart core emits a faint glow, while the surrounding heart energy is gradually corroded by the heart demon turbulence. Xiao Fan embeds the inheritance pearl into the blue heart core and channels the eternal heart mantra. "Beings of the myriad realms, bestow upon me your strength." The denizens of the myriad realms transmit their heart beliefs through the empathy network. The inheritance pearl erupts with golden radiance, merging with the blue heart core, slowly forming a purifying light that envelopes the entire blue heart realm. The golden light collides with the heart demon turbulence, gradually dissipating the negative emotions within it, restoring the heart bubbles to transparency and brightening the sky of the blue heart realm once more. "We have succeeded," Du exclaims excitedly, handing Xiao Fan a blue heart butterfly crystal. "This is a fragment of the heart core of the heart butterfly clan. Wear it, and you shall be honored as a member of the blue heart realm. From now on, the blue heart realm wishes to forge a symbiotic partnership with the myriad realms." Xiao Fan receives the crystal and merges it with the inheritance pearl. The two gems burst forth with intertwined golden and blue light, forming a connection pattern in the air, successfully linking the empathy network of the blue heart realm with that of the myriad realms. Through telepathic resonance, the beings of both realms share in each other's joy and beliefs. Upon returning to the myriad realms, Xiao Fan reports his experiences in the blue heart realm to Dao Shi and Lin Xiaoxing at the eternal heart altar. Dao Shi smiles and remarks, "You have successfully established a connection with a new civilization using the inheritance of the esteemed Leaf Emperor. You truly embody the heart realm messenger of the myriad realms." Lin Xiaoxing adds, "Next, you shall lead an exploration team to venture into more unknown heart domains, spreading the ideals of the myriad heart realm to every corner beyond the starry seas." In the ensuing century, Xiao Fan leads the exploration team across dozens of unknown heart domains. In the rock heart realm, they assist the beings made of stone in overcoming a crisis of spiritual rigidity. In the dream heart realm, they awaken the slumbering dream beings through the power of empathy. In the illusion heart realm, they collaborate with beings adept in mental illusions to develop the heart truth mirror, aiding beings in distinguishing between illusion and reality. Upon reaching each heart domain, Xiao Fan connects the inheritance pearl with a local heart core, disseminating the ideals of the myriad heart realm. An increasing number of civilizations join the Heart Realm Alliance, continuously expanding the reach of the empathy network, even extending into the outer heart sea beyond the starry seas. One day, the exploration team arrives at the origin heart domain of the outer heart sea. The beings here are composed entirely of pure heart energy, and they inform Xiao Fan that deep within the outer heart sea lies a monument of heart realm origins, inscribed with the secrets of the source of heart energy, which even bears a mysterious connection to the myriad laws of the Leaf Emperor. Xiao Fan immediately leads his team to the depths of the origin heart domain. In the center of a sea composed of heart energy, they discover the monument of heart realm origins. The monument is etched with ancient patterns, and as Xiao Fan places the inheritance pearl upon it, the patterns suddenly illuminate, revealing a vision. In the vision, a youthful Leaf Emperor practices in the Dochi continent, his heart belief transforming into a golden stream of light, traversing the starry seas and connecting with the source of the outer heart sea. After achieving eternal transcendence, his myriad laws nourish the heart sea, giving rise to countless heart civilizations. In the final moments of the vision, the voice of the Leaf Emperor resonates. Heart energy is the genesis of the myriad paths. The Heart Realm Alliance is the culmination of the myriad paths. Inheritor, you must build empathy as a bridge, allowing all heart civilizations to find their home within the myriad paths. Xiao Fan finally comprehends that the myriad laws of the Leaf Emperor not only integrate the cosmos, the source, and the forces of chaos, but also encompass the very essence of heart energy. He embeds the inheritance pearl into the origin monument, connecting its patterns with the empathy network, allowing the heart energy of the outer heart sea to flow along the threads into the eternal heart altar of the myriad realms. Above the eternal heart altar, the ethereal figure of the Leaf Emperor reappears. He gazes at Xiao Fan, his eyes filled with satisfaction. Xiao Fan, you have grasped the true essence of the inheritance. From this day forth, you shall be the lord of the Heart Realm, leading the Heart Realm Alliance toward broader starry seas. Xiao Fan bows respectfully. I shall not fail in my mission, ensuring that the ideals of the esteemed Leaf Emperor resonate throughout every corner of the universe. A millennium later, Xiao Fan has ascended to become the supreme commander of the Heart Realm Alliance. He leads the beings of the Alliance in establishing the Eternal Heart Sanctuary in the Outer Heart Sea, where the inheritance pearl of the Leaf Emperor and the monument of Heart Realm origins are enshrined. In the sanctuary's plaza, beings from diverse heart domains gather daily, exchanging insights on cultivation and sharing the joys of life through telepathic resonance. One day, Xiao Fan stands atop the sanctuary, gazing at the myriad heart domains of the Outer Heart Sea. A child from the Blue Heart Realm approaches him, curious, and asks, Lord Xiao Fan, does the esteemed Leaf Emperor truly exist? Where is he now? Xiao Fan smiles and points to the empathy network above, gesturing to each being around him. He is right here, within our hearts, in every thread of the empathy network, in the protective beliefs of every civilization. He has never departed. He has simply become a part of the Heart Realm Alliance, forever accompanying us. The child nods, seemingly understanding, and extends a small hand to touch the heart energy in the air. A wisp of golden light rises from his palm, merging with the empathy network, intertwining with countless beams of light, illuminating the entire Outer Heart Sea. The golden sunlight bathes every inch of the Eternal Heart Sanctuary, as the radiance of the monument of Heart Realm origins harmonizes with the threads of the empathy network, allowing beings from different heart domains to coexist in harmony, with the diverse systems of heart energy merging flawlessly. The legend of the Leaf Emperor has evolved from an individual's journey of breaking through to a grand epic that spans across the starry seas, connecting the Outer Heart Sea with the ideals of the myriad heart realm, becoming the shared faith of all heart civilizations, inscribing an unceasing narrative of guardianship, empathy, and inheritance throughout the endless expanse of time and heart domains. From the city of Wu-Tan in the Dochi continent to the Eternal Heart Sanctuary in the Outer Heart Sea, from one individual's triumph to the Myriad Heart Alliance, the figure of the Leaf Emperor has become one with the heart, coexisting with the starry seas and the essence of the Outer Heart Sea. His tale shall forever be passed down through the boundless universe and heart domains, inspiring generation after generation of beings to safeguard the heart, to foster empathy and coexistence, and to pursue the eternity of the myriad paths ever onward, until the end of the heart and the shores of the starry seas, into the eternal future. Chapter 52. The Oath of the Heart Realm Alliance. Shared prosperity of the Domain Sea. In the plaza of the Eternal Heart Sanctuary in the Outer Heart Sea, beings from over 100 heart domains gather. Among them are the luminescent beings of the Blue Heart Realm's Heart Butterfly clan, the rock-bodied Stone Spirit clan of the Rock Heart Realm, and the Dream Beasts of the Dream Heart Realm, who reside in dreams. Today marks the grand ceremony for the Heart Realm Alliance Oath, where all clans will jointly sign the Covenant of Coexistence in the Domain C, officially establishing the Interdomain Heart Realm Alliance, with Xiao Fan serving as its inaugural leader. Clad in armor adorned with the Inheritance Pearl and Heart Butterfly Crystal, and wielding the Empathy Scepter, Xiao Fan stands on the elevated platform before the sanctuary. He gazes at the diverse yet resolute beings in the plaza, his voice resonating through the empathy network across the Outer Heart Sea. A millennium ago, the esteemed Leaf Emperor carved the myriad paths with his indomitable spirit. Today, we pledge with empathy to let the heart realms of 100 domains thrive together. The essence of the Covenant of Coexistence in the Domain C lies in the three principles of non-infringement: refraining from appropriating the spiritual energies of other realms, abstaining from interfering with the developmental trajectories of other civilizations, and refusing to abandon any heart realm that finds itself in peril. As these words echoed, the central monument of coexistence in the plaza suddenly illuminated with myriad radiant patterns, each corresponding to the emblem of a heart realm. Representatives from various races stepped forward in succession, infusing their own spiritual essence into the glowing patterns, which intertwined to form the intricate tapestry of the Domain C's coexistence, merging with the empathic web of the myriad realms. At that moment, the alarm of the temple blared abruptly, signaling severe spiritual fluctuations emanating from the dark heart belt at the edge of the Outer Heart Sea. Xiao Fan promptly retrieved the heart realm communicator, and the image on the screen rendered his countenance pale. A black, heart-consuming mist emerged from the dark heart belt, within which a colossal, heart-devouring beast could be discerned, devouring spiritual bubbles and rendering the emotions of living beings into naught. It was the heart-consuming mist. The representative from the Blue Heart Realm, Daiyu, gasped in alarm. Ancient texts recorded that this was the spiritual negative entropy born at the inception of the Outer Heart Sea, appearing once every 10,000 years, capable of devouring all spiritual energy. Xiao Fan immediately commanded, "All heart realms, activate your spiritual defense arrays." The Rock Spirit clan of the Rock Heart Realm shall erect stone barriers to repel the heart-consuming mist, while the Dream Beast clan of the Dream Heart Realm shall utilize dream energy to soothe the affected beings. I shall lead the elite of the Alliance to investigate the Dark Heart Belt. Half an hour later, the elite team led by Xiao Fan arrived at the Dark Heart Belt. The black heart-consuming mist surged like a tide, and a beast, comparable in size to a star, burst forth from the fog, its body encrusted with gray, spiritual scabs, effortlessly shattering the spiritual shield of their vessel. Ordinary attacks proved futile against it. Harnessing the power of the Inheritance Pearl, Xiao Fan infused the myriad laws of the Heavenly Emperor Yi into the empathic Imperial Staff. Realizing that only by merging the spiritual essences of the 100 realms could they coalesce the Domain C's myriad heart cannon to pierce through its spiritual scabs. He called upon the various races through the empathic web. Partners of the Heart Realm Alliance, we must unite our efforts. Convey your spiritual convictions to combat the heart-devouring beast. The myriad beings responded in kind. The spiritual energy of the Blue Heart Realm transformed into streams of azure light. The convictions of the Rock Heart Realm solidified into brown barriers, and the dream powers of the Dream Heart Realm wove into a purple light net. Countless streams of spiritual energy converged through the empathic web, coalescing before Xiao Fan into a golden Domain C's myriad heart cannon. Domain C's myriad heart, shatter. Xiao Fan swung the Imperial Staff, and the golden cannon light surged toward the heart-devouring beast. The cannon light struck the beast's scabs, creating a breach through which pure spiritual energy was revealed. It turned out that the heart-devouring beast was merely a native spiritual beast tainted by negative entropy. Its essence was pure, having only been corrupted by the heart-consuming mist. A glimmer of understanding flickered in Xiao Fan's eyes as he leaped from the vessel, employing the Eternal Heart technique to connect his own spiritual essence with that of the native spiritual beast. In his sea of consciousness, memories of the native spiritual beast unfolded. It had once been the guardian of the Outer Heart Sea, corrupted by negative entropy during a spiritual cataclysm 1,000,000 years ago, reduced to a puppet of the heart-consuming mist. We have come to aid in your purification. Xiao Fan infused the myriad powers of the Inheritance Pearl into the native spiritual beast, while myriad beings transmitted warm convictions through the empathic web. The golden light streams gradually dispelled the negative entropy within the heart-devouring beast, causing its form to shrink until it transformed into a docile white spiritual beast. Affectionately nudging Xiao Fan's arm, the native spiritual beast led the assembly to the core of the Dark Heart Belt. where a black core of negative entropy continuously released heart-consuming mist. Collaborating with representatives from the 100 realms, Xiaofan established the Domain C Purification Array, infusing the pure essence of the native spiritual beast along with the myriad powers of the Inheritance Pearl into the array. The negative entropy core was gradually enveloped by golden light streams, ultimately morphing into a pale gray crystal of negative entropy, stripped of its corruptive abilities. With the crisis averted, Xiaofan returned to the Myriad Heart Sanctum, embedding the negative entropy crystal within the Monument of Coexistence. The crystal fused with the coexistence patterns, resulting in the emergence of a spiritual alert pattern, capable of foreseeing crises from the outer heart sea. The ethereal visage of the Heavenly Emperor Yi materialized from the Inheritance Pearl, gazing upon the jubilant beings in the plaza with warmth as he proclaimed, "The establishment of the Cross-Realm Heart-Realm Alliance has truly realized the mutual prosperity of the Domain C. Xiaofan, you have demonstrated through your actions that inheritance is not merely following, but transcending." Xiaofan bowed respectfully, stating, "This is the result of the collective efforts of all races, guided by the principles of the esteemed Heavenly Emperor." The visage smiled and shook his head. Beyond the outer heart sea lies an even vaster void heart realm, where the ultimate secrets of spiritual energy are concealed. And it shall be your next objective. In the millennia that followed, Xiaofan led the Cross-Realm Heart-Realm Alliance in the exploration of the void heart realm. Within this realm, they uncovered fragments of spiritual laws, unraveled the origin mystery of the native spiritual beasts, and discovered the myriad heart imprint lost in the void during the time of the Heavenly Emperor Ye's transcendence into eternity. When this heart imprint merged with the Inheritance Pearl, it enabled the empathic web to encompass the void, forming a closed loop with the source of the myriad realm's powers. On one particular day, as Xiaofan stood amidst the heart essence pool of the void heart realm, he fused the myriad heart imprint with his own spiritual essence. His body gradually melded with the void heart realm, and the voice of the Heavenly Emperor Yi resonated within his consciousness. The void heart realm is the birthplace of spiritual energy. You have merged with it. And from now on, you shall be the master of the void heart, responsible for safeguarding the balance of spiritual energies between the Domain C and the void. Xiaofan opened his eyes, enveloped in intertwining golden, blue, and brown light patterns, representing the myriad realms, the outer heart sea, and the void heart realm, respectively. With a wave of his hand, the void heart realm and the outer heart sea formed a triad of heart realms, allowing spiritual energy to flow freely among the three realms. Beings could traverse effortlessly between different heart realms through the empathic web. Before the Monument of Coexistence in the Myriad Heart Sanctum, Xiaofan inscribed a new inscription, from the Duki continent to the Triad Heart Realm, from the protection of one to the shared prosperity of myriad realms. The myriad principles of the esteemed Heavenly Emperor have become the beacon of spiritual enlightenment. The vow of the Cross-Realm Heart-Realm Alliance shall forever illuminate the Domain C and the void. A child of the Void Heart Realm, tugging at Xiaofan's garment, inquired, "Leader Xiao, what is the ultimate secret of the spirit that the Heavenly Emperor spoke of?" Pointing to the inscription on the monument, Xiaofan smiled and replied, "The ultimate secret is that when all spirits are interconnected, it is the time of the eternal myriad." The child, seemingly grasping the concept yet not entirely, nodded and extended a small hand to touch the monument. A stream of golden light surged from the stone, merging into his palm, transforming into a miniature myriad heart imprint. This was the recognition of the void heart realm for its new inheritor, a continuation of the Heavenly Emperor's principles. Golden sunlight bathed the plaza of the Myriad Heart Sanctum, as the radiance of the monument intertwined with the light bands of the Triad Heart Realm, while the laughter of the myriad beings and the fluctuations of spiritual energy converged into a warm torrent. The legend of the Heavenly Emperor had transcended from a solitary journey of breaking through to an epic of spiritual connection spanning the Domain C and the void. The principles of the Myriad Heart Realm had become a shared belief among all spiritual civilizations. From the city of Wutan on the Duki continent to the heart essence pool of the Void Heart Realm, from the struggle of one to the mastery of the three realms, the figure of the Heavenly Emperor now resided in the essence of the spirit, coexisting with the Domain C and the void. His story shall eternally reverberate through the endless Domain C and the void, inspiring generations of beings to safeguard the spirit, to empathize and coexist, and to strive for the eternal myriad, advancing relentlessly until they reach the terminus of the spirit, the shores of the Domain C, the depths of the void, and the everlasting future. Chapter 53. Seeking the source in the void, restoring the heart core. Within the nebula of the void heart realm, Xiaofan floated amidst a gentle lavender stream of spiritual energy, surrounded by intertwining golden and purple light patterns formed by the myriad heart imprint and the inheritance pearl. he endeavored to decipher the Codex of Void Spirituality, an ancient tome composed of pure spiritual energy, chronicling the origins of the Void Heart Realm and the clues left by the Heavenly Emperor Yi. The characters of the Codex of Void Spirituality flowed through Xiao Fan's sea of consciousness, gradually weaving together a vivid image, millennia ago. During the time when the Heavenly Emperor Yi transcended into eternity, he had detached a portion of his spiritual essence to form the myriad heart core, hidden within the chaotic heart abyss of the Void Heart Realm. Should the Triad Heart Realm face an ultimate crisis in the future, the heart core would be necessary to activate the grand array of myriad spiritual energies to safeguard all spiritual civilizations. Where lies the chaotic heart abyss? Xiao Fan inquired, connecting with Dai Yu at the myriad heart sanctum through the empathic web. After a brief moment, the image of Dai Yu materialized beside the nebula, cradling the star map of the blue heart realm in her hands. According to ancient texts, the chaotic heart abyss is the spiritual singularity of the void heart realm, and it requires the gathering of 3 essence tokens from the heart domains of the 3 realms to pinpoint its location. The empathy stone from the myriad path realm, the primal spirit beast crystal core from the outer heart sea, and the void tears from the void heart realm. Without delay, Xiao Fan sprang into action and, within 3 days, collected the 3 essence tokens. Upon infusing these tokens into the void heart cannon, the tome erupted in a resplendent blaze, projecting a golden coordinate at the heart of the nebula, revealing the very location of the chaotic heart abyss. While aboard the heart realm vessel en route to the chaotic heart abyss, Xiao Fan communicated with the ethereal projection of Emperor Yi Tian through the inheritance pearl. Senior, why must the myriad path heart core be concealed in such a perilous place? The projection replied gently. The chaotic spiritual force of the chaotic heart abyss nurtures the heart core, while also discerning the true guardians. Only those with a pure heart of empathy and a steadfast belief in protection can approach the heart core. Should one harbor impure thoughts, they will be consumed by the chaotic force. 3 days later, the vessel arrived at the chaotic heart abyss. The sight before Xiao Fan was nothing short of breathtaking. The abyss was a swirling vortex of distorted spiritual energy, with a faintly golden crystal visible at its center, the myriad path heart core. Surrounding the vortex, dark chaotic heart demons continuously emerged, born from the accumulation of negative emotional energy. Upon spotting the vessel, they surged forward with frenzied aggression. Activate the spiritual defense array, Xiao Fan commanded, channeling the myriad path heart seal to encase the vessel in a golden protective shield. The chaotic heart demons collided with the shield, emitting piercing howls as the patterns upon the shield gradually dimmed. Realizing that a direct confrontation was futile, Xiao Fan retrieved the 3 essence tokens, transforming them into 3 streams of light that he infused into the chaotic heart abyss. Essence, guide the path. Reveal the heart core. The 3 streams of light carved a passage within the vortex, and Xiao Fan leaped into the channel, soaring toward the myriad path heart core. Within the passage, countless spiritual illusions manifested, depicting his childhood memories from the parallel Duki continent, the arduous exploration of unknown heart domains, and his unwavering resolve to protect all living beings. Remained steadfast in his core beliefs, Xiao Fan remained undeterred by the illusions, ultimately reaching the center of the vortex. The myriad path heart core floated in the void, radiating a warm, spiritual energy. As Xiao Fan's palm made contact with the heart core, a flood of memories surged into his consciousness. The resilience of Emperor Yi Tian during his cultivation on the Duki continent, his fierce determination in the battle of the stellar cataclysm, and his aspirations for the myriad path realm during the eternal transformation. Xiao Fan finally comprehended that the myriad path heart core was not merely the essence of the spirit, but also the embodiment of Emperor Yi Tian's protective conviction. Xiao Fan, you have passed the trial. The ethereal projection of Emperor Yi Tian emerged from the heart core. Now, merge the myriad path heart core with your spiritual essence and become the heartmaster of the myriad path. The future crises of the heart domains must be resolved by you. Xiao Fan nodded, channeling the myriad path eternal art as he infused his spiritual essence into the heart core. The heart core erupted in dazzling brilliance, merging with Xiao Fan's being, causing his aura to surge dramatically. The golden and purple light patterns enveloped him, transforming into a pair of spiritual wings, granting him mastery over the energies of the void heart realm. At that moment, the chaotic heart abyss trembled violently, and Dai Yu's urgent communication echoed. Xiao Fan, Lord of the Alliance, a rift has appeared at the edge of the void heart realm, from which a deadened spiritual energy is surging forth. Wherever it passes, the spiritual energy of living beings is frozen, and even the empathy web cannot connect. Without hesitation, Xiao Fan returned to the vessel with the myriad path heart core and flew towards the rift. Upon arrival, he witnessed the black, deadened energy pouring from the rift. with the beings of the void heart realm huddled in place, their eyes vacant and devoid of emotion. The primal spirit beasts attempted to intervene, but were swiftly frozen, transforming into lifeless statues of ice. The deadened spiritual energy was a byproduct of the depletion of spiritual essence, far more terrifying than the heart-devouring mist. The projection of Emperor Yi Tian spoke gravely. We must immediately activate the Myriad Path spiritual array, using the energy of the Myriad Path heart core to repair the rift and purify the deadened energy. Xiao Fan swiftly called upon the beings of the three realms through the empathy web. All companions, transmit your spiritual convictions to me and activate the Myriad Path spiritual array. The Dao Shi of the Myriad Path realm released a warm spiritual energy from the core of the heart realm, while the various beings of the outer heart conveyed their beliefs through the coexistence steel. The spirits of the void heart realm also unleashed their primal powers. Countless streams of spiritual energy converged within Xiao Fan, who raised a Myriad Path heart core above his head. Myriad Path spiritual array, activate. The golden array patterns unfurled in the void, enveloping the entire void heart realm. The light streams emitted by the array surged into the rift, gradually constricting it as the deadened energy was purified, transforming into pure spiritual energy, which revitalized the frozen beings. The primal spirit beasts regained their vitality, and the inhabitants of the void heart realm once again beamed with joy. As the last remnants of deadened energy were purified, Xiao Fan embedded the Myriad Path heart core into the center of the rift, sealing it completely and forming a golden spiritual protection pattern that would eternally safeguard the void heart realm. The projection of Emperor Yi Tian expressed his contentment. Xiao Fan, you have become a worthy heart master of the Myriad Path. From this day forth, the heart domains of the three realms will truly achieve spiritual unity, and all beings will share the essence of the spirit, ensuring that no further crises will arise. A millennium later, Xiao Fan continued to serve as the heart master of the Myriad Path, guarding the peace of the heart domains. He established the heart core's sanctuary beside the chaotic heart abyss, enshrining the Myriad Path heart core within, allowing beings from various races to come and contemplate Emperor Yi Tian's protective convictions. Upon the walls of the sanctuary, Xiao Fan inscribed the emperor's famous saying, "The power of the spirit transcends time and space, connects all realms, and creates eternity." On this day, a girl named Xiaoyan, hailing from the parallel Duki continent, arrived at the heart core's sanctuary, guided by the inheritance pearl. Gazing at the Myriad Path heart core, her eyes shone with determination. I too wish to protect all civilizations with the power of the spirit, just like Senior Emperor Yi Tian and Lord Xiao Fan. Suddenly, the Myriad Path heart core illuminated, and the ethereal projection of Emperor Yi Tian slowly materialized, infusing a strand of spiritual essence into Xiaoyan's being. Go forth, child. Remember, no matter the crisis you face, as long as you harbor empathy and protection in your heart, the light of the spirit shall never extinguish. Xiaoyan clenched her fists, turned, and departed from the heart core's sanctuary, embarking on her own path of spiritual inheritance. Outside the sanctuary, the void heart cannon floated in mid-air, its pages turning autonomously, chronicling the new tales of the heart domains. In the distance, primal spirit beasts frolicked among the essence nebulae with beings from various races, while the strands of the empathy web intertwined into magnificent patterns. The golden sunlight bathed every inch of the void heart realm, as the radiance of the Myriad Path heart core harmonized with the luminous strands of the heart domains, allowing beings of diverse civilizations to coexist in harmony, with different systems of spiritual energy merging seamlessly. The legend of Emperor Yi Tian has evolved from an individual's journey of overcoming adversity into an eternal epic that spans the three realms, connecting countless souls. The ideals of the Myriad Path realm have become the shared faith of all spiritual civilizations, inscribing an unending narrative of guardianship, empathy, and inheritance across the vast void and domain seas. From the city of Wutan on the Duki continent to the heart core sanctuary in the void heart realm, from a solitary struggle to becoming the heart master of myriad realms, the figure of Emperor Yi Tian has become one with the spirit, coexisting with the void and existing alongside eternity. His story shall resonate through the infinite realms of time and spirit, inspiring generations of beings to protect the spirit, to empathize and coexist, and to strive ceaselessly for the eternal myriad path until the very end of the spirit, the shores of the void, and the eternal future. Chapter 54. The Continuity of the Heart Pulse, a new chapter of the myriad path. Outside the heart core sanctuary of the void heart realm, the young girl Xiaoyan held the inheritance pearl, gazing at the intertwining strands of spiritual light in the distance. She had just completed the trial of the heart pulse, the final test to become a spiritual inheritor, needing to maintain her core convictions amidst the illusions of the essence nebula and resolve her own negative emotions. At this moment, the inheritance pearl radiated a soft, golden glow, resonating perfectly with her spiritual essence. Xiaoyan, your trial resulted the best in nearly a millennium. The figure of Xiao Fan emerged from the light, his spiritual wings now transformed into a gentle halo. The legacy of Senior Emperor Yi Tian requires pure-hearted young individuals like you to convey the ideals of the myriad path to even more distant realms beyond the heart. Xiaoyan's eyes gleamed with anticipation. What is the domain beyond the heart? Does it also harbor a civilization of the mind? With a smile, Xiao Fan gestured toward the depths of the void. The domain beyond the heart lies beyond the realms of the three worlds. An unknown territory where it is said that primordial mental tribes exist, untouched by external civilizations, and their form of mental energy is entirely distinct from ours. Your mission is to serve as the inaugural envoy and establish a connection with them. 3 days later, Xiaoyan boarded the starship, Heart Journey, embarking toward the domain beyond the heart. The vessel was equipped with a mental translator, a device developed by Chun Yu's team that combines technology with mental energy, capable of converting various forms of mental waves into comprehensible information. Along the way, Xiaoyan diligently studied the handwritten notes of Emperor Yi Tian, particularly his insights on intercivilizational communication. When engaging with unknown civilizations, respect surpasses persuasion, and listening is more crucial than expression. Half a month later, the starship arrived at the periphery of the domain beyond the heart. The starry sky here exhibited a rare spectrum of colors, with countless semi-transparent mental isles floating in the air, adorned with silver mental vines through which beings resembling fireflies flitted. These were the primordial mental tribes. Xiaoyan activated the mental translator, releasing gentle mental waves. I come from the realms of the three worlds, harboring no malice, merely wishing to communicate with you. The native beings halted their movements, curiously gathering around. Their mental waves transformed into melodious voices through the translator. You carry the scent of light, reminiscent of the heart core tree we protect. Under the guidance of the native beings, Xiaoyan ascended to the largest mental isle. At the center stood a towering tree, its trunk adorned with golden patterns, crowned by a transparent heart core fruit, the very essence they safeguarded. The heart core tree is our mother. Its energy sustains the entirety of the domain beyond the heart, stated a leader of the native beings, Firefly. However, recently, the tree's patterns have begun to darken, and the heart core fruit has lost its luster. We are at a loss as to what to do. Xiaoyan promptly retrieved a detection device, discovering that the roots of the heart core tree were entwined with a black, stagnant energy, a negative byproduct resulting from the obstruction of mental energy flow, akin to the mental, demonic turbulence of the blue heart realm, yet more challenging to purify. Recalling the methods from her notes, she extracted the empathy stone and embedded it into the trunk. I require your assistance to awaken the heart core tree using our collective mental energy. Firefly led all the native beings to sit around the heart core tree, releasing silver mental energy. Xiaoyan activated the Eternal Heart Sutra, merging the golden energy of the Legacy Pearl with the silver energy, forming a flowing stream of intertwined gold and silver, which she gently infused into the trunk. The black stagnant energy gradually dissipated, the patterns of the trunk reigniting, and the heart core fruit regained its transparent luster. Thank you, Firefly exclaimed with excitement, embracing Xiaoyan through mental waves. We are willing to forge a partnership with the realms of the three worlds, sharing our methods of mental cultivation. Xiaoyan smiled in response. This is our shared achievement. From this day forth, we can learn from one another through the mental network, growing together. Upon returning to the realms of the three worlds, Xiaoyan reported her experiences in the domain beyond the heart to Xiao Fan. He immediately convened the core members of the alliance, deciding to initiate the Heart Domain Interconnection Project to establish a mental passage between the realms of the three worlds and the domain beyond the heart, allowing beings from both realms to communicate freely. Simultaneously, they would dispatch cultivators to the domain beyond the heart to assist the native tribes in nurturing the heart core tree and imparting methods of mental purification. However, shortly after the project commenced, the mental passage encountered anomalies. Through monitoring, Xiaoyan discovered a surge of chaotic mental energy infiltrating the passage, originating from the stagnant zone of the domain beyond the heart. If not promptly halted, this could taint the mental network of both realms. The chaotic energy was an evolved form of stagnant energy, capable of distorting the cognitive perception of beings. Xiao Fan stated gravely, someone must enter the stagnant zone, locate the source of the energy, and purify it. Xiaoyan volunteered. I'm familiar with the environment of the domain beyond the heart and have established trust with the native tribes. I am the most suitable candidate. Under Firefly's guidance, Xiaoyan ventured into the stagnant zone. The mental isles here had turned black, and the chaotic energy in the air left her feeling dizzy. Following the guidance of the Legacy Pearl, she delved deep into the stagnant zone, discovering a chaotic heart core, a fruit wholly tainted by negative emotions, continuously releasing chaotic energy. Purifying it requires the combined mental energies of both realms. Xiaoyan called upon the beings of the realms of the three worlds and the domain beyond the heart through the mental passage. In an instant, golden and silver mental energies surged into the stagnant zone like a tidal wave, coalescing before Xiaoyan into a dual-realm purifying light. United in purpose, let us purify. Xiaoyan infused the light stream into the chaotic heart core, causing the black energy to gradually dissipate until the heart core returned to a transparent state. As the last vestige of chaotic energy was purified, the mental isles of the stagnant zone revived, and the mental passage stabilized once more. The ethereal visage of Emperor Yi Tian emerged from the legacy pearl, gazing upon Xiaoyan and Firefly with evident satisfaction. The courage to traverse the unknown and the inclusivity to connect differences embody the essence of the myriad paths. Xiaoyan, you have transcended the role of a mere inheritor, becoming an envoy of the dual realms. A millennium later, Xiaoyan had become a permanent envoy in the domain beyond the heart. She established a dual realm academy on the mental isle, teaching the diverse methods of mental cultivation to beings from both realms. The silver mental vines of the native tribes were also introduced to the realms of the three worlds, forming a mental garden around the sacred hall of 10,000 hearts, symbolizing the friendship between the two realms. On this day, Xiaoyan, accompanied by children from both realms, recounted the legendary tales of Emperor Yi Tian beside the heart core tree. The children gathered around her, listening intently as she narrated how the youth of the Duki continent overcame challenges, quelled calamities, transcended into eternity, and guided future generations to connect the myriad realms. Can the esteemed Emperor Yi Tian still see us? A native child inquired curiously. Xiaoyan pointed to the heart core tree and the legacy pearl, smiling as she replied, "He is right here, within every strand of mental energy, in every inter-realm exchange, and in our shared belief of safeguarding one another. He has never departed. He has merely transformed into the bond that connects all minds." The children nodded, somewhat understanding, as they extended their small hands, pooling their mental energies together, forming a tiny rainbow light in the air, a manifestation of their yearning for friendship and peace, and a continuation of Emperor Yi Tian's ideals. Golden sunlight bathed the mental isles and the sacred hall of 10,000 hearts. As the light bands of the realms of the three worlds and the domain beyond the heart interwove into a splendid celestial tapestry, where beings of diverse forms coexisted harmoniously, and different shades of mental energy fused flawlessly. The legend of Emperor Yi Tian had evolved from an individual's journey of overcoming struggles into an epic of the spirit, bridging the unknown and uniting the dual realms. The philosophy of the myriad paths had become the shared belief of all mental civilizations, inscribing an everlasting narrative of guardianship, empathy, and legacy in the boundless void and the realm of the heart. From the city of Wutan in the Duki continent to the mental isles of the domain beyond the heart, from solitary struggles to coexistent dual realms. The figure of Emperor Yi Tian had intertwined with the spirit, coexisting with myriad realms and existing eternally. His tale will resonate eternally through the infinite expanse of time and space, inspiring generations of beings to safeguard the spirit, to empathize and coexist, and to strive for the eternal paths until the very end of the heart and the shores of the myriad realms, embracing an eternal future. Chapter 55, Coexistence of Dual Realms, Boundless Heart Realm. At the Dual Realm Square in the domain beyond the heart, a grand festival of mental arts was underway. Cultivators from the realms of the three worlds wielded their Duki brushes to paint the mountains and rivers of the Duki continent in the air, while beings of the native mental tribes, adorned with silver wings, danced to weave a dreamlike tapestry of the mental isles. Mechanical puppets from the technological world played quantum strings, resonating with the symphony of inter-realm coexistence, as various artistic forms converged in a jubilant atmosphere of mental waves. Xiaoyan, donned in a silver-white gown adorned with dual-realm heart crystals, stood at the center of the square on the coexistence stage. In her grasp lay the handwritten notes of the Emperor of Heaven, and her voice resonated through the psychic conduit that spanned the two realms. A century ago, we traversed the unknown, bridging our hearts to connect with one another. Today, we employ art as our medium, allowing the civilizations of the two realms to flourish in harmonious resonance. This embodies the Emperor of Heaven's pursuit of boundless paths. As her words faded, a sudden flicker of crimson light illuminated the psychic canopy above the square, causing chaos within the interconnected psychic channel. Xiaoyan swiftly retrieved her detection device, her expression shifting dramatically as the data unfolded on the screen. A temporal rift had emerged at the edge of the two realms, from which misaligned psychic energy surged forth, disrupting the connection between the realms. The leader of the Firefly clan, Ingguang, arrived hastily, her shimmering silver wings quivering with anxiety. Misaligned energy can cause turmoil in the memories of sentient beings. Following the crisis of the last dark stagnation, ancient texts from beyond the heart realm documented this energy, originating from a temporal and psychic disjunction. If not addressed promptly, the psychic connection between the two realms will sever completely. Xiao Yin immediately contacted Xiao Fan via the psychic communicator. A temporal rift has appeared at the edge of the two realms. Misaligned energy is interfering with the psychic channel. Requesting assistance. Xiao Fan's image soon materialized, enveloped in the golden and purple aura of the myriad heart seals. I have sensed the anomaly through the myriad heart core, and am leading the elite of the Heart Realm Alliance to your aid. You must first guide the sentient beings of both realms to activate the psychic stabilization array and safeguard the core of the channel. Half an hour later, Xiao Yin and Ingguang, accompanied by the denizens of the two realms, established the psychic stabilization array beside the channel. The array's patterns radiated a resplendent intertwining of gold and silver, temporarily repelling the encroaching misaligned energy. The support team, led by Xiao Fan, arrived just in time. He gazed at the distortion of energy surging from the temporal rift and spoke gravely. The temporal psychic disjunction is a fissure woven from the fabric of time and psychic energy. We must locate the temporal heart anchor to mend it, and the heart anchor lies deep within the corridor of memories. What is the corridor of memories? Xiao Yin inquired. Xiao Fan elucidated. It is a repository of shared memories from the sentient beings of both realms. Only those who harbor a belief in coexistence can enter. Those with conflicting thoughts will become ensnared by illusions of their own memories. Xiao Yin resolutely declared, I shall go. I have established a psychic connection with the sentient beings of both realms and possess the deepest understanding of the belief in coexistence. Ingguang also volunteered. As the guardian of the heart realm, I wish to accompany you. Xiao Fan nodded, infusing a strand of energy from the myriad heart seal into Xiao Yin's legacy pearl. This energy will help you resist the memory illusions. Should you encounter danger, shatter the pearl, and I will initiate an emergency rescue. With determination, Xiao Yin and Ingguang leaped into the temporal rift, navigating through the chaotic energy flows until they reached the corridor of memories. This corridor was a long passage composed of light, with memory screens on either side displaying the journey of the sentient beings from unfamiliarity to familiarity, conflict to coexistence. Showcasing Xiao Yin's initial trepidation during her first encounter with Ingguang, the resolute determination of the denizens as they purified the chaotic heart core, and the joyful laughter of children playing in the garden of the mind. Be cautious. Negative memory illusions may manifest deeper within the corridor, Ingguang cautioned. No sooner had she spoken than the screens ahead dimmed, revealing scenes of Xiao Yin facing skepticism from her kin due to a failed cultivation attempt in the parallel continent of martial arts. While Ingguang's illusion depicted the strife within her clan caused by resource scarcity, this is not reality. Xiao Yin harnessed the power of the legacy pearl, channeling the light of the myriad heart seal into Ingguang's mind. Our current coexistence across the two realms has emerged from past adversities. These memories serve as warnings, not shackles. With steadfast resolve, they traversed the negative memory illusions and ultimately discovered the temporal heart anchor at the corridor's end. It was a silver crystal interwoven with temporal patterns and psychic energy, emitting a faint glow. However, coiled around the heart anchor was a memory-devouring beast, formed from negative memories. Its massive form shrouded in dark, misaligned energy. The memory-devouring beast feeds on the memories of sentient beings. Ordinary attacks will be ineffective. Xiao Yin recalled the notes of the Emperor of Heaven regarding dispelling illusions through emotion. She retrieved the handwritten notes, infusing them with warm memories of coexistence from both realms, awakening the positive energy within the creature. Xiao Yin and Ingguang shared the joyful memories and belief in coexistence of the sentient beings through the notes. The dark energy surrounding the beast gradually dissipated, revealing its original pure silver form. It nodded at them and slowly retreated to the side. Xiao Yin swiftly extracted the temporal heart anchor and returned with Ingguang to the edge of the two realms. Xiao Fan had already prepared the temporal psychic restoration array beside the channel. As Xiao Yin embedded the heart anchor into the array, the patterns erupted in brilliant golden light, intertwining with the radiance of the psychic stabilization array to form a protective seal of temporal psychic energy enveloping both realms. The protective seal infused into the temporal rift, gradually constricting the fissure, purifying the misaligned energy and restoring stability to the psychic channel. As the last wisp of distorted energy dissipated, the ethereal projection of the Emperor of Heaven emerged from the legacy pearl, observing the jubilant scene of the sentient beings. He spoke gently. The coexistence of the two realms is not an endpoint, but rather a new beginning of boundless hearts. Xiaoyan, Yingguang, through your belief in coexistence, you have repaired the temporal rift, demonstrating that the hearts of different civilizations, when united in trust, can transcend all barriers. Xiaoyan and Yingguang bowed respectfully. This is the result of the collective efforts of the sentient beings of both realms, guided by the ideals of the Emperor of Heaven. The ethereal figure smiled and shook his head. From now on, the two realms may initiate the heart fusion plan, allowing the psychic energies of both realms to flow freely, enabling beings to migrate between the two realms, truly realizing a boundless heart realm. In the century that followed, Xiaoyan and Yingguang led the sentient beings of both realms in advancing the heart fusion plan. They established 10 psychic transit stations across the realms to facilitate inter-realm travel and collaboratively authored the record of heart coexistence, documenting the cultivation methods and cultural customs of both realms, fostering deeper understanding through reading. On a particular day, Xiaoyan received news from the Academy of Temporal Psychic Sciences. A group of hybrid children from both realms had inadvertently triggered a resonance of the dual realms' hearts during their cultivation, generating an entirely new form of temporal psychic energy, capable of stabilizing time and purifying negative emotions. Rushing to the academy, she beheld the children surrounded by a swirling amalgamation of golden and silver temporal psychic energy, collectively mending a damaged heart crystal. This is a groundbreaking achievement of the fusion of the two realms, she exclaimed. This energy can extend the concept of a boundless heart realm to even broader temporal dimensions. The ethereal projection of the Emperor of Heaven reappeared, gazing at the children with a look of profound satisfaction. New energy, new legacy. This embodies the eternal significance of the myriad paths. The success of the fusion between the two realms proves that the power of the heart can transcend time and boundaries. In the future, you will carry this ideal into even more uncharted realms of the heart. A millennium later, Xiaoyan had become the saint of coexistence between the two realms, alongside Yingguang, safeguarding the peace and unity of both realms. In the heart of the square stood a monument to their coexistence, inscribed with the verse they had jointly penned. From the heart realms of the three worlds to the domains beyond, from the temporal rifts to the fusion of hearts, the myriad paths of the Emperor of Heaven serve as a bridge across boundaries, while the beliefs of the sentient beings of both realms form the cornerstone of a boundless heart realm. On this day, Xiaoyan gathered the hybrid children from the two realms before the monument, recounting the legendary tales of the Emperor of Heaven. The children encircled her, captivated by her stories of how a youth from the continent of martial arts journeyed towards eternal paths, guiding future generations to connect the two realms and realize coexistence. Is the boundless heart realm spoken of by the Emperor of Heaven about allowing all hearts to become friends? One hybrid child asked. Xiaoyan smiled and nodded, gesturing to the intertwining streams of psychic energy between the two realms. Indeed, the boundless heart realm signifies the absence of barriers and limitations, enabling every heart to find belonging amidst the myriad paths, allowing every civilization to thrive in coexistence. The children nodded, some in understanding, and extended their small hands, merging their individual heart energies into a radiant band of gold and silver, which they infused into the monument of coexistence between the two realms. The radiant beams of light resonated with the inscriptions on the monument, erupting into a warm glow that illuminated the entirety of the dual domain square. Golden sunlight cascaded upon every inch of the land, intertwining with the brilliance of the temporal and spiritual guardian patterns, creating a harmonious coexistence among beings from diverse civilizations. As different forms of spiritual energy flawlessly merged, the legendary tale of Emperor Yi Tian has transcended the solitary journey of one individual into a grand epic that spans the dual domain and connects the realms of time and space. The concept of the myriad spiritual realms has evolved into a shared belief among all spiritual civilizations, inscribing an unceasing narrative of guardianship, empathy, and legacy across the endless expanse of time and the heart domain. From the city of Yudin in the Duki continent to the dual domain square beyond the heart, from an individual's struggle to the boundless dual domain, the figure of Emperor Yi Tian has become synonymous with the spirit, coexisting with the dual domain and sharing eternity. His story shall resonate through the infinite realms of time and spirit, inspiring generation after generation of beings to safeguard the heart, to empathize and coexist, and to pursue the eternal way until the very end of the heart and the shores of the dual domain, leading to an everlasting future. Chapter 56, Boundless Heart Realm. Unified Origins of All Domains. At the pinnacle of the temporal and spiritual tower in the dual domain square, Xiaoyan and Yingguang stood side by side, gazing at the intertwining golden and silver light ribbons in the distance. Below the tower, beings from the three realms of the heart domain and the external heart domain were orderly entering and exiting the temporal and spiritual gateway. a cross-domain passage crafted by Chun Yu's team that combined temporal technology with spiritual energy, allowing beings to traverse the dual domain in the blink of an eye. The inscription Boundless Heart Realm, carved above the gateway, was penned by the ethereal projection of Emperor Yi Tian himself. Upon detecting anomalous energy fluctuations from the temporal and spiritual gateway, an unknown spiritual signal attempted to establish a connection. The mechanical assistant's voice resonated, and on the holographic screen within the tower, a faint green spiritual signal flickered, its source pointing towards the uncharted green heart sea beyond the dual domain. Xiaoyan immediately activated the inheritance pearl, attempting to connect with the signal. Moments later, a clear spiritual wave resonated. We are the Vineheart clan from the Green Heart Sea. Sensing the spiritual energy of the dual domain, we wish to communicate with you. 3 days later, Xiaoyan and Ying Guang boarded the Heart Voyager, accompanied by the spiritual envoy of the dual domain, heading towards the Green Heart Sea. Upon arrival, the sight before them left everyone in awe. The waters of this domain were soft green spiritual sap, and towering Vineheart trees grew from the seabed, with transparent Vineheart pouches hanging from their branches, within which curled beings resembling vines from the Vineheart clan. The clan leader, Tung Yuan, emerged from a Vineheart pouch, entwined in emerald vines. His spiritual waves emanating a gentle aura of nature. We feed on the sap of the Vineheart trees and nourish them with spiritual energy, guarding the Green Heart Sea for generations. However, recently, the Vineheart trees have begun to wither, and the sap has turned murky. We have tried various methods, but have been unable to save them. Xiaoyan took out a detection device and discovered parasitic corruption worms residing in the roots of the Vineheart trees. Parasites that feed on spiritual energy, secreting a corrupting liquid that taints the roots and causes the sap to become murky. More troubling was the overwhelming number of corruption worms. Forcibly removing them could damage the essence of the Vineheart trees. The notes of the esteemed Emperor Yi Tian mention that symbiosis can overcome parasitism. Perhaps we can cultivate beneficial heart fungi that can coexist with the Vineheart trees and consume the corruption worms, Xiaoyan suggested. She promptly contacted the biocultivators of the dual domain to gather samples of the Vineheart tree sap and corruption worms for the development of the beneficial heart fungi. 10 days later, the beneficial heart fungi were successfully cultivated. This faint green microorganism could swiftly devour corruption worms while simultaneously releasing nutrients that promoted the growth of the Vineheart trees. Through the concerted efforts of the dual domain and the Vineheart clan, the beneficial heart fungi were injected into the roots of every Vineheart tree, gradually eliminating the corruption worms, revitalizing the trees, and restoring the clarity of the spiritual sap. Thank you for your assistance. Tung Yuan presented a verdant Vineheart crystal to Xiaoyan, a crystallization of the Vineheart clan's essence. By wearing it, the Green Heart Sea wishes to establish a symbiotic partnership with the dual domain, sharing the spiritual energy of the Vineheart trees. Xiaoyan accepted the Vineheart crystal, merging it with the inheritance pearl and the dual domain heart crystal. The three crystals erupted in intertwining beams of gold, silver, and green, forming a tridomain symbiotic pattern in the air, successfully connecting the spiritual networks of the Green Heart Sea and the dual domain. From that moment forth, the beings of the Vineheart clan could traverse to the dual domain through the temporal and spiritual gateway, and the cultivators of the dual domain could practice in the Green Heart Sea, drawing upon the pure energy of the Vineheart trees. Yet, on the third year of the tridomain symbiosis, the Vineheart mother tree of the Green Heart Sea suddenly issued a warning. When Xiaoyan and Ying Guang arrived, they discovered a fissure appearing on the trunk of the mother tree, from which black corruption energy surged forth, rapidly withering the Vineheart trees and causing the spiritual energy of the Vineheart beings to begin to dissipate. Corruption energy is the product of spiritual energy being depleted to its utmost, posing a greater threat than even lifeless energy. The image of Xiao Fan materialized through the spiritual network, his presence imbued with the profound power of myriad heart seals. I have sensed through the myriad heart core that the source of the energy lies in the depths of the Green Heart Sea, in the corruption abyss, where corruption core resides. If not purified in time, the spiritual energy of all three domains will be drained away. The ethereal projection of Emperor Yi Tian emerged from the inheritance pearl, gazing gravely towards the direction of the fissure. The corruption core is a negative source of spiritual energy from the birth of the universe. It requires the essence of the three domains to serve as a guide to condense a myriad domain unity array in order to purify it into pure spiritual energy. What is the essence of the three domains? Xiaoyan inquired urgently. The projection explained. It is the myriad heart core of the three realms, the heart core fruit of the external heart domain, and the core of the Vineheart mother tree from the Green Heart Sea. It must be fused by the purest spiritual guardians of all three domains to activate the myriad domain unity array. Xiaoyan, Ying Guang, and Tung Yuan exchanged glances. and in unison declared, "We shall go." The three set forth to the cores of their respective domains to retrieve the essence of their hearts. When they gathered the three essences at the corruption abyss, the energy of the corruption core surged violently, forming a massive vortex of black corruption energy that sought to engulf the three essences. Myriad domain unity, become our shield. Xiaoyan harnessed the power of the inheritance pearl, merging the three domain essences into a radiant shield of intertwined golden, silver, and green light, withstanding the onslaught of the corruption energy. Yinguang and Tengyuan also released their own spiritual essences to infuse the shield, making it shine ever more brilliantly. Myriad domain unity array, activate. The three channeled their strength simultaneously, transforming the essence shield into a tricolored stream of light that surged into the corruption core. The corruption core quaked violently as the black energy was gradually purified, ultimately transforming into a pale green new heart core, releasing pure spiritual energy that nourished the trees and beings of the three domains. As the last remnants of corruption energy dissipated, the ethereal projection of Emperor Yi Tian expressed his satisfaction. "You have succeeded. The tridomain symbiosis and the unity of all domains is yet another elevation of the myriad concept. Henceforth, the three domains shall truly achieve a shared spiritual essence, and all beings shall partake in spiritual energy, eliminating the crisis of energy depletion." A millennium later, Xiaoyan had become the leader of the Tridomain Symbiosis Alliance, alongside Yinguang and Tengyuan, safeguarding the peace of the three domains. Beside the Vine Heart Mother Tree in the Green Heart Sea, they established the Hall of Myriad Domain Unity, enshrining the three heart essences in the newly formed heart core within. The walls of the hall bore the words of Emperor Yi Tian, "Though the domains may be distant, our spirits share a common source. Though civilizations may differ, we share a soul in symbiosis." On this day, Xiaoyan gathered the children of the three domains within the Hall of Myriad Domain Unity, recounting the legendary tale of Emperor Yi Tian. The children sat around her, listening as she narrated how the youth of the Duki continent overcame numerous obstacles, how he quelled crises time and again, how he achieved eternal transcendence, and how he guided future generations to connect the myriad domains and realize their unity. Is the unity of the myriad domains, as spoken by the esteemed Emperor Yi Tian, the idea that all heart realms are one family? Inquired a curious child from the Vine Heart clan. Xiaoyan smiled and nodded, pointing towards the intertwined, tricolored beams of light outside the hall. Indeed, the unity of the myriad domains signifies that all spiritual energies of the heart realms originate from singular source, and all beings are brothers and sisters. We share energy, protect our home, and grow together. The children, with a semblance of understanding, nodded and extended their small hands, converging their respective spiritual energies into a vibrant tricolored beam, which they infused into the nascent heart core. The heart core erupted with a warm radiance, intertwining with the luminous bands outside the palace, illuminating the entirety of the Verdant Heart Sea. Golden sunlight bathed every inch of the three realms, as the brilliance of the convergence array blended harmoniously with the tricolored spiritual emanations, allowing beings of diverse civilizations to coexist in harmony, with their distinct spiritual energies melding seamlessly. The legendary saga of the Emperor Yi Tian has transcended from an individual's journey of overcoming tribulations to an epic of spiritual connection that spans the three realms and unites myriad worlds. The concept of the myriad spiritual realms has evolved into a shared belief among all spiritual civilizations, inscribing an everlasting narrative of guardianship, empathy, and legacy in the boundless expanse of time and space. From the city of Wutan in the Duki continent to the Convergence Palace in the Verdant Heart Sea, the figure of Emperor Yi Tian has become one with the spirit, coexisting with the myriad realms and the essence of eternity. His tale shall echo through endless time and space, inspiring generations of beings to strive for the safeguarding of the spirit, for empathy and coexistence, and for the eternal paths. Advancing tirelessly until the very end of the spirit, the shores of myriad realms, and the eternal future. Chapter 57. Convergence and Coexistence, the Path to the Myriad Realms. Outside the Convergence Palace in the Verdant Heart Sea, beings from the three realms are collectively engaging in the Source Festival. The children of the Vine Heart clan weave a spiritual web from vines, channeling the energy of the Mother Vine Tree to the spiritual floating islands of the dual realms. Meanwhile, the luminescent beings of the Outer Realm dance with radiant wings, painting a mural of coexistence in the air. As cultivators from the three realms synchronize their combat techniques with technological spiritual forces to perform the convergence melody. The faint gold, silver white, and emerald green spiritual energies intertwine in the air, forming a luminous pillar that pierces the heavens. Xiaoyan, clad in the resplendent armor of the Convergence Alliance, embedded with the crystals of the three realms, wielding the Convergence Empress Scepter, which harmonizes the legacy pearl with a nascent heart core, stands atop the festival's high platform. She gazes down at the harmonious dance of beings below, her voice reverberating through the spiritual network across the three realms. Today's Source Festival is not merely a testament to the principles of the convergence espoused by our predecessor, Emperor Yi Tian, but also a proclamation for the future. We shall use the three realms as a starting point to connect with more spiritual domains, spreading the belief in convergence and coexistence throughout the endless sea of stars. Before her words could settle, the source pillar above the platform flickered violently, and the interconnected spiritual network of the three realms experienced intense fluctuations. Xiaoyan promptly retrieved the detector, and the screen illuminated with dozens of unfamiliar spiritual signals converging from the depths of the starry sea towards the three realms. New spiritual domain signals, exclaimed the leader of the luminescent beings, her silver wings glimmering with excitement. At least 5 unknown spiritual beings are approaching us. Vine Source added. The vine heart tree in the verdant heart sea senses that these signals harbor pure spiritual energy, devoid of hostility, but rather imbued with a strong desire for connection. Xiao Yin decisively commanded, activate the convergence welcoming array, open the passage of convergence among the three realms, and I shall personally lead the envoy to the edge of the starry sea to welcome them. 3 days later, the envoy led by Xiao Yin encountered beings from 5 unknown spiritual domains of the nebula station on the edge of the starry sea. These new beings exhibited diverse forms. The Flame Heart clan from the Flame Heart realm, engulfed in warm flames. The Ice Spirit clan from the Ice Heart realm, with bodies composed of ice and snow, and the Wood Heart clan from the Wood Heart realm, capable of conversing with plants. The leader of the Flame Heart clan, Yin Yang, stepped forward first, his flames transforming into a gentle orb of light, his spiritual waves radiating warmth. We sense the source pillar of the three realms, a manifestation of the energy of convergence, and thus follow the light, hoping to join your convergence alliance. The leader of the Ice Spirit clan, Bingyu, added, our Ice Heart realm faces the threat of the Cold Heart storm, which freezes the spiritual energies of beings. If we could receive assistance from the three realms, we would be willing to offer the Heart of Ice Source from the Ice Heart realm in return for joining the Convergence Alliance. Xiao Yin smiled in response. The doors of the Convergence Alliance are always open to beings with pure spirits. We will do our utmost to assist with the issue of the Cold Heart storm, for that is the essence of convergence and coexistence, supporting one another in overcoming difficulties. In the following month, Xiao Yin led the spiritual cultivators of the three realms to the Ice Heart realm to help resolve the crisis. At the center of the Cold Heart storm lay a frozen ice source sanctuary, where the heart of Ice Source had been eroded by the cold, losing its ability to balance spiritual energies. Drawing from her experience in purifying the withered heart core, Xiao Yin fused the source energy of the three realms with the spiritual powers of the Ice Spirit clan, coalescing into a purifying light of ice and fire, which she infused into the heart of Ice Source. The golden stream dispelled the cold, and the heart of Ice Source revived with a soft blue glow. As the Cold Heart storm gradually subsided and the ice of the Ice Heart realm began to melt, revealing a land teeming with vitality, Bingyu moved, presented a shard of the heart of Ice Source to Xiao Yin. From this day forth, the Ice Heart realm is willing to forge a partnership with the three realms, sharing the energy of the Ice Source. With the Ice Heart realm, Flame Heart realm, Wood Heart realm, and other